Chapter 1. Rebirth and Indulgence. Cheng Xiao, I am weary. Gu Cheng lay upon the bed, gazing at the young maiden before him, her eyes pleading for his words. A smirk of mockery crept upon his lips. She had cascading, lustrous black hair and was clad in a pristine white gown. Her bare feet graced the floor, and her petite form was a symphony of delicate curves. A slender waist, a rounded, alluring posterior, and arms as tender as snow lotus complemented her long, captivating legs, all harmonizing to create an enchanting silhouette. Moreover, as a freshman, she embodied the essence of youth and beauty. Every aspect of her being exuded an alluring charm and essence. In this apocalyptic world, the true ruler of the Linya sect, the formidable curse which now begs me like a dog. Indeed, my rebirth has wrought significant change. Gu Cheng had returned to life. He found himself a month before the apocalypse descended. Unbeknownst to all, a dreadful catastrophe loomed on the horizon, ready to engulf this tranquil land. Zombie viruses would ravage the earth, dimensional rifts would tear open, and natural disasters would sweep across the globe. In an instant, a planet that had nurtured billions would suffer unspeakable devastation. In his previous life, Gu Cheng had lost his parents early on and inherited a fortune exceeding millions. Had the apocalypse not occurred, he would have lived a life of unbridled pleasure. Yet, in the face of the apocalypse, wealth was rendered as useless as scrap paper. Only power mattered. Though Gu Cheng had been fortunate enough to become an extraordinary being, able to summon dark creatures from unknown dimensions through blood sacrifice, he had been naive and inexperienced at that time. Unaware of the necessity for a finishing blow, he had nearly become the prey of a bloodthirsty centipede, narrowly escaping with one eye gouged out and his visage horrifically disfigured, akin to a vengeful specter, evoking others' disdain. A twist of fate had led to betrayal from a once dear friend, who, in a bid to seize opportunity, had ambushed him from behind. Years of blood sacrifices had resulted in the tragic demise of his summoned creatures, allowing him to barely escape a calamity. Reduced in strength and spirit, he had joined the Linya sect, only to become cannon fodder, severed in the struggle for territory against rival factions. Who could have foreseen that upon awakening, Gu Cheng would find himself at the brink of the apocalypse once more? Pain, despair, rage, and terror. His past experiences enveloped him like a nightmarish reverie. He understood all too well that in comparison to his newfound mastery of summoning and knowledge of future opportunities, his greatest gain from rebirth was the complete darkness that had consumed his heart over the past decade in the apocalypse. Weakness was an original sin. The so-called compassion and kindness held no meaning in the face of the apocalypse. Utilizing the knowledge from his former life, he sought out Pei Jin. At present, she was not the supreme ruler of the Linya sect, but merely a struggling freshman from a poor family, bereft of parents. Tragically, her sister suffered from a heart ailment, requiring exorbitant surgical expenses. In his previous life, Gu Cheng had never heard of the curse which having a sister. Evidently, prior to the apocalypse, her sibling had perished due to an inability to afford the surgery. This may also explain Pei Jin's future ruthlessness and the perpetual frost that veiled her countenance. Yet for Gu Cheng, this presented a perfect opportunity to exploit Pei Jin's vulnerability. In her moment of despair, he approached her. Without superfluous words, he tossed her a bank card containing 2 million. He uttered but one demand: be my dog. For Pei Jin, an exemplary student who had long understood that education could alter her fate, these 4 words inflicted unimaginable harm upon her heart. Had it been before, she would have hurled the card back at Gu Cheng and reported this loathsome rich brat for demeaning her dignity. Yet, her sister lay in hospital. The two had relied on each other since childhood. Pei Jin could not fathom the bleakness of a world without her sister. She had no choice. Vaguely, she recalled kneeling, resembling a puppy beseeching its master, as she tearfully picked up the card from the ground. Her sister's surgery was a success. Consequently, she became the pet Gu Cheng had described. Perhaps noticing Gu Cheng's contemplative gaze, Pei Jin could not help but look at him. With sharp brows and bright eyes, his lips curled into a teasing smile, giving him an air of charming roguishness. After a month of interaction, Pei Jin experienced a joy she had never known before. Thus, Her heart gradually gravitated toward Gu Cheng, unable to escape his grasp. Gu Cheng, sensing Pei Jin's attention, could not help but scrutinize her. Upon their first encounter, he had spoken such words due to her excessive pride. Time was not on Gu Cheng's side. Cultivating feelings was an absurdity. Thus, he resorted to a near-cruel method to shatter her arrogance, seizing the opportunity to inscribe his indelible mark upon her heart. The evidence was clear. Before the apocalypse, wealth still held significant sway, and through a dual assault of monetary and psychological influence, Pei Jin was wholly won over. Gu Cheng successfully subdued one of the renowned strongholds among the millions. As the apocalypse unfolded, powerful factions delineated realms of strength: starshine, moonlight, solar crown, celestial radiance, sovereign, immortal, eternal, and demigod. After 17 years of survival in the apocalypse, Gu Cheng had only attained the solar crown realm before his demise. In contrast, the obedient Pei Jin, now under his control, had already ascended to the eternal realm, only a step away from achieving the unparalleled demigod status. Yet, who could have imagined that this seemingly invincible future powerhouse would now be utterly compliant to his whims? A month is destined to be too brief. There is little time to seek further targets. At this moment, a plethora of formidable figures surged within Gu Cheng's mind. Holy Wing's deceitful, witch ruler of the Nether Realm Crimson Priest, and so forth. All these entities were the true elite, the paragons of a city. Plunder. Gu Cheng was prepared. He aimed to strip these so-called elites of all their opportunities and fortunes. Then, one by one, he would subjugate them, turning them into loyal hounds at his command. As for descent, those who comply shall thrive. Those who resist shall perish. Gu Cheng had no interest in employing tricks or heartfelt devotion to earn their loyalty. Being a hero was exhausting. Gu Cheng would become the ruthless tyrant who would not allow anyone to betray him. Reborn, he would cast aside all useless morals and indulge in a life of his desires. With such thoughts, Gu Cheng could not resist caressing Pei Jin's delicate neck, increasing the pressure of his grip. Pei Jin felt an overwhelming sense of suffocation wash over her, instinctively extending her round, tender fingers to touch his hand, her voice a mere whisper. "Gu Xiao, it hurts." Gu Cheng, devoid of any tenderness, immediately pulled Pei Jin into his embrace. Gazing at her flawlessly exquisite face, he commanded, "Put on your clothes. I'm taking you somewhere." Having succumbed to indulgence, her soul had been tainted. Nestled in his arms, Pei Jin tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with life, obediently nodding. She would heed Gu Cheng's every command. This was a reflex born from being manipulated into countless positions. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Apocalypse, the Opening of the Rift. After a prolonged journey, Gu Cheng parked the car at a slaughterhouse. "We have arrived," he announced, turning to the two women. During the trip, Gu Cheng had taken the liberty of fetching Pei Jin's sister from the rehabilitation center. Unlike Pei Jin, who exuded an alluring charm with her expressive eyes, her sister, Pei Yu, possessed a complexion as radiant as snow and eyes resembling tranquil waters. Her face bore the innocent glow unique to youth, and at just a year younger than Pei Jin, she was at the tender age of blossoming emotions. Due to a congenital heart condition, her disposition was delicate, and compared to Pei Jin, she was even more reserved. At that moment, gazing silently out at the desolate scenery, she appeared exceptionally obedient, though she occasionally stole glances at Gu Cheng, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Pei Jin observed everything keenly, her hands instinctively clutching the hem of her skirt. Being an onlooker, she discerned the curiosity that sparkled in her sister's eyes towards Gu Cheng. It was undeniable that Gu Cheng was wealthy and handsome, exuding a level of composure that belied his years, an irresistible allure for a budding young girl. Moreover, in an effort to shield her sister from emotional burdens, Pei Jin had never revealed Gu Cheng's darker side, leading her sister to regard him as a savior. Her heart already secretly enamored. With a sigh, Pei Jin felt a wave of anxiety about the future. Gu Cheng opened the car door first, and the two sisters followed suit, walking ahead of him. "Boss, you have finally arrived." At that moment, a dozen employees, stained with blood, stood at the entrance. Upon seeing Gu Cheng, the owner of the slaughterhouse approached him with a beaming smile, holding a card reader. As he drew closer, he also noticed Pei Jin and Pei Yu, their pure and stunning appearances, along with their similar features, immediately revealing their sisterly bond. Sisters? The affluent truly know how to indulge. A flash of admiration flickered in the manager's eyes as he gazed enviously at Gu Cheng, quickly adding, "As per your instructions, we have selected only the finest adult Simmental cattle. The quality is unparalleled. We have been butchering since dawn and have yet to eat dinner." Gu Cheng produced a card and presented it to the manager, saying, "Enough talk. Just process the payment." The owner eagerly took the card reader, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Ding. The total for this purchase is 2.8 million yuan, including the previously paid deposit of 1.7 million. You have expended a total of 4.5 million yuan on this batch. Upon hearing that the remaining balance had been received, the slaughterhouse owner smiled broadly and exclaimed, "You are quite generous, boss. Wishing you prosperity." Noticing the group of employees whispering amongst themselves, Gu Cheng frowned and instructed, "Take your people and leave." "Understood." The owner promptly gestured to the others. "What are you standing around for? Time to clock out." Once peace was restored, Gu Cheng turned to Pei Jin and Pei Yu, saying, "Come. I shall show you something intriguing." A group of employees gathered together, observing the entrance of Gu Cheng and two young women into the processing plant, and could not help but murmur, "Isn't this an egregious waste? Hundreds of adult Simmental cattle to be slaughtered at will. And they insist on using knives for bloodletting rather than electrocution. Will they even be able to consume so many in such a short time? What do you know? The scion of a wealthy family has indulged in everything. Engaging in some thrilling and bloody activities is merely a trifling matter. Inviting a couple of girls over is probably just a way to flaunt his dominion over life and death. Enough already. Let us not fret over trivial matters. After a long day of butchering cattle, it is time to divide the earnings." Upon hearing about the distribution of profits, the crowd ceased their discussions, laughingly gathering together to share the fruits of their labor. As Pei Jin stepped into the slaughterhouse, an acrid scent of blood assaulted her senses. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she felt as though struck by lightning, her complexion turning ashen. The slaughterhouse had transformed into a veritable inferno. Hundreds of bound Simmental cattle lay in pools of blood, their wide eyes fixed intently in the direction of Pei Jin and her companions, seemingly questioning why their lives were being taken from them. Instinctively, Pei Jin embraced her terrified sister, casting a disbelieving glance at Gu Cheng. It was evident from his demeanor that the workers in the slaughterhouse were acting under his command, executing this horrifying massacre. Yet, what sent shivers down Pei Jin's spine was not just her own and her sister's pale, dazed expressions, but the unsettling smile that graced Gu Cheng's face as the orchestrator of this grim spectacle. Is it possible that Gu Shao harbors some psychological issues? As his confidant, Pei Jin felt an unsettling numbness enveloping her, unable to suppress a tremor. Gu Cheng, however, paid no heed to Pei Jin's inner turmoil. Instead, his focus was entirely absorbed by the gruesome feast of slaughter unfolding before him. As a summoner, Gu Cheng could perform a blood sacrifice to summon helpers from the dimensional rift to serve him. The higher the quality of the sacrificial offering, the mightier the summoned beasts would be. The cattle before him were all of exceptionally high quality, averaging a weight of 2,000 pounds. Most ordinary men would find 200 pounds to be their limit. The life force contained within a single beef cow equated to that of 10 adult males. Thus, 100 beef cows represented a sacrifice equivalent to over 1,000 lives. To this end, Gu Cheng had even liquidated his remaining assets, having meticulously planned this blood ritual since his rebirth. As for compassion, the creatures lying in pools of blood were, after all, merely livestock. Their existence was meant for consumption. Such is the fate of the weak. What does it matter if they are numerous? Under the constraints of binding and the edge of the blade, they are still slain, reduced to pitiable offerings. Humanity mirrors this reality. Without strength to back them, the only fate awaiting the weak is to become either zombies or food for otherworldly beings. The weak possess no voice. It is the strong who dictate the rules of existence. Gu Cheng glanced down at his watch. 23:58. The time for the ritual was fast approaching. Gu Cheng murmured to himself, capturing Pei Jin's attention, while holding her younger sister. She could not help but softly inquire, "What is about to begin?" Gu Cheng gazed at Pei Jin's face, which had turned nearly ashen from fright, and replied, "I have seen the future. The apocalypse has arrived, and countless souls have transformed into bloodthirsty zombies. The rift in space has opened, unleashing a multitude of grotesque creatures that feast upon humanity with insatiable hunger. A terrifying energy storm will soon sweep across the globe. By that time, insects, beasts, and even fish will undergo horrifying mutations. Can you imagine the dreadful consequences if a cockroach, easily squished underfoot, were to grow to the size of a millstone?" At that moment, surrounded by the gruesome sights of a slaughterhouse and listening to Gu Cheng's chilling prophecy, Pei Jin's expression stiffened. Her sister in her arms trembled in fear, and she swallowed hard, fighting back tears as she whispered, "Gu Shao, please don't scare me." Gu Cheng did not emphasize the veracity of his words. Instead, he spoke gravely. A grand spectacle of life and death is about to unfold. He seemed like a riddle, leaving Pei Jin bewildered. Yet, whether it was the oppressive atmosphere or the sheer horror of Gu Cheng's words, she felt a tightness in her chest, her head swirling as if she had imbibed spirits. Her sister, too, bit her lip, her complexion pale as she murmured, "Sister, my chest hurts." Pei Jin, alarmed, momentarily forgot her dizziness, eager to seek Gu Cheng's assistance. Suddenly, a thunderous clap echoed across the sky. To make matters worse, a terrifying wind howled around them, akin to a lamenting specter, leaving them utterly unprepared. The abrupt meteorological anomaly sent Pei Jin into a state of panic. Clutching her sister, she involuntarily turned to gaze out the window at the sky. Just a fleeting glance was enough. Her pupils constricted as she felt every ounce of strength drained from her body. Had it not been for her sister in her arms, she might have crumpled to the ground in utter defeat. What she witnessed was clear. The sky appeared to have torn open, and from this gaping maw, countless grotesque and otherworldly beings surged forth, hurtling toward the earth. Pei Jin held her breath, looking towards Gu Cheng, whose face flickered in the lightning. Feeling every hair on her body stand on end, Gu Cheng was not fabricating tales. Just as he had foretold, the apocalypse had indeed come. Yet, contrary to the panic and dread that one might expect from such a revelation, Gu Cheng bore an expression of long-awaited exhilaration, for he was genuinely eager, having spent millions and sacrificed the horrific vitality of thousands of humans. What sort of allies would he summon from the endless dimensions? With resolve, Gu Cheng withdrew a dagger he had long prepared, slicing his palm to intermingle his blood with the sanguine essence beneath his feet. Drawing upon over a decade of experience, he began to utter an obscure and cryptic incantation. As he spoke the final character, the air around them thickened with anticipation. In the once silent slaughterhouse, a tempest suddenly erupted, and a pitch-black fissure slowly unfolded above the corpses of hundreds of cattle. The rift had opened, heralding the imminent birth of the first summoned beast under Gu Cheng's command. Chapter 3. The Rebirth of the Succubus, Awakening in the Apocalypse. As the fissure gaped, it seemed to shatter a prison that had long confined malevolent entities. Instantly, a wave of pure darkness surged forth. The carcasses beneath began to wither at a visible pace, while the surrounding blood bubbled as if boiling in a cauldron. Gu Cheng gazed intently at the rift, and under the influence of this unadulterated negative energy, an overwhelming urge for slaughter surged within him. It felt as though this was the only means to quell his restless soul. Compared to the skeletal warriors summoned from zombies in his past life, the dark energy erupting from the fissure now was astonishingly potent. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Rather than retreating in this dire situation, Gu Cheng boldly advanced, declaring, "I shall provide you with everything you desire, ample sustenance, and further opportunities. All I ask in return is your unwavering loyalty, to serve me as your master." Influenced by the dark aura, his eyes turned crimson, and his demeanor transformed into one of fierce ferocity. At that moment, a roar erupted from the rift, followed by the emergence of a colossal creature, towering at 4 meters. The slaughterhouse was immediately engulfed in a raging gale. Under the oppressive might of this terrifying presence, Pei Jin struggled to breathe, nearly choking. The beast exuded a heavy aura, bearing 3 fearsome heads, its body covered in spiky fur, and most alarming of all, 6 pairs of crimson eyes glimmering with an icy breath of death. The Hellhound. Gu Cheng was overjoyed, unable to conceal his elation. The Hellhound hails from the depths of the abyss, an exceedingly rare dark creature. Each of its 3 heads commands the elements of poison, lightning, and fire. In addition to its formidable long-range capabilities, it excels in close combat. Its claws capable of cleaving through steel. Its only drawback is its enormous appetite. Yet, in this world, which has already descended into chaos, with strange energies corrupting the land and nearly half the population transforming into grotesque, twisted zombies, alongside a plethora of mutated insects, beasts, and dimensional beings, the Hellhound's appetite could be amplified tenfold. Gu Cheng could certainly satisfy this demand. Even more astonishingly, unlike Gu Cheng, who merely awakened as a stellar realm transcendent, the Hellhound before him possessed terrifying strength, exuding a palpable pressure that even Gu Cheng could feel. It was evident that it had already reached the lunar radiance realm. Splendid. Every sacrifice had proven worthwhile. With the endorsement of a Hellhound from the lunar radiance realm, all the opportunities and fortuitous encounters scattered throughout the world would be within my grasp. At this moment, the Hellhound, unfamiliar with its surroundings, unleashed a simultaneous roar from its 3 heads. The sound was jarring, causing the surrounding glass to shatter into countless fragments. Gu Cheng furrowed his brow, glaring at the 3-headed Hellhound. "Lie down." The sacrifice served as a medium. From the moment the summoning succeeded, Gu Cheng had established a master-servant pact with the creature. Under the weight of the power of rules, the Hellhound immediately felt an overwhelming force pressing down upon it. It let out a defiant howl, its limbs bracing against the ground in an attempt to resist Gu Cheng's command. Yet, regrettably, under the constraints of the power of rules, it seemed as if a colossal hammer had struck it from above, forcing its entire body to the ground. Unlike mindless skeletons or tentacled beasts, which were mere cannon fodder among summoned creatures, this intelligent being understood that it could not escape Gu Cheng's binding will. It relented, laying all three of its heads upon the ground, demonstrating its submission to Gu Cheng. Satisfied, he chuckled. A pet must possess the awareness of a pet. By obeying orders, it would naturally grow stronger under his guidance. Should it refuse to be disciplined, it would be slain and offered as a sacrifice to be summoned anew. In Gu Cheng's eyes, there was no bond to be had with summoned beasts, for they were merely tools to achieve his objectives. If a tool became dull, worn, or broken, it could simply be cast into the furnace to be reforged into something new. This was Gu Cheng's realization of the apocalypse. Pei Yu, what is wrong? Do not frighten your sister. Young Master Gu, what has happened to my sister? Why does she have horns sprouting from her head? At that moment, Pei Jin's exclamation broke the tension. Gu Cheng turned to see Pei Jin's hair had inexplicably grown long, reaching her waist. As a transcendent being, Gu Cheng could sense a scorching aura emanating from her, and gazing too long caused a dull ache in his eyes. This is the prodigy of the heavens? Having just awakened, she was already on the brink of the moonlight realm. It would not be long before she stepped into that domain. For the first time since his rebirth, Gu Cheng was truly astonished. It dawned on him what it meant to possess extraordinary talent. No wonder the gap between them had grown so vast. From the very beginning, they had not existed on the same parallel plane. Gu Cheng suddenly realized that if he wished to gain control over those who would stir the winds of change in the future, he must act swiftly. For if he delayed, those heavenly prodigies would once again grow into terrifying entities. Taking a deep breath, he cast aside unnecessary thoughts and focused his gaze upon Pei Yu. At that moment, he observed that a pair of small goat horns had sprouted from her forehead, accompanied by a sinuous tail at her back. Her spine arched as wings burst forth from her body. After enduring all this, a sheen of sweat covered her delicate face, and she murmured incoherently, emitting strange moans. Amidst the pain, there seemed to be a hint of pleasure intertwined. No man could maintain composure in the face of such murmurs. Bloodline mutation? In a previous life, Gu Cheng had never heard of Pei Jin's sister. However, due to his intervention, her surgery was successful, allowing her to endure until the onset of the apocalypse. It was evident that she had undergone a transformation, becoming an extraordinary being. The mutation of bloodlines, as the term suggests, refers to the alteration of human blood due to the influence of energy. Some sprouted wings, transforming into angelic winged beings. Others developed fox ears or rabbit ears, evolving into enticing creatures. Furthermore, some experienced a transformation in their legs, becoming mermaids capable of breathing freely underwater. Based on Gu Cheng's extensive experience of surviving in the apocalypse for over a decade, Pei Jin's sister, who had been frail and introverted like a delicate white rabbit, had, due to her bloodline mutation, astonishingly transformed into a seductive succubus. It must be noted that succubi are known for their insatiable desires. This transformation starkly contrasted her previous innocent demeanor. Just as Gu Cheng was lost in thought, Pei Yu, having completed her bloodline refinement, suddenly opened her eyes. Her gaze, no longer pure and reserved, had transformed into a striking crimson hue. Not only that, upon seeing Gu Cheng, a smile instinctively graced her lips, exuding a sense of familiarity. As she sweetly cooed, brother-in-law, Gu Cheng felt as though a pair of soft, tender hands were teasing his heart. And he couldn't help but murmur to himself, what a stark personality shift. This is utterly intoxicating. Chapter 4, Morality? A useless notion. When her sister suddenly awoke, Pei Jin was naturally filled with excitement. However, as soon as Pei Yu spoke, Pei Jin was left in a state of shock. Brother-in-law? Pei Yu, casting a sidelong glance at her sister, let out a playful huff, her voice dripping with charm. Were you truly naive enough to think I was oblivious? While I was resting after my surgery, I was fully aware of the things you two were doing in the restroom. Previously, due to her introverted nature, she often kept her head down, but now, with her bloodline refinement successful, Pei Yu confidently raised her head. Her tail swayed enticingly behind her, enhancing her already exquisite beauty with an alluring grace. She radiated an unimaginable charm. Moreover, her physique seemed to have undergone a second metamorphosis, resulting in a figure that was both voluptuous and captivating, leaving onlookers parched with desire. Her skin was as white as snow, her waist was slender, and her long, curvaceous legs were enough to take one's breath away. She resembled a celestial beauty, akin to a finely crafted masterpiece, utterly irresistible. A few casual remarks left Pei Jin blushing furiously, wishing to find a hole to hide in. She had never imagined that her intimate moments with Gu Cheng had been so clearly observed by her sister. In stark contrast, Pei Yu showed no signs of stopping. Her gaze appraising Pei Jin as a mischievous smile danced on her lips. Once you leave the hospital, I am fully aware of everything you and brother-in-law have been doing. At home, in the kitchen, on the balcony, shut your mouth. Pei Jin felt as if those words were stripping her of her very garments. As a consequence of her overwhelming sense of shame, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she promptly commanded the other party to silence. It is indeed remarkable. The once defiant and seemingly impish Pei Yu, at this moment, found herself genuinely rendered mute. It was as though an invisible force had shackled her mouth, leaving only her expressive eyes to betray her disbelief. What could possibly be happening? Pei Jin, observing her sister's remarkable transformation and her stammering inability to produce a sound, felt as though she were ensnared in a nightmare, desperately wishing to awaken. Just when she felt most helpless, Gu Cheng interjected, speaking of the power of curses. This is the ability you possess, he explained, capable of channeling mental energy to bestow cursed attacks upon your targets. In essence, you wield the power to bring your words into reality. It is from this that Pei Jin would eventually earn the ominous title of the curse-binding sorceress. Her most terrifying achievement was when she stood atop the walls of the Linya Church, proclaiming that the immortal class burst Ant King would soon meet its demise. The very next moment, the insectoid commander, capable of unleashing devastating auroras to annihilate countless humans, indeed collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Following that confrontation, Pei Jin rose to fame, forever associated with the fearsome moniker of the curse-binding sorceress. As she caught the look of confusion in Pei Jin's eyes, Gu Cheng continued, stating that as the energy surged, not only would insects and beasts undergo transformations, but even a select few humans might become fortunate enough to acquire unexpected abilities. Pei Jin, absorbing Gu Cheng's words, felt as though she were hearing an implausible tale, utterly astonished. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she pointed at her rebellious sister. Is Pei Yu also an extraordinary being? Gu Cheng nodded affirmatively, explaining that Pei Yu had assimilated the bloodline of a succubus, undergoing a significant change in temperament, becoming rather uninhibited. With time, she would likely become accustomed to it. While Pei Jin remained engrossed in the explosive revelations contained within Gu Cheng's discourse, Pei Yu's eyes, resembling those adorned with colored contact lenses, had already fixated intently on him, shimmering with admiration. With her awakening as a succubus, the moral constraints of her past became utterly trivial to Pei Yu, for long ago, her heart had already attached itself to Gu Cheng. However, she was acutely aware that Gu Cheng had grown close to her sister, who was likely to become her future brother-in-law. Thus, she buried her feelings deep within her soul. Now, with the bloodline of a demon awakening within her, the intensity of Pei Yu's repressed emotions for Gu Cheng erupted with terrifying potency. Gu Cheng, attuned to the emotions intertwined within her gaze, understood that no elaborate courtship was necessary. A mere beckoning of his finger would suffice to make this gifted and alluring succubus girl submit to him. Has my sister become a succubus? Pei Jin felt a dryness in her throat, at a loss for words. Just then, a fierce roar resonated through the air, and several grotesque creatures suddenly burst through the shattered window. They resembled hyenas, baring their teeth in a grotesque manner. And the most terrifying aspect was that their bodies bore not a shred of skin. Only the crimson, raw flesh was exposed to the air. A mere glance instilled a sense of horror and dread. Pei Jin and Pei Yu, though formidable in their own right, had just emerged from despair and had never encountered such a spectacle, causing them to huddle together in fear. In contrast, Gu Cheng calmly elucidated. This is a creature of malevolence, relishing in the torment of its prey. Before consuming its victim, it will vivisect the skin, tearing it away entirely. Furthermore, they prefer to operate in packs, presenting an existence akin to a nightmare for ordinary folk. Gu Cheng's voice remained steady as he explained, while the 6 malevolent creatures before them dared not advance an inch. This was due to the colossal being that had slowly risen behind Gu Cheng. The 6 crimson eyes of the hellhound locked onto the malevolent creatures with unwavering intensity. What was once an eager feast for the malevolent beings now found them recoiling in fear under the hellhound's imposing presence, instinctively retreating from this treacherous locale. However, Gu Cheng evidently had no intention of granting them such an opportunity. Leave none alive, he commanded. As his words echoed, the hellhound's cavernous maw opened simultaneously. In that moment, venom, lightning, and fire coalesced before it, unleashing a cataclysmic roar. 3 elemental spheres surged towards the malevolent creatures. Before they could comprehend the unfolding calamity, they were struck directly. Some were obliterated by the thunder, while others were seared by flames, emitting piercing cries of anguish. And those ensnared by the venom seemed to plunge into a cauldron of sulfuric acid, their flesh dissolving and revealing stark, white bones. One surviving malevolent creature, utterly terrified, prepared to flee, but the hellhound lunged forward, its limbs propelling it with astounding speed, akin to a hand unfurling to deliver a fierce blow. With a sickening sound, the creature was cleaved in two, its entrails and blood splattering across the ground. In less than 5 seconds, all 6 malevolent beings were vanquished, demonstrating the terrifying prowess of the hellhound from the moonlit realm. Pei Jin and Pei Yu gazed at Gu Cheng in disbelief. Undoubtedly, he harbored secrets yet untold. But rather than curiosity, their hearts were overwhelmed by fear and relief. They feared his formidable power, not only for his foresight, but for his intimate understanding of these monstrous abilities. They felt fortunate to share a close bond with him, ensuring them a measure of protection. In that moment, Pei Yu could no longer suppress her yearning. Were it not for the blood and corpses surrounding them, she would have thrown herself into Gu Cheng's embrace. Offering herself completely, she nearly bore the words "eat me" on her face. Yet for Gu Cheng, there were more pressing matters at hand. The illustrious blade of the shattered soul must have already fallen into the hands of the Academy. In his previous life, it had been bestowed upon He Ran, the founder of the Beast Blood Battle Group, a weapon capable of slaying foes and capturing souls to enhance strength. Over a decade later, the Beast Blood War Group, established by the counterpart, gained renown alongside the Frost Crow Church. Moreover, this individual emulated the ancient institution of slavery, sheltering countless exquisite maidens and expanding his harem, indulging in the utmost earthly pleasures. In this lifetime, allow me to assume your mantle and become the new master of the late Poidoth. Having endured betrayal and hardship, Gu Cheng is unbound by any moral constraints. He is a pure egoist. Others' fortunes, others' divine weapons, others' magical beasts. If Gu Cheng desires them, he will claim them all as his own. With this thought, Gu Cheng took a decisive step forward and declared, "Let us proceed. I must reclaim something that rightfully belongs to me." Chapter 5. Manifesting Value. I abhor incompetence. The group exited the slaughterhouse, making their way to their destination, a university known as Jianyuan. Gu Cheng opted not to drive. In contrast to the confined spaces, the open areas were more conducive for him to train Pei Jin and Pei Yu. Gu Cheng has an affinity for beauty, yet he detests those who are mere ornamental trifles. His initial intention in subduing Pei Jin was to recognize her inherent talent. If he were to overly shield her, she would never reach her potential heights. As for Pei Yu, her succubus lineage is formidable. As her abilities advance, her allure will amplify exponentially. Should she ascend to a higher echelon, she could ensnare male creatures simply by standing still, leaving them entranced and vulnerable to her whims. In Gu Cheng's eyes, both summoners and the women around him must demonstrate their worth. The three-headed hellhound accompanied him, its terrifying presence deterring many malevolent beings from prying. However, as they journeyed deeper into the outskirts of the city, 2 zombies suddenly appeared before Gu Cheng and his companions. An eerie energy had corroded the earth, transforming a portion of humanity into these flesh-eating monstrosities, driven solely by a bloodthirsty instinct that obliterated all memories of kinship, friendship, and love from their minds. They had become mere puppets of insatiable bloodlust. Both zombies were garbed as laborers. One retained its original form, yet its face was smeared with crimson gore. And as it gaped open its mouth, remnants of flesh could still be discerned upon its gums. The other had a gaping wound on its neck, where a chunk of flesh had been brutally torn away, blood continuously oozing from the grotesque injury. Upon sighting Gu Cheng's party, the zombies fixed their dead fish-like eyes upon them and stumbled forward. Pei Jin and Pei Yu had never encountered such a scene before. Instinctively, they recoiled, seeking the protection of Gu Cheng. Just then, a furious command rang out from behind them. "Stop right there." Pei Jin and Pei Yu exchanged anxious glances with Gu Cheng, whose expression bore none of the warmth it once had. Instead, it was a mask of utmost coldness. His voice, akin to a chilling wind, swept over the 2 women, causing them to shiver involuntarily. "I will not nurture incompetence. If you wish to remain by my side, you must prove your value. Deal with these 2 zombies." Unlike the illustrious future of the Raven Lord, Pei Jin at this moment is merely a timid girl, one who would scarcely dare to harm even a chicken or a duck. The zombie before her, though a monstrosity, still bears a semblance of human visage and features. To compel her to take a life so soon after awakening? Naturally, Pei Jin finds herself in a state of bewilderment, her eyes wide with entreaty as she gazes imploringly at Gu Cheng, seeking to awaken his compassion. Yet, Gu Cheng remains silent, his gaze fixed upon her, his voice grave as he states, "This world has undergone a fundamental transformation. You must learn to adapt." He steps closer, his hand caressing Pei Jin's delicate features, as if he were handling a cherished work of art. With the advent of the apocalypse and the dissolution of legal constraints, humanity will gradually unravel. Those endowed with extraordinary power will most likely unleash the malevolent thoughts that lie within. One can only imagine how those who once dwelled at the very bottom of society will transform into demons and thugs upon acquiring such transcendent abilities. Gu Cheng's voice seems to possess a certain enchantment, drawing the two women into a terrifying world beyond their wildest imaginings. In this land, supplication is the cheapest currency. Picture a defenseless, beautiful maiden falling into the hands of a pack of ravenous men, akin to hyenas. What fate would await her? The exquisite form would endure unimaginable torment and degradation. She could be a wealthy heiress, an exceptional student, or a social media influencer with millions of followers. Yet, lacking power, she would be subjected to the whims of her tormentors, and when left barely alive, would be discarded in the wilderness, becoming sustenance for the undead. In this transformative apocalypse, the suffering endured by women far exceeds that of men, by dozens or even hundreds of times. Whether it is Pei Jin or Pei Yu, as they immerse themselves in the narrative crafted by Gu Chang, despair overwhelms them, and they tremble involuntarily as if struck by an electric shock. Countless grotesque men stand bare before the young girls, one after another committing heinous acts, the scene laden with a horrifying intensity that scorches the eyes. At this juncture, compared to Pei Yu, Gu Chang resembles a demon, his voice filled with seduction. To avert this calamity, you must learn to wield your abilities wisely. Pei Jin attempts to unleash a curse upon those encroaching upon her. Pei Yu, feel the demonic power coursing within you, and release it to eliminate this immediate threat. The two zombies have now drawn near to the trio. The stench of blood envelopes them, invading the nostrils of the sisters. Pei Jin takes a deep breath. Though gripped by fear, she steadies her gaze upon the two zombies, summoning her courage to declare, "Due to the instability beneath your feet, you shall fall to the ground," resulting in fractured legs. With the utterance of her spell, Pei Jin feels a surge of power drawn from within her, and in the next moment, the approaching zombie truly tumbles to the ground. Crack! With its weight shifting forward, the zombie's legs twist and shatter, leaving it unable to rise. Yet, despite this, the zombies remained relentless in their pursuit, choosing instead to climb forward with bloodied mouths agape. Witnessing the scene, Pei Yu clenched her jaw, summoning the demonic power that Gu Chang had mentioned. In the next moment, a searing whip materialized in her palm, the demon whip, possessing the ability to scorch. As the two approaching zombies drew near, Pei Yu summoned her courage and swung the whip towards their heads. With a resounding crack, the destructive force of the whip exceeded Pei Yu's expectations. Blood erupted as the zombies' skulls shattered effortlessly, splattering red and white matter across the ground. Pei Jin and Pei Yu gasped for breath. Their inaugural collaboration in hunting had evidently placed considerable psychological strain upon them. Gu Chang, observing from behind, nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, this special training was merely at its inception. Gu Chang then quickened their pace, and along the way, Pei Jin and Pei Yu gradually acclimated to the intense slaughter. The zombies dispatched by the two women had already surpassed double digits. In their eyes, the initial fear and trepidation began to give way to a chilling numbness. Soon, Gu Chang arrived at their destination, the Northern Construction Institute, the very target of his current endeavor. With a swift motion, a robust young man wielding a bloodied long knife cleaved through a charging zombie. The blade met flesh and bone without encountering even the slightest resistance, dismembering the creature in an instant. As warmth surged through his body, he ran finally confirmed that his previous experiences were not mere illusions. Wielding this weapon allowed him to regain his strength. Overjoyed, he ran caressed the crimson blade, his pupils reflecting a blood-red hue in the light of the spilled blood. Simultaneously, an unnamed flame of restlessness ignited within his heart. It was as if he had acquired an extraordinary treasure. As the apocalypse descended and most transformed into bloodthirsty, savage zombies, he discovered a remarkable evolution within himself. His muscles felt as solid as rock, and his strength had multiplied several times over. The most astonishing occurrence was when a black fissure suddenly opened above him, and he watched in awe as a long knife, radiating an unusual brilliance, emerged and landed before him. Driven by instinct, he grasped it firmly, and to his astonishment, he found that with each slash at the zombies, he not only did not tire but grew more invigorated. He realized he had triggered a fortuitous encounter, acquiring a divine weapon. He ran, "You are truly formidable. With you, we shall surely escape from here." One stroke to slay a monster. This was nothing short of superhuman prowess. He ran, "You will help us, won't you?" At this moment, a considerable number of survivors gathered behind he ran, instinctively flattering him as they witnessed his display of power. The sycophantic voices heightened he ran's already exuberant inner world, making it feel even more ethereal. However, amidst the flattery, his gaze was drawn to a woman dressed impeccably in formal attire, her brow furrowed with maturity. Qin Xinyao. She appeared to be in her late 20s, serving as the mentor for their class. With a statuesque figure clad in professional attire, what stirred ran's blood was her breathtaking beauty. Unlike the innocence of a typical university student, she exuded a mature allure reminiscent of a ripe peach. Furthermore, not only was she stunningly beautiful, but her lineage was also remarkable, being the sole daughter of a prominent school board member. Countless teachers and accomplished individuals had attempted to win her affection in the past, yet her lofty standards had kept her free from any scandalous rumors. It seemed as though fate favored her, much like he ran, for she too possessed an extraordinary ability to emit a holy light that could heal others' wounds. A student, who had fallen down the stairs in a panic and lost consciousness from a head injury, was miraculously restored to normalcy and awakened through her healing touch. With such a power, she resembled an angel, impossible to forget. Prior to the apocalypse, Qin Xinyao held an irresistible allure for a spirited young man like he ran. Though he harbored unrequited desires, his humble background, with parents who were ordinary workers, meant he had to meticulously plan his meals just to survive the month. Yet, circumstances had changed. He had encountered fortuitous events and wielded a powerful blade, transforming him from a mere impoverished student into someone of significance. The thought of possessing Qin Xinyao and making her his own woman took root in his consciousness, leaving his throat parched. The body, now infused with life energy, felt extraordinarily heated, desperately seeking an outlet to cool down. This treasured blade seemed to come with side effects. As his energy intake increased, so too did his primal urges. Yet, He found no fear in these side effects, instead wearing a wicked grin that only a man would understand. Just then, amidst his thoughts, a sudden cacophony of zombie roars echoed from below. Frowning in annoyance, he peered down from the upper floor. As a transcendent being, Rant's vision had multiplied, allowing him to see a man and two women entering the campus, their presence seemingly attracting the attention of the zombies, who launched a fierce assault against them. Pei Jin appeared breathtakingly beautiful, but it was Pei Yu's enchanting visage that ignited Rant's restless heart, setting his desires ablaze. His breath became heavy as he gripped his blade tightly, consumed by a singular thought: to be the hero who rescues the beauties and wins their hearts. Chapter 6. You wretched creature, I want you dead. This is the place. Gu Qing's expression remained serene as he surveyed his surroundings, showing no concern for the horde of zombies charging towards him. In stark contrast, Pei Jin and Pei Yu felt a lingering sense of revulsion and resistance, reminiscent of their initial encounters with the undead. However, as they traversed this desolate landscape, they gradually came to realize that Gu Cheng had not deceived them. The once bustling city, teeming with life, had transformed into a graveyard, overrun by the grotesque. Scattered corpses and spilled entrails littered the ground. With each incantation of curses, Pei Jin's complexion grew pale, a reflection of her fatigue, and Pei Yu mirrored her state. The demon whip began to waver in its potency. Yet, at that moment, they dared not falter. The longer they spent in Gu Cheng's company, the more they recognized in him an unwavering fortitude, akin to a mountain standing firm amid a tempest. They understood that even if they became extraordinary beings, survival in this perilous realm would be fraught with challenges. Only by aligning themselves with Gu Cheng could they hope to enhance their chances of survival. I have no tolerance for weakness, echoed in their minds. Thus, despite nearing their limits, Pei Jin and Pei Yu gritted their teeth, striving to demonstrate their worth to Gu Cheng. As Pei Jin parted her crimson lips to channel her dwindling mental energy into a curse for the approaching zombies, a thunderous crash echoed nearby. The glass of a teaching building shattered suddenly, and a figure leapt down from the second floor, a height of approximately 6 meters, landing with grace. The individual resembled a fierce tiger, charging at the horde of zombies. Most striking was the broad, blood-red blade they wielded, uniquely crafted yet exceptionally sharp, with each swing. The zombies crumpled as if they were mere fabric, cleaved in two in an instant. Gu Cheng's pupils dilated, excitement coursing through him. There is no need to search far and wide when fortune presents itself so effortlessly. He had not anticipated that the coveted Lipo doll would manifest before him in such a manner. This was indeed a cursed artifact. With the emergence of dimensional rifts, not only did grotesque creatures appear in this land, but also opportunities, fruits, and peculiar weapons. The weapons that fell from these rifts were dubbed cursed items due to the risks of harm they posed when activated. However, the greater the peril, the more valuable the reward. Gu Cheng's gaze fixated intently on the man wielding the Lip Podoth. Although he appeared youthful and lacked the hardened resolve he would later exhibit as a member of the Beast Blood War Group, Gu Cheng instantly recognized him as a future powerhouse, renowned alongside Pei Jin. He ran, brandishing the Leopold doll, stood alone against the onslaught of numerous zombies, effortlessly holding his ground. Remarkably, he seemed to grow more formidable with each confrontation. In less than 3 minutes, the horde that had surged towards Gu Cheng was dispatched single-handedly by him. At this moment, stood amidst a pile of severed limbs, wielding a blood-soaked long knife. In peaceful times, he would undoubtedly be perceived as a murderous fiend, prompting immediate police intervention. Yet, in this apocalyptic era, where laws have crumbled and order has dissipated, no law enforcement has emerged to restore peace. Consequently, He-Ran appears to ordinary individuals as a celestial being descended from the heavens. At this juncture, He-Ran caught a close glimpse of Pei-Jin and Pei-Yu. The two bore a striking resemblance, unmistakably sisters, yet each possessed a distinct allure. Pei-Jin, composed and seemingly as frigid as an iceberg, contrasted sharply with the enchanting girl beside her, who boasted horns and a tail. Her captivating presence ignited a fervor within He-Ran, causing his blood to simmer and his cheeks to flush crimson. Undoubtedly, like Qin Xinyao, they too were fortunate souls transcending the mundane. He-Ran fixed his gaze upon Pei-Jin and Pei-Yu, mustering a smile as he declared, "Do not fear, I shall protect you." This utterance elicited no immediate reaction from the sisters until they instinctively leaned closer to Gu Cheng upon hearing his vow of protection, particularly Pei-Yu, whose demonic lineage rendered her acutely perceptive of others' expressions, immediately detected the lascivious glint in He-Ran's eyes, filling her with revulsion. Frowning, Pei-Yu retorted, "I have a brother-in-law. I do not require your protection." With that, she seemingly asserted her claim, entwining her arm around Gu Cheng's, an overt display of intimacy that rendered her akin to a white rabbit nestled against him. It was at this moment that He-Ran truly focused on Gu Cheng's visage. Brother-in-law? He-Ran's lips twitched in disbelief. How could this man, who was evidently her brother-in-law, engage in such familiar gestures? This wretched scoundrel. Could he possibly be indulging in both sisters? Observing the man's designer attire, He-Ran pondered whether he was merely a wealthy scion. In his youth, He-Ran had harbored affections for someone at school. After a year of unrequited devotion, all he received was a handhold, never even a kiss on the cheek. Yet, a wealthy heir merely needed to whisk a girl away in a sports car to a five-star hotel and gift her an expensive handbag for her to surrender herself within days. Following that, He-Ran found himself stripped of even the privilege of unrequited love, as she severed all ties with him. Back then, though he felt anguish, he was powerless and could only swallow his bitterness. But now, the situation was transformed. He possessed strength and treasures. He had risen to a position of superiority. In He-Ran's eyes, Pei-Jin and Pei-Yu were coveted treasures, yet they now clung so intimately to Gu Cheng. What did wealth matter? With a single strike, he could dispatch this worthless fool and reclaim the women for himself, reveling in their submission. As his thoughts spiraled, He-Ran's eyes grew ever more crimson, and the veins on his neck throbbed ominously. Gu Cheng perceived the murderous intent brewing in He-Ran. Coincidentally, Gu Cheng harbored his own thoughts of murder and plunder. He-Ran, aside from his formidable martial prowess, is most renowned for his extensive harem. It is evident that he has developed an interest in Pei-Jin and Pei-Yu. Gu Cheng's eyes glimmered as he fixed his gaze upon He-Ran, a smile involuntarily curving his lips. Yet, the words that followed were as chilling as a frigid wind, leaving He-Ran with an indescribable sensation of dread. "You dare to covet my women, you cur? Cerberus, sever his limbs. I want him to grovel like a maggot," wailing in remorse. Having awakened as an extraordinary being, He-Ran had only ever been met with flattery. Yet at this moment, Gu Cheng audaciously berated him as a cur. This immediately ignited a wrath within He-Ran. With the last vestiges of his conscience dissipating, his gaze turned crimson, and he brandished his Leopold doll, attempting to cleave Gu Cheng in two. However, before He-Ran could launch his attack, a searing blaze surged towards him. Instinctively, he evaded, and when he clumsily rose to his feet, the sight of the Cerberus before him rendered him speechless, whispering in disbelief, "Such a terrifying creature obeys your command." Unlike before, Gu Cheng's perilous stature in He-Ran's mind had suddenly escalated to its zenith. Chapter 7. The Sacred Wing, a decisive strike just moments prior. The Cerberus had stood outside the school, barring the entrance to zombies and dimensional monsters alike. At this moment, upon hearing Gu Cheng's command, the Cerberus leaped forward, appearing right before He-Ran. As it advanced, the Cerberus had slaughtered countless zombies, exuding an overwhelming aura of death with every movement. Particularly, the six emotionless eyes fixed upon He-Ran created a level of intimidation far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Much like Pei-Jin, He-Ran's future strength was not solely attributed to talent or fortuitous encounters. It was also forged in the crucible of bloodshed. Yet at this juncture, his opponent had only just awakened. While He-Ran could easily crush ordinary zombies, he now felt a twinge of trepidation when faced with the higher-tier Cerberus. In that moment, his gaze towards Gu Cheng was tinged with apprehension. He could scarcely fathom that this affluent youth, seemingly surrounded by comforts, could command such a terrifying beast. The world is unjust. Why should it be so? Gu Cheng, sensing He-Ran's gaze, wore an expression of disdain and remarked, "To have so many psychological musings about killing. It is no wonder you are doomed." With the bond of a contract, the Cerberus would unconditionally heed all of Gu Cheng's commands. As He-Ran hesitated in fear, the Cerberus lifted its neck sharply. Venom, fireballs, and lightning surged forth, converging towards He-Ran. With a resounding crash akin to thunder, He-Ran clenched his teeth, determined to fight back. He drew his Lickpoidal and swung it horizontally towards the three elemental forces. Upon contact, the Lickpoidal effortlessly cleaved through the three elemental spheres. And Gu Cheng observed closely as, in that very instant, remnants of energy infused themselves into the blade's edge. As He-Ran's visage visibly blossomed with a rosy hue, it became apparent that the Lickpoidal possessed the extraordinary capacity not only to harness the power of flesh and blood, but also to absorb elemental forces. No wonder He-Ran would become so formidable in the future. Even an ordinary individual, with prolonged exposure to the benefits of the Lickpoidal, could evolve into an unparalleled powerhouse. At that moment, Gu Cheng's gaze was fixated on the Lickpoidal, filled with an insatiable greed. The prospect of seizing such an opportunity, if he could claim it, a new path to advancement would open before him. Feeling the robust energy coursing through him, He-Ran was engulfed in euphoric madness. Yet just as his smile began to bloom, Pei Jin, observing from the side, spoke up. The splattered venom, influenced by the wind's velocity, struck He-Ran's cheek. Finding curse. When faced with Gu Cheng's tendency for violence over trivial disputes, Pei Jin hesitated only a moment before offering his support. Spurred by Gu Cheng's earlier words, "You dare to lay your hands on my woman?" Having awakened, Pei Jin's perceptive abilities were keen, allowing him to sense He-Ran's fiery gaze. Throughout their journey, Gu Cheng had repeatedly emphasized the horrors of the apocalypse. Undoubtedly, He-Ran harbored some inappropriate intentions towards both himself and his sister. Recalling the knowledge imparted by Gu Cheng, and given their bond, Pei Jin instinctively sided with Gu Cheng, activating the binding curse in an effort to dismantle He-Ran's offensive. As his words fell, a sudden gust of wind surged forth, causing the previously torn venom to alter its trajectory, spraying directly towards He-Ran's face. A piercing scream erupted. Once brimming with confidence from absorbing elemental power, He-Ran was now swiftly eroded by the venom. His face appeared as if doused in sulfuric acid, utterly disfigured. One eye was even seared shut, presenting a woeful sight. Meanwhile, Pei Jin, already lacking in mental fortitude, felt all his strength siphoned away, his footing faltering as he fell to the side. In that critical moment, a strong hand grasped him firmly. Gu Cheng, looking down at Pei Jin in his arms, smiled and said, "You did well. I shall reward you." Pei Jin understood all too well what Gu Cheng's reward entailed. His previously pallid face was now tinged with a faint blush. His sister remained nearby, instinctively wanting to refuse. Yet recalling Gu Cheng's domineering nature, she ultimately sealed her lips, resembling a partridge, entirely hidden within Gu Cheng's embrace, daring not to meet her sister's gaze. Meanwhile, Pei Yu puffed out her cheeks, akin to a hamster filled with nuts. Indeed, her sister seemed to relish being treated in such a manner by her brother-in-law. Contemplating the dulcet whispers that had filled her ears while lying in a hospital bed, Pei Yu, possessing the bloodline of a succubus, felt a sudden tingle. Unable to resist rubbing her legs, she too yearned for her brother-in-law's reward. Thus, she resolved to present herself even better next time. Roar. Seize the opportunity to strike while he is vulnerable. As He-Ran writhed in anguish over his disfigurement, the three-headed hellhound leapt forward, immediately appearing before him. Its broad palms spread wide, resembling 5 razor-sharp blades, and swiftly struck down upon the arm that clutched the Lickpoidal. With a sickening sound, the arm was severed. The Lickpoidal traced an arc in the air before plummeting to the ground. Following this, the hellhound raised its head, as though a colossal hammer had crashed into He-Ran, sending his entire body hurtling backwards. He fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. He attempted to utter words, but was choked by the influx of blood. Unable to produce a sound, the three-headed hellhound continued to approach. Just as it neared and was about to deliver the final blow to send him on his way, a desperate voice echoed from afar. Moments later, a figure bathed in holy light, exuding an exquisite aura, appeared before Gu Cheng, brandishing wings formed from beams of light. It was Qin Xinyao. Upon sighting her, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. The holy wings. Although her strength would not match that of Pei Jin or He-Ran in the future, her healing abilities were nothing short of miraculous. She had awakened the power of light, and her healing techniques were not only extraordinarily potent, but also possessed a terrifying restraining effect against dark beings. Time and again, the demonic army from the abyss and the devilish legions from the purgatory of Bardis had assaulted Linua City, and she had exhibited astonishing capabilities, driving back those cruel and violent dark forces. Moreover, she was the moonlight illuminating He-Ran's heart, and for a considerable length of time. Reports of He-Ran's relentless pursuit of Qin Xinyao would emerge. Yet, it seemed that Qin Xinyao had never accepted his declarations of love. Instead, her healing prowess had earned her the unwavering respect of many formidable individuals. After all, in a perilous post-apocalyptic world, Securing the friendship of a powerful healer equated to gaining an extra life. In the future, she would also establish her own faction, named the Holy Domain. Within Gu Cheng's plans for recruitment, the angel wings prominently featured, with the Leif Poidal and Qin Xinyao. It was evident that the wheels of destiny had begun to turn after his rebirth. Qin Xinyao anxiously gazed at He Ran, lying in a pool of blood. Her expression frozen. Given the severity of his injuries, she was uncertain if she could heal him. The imposing presence of the three-headed hellhound left her feeling exceedingly apprehensive. Having witnessed the entire ordeal, she, as an adult, understood He Ran's ulterior motives, yet he was her student, and instinct compelled her to plead for mercy on his behalf. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xinyao pressed her lips together, her beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Cheng, her voice like a lark. Melodious and soothing. I believe this is a misunderstanding. I apologize on He Ran's behalf. Let us not escalate the conflict, shall we? To her surprise, Gu Cheng was unusually amenable, nodding in agreement. Very well. I also perceive this as a misunderstanding, and I hold your abilities in high regard. Perhaps we can explore some close collaboration. Qin Xinyao let out a sigh of relief. The means exhibited by Gu Cheng were nothing short of those of an outlaw. Yet, at this moment, the goodwill expressed by him caused Qin Xinyao's taut heart to soften ever so slightly. She forced a smile, her delicate visage radiating the brilliance of a mature woman. Qin Xinyao nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, with such a monumental shift occurring in the world, we must collaborate to navigate through these trials. Gu Cheng's smile remained unwavering as he approached her. Never had Qin Xinyao felt such tension. In her eyes, Gu Cheng, who was evidently younger than herself, exuded an unimaginable aura of intimidation. However, with He Ran gravely injured and her role as a mentor at the academy weighing heavily upon her, she mustered her composure and extended her hand, seeking to reconcile with Gu Cheng. Yet, in the next moment, as Gu Cheng stood beside He Ran, he raised his foot and ruthlessly crushed it upon the latter's skull. Bang! Upon awakening, although Gu Cheng was a summoner, his strength was amplified manifold. At that moment, He Ran, already severely wounded and clinging to life solely due to his stubbornness, succumbed as Gu Cheng's foot descended, caving in his skull and extinguishing all of his vitality. Root and branch. This was also Gu Cheng's principle. The future renowned powerhouse now resembled a wild dog, meeting a tragic end here. Qin Xinyao's pupils constricted, as if she could scarcely fathom the horror unfolding before her. Just when the tide of fear threatened to engulf her, a searing hand, almost domineering in its grip, clasped her delicate wrist. Startled, she looked up to find a radiant smile adorned with gleaming teeth. The issue has been resolved. I believe we can discuss future cooperation now. Chapter 8. A sense of shame, a purely self-serving individual. Having been raised in a society governed by law, Qin Xinyao had never encountered such brutality. Even though she had sensed something peculiar about He Ran's gaze, tinged with a repugnant undertone, nothing could prepare her for witnessing his demise before her very eyes. A chill coursed through her entire being. Moreover, the fervor in his gaze was unmistakable, filled with an intense heat. However, unlike He Ran, who had eyed her like a venomous serpent, this outlaw displayed no subtlety. His face was emblazoned with unadulterated possessiveness. Gu Cheng's past experiences had unveiled the most brutal and dark facets of the apocalypse. In truth, even if He Ran had harbored no ill intentions towards the Pei sisters, Gu Cheng would still have eliminated him to eradicate any future threats. To seize another's opportunities while attempting to compel their allegiance was nothing short of a fool's errand. The intricacies of human nature are utterly unfathomable. Thus, Gu Cheng adhered to a principle in life. If one must act, they must do so with ruthless decisiveness, leaving no room for potential peril to their own safety. Let go of me. Qin Xinyao's feeble voice jolted Gu Cheng back to reality. Observing the struggling woman before him, a glimmer of greed flickered across his face. Only children make choices. Whether it be the split soul blade or the forthcoming wings of angels, Gu Cheng desires them all, even in the face of desperate pleas. He harbored no intention of relinquishing his grasp. In fact, he leaned closer, fully aware of the exquisite contours of the figure before him. Up close, he was struck by a mature allure that neither Pei Jin nor Pei Yu possessed, a transcendent charm that surpassed youthful innocence, akin to a resplendent rose in full bloom. The aura exuding from her made him yearn to possess, to savor her fragrance held delicately in his hands. To assert control over her was to don an additional layer of life's armor. In a post-apocalyptic world, a healer was an indispensable asset within any faction. As a self-serving individual, Gu Cheng's thoughts were consumed by a singular concern, maximizing his own interests. He glanced at the lifeless body of He Ran nearby, and spoke with chilling clarity. I have a rather volatile temperament. Should anyone attempt to seize what is mine, I shall ensure their demise. Yet, death does not absolve debts, and I remain quite displeased. Pray tell, how might I vent my frustrations? As he spoke, His gaze shifted towards a group of survivors trembling in fear, cowering behind shattered glass. The aura of impending doom radiated from him, and despite the distance, the survivors shuddered under his penetrating stare, some even collapsing to the ground in terror, beset by anxiety regarding their fate. As Gu Cheng summoned Beast, the three-headed hellhound resonated with his malevolence, raising its neck in response. With a thunderous roar, the sound erupted from its three mouths, echoing like thunder. In that moment, rather than harboring any hatred for the brutal perpetrator who had just slain, he ran. The crowd was engulfed in profound trepidation. Before the overwhelming force, Gu Cheng's presence loomed like a mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. The timid among them, particularly the young women, found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Please, I beg you, do not harm my students. I can offer you wealth, substantial wealth. Qin Xinyao, panicked and desperate, bit her lip, striving to convey her sincerity. Gu Cheng fixed his gaze upon her beautiful eyes, shaking his head in response. Such words should not escape the lips of a mature woman. In this new world, what value does money hold? Even if it does, do you not think I would seize it for myself? His scrutinizing eyes roamed over Qin Xinyao's figure without pretense, as if endowed with the power of X-ray vision, causing her to instinctively tug at her skirt in a futile attempt to conceal her vulnerability. The overwhelming sense of helplessness threatened to suffocate her. She was acutely aware of the horrifying calamity that had befallen their world. As Gu Cheng had articulated, with the collapse of order, those with power could effortlessly seize whatever wealth they desired. What is it that you truly seek in exchange for my student's safety? Qin Xinyao inhaled deeply, steadying her nerves as she implored Gu Cheng for an answer. Gu Cheng gazed upon the other's face, bathed in sacred light, exuding an aura of unparalleled purity. Yet, within him stirred not a shred of shame. Instead, he was consumed by an unholy sense of defiance. What do I desire? Gu Cheng stepped closer, whispering into her ear, I want you. The warmth of his breath penetrated deeply into Qin Xinyao's ear, igniting sensations she had never before experienced. Though an adult, her lofty ambitions had kept her focused solely on her career, leaving her unaccustomed to such intimate encounters with a man. The fiery essence of masculinity enveloped her, akin to a feather teasing her heartstrings, evoking an unfamiliar tingling sensation that coursed through her body, rendering her legs unsteady. Enduring such humiliation, Qin Xinyao, despite her composed demeanor, could not mask her sorrow. Her bright eyes swiftly clouded with unshed tears, a mixture of timidity and stubbornness as she gazed at Gu Cheng. The exquisite quality she possessed, combined with the mistiness in her eyes, evoked an immediate urge to embrace her, to offer solace, for she deserved not even the slightest distress. However, Gu Cheng harbored no intentions of cherishing her fragility. His grip tightened, eliciting a faint pain in her delicate hand. With her brows furrowed, she realized the futility of escaping the clutches of this renegade. Feeling as though fate had forsaken her, contemplating her potential fate, sorrow overwhelmed her, and she could no longer suppress her grief. Hot tears cascaded down her flawless visage, staining the blood-soaked ground. Very well, as long as you spare my student, I shall surrender myself to you, fulfilling your primal desires. Qin Xinyao had resigned herself to despair, yet upon hearing her words, Gu Cheng furrowed his brow, perplexed. What are you saying? When I expressed my desire for you, it was merely to appreciate your abilities, to have you serve me. As your mentor, is your mind consumed solely with such base and repugnant notions? I am beginning to question my earlier decision, for I doubt the capabilities of a woman like you, steeped in lust. His pointed inquiry left Qin Xinyao momentarily speechless. Under the weight of Gu Cheng's disappointed and disdainful gaze, an unfamiliar sense of shame enveloped her, flooding every corner of her being. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, her heart shattered, silently choking back sobs. Witnessing this scene, a sly smile crept upon Gu Cheng's lips, reveling in the success of his scheme. The art of subjugating one's subordinates was a delicate craft, especially with someone like Qin Xinyao, who held a higher social standing and broader knowledge than Pei Jin. To ensure her complete submission, her dignity must be thoroughly crushed. Yet, compared to Pei Jin, Gu Cheng's methods of punishment would need to be more severe, more ruthless, to ensure she could never hold her head high before him again, to achieve her unwavering obedience. His training of her had evidently only just begun. Chapter 9. Claiming as one's own, unleashing boundless energy. As the apocalypse descended, the night was already deep. At this moment, after a series of fierce battles, Gu Cheng felt a tinge of fatigue. He decided to use the campus as a temporary refuge, planning to rest for the night and devise a new strategy for the morrow. With this thought in mind, he released Qin Xinyao and strode toward the coveted Soul Reaper blade. Following he ran, the blade, tainted with blood, was now embedded in the ground, its body radiating a crimson glow under the moonlight, as if awaiting the arrival of a new master. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Cheng reached for the hilt. The instant his fingers made contact, he was engulfed by a torrent of malevolent energy, crashing upon him like relentless waves. A person of weak will would have succumbed to this dark aura, losing themselves and discarding the weapon in terror. However, Gu Cheng's resolve, forged through years of survival, had become unbreakable. Even as the sinister energy surged, he harbored no intention of retreat. In the midst of this struggle, a ghastly figure suddenly materialized in his consciousness. It was He Ran, whom he had slain with a single kick. As a wielder of great fortune, had Gu Cheng not intervened, He Ran would have wielded the Soul Reaper blade to become a formidable force in the future. Despite their brief connection, He Ran had already established a bond with the blade due to their intertwined fates. Now, the Soul Reaper blade resembled a grieving widow, her husband cruelly murdered, while the murderer stood at her door. In the presence of their wedding portrait, Gu Cheng, the intruder, tore away the widow's garments, attempting to claim her for himself. How could the Soul Reaper blade willingly submit to such an indignity? The apparition of He Ran before Gu Cheng was evidently a remnant of his lingering spirit, transformed into a vengeful specter. I will kill you. I will surely kill you. He Ran, drenched in blood, emanated a chilling aura of vengeance. As if he had crawled from the depths of hell, he extended his arm, reaching for Gu Cheng's neck, seeking to imprison his consciousness in this realm forever, turning him into a mere vegetable. Yet, in the face of this horrifying scene, Gu Cheng displayed no trace of fear. Instead, he gazed at He Ran with disdain and mockery. Couldn't defeat me while you were alive? Even in death, you remain worthless. With those words, Gu Cheng raised his fist and struck at the advancing He Ran. This specter was merely a fragment of He Ran's will, trapped within the Soul Reaper blade. Gu Cheng's full-force blow shattered this remnant, and as He Ran dissipated, the surrounding blood surged violently, resembling an apocalyptic tide that struck terror into the hearts of onlookers. Yet, Gu Cheng wore a manic smile, his gaze fixed upon the swirling blood. He bellowed in a frenzied roar, a fine bird chooses its roost. That worthless He Ran was unworthy of wielding you, which is why I ended him. If you unite with me, I shall lead you to annihilate all who refuse to bow before me, those proud children of the heavens and formidable beings of other races. When that time comes, you shall surely ascend to greater heights. Come, accept all that I offer, and completely forget that useless He Ran. Before such a terrifying aura, Gu Cheng did not retreat. Instead, he channeled his entire essence into the Leopold Dahl. Although He Ran was formidable, he had only just awakened. In contrast, Gu Cheng had expended millions, equivalent to the sacrifice of thousands of lives worth of vitality, by harnessing the power of blood sacrifice. The strength he gained in a brief period far surpassed that of He Ran. The Leopold Dahl had never before experienced such an intense and dreadful presence, becoming saturated to the point of overflowing. At that moment, the blade trembled slightly, clearly having been completely subdued by Gu Cheng. When Gu Cheng reopened his eyes, supported by the Leopold Dahl, his aura surged exponentially, resembling a god of slaughter. Not only ordinary individuals, but even typical extraordinary beings would feel an overwhelming trepidation at merely gazing upon him, too fearful to meet his gaze directly. Gu Cheng's complexion flushed as he slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Within his bloodshot eyes, a glimmer of understanding emerged. It was only when Gu Cheng finally subdued the Leopold Dahl, claiming it as his own, that he truly comprehended the curse's side effects. Once he grasped the blade, the boundless malevolence would envelop him, urging him to indiscriminately slay every living being in sight. Only through such carnage could he find a semblance of relief. Yet, amidst the horrors of the apocalypse, while the lone wolf approach had its merits, establishing a stronghold and gathering tens of thousands to serve him would allow him more time and energy to hone his skills. In his previous life, He Ran faced a similar dilemma. If he indulged his desire for slaughter without restraint, his subordinates would not fear him. Rather, they would perceive their leader as an uncontrollable, violent madman. After all, who would truly pledge loyalty to someone whose will had shattered? Consequently, He Ran had formed a vast harem, relying on an alternative outlet to release the pent-up aggression within. This was indeed a commendable strategy. Gu Cheng turned to the lifeless He Ran beside him, a smile creeping across his face. In a sense, he had crossed the river upon the corpse of his foe. Having learned from this experience, Gu Cheng resolved to emulate He Ran, capturing more prey for his outlet, thereby attaining a psychological equilibrium. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng gazed at Pei Jin, stating, "There are matters I need to discuss with you shortly. Once you finish freshening up, please come to my room." At his words, Pei Jin's face flushed crimson. Given her recent impressive performance, Gu Cheng had promised her a reward, and she had not anticipated such promptness. However, was it truly appropriate to speak such things in front of her sister? Consequently, Pei Jin dared not raise her head, murmuring in a voice barely above a whisper, "I understand." In contrast, Pei Yu, having awakened as a succubus, was devoid of any sense of shame. Upon hearing that Gu Qing wished to discuss matters with her sister, she immediately reached out her delicate arm, declaring her desire to participate as well. Yet, considering Gu Qing's imposing authority, Pei Yu hesitated, unwilling to defy him. As a result, Pei Yu's arm, which had just been raised, immediately fell limply to her side. Her eyes, filled with a pitiful longing, were cast upon Gu Cheng, her face etched with despondency. Gu Cheng, however, paid her no heed, instead directing his gaze towards Qin Xinyao, who stood nearby. Unlike the warmth he had shown Pei Jin moments before, his expression now shifted to one of disdain. His voice dark and heavy. "You are to gather all the survivors from the school. Tomorrow, assemble in the gymnasium. As the future Angel of Wings." This minor task was easily within Qin Xinyao*s capabilities. Yet, the piercing intensity of Gu Cheng's gaze was profoundly painful. She felt an overwhelming urge to justify herself. For in his eyes, she seemed to have become nothing more than a mere woman of convenience. A torrent of grievances swelled within her heart. Once a figure of formidable strength, Qin Xinyao's pride was now ruthlessly torn apart by Gu Cheng and trampled into the ground, leaving her utterly diminished. Thus, she could only silently acquiesce to his command with tears brimming in her eyes. 3 women, each with their own thoughts. Gu Cheng absorbed the intricate expressions of the 4 women before him. Pei Jin had already succeeded in her endeavors. As for Pei Yu, he would merely wait for her to come to him. When it came to dealing with Qin Xinyao, Gu Cheng's strategy was to incessantly belittle and humiliate her. Only in this manner could he fasten a collar of his own, making around her neck. For Gu Cheng, brute force held no technical merit. It was the gradual calibration, step by step leading his prey into his own trap, that truly satisfied him. Chapter 10. The Soul-Eating Queen, Gu Cheng's Fantasies. Leaning against the edge of the bed, Gu Cheng contemplated future developments. Pei Jin, weighed down by the profoundness of their discussions, had exhausted both her physical and mental faculties to the point of succumbing to slumber. At this moment, she lay beside him, a delicate shoulder exposed, her skin resembling polished jade, tinged with a flush of crimson. She had not anticipated the intensity of the knowledge Gu Cheng imparted upon her that day. She required a restorative sleep to recover from her fatigue. In contrast, Gu Cheng, having vented his negative emotions and benefited from the feedback of the splitting blade, now appeared exceptionally invigorated. He could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in his own power. With the splitting blade in his possession, Gu Cheng wielded a formidable weapon. Each act of slaughter would visibly augment his strength, and coupled with memories of the future, his rate of growth was such that even a prodigy of Pei Jin's caliber would find it exceedingly difficult to keep pace. In this moment, Gu Cheng's mind replayed key events. There remained 2 months until the outbreak of the insect tide. At that time, countless mutated insects would launch a fierce assault on the city, and the survivors who had managed to escape would suffer heavy casualties in this impending disaster. The reproductive capacity of these creatures was already terrifying. Furthermore, the upcoming period would be marked by incessant rain, creating optimal conditions for their breeding and growth. Having survived the onslaught of the undead and evaded the hunt of dimensional beasts, humanity had believed they could finally catch their breath. At that moment, as centipedes several meters long, cockroaches the size of grinding wheels, and beetles as heavy as automobiles surged like a tidal wave, one could only imagine the apocalyptic catastrophe it represented. However, for Gu Cheng, it also presented an opportunity. Within this swarm of insects, a soul-eater ant queen was born. As long as she was provided with a continuous supply of sustenance, she could produce an endless stream of worker ants. Under the influence of a unique energy, these worker ants underwent mutations, each reaching at least the size of a fist, and among her offspring were even terrifying entities such as the explosive ant king, the ghost-faced worker ant, and the space giant ant, all of which would become formidable adversaries for humanity in the future. It can be said that the Ant Legion, led by the soul-eater ant queen, held a pivotal position amid the entire insect tide. In truth, in his previous life, when she first made her appearance, the extraordinary beings within the city had the opportunity to slay her. At that time, the soul-eater ant queen was merely at the solar corona realm, and had the powerful individuals united to besiege her, they could have nipped the danger in the bud. Unfortunately, she managed to escape. After that, the soul-eater ant queen never reappeared in human sight, instead hiding within a bunker beneath 100 meters, continuously devouring and breeding. It is fair to say that had she not clung to the city like a parasite, slaying countless gifted extraordinary beings, the overall strength of Jinghai City might have advanced to another level. However, Gu Cheng, who possessed memories of the future, did not intend to kill the soul-eater ant queen. Rather, he sought to subjugate her and make her a member of his own ranks. To possess the soul-eater ant queen was to command an inexhaustible army of ants. Gu Cheng was unprepared, for the insect tide was merely the first survival challenge facing Jinghai City. With the abyss opening, hellish trials approaching, savage blood invading, and calamities looming, Numerous disasters and tribulations were depleting the city's vital forces. In the future, although Jinghai City would be rife with powerful individuals, it would remain but a disordered mass. This very disarray emboldened external forces to perpetrate harm here. Gu Qing's objective was to establish Jinghai City as his own private armed force, rallying all extraordinary beings to confront the impending disasters. As for the forces from other cities, should they dare to extend their reach into Jinghai City, one strike would suffice to eliminate one. Two would mean the demise of a pair. Once his power was fully amassed, Gu Qing would even consider expansion beyond his current domain. As the apocalypse loomed and spatial rifts opened, it was said that some cities had been entirely occupied by other civilizations or races. As long as his strength was formidable enough, not only would humans bow to him, but these alien races would also submit, becoming mere pawns under his command. Of course, Gu Qing was acutely aware that one cannot achieve greatness in an instant. To truly spread his influence to every corner of this world, a long and arduous journey lay ahead. After assigning tasks to Qin Xinyao, the outside world grew increasingly tumultuous. The school is quite substantial, boasting a population of over 10,000. Although the calamity struck with alarming suddenness, resulting in many being caught off guard and tragically succumbing to the bites of their zombified dormitory peers, a considerable number of individuals managed to survive. Once fully accommodated, Gu Qing's influence is poised for a dramatic surge. More importantly, the university beneath their feet is affiliated with a prestigious institution, serving as a hub for talent. In a post-apocalyptic world, such talent is an invaluable resource. Consequently, Gu Qing even commanded the Hellhound to accompany Qin Xinyao, assisting her in the thorough extermination of the zombies within the school. For those newly transformed into zombies, the Hellhound is an overwhelmingly formidable presence. As Gu Qing's efforts came to a close, the cacophony outside gradually subsided, clearly indicating that this place had become entirely within Gu Qing's grasp. As for those who might attempt to flee, Gu Qing harbored no concerns, for in the orders given to the Hellhound, aside from exterminating zombies, he had also issued a terrifying directive. Should anyone attempt to escape, they were to be dealt with mercilessly. Before absolute power, none would dare defy his commands. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door. Gu Qing glanced at his watch. It was already 3 in the morning. Who would come calling at such an hour? As he pondered, a soft, melodious voice floated through the door. "Brother-in-law, are you asleep? I noticed your light was still on. So I went to the cafeteria to make you some kanji, and now I'm bringing it to you." Gu Qing rose and opened the door to reveal Pei Yu. However, unlike her usual self, who meticulously concealed her form before outsiders, Pei Yu had donned an exceptionally cool and revealing spaghetti strap dress. Her smooth, shapely legs were almost entirely exposed, and a mere glance could reveal an enticing sight. Her long, fair arms delicately cradled a bowl of century egg and lean meat kanji. But more alluring than the aroma of the kanji was her enchanting fragrance. Pei Yu peered through the crack of the door, catching sight of her sister languidly sprawled on the bed. She quickly pressed her lips together and blinked her lively eyes. Her tail swayed enticingly behind her as she gazed at Gu Qing and asked softly, "Brother-in-law, may I come in?" Gu Qing smiled in silence and stepped aside to invite her into the room. Observing Pei Yu's intentional yet casual display as she placed the kanji on the table, Gu Qing felt a familiar surge of intense knowledge beginning to coalesce within him. Ah, succubus. The two sisters were wholly devoted to him, and Gu Qing knew he could not show favoritism. With a full belly and replenished energy, he proceeded to offer Pei Yu a uniquely enlightening session of instruction. Chapter 11. The Succubus Posture. I only feel sorry for my sister. The following morning, a warm ray of sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Pei Jin's face. Stretching languidly, she felt utterly soft and languorous. The events of the previous day lingered in her mind like a haunting nightmare, difficult to forget. Even after a night's rest, she still felt a heavy fog clouding her thoughts. As Pei Jin lay weak and lethargic in bed, reluctant to rise, her arm unexpectedly brushed against a soft surface. With a hint of confusion, she glanced to the side. In the next moment, her pupils widened in shock as she beheld a familiar figure before her, an alluring visage, unclad and enticing. It was none other than her sister, Pei Yu. Pei Jin recognized her instantly. This silhouette was indeed her younger sister, Pei Yu. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Pei Jin followed the direction of her hand, her eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. Is this truly still my sister? It seemed that she had blossomed into an exquisite beauty, surpassing her in every way. Pei Jin had long suspected that her sister, transformed into a succubus, could not escape the clutches of Gu Qing. Yet, she never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. At this moment, Pei Jin was engulfed in an indescribable turmoil, a blend of disbelief and a tinge of sorrowful apprehension. In stark contrast to Pei Jin's tumultuous thoughts, Pei Yu turned over, her delicate leg pressing down onto Pei Jin. Not only that, but her small hands began to roam indiscriminately, her lips murmuring some indecent words. It was vaguely discernible that she was saying, "Sister is sleeping soundly. It's fine." Pei Jean couldn't help but sigh. Her sister was not like this. Just the day before, Pei Yu had maintained her innocence, blushing at the scandalous scenes on television, covering her eyes in embarrassment. Who could have imagined that she would now engage in such behavior? Pei Jean, unable to restrain herself, pinched Pei Yu's delicate nose and raised her voice. "Wake up." Pei Yu mumbled in response. At that moment, she blinked, her long eyelashes fluttering, before finally opening her drowsy eyes. Instead of Gucheng, she was greeted by the sight of her beloved sister. Unlike the initial shock of this chaotic scene, Pei Jin's expression was complex, a maelstrom of emotions swirling within her. Yet Pei Yu faced it with nonchalance, even cheerfully exclaiming, "Good morning, dear sister." Glancing around and not spotting the figure she had hoped to see, Pei Yu smiled and remarked, "Has he already left? Truly, he is the man I've chosen. His stamina is simply incredible." Pei Jin scoffed softly, unable to resist giving Pei Yu's head a playful thump, her voice filled with indignation. "Don't you want to explain yourself?" Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's face broke into a mischievous grin, seemingly unbothered by her state of undress. She leaned closer to Pei Jin, batting her eyelashes, and said, "Sister, you didn't say that yesterday. You even asked me to call someone. Why the sudden change of heart?" Moreover, Pei Yu elongated her tone, wrapping her slender arm around Pei Jin, and in a playful, coaxing manner, she added, "Aren't you the one who loves me the most? When we were young, you always shared everything I liked. Can't you do the same now?" Seeing her sister's sweet demeanor, Pei Jin felt a slight headache brewing. She couldn't help but exclaim, "This is different." At that moment, Pei Yu was nothing like the obedient and sensible girl she once was. Instead, she raised her elegant neck like a little sorceress and retorted, "How is it any different?" "I refuse to listen." Observing Pei Yu's playful demeanor, Pei Jin immediately resorted to familial discipline, twisting the other's ear and demanding, "Have you rebelled? Repeat that." Pei Yu raised her hands in surrender, pleading, "Sister, I was wrong. I shall never dare again." Seeing her sincere contrition, Pei Jin finally released her grip, though her cheeks remained flushed as she continued to threaten. "Should you dare to speak nonsense again, beware of a spanking." Pei Yu, feeling wronged, turned her head away and muttered, "No wonder you two are together. You are both cut from the same cloth, relishing in bullying others." Pei Jin immediately arched an eyebrow, questioning, "What are you mumbling about?" Pei Yu waved her hands dismissively. "I said I won't dare again." Pei Jin shook her head, leaning against the bedside, her expression growing increasingly melancholic as she spoke. "I know that the day he chose me, such circumstances would inevitably arise. He is excessively domineering, desiring to claim everything he favors. I just never anticipated that this day would come so swiftly and unexpectedly." Although Pei Yu had undergone a profound transformation due to her demonic lineage, one aspect remained unchanged, her dependence on Pei Jin. At that moment, Pei Yu sensed her sister's distress. Like in their childhood, she nestled into Pei Jin's embrace and softly remarked, "I never intended to compete with you, sister. I can feel that he is no ordinary person. That fearsome beast makes even the mightiest seem like obedient hounds, eager to please. In the future, we shall undoubtedly face numerous rivals. Yet, regardless of the situation, the order of appearance cannot be altered. Alone, you are vulnerable. But I shall offer myself. Do you truly believe I seek pleasure? Everything I do is to assist you in securing his heart, preventing other vixens from luring him away." Pei Jin could not help but pinch Pei Yu's nose, reproaching, "Nonsense." At that moment, Pei Yu resembled a charming fox, wagging her tail with a smile as she replied, "I am not speaking nonsense. Unlike others who bully you, I, Pei Yu, genuinely care for you, sister." She emphasized the word sister with a certain intensity. Pei Jin recognized the situation was already set in motion and sighed, accepting the reality. After all, Gucheng was indeed as Pei Yu described, far beyond her control. With her sister by her side, perhaps she would not feel as fatigued as before. Pei Jin glanced around, not spotting Gucheng, and in an attempt to break the stalemate, she inquired, "Where has Gu Xiao gone?" At that moment, Pei Yu, while putting on her clothes, replied, "He mentioned yesterday that he would mobilize the survivors early today, intending to establish a faction. Sister, hurry and get dressed. Let us witness the results." Pei Jin nodded thoughtfully and quickly prepared herself. The two then opened the door and headed towards the direction of the gymnasium. Chapter 12. The Invasion of Darkness. Gucheng's rules. At this moment, the vast stadium was teeming with individuals. However, amidst the originally large campus population, scarcely 1 in 10 had survived. The primary reason for this grim statistic was the late hour. The dormitories were entirely locked down, prohibiting any exit. Consequently, the majority lost their prime opportunity for escape, left to be devoured and infected by the undead. It is crucial to understand that as the bizarre virus began to spread, many fell victim to its grasp. transforming into the initial zombies. Roommates, lacking adequate weapons, often found themselves overwhelmed before they could react, succumbing to a fatal bite that turned them into one of the undead. Despite the emergence of extraordinary individuals like He Ran and Qin Xinyao, their nascent powers were still inchoate. Had it not been for the intervention of the hellish Cerberus, the death toll would have surged dramatically. Having experienced death, coupled with sleep deprivation, many bore the weariness upon their faces. At this moment, Gu Cheng stood at the forefront of the gymnasium, a blood-red blade plunged deep into the marble floor, defying its hardness. His countenance was devoid of emotion, his eyes coldly scanning every individual present. This mere glance instilled a profound sense of trepidation in many. Upon being locked in his gaze, they instinctively bowed their heads, feeling a tangible aura of intimidation. Without preamble, Gu Cheng proclaimed in a resonant voice, "I shall safeguard you. You will not be slain by zombies or monsters, nor will you become mere sustenance for them. In exchange, you must relinquish your freedom and loyalty and submit entirely to me. Obey all my commands." Standing beside him, Qin Xinyao felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness upon hearing Gu Cheng's unabashed declarations. Unlike others, who were hindered by the shadows of night, her proximity allowed her to witness firsthand how Gu Cheng had crushed He Ran's skull with a single step. The jarring sound of shattering still echoed in her mind, a haunting memory that would shadow her for a lifetime. Thus, upon hearing Gu Cheng's words, she found herself nodding involuntarily, a response born from a deep-seated psychological constraint and fear. Though not profound, a mark unique to Gu Cheng had already been imprinted upon her. Gu Cheng's gaze returned to the crowd, his demeanor icy as he stated, "I have finished speaking. Does anyone dissent?" It seemed he offered the assembly a chance to shape their future. As students of a prestigious institution, their education had instilled values starkly contrasting with Gu Cheng's recent assertions. Yet, faced with the malevolent aura surrounding him and the hellish Cerberus lurking outside, they dared not voice their grievances. At that moment, a resounding voice pierced the tension, "I dissent." In the next instant, a muscular giant emerged from the throng, his physique resembling solid rock. Strangely, his human skin was adorned with hard scales, and a thick, robust tail trailed behind him. It appeared as if a humanoid lizard had emerged, captivating the attention of numerous onlookers. The individual's stature surpassed that of an average man, towering at an impressive 2 meters and 3 centimeters, exuding an undeniable ferocity. This was Chun Sudong, the president of the student council at the Architectural Institute. Born into immense wealth, his father a billionaire, he had been raised with a silver spoon in his mouth. Since his enrollment, he had captured the hearts of many, thanks to his remarkable academic achievements, illustrious lineage, and charming demeanor. According to the original plan, upon graduation, he would return home to take over the family business. In this world, there are always fortunate souls. Even in the face of an apocalypse, Chun Sudong remained exceptionally fortunate, having refined a unique bloodline, transforming into a lizard man. Though his appearance may have been grotesque and alarming to some, Chun Sudong felt an overwhelming surge of power within him. More importantly, unlike the quaking individual beside him, he remained unusually composed due to the cold-blooded nature of lizards. Confronted by classmates and roommates who had succumbed to the zombie plague, he showed no mercy, dispatching them with a single blow and carving a path through the chaos. Even if Qin Xinyao had not brought the Hellhound to assist, he would have still forged his way through the turmoil and emerged from the predicament. At that moment, Chun Sudong fixed a venomous gaze upon Gu Cheng, his voice resonating with vigor. "What do you take this place for? A remnant of the old society? Are you still playing the master-slave game? This calamity will eventually be quelled, and when that time comes, your heinous acts will not escape the long arm of the law. Furthermore, do you truly believe that you and that dog outside can eliminate all of us? If I were you, I would leave this place at once." As his words fell, 2 more figures emerged behind Chun Sudong. One was a girl whose hair billowed as if caught in a breeze. In mere seconds, it stretched into vines several meters long. The other was a bespectacled boy, whose fists were clenched tightly, as shadows at his feet began to rise and morph into another version of himself. It was evident that Chun Sudong had come prepared, having sought out 2 extraordinary individuals to join him in his quest to overthrow Gu Cheng's tyranny. The reason for their lack of resistance the previous night was to allow him to voice those very words in front of everyone. As the president of the student council, Chun Sudong already commanded considerable respect, and with his stirring speech, he ignited a strong sense of rebellion among those who had previously been silenced, their discontent now visibly etched upon their faces. In contrast, Chun Sudong stood as the embodiment of justice, while Gu Cheng appeared as a villain, relying on his strength and acting with impunity. They were born free and refused to be anyone's possession. As time passed, many gathered their courage to confront Gu Cheng directly. Even Qin Xinyao was not an exception. A ripple of determination surged within her, realizing that there were others among them with extraordinary abilities. Though they may not have matched Gu Cheng's prowess, their advantage in numbers could potentially intimidate this outlaw into retreat. What rendered Qin Xinyao's expression exceedingly complex was Gu Cheng's unervingly calm demeanor, even amidst the furious glares of the crowd. On his face, not a trace of sorrow or joy could be discerned. Finished? As he observed Chen Sudong finally cease his incessant chatter, Gu Cheng slowly began to speak. Enough of this clamor. With the utterance, he thrust one foot forward, and in the next heartbeat, a thunderous crash ensued, shattering the marble floor beneath him. In that instant, Gu Cheng drew forth his blade, the Lerpoi Dao, with a swiftness akin to lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Appearing before Chen Sudong in the blink of an eye, Chen Sudong's pupils constricted. Having incited the crowd's ire against Gu Cheng, he had felt a sense of smug satisfaction. Yet he never anticipated that Gu Cheng would eschew conventional tactics and launch a terrifying assault directly against him. Instinctively, Chen Sudong attempted to raise his armored arm for defense. But alas, his speed proved insufficient. With a chilling sound, the crimson blade cleaved through the air, akin to a falling star, and struck down upon his neck. In the next moment, a large head was sent soaring, only to plummet to the ground. Most terrifying of all was the sight of Chen Sudong's body still standing, blood gushing from his severed neck like a fountain, drenching those around him. In an act of public execution, the onlookers, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt as if their hearts might leap from their chests, struggling to breathe, nearly suffocated by the horror. Gu Cheng, now shouldering the Lerpoi Dao, spoke in a languid tone. I have but one rule. Those who defy my orders shall be slain. Chapter 13. The Birth of True Terror. Unlike Hiran, who met a death that left his body intact, Chen Sudong now found himself in a state of dismemberment. He had believed himself to occupy the moral high ground, capable of dismantling Gu Cheng's psychological defenses through the power of public opinion. Yet, he had failed to consider that Gu Cheng possessed no sense of morality. Extreme manipulation? Rational rebuttals? For Gu Cheng, nothing was as satisfying as swiftly dispatching his opponent. He perceived clearly that as he severed Chen Sudong's head, a surge of crimson energy flowed into his blade, amplifying his own prowess. Slay. This was a weapon of insatiable thirst for blood. The more he killed, the faster his strength grew. After articulating his rule, Gu Cheng turned his gaze towards the extraordinary beings who had stood alongside Chen Sudong. Though they too were extraordinary, having followed Chen Sudong to slay a few zombies in the early hours, they fancied themselves as having evolved into formidable entities. Yet, in comparison to Gu Cheng's murderous aura, their innocence appeared as foolishness. Gu Cheng fixed his gaze upon the two and inquired, do you also harbor dissent? Thud, thud. Under the influence of the Lerpoi Dao, Gu Cheng's killing intent became almost palpable, while ordinary individuals merely felt a primal fear. Extraordinary beings like Zhang Jiahua and Xiao Chang could distinctly perceive a blood-red aura resembling a beacon of smoke hovering above Gu Cheng's head. Within that crimson aura, an overwhelming sense of death permeated the air, and upon closer listening, one could discern the piercing wails of sorrow. Over an expanse of time, countless souls had perished at the hands of their adversary, disregarding order and the law, committing murder in plain sight. In the eyes of a few, Gu Cheng had transformed into a savage, harboring dark thoughts and violent tendencies in this era of peace. It was even conceivable that he was a fugitive, now fully unleashing the malevolence within due to the onset of the apocalypse. To kill at the slightest provocation? Gu Cheng's actions undoubtedly plunged all present into a suffocating silence of fear. Whether it was Zhang Jiahua or Xiao Chang, both trembled as they stammered. We have no objections. Yes, we shall obey all your commands. In that moment, no one dared to mock their demeanor, for every individual present had been entirely subdued by Gu Cheng's formidable presence. The one who stands out is often the target. Chen Sudong was a prime example. When pitted against life, notions of dignity hold no significance whatsoever. Qin Xinyao clenched her fists, fully aware that she must step forward. Gritting her teeth, she bravely took a step ahead and addressed Gu Cheng. I speak on behalf of all, in submission to you. Gu Cheng scrutinized her for several moments, causing her to feel an icy chill wash over her. You do not represent everyone. You can only speak for yourself. Anyone who defies the rules I have set forth shall be punished. Once again, he publicly humiliated her. Qin Xinyao, who had faced numerous setbacks, felt as though the last remnants of her dignity had been entirely stripped away by Gu Cheng. She fought back tears of sorrow, managing to hold them at bay in the presence of the crowd. This, evidently, was part of Gu Cheng's design, for one as proud as a swan. Each instance of mockery and disdain from Gu Cheng would deepen her sense of subservience, ultimately leading to her complete domestication. How tedious it was that no one dared to rise and proclaim, I refuse to believe that you alone can slay us all. Gu Cheng, speaking without lowering his voice, could not help but mutter a few words. This nearly hellish jest made everyone feel as though a frigid blade hung ominously above them. A moment's carelessness could lead to that blade descending, severing their necks, much like Qin Sudong, whose head had been severed and lay upon the ground. It was only when Gu Cheng sheathed his blade back into the earth that the crowd collectively exhaled a heavy sigh of relief. If there had been any remnants of resentment or indignation on their faces before, they were now replaced by sheer terror. The facade of false loyalty arises from the unknown. True apostles are born of fear. From the very beginning, Gu Cheng had no intention of swaying the crowd with so-called sincerity. The swiftest means of winning hearts is singular, instilling dread. Now, all those endowed with special abilities step forward. Gu Cheng seemed to recall something, directing his gaze toward the newly subdued followers, adding, "Do not entertain thoughts of masquerading as innocuous while concealing your powers, waiting for the opportune moment to escape your binds. If I were to discover their deceit, I swear these self-proclaimed clever individuals would kneel before me, pleading for their own demise." Gu Cheng's voice resembled the biting cold winds of midwinter, stinging painfully against the skin. Some of the deeply concealed extraordinary beings felt as if their innermost thoughts had been laid bare. They immediately reconsidered their plans for hiding their true capabilities. At this moment, Chen Sudong's corpse had yet to grow cold. There still lingered a trace of warmth. They had no desire to meet the same fate as him and become mere corpses. Shortly thereafter, Gu Cheng issued a new directive: rest for 2 hours. I shall commence a cleansing operation at the school, and every zombie will be eradicated. Your task is to arm yourselves and follow me in this grand endeavor. The men stepped forward collectively, vowing, "I will teach you how to become true warriors. As for the women, you shall be responsible for resource gathering and logistical support." The university beneath their feet, recently refurbished, served as an excellent strategic stronghold. Gu Cheng's objective was to use this location as a focal point and expand his influence across the entirety of Jinghai City. Gathering everyone to eliminate the zombies served two primary purposes. The first was to acclimate his subordinates to death and slaughter. Only through witnessing bloodshed could they grow swiftly. The second aim was to clear the stronghold. Given that it was summer, prolonged accumulation of corpses would lead to decay and the proliferation of bacteria, potentially triggering a plague. The third purpose lay in the vastness of the institution, with its alarming population density, even if transformed into zombies. Their recent mutation meant they had not yet lost much vitality. A single zombie might yield little in terms of useful summoned beasts, but what of thousands, even tens of thousands, converging together? Such a formidable concentration of life force, once sacrificed, would surely produce remarkable surprises. Gu Cheng understood that he could not amass these corpses alone. This was also the primary reason for rallying others to his cause. These individuals, rather than mere warriors, were more akin to Gu Cheng's chosen gatherers of corpses. Once the bodies were consolidated, Gu Cheng would initiate the second blood sacrifice ceremony. With the combined flesh and blood energy exceeding that of 100 cattle, he would summon powerful dark creatures from the boundless void once more. Chapter 14. Your partner? Then you must slay her yourself. When Pei Jin and Pei Yu arrived, Gu Cheng had already secured the allegiance of the others, leaving behind only a solitary corpse as a testament to the brutality of this power struggle. You too, arm yourselves and join me in hunting zombies, Gu Cheng urged, deliberately nurturing Pei Jin for future greatness. As for Pei Yu, her fate had shifted due to his intervention, and she had awakened as a succubus. Beyond the demon whip, a succubus possessed numerous other abilities. Yet, mere daydreaming could not uncover potential. It was only through confronting death and engaging in relentless combat that one could hone their talents and ascend to greater heights. Under Gu Cheng's intimidation, aside from Qin Xinyao, 5 extraordinary beings stepped forward. Zhang Jiahua possesses the ability to manipulate her own hair, while Xiao Chong can control his shadow in combat. The remaining 3 individuals wield the powers of fire control, low-altitude flight, and the ability to harden their muscles, transforming their bodies into rock-like fortresses. These individuals do not exist within Gu Cheng's memories, and it is evident that they have not carved out their own destinies in the future. Amidst the relentless onslaught of calamity and death, what significance does being extraordinary hold? In the protracted battles, ordinary people suffer grievously, and countless extraordinary beings have fallen. However, compared to his previous life, Gu Cheng struggles valiantly, initially resembling a solitary wanderer, navigating the desolate wasteland in a desperate bid for survival. Now, merely 2 days into this ordeal, he has summoned the fearsome Cerberus, vanquished a future harbinger of fortune, and seized the cursed artifact known as the Leopoldal from his adversary. Furthermore, he has garnered the allegiance of 8 extraordinary beings, spearheaded by Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, alongside hundreds of well-educated individuals brimming with knowledge. Undoubtedly, the gears of Gu Cheng's fate, having been deliberately manipulated, are now steering towards a more favorable trajectory. Exhaustion has set in among the group. After partaking in a meager meal and a brief respite, the men begin to gather makeshift weapons suitable for battle, shovels, steel bars, and chair legs, among others. Under Gu Cheng's guidance, they venture out of the safety of their refuge, embarking on a mission to cleanse the campus of zombies. Pei Yu. Take 50 people and seal off all entrances and exits of the campus. Gu Cheng instructs. Qin Xinyao, you are in charge of logistics. Collect all visible food supplies. As for you, Pei Jin, stay by my side. Despite her desire to remain close to Gu Cheng, Pei Yu, under the weight of authority, reluctantly leads her team towards the building's entrances. The previous day's carnage wrought by the Cerberus has transformed the once picturesque academic grounds into a realm of shadows and despair, littered with countless corpses. Gu Cheng promptly orders everyone to gather the bodies. These privileged scholars, unaccustomed to the grim task of corpse retrieval, are cowed into obedience by Gu Cheng's ruthless demeanor. With trembling legs, they form pairs to gradually consolidate the scattered remains. After 2 hours, the bodies have been gathered, and the group approaches the epicenter of the zombie outbreak, the female dormitory of Building 2. A series of haunting, beast-like howls emanate from within. This dormitory, the largest on campus, has the capacity for over 1,000 residents. However, due to the lockdown, the zombie virus has spread rapidly inside. By the time Qin Xinyao arrives with the Cerberus in the early hours, it is too late. The once vibrant young women, now grotesque and terrifying zombies, are driven mad by the scent of the living. A cacophony of anguished cries fills the air as some zombies shatter glass and leap from several meters high, descending into chaos. Some heads struck the ground with a sickening thud, brain matter splattering everywhere. Others among the undead were fortunate, merely suffering broken limbs. Yet even in their fractured state, bones protruded grotesquely through their skin, exposed to the air. Still, they did not abandon their relentless assault. Blood trails marked their path as they crawled toward the group, led by Gu Cheng. No, Yaru, this cannot be real. It must be a nightmare. At that moment, within the ranks of the party, a formidable superhuman named Li Shua, whose muscles were as solid as stone, was confronted by the sight of a crawling zombie. He was struck with the force of a thunderbolt, unable to restrain his anguished cries. They had met in high school, their love blossoming as they entered the same university, sharing a worldview that bound them closely like childhood sweethearts. They had made plans to marry after graduation and build a life together. Who could have foreseen that mere days after pledging eternal devotion, they would be torn apart by fate? The most excruciating blow to Li Shua was witnessing the once lively girl with dimples when she smiled now drenched in blood, her body marred by vicious bite marks and gory wounds. Tears streamed down Li Shua's face as he struggled to comprehend the unspeakable horrors she must have endured during their time apart. Gu Cheng approached him, inquiring, "Is she your girlfriend?" The man nodded, tears flowing freely. Gu Cheng then seized a kitchen knife from a nearby soldier and offered it to him, saying, "You must do this yourself. You need to sever her head." Li Shua felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his complexion paling as he cried out, "No, I cannot bear it." Yet Gu Cheng showed no mercy, raising his arm and striking Li Shua across the face with a fierce glare. "You must understand, she is gone. What stands before you now is merely a corpse. Soon, her body will decay, and when that time comes, your beloved will be infested with writhing maggots. Do you truly wish to witness such a sight?" Li Shua trembled, shaking his head in desperation. "Please, stop. Don't say any more." But Gu Cheng exhibited no compassion, gripping Li Shua's collar and speaking coldly. "In the future, you must be ruthless to survive in this new world. If you and your kind are not prepared to change, then you might as well lick the blood of the undead, retreat into denial, and become a mere shell of a human." Gu Cheng appeared devoid of empathy. Yet he imparted a harsh lesson to the group. Li Shua's lips quivered, his heart burdened by unimaginable anguish. Yet ultimately, he accepted the knife Gu Cheng offered. He approached his beloved, whispering, "I'm sorry. Yaru, I am so sorry. You loved beauty, so let me help you escape this pain." As Li Shua gazed at the zombies struggling on the ground, his eyes were misty with tears. Yet, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to swing at the creature's neck. With a sickening thud, the force of his awakened abilities severed the zombie's head in an instant. Staring at the lifeless body before him, Li Shua finally broke down, collapsing to the ground in despair, weeping helplessly. In stark contrast, Gu Cheng's expression remained devoid of any emotion. He was not a sadist who took pleasure in such tragic spectacles of humanity. Rather, he aimed to prepare his soldiers for the harsh realities of the future, forging a true elite force. It was imperative for Gu Cheng to employ the most visceral methods to convey the brutal truths of the apocalypse to these warriors whose hearts had yet to transform. Casting aside superfluous thoughts, Gu Cheng raised his gaze towards the throng of zombies huddled together, as if they might shatter the iron gate. His eyes narrowed. Once this dormitory was dealt with, the reserve of offerings would surely be sufficient. Chapter 15, A Bloodthirsty Legion. The Extraordinary stood at the forefront. while the others were tasked with eliminating the scattered zombies. No one is to retreat a single step without my command. Those who disobey shall be executed. At that moment, it became clear to all that Gu Qing's objective was to unleash the 1,000 zombies imprisoned within the dormitory. Fear, confusion, and disbelief spread across the faces of the onlookers. Was it not preferable to keep these zombies confined? Why open the door? Qin Xinyao's stunning visage was marred by her bewilderment and shock at Gu Qing's actions. After all, should these zombies surge forth, it would spell certain doom for everyone present. Just as the crowd stood in a daze, Gu Qing snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the hellish three-headed hound raised its head, unleashing a searing fireball that hurtled towards the door. Boom! The entrance shattered, creating a gaping hole. Immediately, countless zombies erupted like feral beasts freed from their cage, lunging towards Gu Qing and his companions with claws bared. The zombies' eyes glimmered eerily, reminiscent of dead fish, their bodies drenched in blood and gore. Some were even gnawing on entrails and intestines. As the door crumbled, blood flowed forth like a stream. What once was a mere girl's dormitory had morphed into a realm bordering on hell. One bloodthirsty zombie could instill terror in an adult, and now, with a swarm of them charging forward, the sheer magnitude of fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers as if in a vice. It felt as though an invisible hand was tightening its grasp, threatening imminent death. Yet, despite the overwhelming dread, those armed with weapons stood firm, unwilling to retreat even a step. Gu Qing had issued a dire command: hold the line, facing the brink of death. To flee was to invite certain extinction. In that moment, they had no choice but to trust that Gu Qing could perform miracles. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd remained oblivious and filled with dread, a terrifying scene unfolded before their eyes. Until now, the fearsome three-headed hound of hell had not revealed its full potential. However, the overwhelming number of zombies had compelled this beast from the depths of the inferno to sense an undeniable pressure. Consequently, a series of elemental blasts erupted from its maw. The flames that scorched the ground unleashed devastation akin to the simultaneous detonation of multiple grenades. Moreover, the flames that erupted were nearly impossible to extinguish, as figures resembling living torches fell to the ground, wailing in agony. The electric shocks possessed a paralyzing effect. Even the most fearless of zombies succumbed to their flesh and blood nature, collapsing and convulsing under the onslaught of lightning. The most horrifying spectacle was the venom that spewed forth, its corrosive properties surpassing that of sulfuric acid. The skin of the zombies was visibly eroded, revealing the blood and bones beneath. This was the might of the moonlit realm, a force capable of overwhelming the current apocalypse. At that moment, Zhang Jiahua and Xiao Chong exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting a mixture of terror and regret. It was only then that they comprehended the vast chasm separating them from Gu Qing. They had naively believed that following Qin Sudong and rallying hundreds of protesters would suffice in driving out the marauders who had taken over the school. Little did they realize, from the very beginning, they were not even on the same tier. A sense of dread washed over them as they pondered the consequences had Gu Qing unleashed his wrath and issued a merciless command to the ferocious creature. How many of them, along with the people behind them, would have survived? They fell silent, fully aware of the inevitable outcome. If Gu Qing had chosen to act decisively, their fate would have been sealed, becoming mere corpses, utterly deceased. Thus, even as they had felt a sense of injustice when threatened, witnessing Gu Qing's true power transformed their sentiments into profound gratitude, tinged with a hint of relief. They were thankful that Gu Qing had not sought to eradicate them for their ignorance. Everyone, follow my lead. Extraordinary beings, charge with me. The rest, wield your weapons and eliminate the solitary zombies. With these commanding words, Gu Qing swiftly dashed into the horde of zombies. A blur of motion akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. The rupture blade swung with formidable force. With a single horizontal strike, 3 zombies had their heads severed, and the blade, stained with their blood, exuded an even more potent aura of malevolence. In the eyes of Qin Xinyao and the other extraordinary beings, the sanguine smoke billowing above Gu Qing's head appeared thicker and more robust, and as the malevolent energy spread, the previously fearful crowd began to stir with a newfound aggression. Zhang Jiahua and Xiao Chong, eager to prove themselves, took action, one swinging her hair to hinder the zombies' movements, while the other wielded twin blades, wreaking havoc among their foes. Meanwhile, Li Shuo, having dealt with the loss of his beloved, found a release for his pent-up anguish. His skin transformed into a stone-like gray, and with a colossal fist raised, he struck down with a resounding crack. A punch struck the zombie's neck, causing it to twist and snap a full 180 degrees. Nearby, other zombies attempted to gnaw at one another, yet Li Shuo's body had undergone a transformation, rendering him impervious to harm. Though the zombies' teeth were sharp, they could not inflict even the slightest injury. It's all your fault that your Ru is dead. Li Shuo gripped the kitchen knife handed to him by Gu Qing, turning to slash at the creature. With the strength behind his blow, The zombie's body was torn apart as if it were mere fabric, spilling countless entrails and blood across the ground. This sudden counterattack caused the ordinary bystanders behind him to breathe heavily. Their previously fearful and evasive gazes now tinged with a crimson fervor. They followed suit, wielding their weapons to strike at the isolated zombie. Gu Chung observed everything unfold, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. The malevolent aura emitted by the Leopard doll affected not only him, but also those around him, instilling them with a measure of its influence. It was akin to a bloodthirsty halo, plunging the warriors into a state of fearlessness and frenzy. Excellent, Gu Chung thought, acknowledging the transformation. Through this battle, those who once prided themselves on their civility might come to comprehend the harsh realities of this world, thereby evolving into true warriors. As he sensed the gradual amplification of his own power, Gu Chung regarded the zombies before him, not as grotesque monsters, but as stepping stones leading him to greater strength. Drawing a deep breath, he surrendered entirely to the ecstasy of slaughter. What was once a terrifying scene of zombies unleashed had now devolved into a one-sided massacre. Chapter 16, The Calamity Night, a horrifying sacrifice. It was unclear how much time had passed, but as the last zombie fell to the ground, everyone's consciousness slowly returned from the frenzy. The surroundings were drenched in a crimson pool of blood, littered with the numerous dismembered corpses. Heads, arms, eyes, and even scattered torsos lay strewn about. As they regained their senses, memories flooded back, and they recalled their recent madness, driven by a singular thought: slaughter. It was a means to release the pent-up anxiety within. Just days prior, they could never have imagined themselves engaging in such actions, slicing through the bodies of zombies. Only to find that rather than fear, a wild, deranged smile had emerged on their faces upon witnessing the bloodshed. This recollection was unsettling, so much so that many involuntarily held their breath. They believed they had sunk into a terrifying nightmare, attempting to force themselves awake through this self-deceptive denial. Yet, regrettably, everything was undeniably real. The place they found themselves in was indeed reality. The nightmare intertwined with reality, and there was no escape from this place. Some individuals, born with a fragile constitution, might succumb to madness or even contemplate ending their own lives in the face of endless slaughter and despair. Observing the bewildered crowd, Gu Chung chose not to offer comfort. This was a necessary step that everyone must endure in the apocalypse. Amidst the relentless tides, only the resplendent gold endures, while the insubstantial sand, devoid of weight, is swept away by the currents. Subsequently, Gu Chung commanded the assembly to cleanse the battlefield, gathering the fallen into a solemn heap. Under the leadership of Qin Xinyao, the logistics team had meticulously collected all the provisions from the school. Despite her extraordinary capabilities, the immense workload left Qin Xinyao feeling quite fatigued. Her skin, once resembling jade, was now adorned with fine beads of perspiration, an alluring sight that exuded an irresistible charm. You have performed admirably. From this moment forth, you shall officially oversee the personnel arrangements for logistics. Upon hearing the voice behind her, Qin Xinyao's delicate hand instinctively clenched tightly, causing her palm to moisten with sweat in an instant. Slowly, she turned to gaze back, only to behold a strikingly handsome and icy visage. Since their initial encounter, she had faced nothing but disapproval and reprimands from Gu Chung, making his rare compliment all the more poignant. In that moment, Qin Xinyao felt that those few words resonated more profoundly than all the accolades she had received throughout her time at school, stirring a delightful sense of triumph within her. She had proven, to her relief, that she was not as inadequate in his eyes as she had once feared. Having survived in a post-apocalyptic world for so long, Gu Chung had mastered the art of reading people, for in that realm of despair, even a moment's negligence could lead to one's demise. Thus, he preferred to observe the eyes of others during their interactions, detecting the evasiveness of lies, the cold ruthlessness of murderous intent, and the void of emotion in their gaze. Words may deceive, but the eyes reveal the truth. At that moment, Qin Xinyao's eyes flickered with a hint of grievance and disbelief, clearly indicating that his praise had stirred a ripple in her heart. Taming must not rely solely on reprimands, for such an approach breeds mere resentment. It is essential to offer moments of warmth and kindness. For those ensnared in darkness, who have lost hope for the future, a few heartfelt words can illuminate their path to redemption. Under the influence of such sentiments, these unfortunate souls may even forget who led them into the depths of despair. At this juncture, the once tamed Qin Xinyao had evidently succumbed to this state of mind. It was time to employ affectionate gestures as rewards, a subtle means of bestowing approval upon her. Once she became ensnared in a web of fear, redemption, and peculiar dependence, she would truly transform into a plaything, subject to his whims. Cruelty? After enduring countless shadows and betrayals, Gu Chung had long since discerned the disillusionment of human nature. Free from conventional moral constraints, he found himself better equipped to manipulate the hearts of others. His unwavering principle was to achieve his aims by any means necessary. No matter how assertive or proud Qin Xinyao might be, within less than 24 hours, she had witnessed countless familiar faces, students and teachers alike, fall victim to the zombie onslaught. Hundreds, even thousands of lives extinguished before her eyes. It is easy to imagine the profound anguish and torment of her spirit. At this moment, Gu Cheng reached out to gently stroke Qin Xinyao's head several times, saying, "Manage the logistics well for me. I do not wish to be disappointed." His action sent a jolt through Qin Xinyao, causing her to tremble slightly. She bit her lip, stifling any sound that might escape. Then, like a cat soothed by its master, she nodded slowly, a peculiar emotion blossoming within her heart. To break the strange atmosphere, Qin Xinyao mustered her courage and asked, glancing at the heap of corpses nearby, "Are these bodies piled together for cremation?" Gu Cheng shook his head, stating, "These corpses will offer their final value to me." Value? Qin Xinyao could not comprehend what Gu Cheng meant by that term. Instead of answering her, Gu Cheng strode toward the bodies. Compared to the fallen cattle and pools of blood, the sight of countless corpses amassed together was a harrowing spectacle that evoked 100-fold more horror. Eyes resembling those of dead fish stared back, cold and devoid of life. Among these corpses were wealthy heirs, outstanding students, and exquisite beauties. Yet, at this moment, they shared a singular identity. They were mere tools for Gu Cheng's sacrifice. He began to recite an arcane incantation once more. The onlookers soon displayed expressions of shock. The once robust bodies swiftly shriveled. Qin Xinyao finally understood what Gu Cheng meant by final value. As the blood and flesh power of thousands of corpses was sacrificed, a terrifying whirlwind suddenly swept through the area. This vortex seemed to pierce through the heavens and the earth, connecting to an unknown realm of fear on the other end. Just as the crowd instinctively huddled together to withstand the terrifying scene before them, the sound of galloping hooves echoed. A knight, seated upon a colossal skeletal horse, emerged slowly from the fissure. The knight's imposing figure was clad in blood-red armor, with only a pair of crimson eyes visible through the visor. In his grasp was a terrifying broadsword, corroded by blood and exuding an aura of death. Gu Cheng gazed at the figure atop the skeletal giant steed, unable to contain his excitement, and murmured to himself, "The Calamity Knight? This is a spectral being of the moonlit realm." Chapter 17. Continuous surprises, exceptionally powerful summoned beasts. The Calamity Knight, a high-tier undead. Unlike the fragile skeleton warriors, the Calamity Knight was born from endless curses and through relentless slaughter and soul hunting. Its power had transcended the moonlit realm. Even the broadsword in its hand was no ordinary weapon, emanating a dense aura of malevolence, clearly a cursed item. What thrilled Gu Cheng the most was that the colossal skeletal horse it rode also radiated an astounding necromantic energy, having already reached the pinnacle of the starlit realm. A buy-one-get-one-free deal. My legion of summoned beasts has once again welcomed two formidable champions. In ancient times, the Harbinger Knight could undoubtedly rival the great commanders who galloped across the sands, with its most formidable power lying in the ability to command the undead. It possessed the capability to cast resurrection spells, compelling the undead to heed its commands. Presently, a multitude of zombies roams outside the school. For the Harbinger Knight, this signifies an inexhaustible source of troops. It will not be long before Gu Cheng's ranks swell with a fearless army of the undead. At this moment, everyone was utterly astonished by Gu Cheng's methods. The Harbinger Knight, merely seated upon its steed, exuded an aura that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Yet, Gu Cheng stood calmly beside it, a picture of composure. This perhaps illustrates the stark disparity between individuals. Observing the myriad curious gazes, Gu Cheng proclaimed, "I am a dark summoner. As long as the offerings are plentiful, I can summon aid from the endless void to serve me." Upon hearing these words, everyone, including Qin Xinyao, immediately thought of the three-headed hellhound. Undoubtedly, that fearsome beast also originated from the summoning of the Harbinger Knight. Zhang Jiehua, Xiao Chong, and several other extraordinary beings felt that fate had been exceptionally unkind. Why had it bestowed such terrifying abilities upon Gu Cheng while they were left to confront zombies at great personal risk, barely escaping a gruesome fate? In that moment, the gazes directed toward Gu Cheng were imbued with not only fear, but also a hint of envy. Summoners are indeed powerful, but there is a prerequisite. The quantity and quality of offerings must be sufficient. It is akin to spending in a game. Can one expect to achieve the same results without investment as one would with substantial funding? At the dawn of the apocalypse, to utilize thousands of zombies as offerings is truly exceptional. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Gu Cheng had already ascended to the ranks of the elite. Moreover, his influence was beginning to take shape. His forces not only included extraordinary talents like Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, but also summoned beasts such as the three-headed hellhound, the Harbinger Knight, and the skeletal giant steed. Yet, Gu Cheng was acutely aware that he must remain grounded. The apocalypse is fraught with uncertainties. Arrogance will only blind one to the perils of minor gains. Once the stronghold is fully established, he intends to depart in pursuit of greater opportunities and to recruit more capable individuals. Having tasted the sweetness of the Liepodao, Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes with a resolute determination. To kill and plunder is to wear gold. To mend bridges and roads is to leave no corpses behind. What is mine, and what is another's shall also be mine. Whether it be women or cursed artifacts, anything that catches his eye shall be claimed. Having grown weary after a long day, Gu Cheng gestured for everyone to take their leave and enjoy some freedom of movement. With the apocalypse just beginning, some supply lines had yet to be severed. However, as time progresses, essentials such as water, electricity, food, and daily necessities will become exceedingly scarce. When that time arrives, the ordinary will truly feel the malevolence of their fellow beings. In the face of scarcity, the concept of dignity holds no value. Even a comely maiden can be swayed by a mere packet of instant noodles or a slice of bread. Furthermore, some individuals, driven by their inner rage, might even orchestrate apocalyptic arenas where humans battle zombies and otherworldly creatures. There are those, utterly deranged, who treat humans as mere pets, not through psychological transformation, but by employing terrifying methods to command their subjects to crawl on the ground, forbidding them from uttering a word, compelling them to bark like dogs. Time acts as a catalyst. Even the most benevolent humanity, when subjected to the purifying darkness, will ultimately become riddled with wounds. What of those already perverse and anti-human? Once they acquire power, their capacity for destruction can rival, or even surpass, that of the undead. Concerning sustenance, one wonders where Jiang Yu finds herself at this moment. She has assimilated the bloodline of the forest spirits, enabling her to communicate with flora, while other factions engage in fierce conflicts over dwindling food supplies. The verdant realm she has established allows everyone to sate their hunger, a testament to her ability to enhance agricultural productivity. Moreover, the elves, with their fair skin and exquisite demeanor, stand out in this dystopian world, much like Qin Xinyao. In a city of millions, the awakened extraordinary beings exhibit a plethora of capabilities, leaving a profound impression on Gu Cheng. Both Qin Xinyao and Jiang Yu are supportive extraordinary beings, one capable of saving lives, the other ensuring sustenance. Though their strength may not be formidable, their unique supportive abilities render them formidable in their own right. Yet, countless factions remain unestablished, and these future luminaries could easily be claimed with a mere stratagem. If only he could locate Jiang Yu and bring her under his banner. The most gifted healer in the plant affinity forest spirit would serve him alone, leaving other factions powerless against him. With this thought, Gu Cheng resolved to explore the site of the future verdant realm, hoping for a miraculous turn of events that would allow him to recruit Jiang Yu. Suddenly, a shadow streaked across the sky and landed before him. Peiyu had arrived. Breathless from her exertion, she paused for a moment before urgently exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, trouble. A horde of monsters has appeared outside. They have slaughtered many, and at this rate, they will soon breach the campus." Infuriated by the audacity of those attempting to encroach upon his established realm, Gu Cheng stepped onto the back of the Cerberus with fury, commanding, "Leave Qin Xinyao behind to arrange accommodations and provisions. All remaining extraordinary beings, follow me. Move." As his words echoed, he struck the Cerberus, and in an instant, it transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the entrance mentioned by Peiyu. The nearby Harbinger Knight, sensing Gu Cheng's killing intent, followed closely behind, swiftly vanishing from view. The Cerberus surged forward at full speed. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the campus, where an astonishing scene unfolded before Gu Cheng's eyes. Countless beautiful women lay beheaded. Their lifeless bodies mysteriously vanished, while their severed heads were held aloft by a grotesque assembly of creatures, resembling upright walking monstrosities, armed with sharp implements. These beings pierced the heads from below, parading their gruesome trophies through the streets like prized artifacts. They occasionally emitted piercing shrieks, their hunched forms and grotesque features exuding an overwhelming aura of malevolence. These were the Dread Fiends, a breed of demons known for their penchant for tormenting their prey. Driven by insatiable desires, when they captured a member of the opposite sex, they would often subject them to humiliation before frantically severing their heads to claim as trophies. The heads they brandished, now on display, unmistakably belonged to those who had endured unspeakable indignities before their demise. Knight of Calamity. At the sound of Gu Cheng's call, the Knight of Calamity inclined its head slightly, its crimson gaze devoid of any emotion, resembling a soulless warrior that instilled fear. Slay them. These creatures shall serve to expand your legion of the undead. Without a moment's hesitation, the Knight of Calamity urged its skeletal steed forward, charging towards the throng of dread fiends indulging in their primal lusts. Gu Cheng stood silently by, anticipating the knight's performance. Chapter 18. The Onslaught of War. The devotion of Peiyu. The apocalypse had descended, and the dimensional rifts had opened. Numerous monsters emerged from these rifts onto this land. However, the number of these creatures was relatively small, far from the hundreds of thousands that would later descend due to the shattering of the dimensional barriers. Yet even so, these monsters instilled a profound sense of despair and suffering among humanity. The dread fiends primarily engaged in cruel slaughter. While their victims endured pain, it was typically brief. The true agony arose when women fell into the clutches of goblins or tentacled beasts, as these loathsome beings had come to view the planet as their new home. They would imprison and abuse the captured women, their ultimate goal being to spawn more offspring to bolster their power. Gu Cheng recalled a particular variant of goblin, endowed with exceptional intelligence, that had established a foothold in the city of Jinghai during the early days of the apocalypse. Remarkably, compared to the human gestation period of 10 months, goblins could complete their breeding cycle in about a month, often birthing multiple offspring at once. Thus, under its leadership, the initial few goblins swelled in number like a snowball, while countless captured women suffered unimaginable torment in silence. In the early days of the apocalypse, one could only say that the extraordinary beings were still unskilled in the application of their powers, compounded by a mindset that had yet to evolve. Consequently, humanity found itself on the brink of annihilation. Demons, dark creatures, insects, and zombies, all manner of monstrosities seemed to prey upon humanity without restraint. However, the present moment is different. With the emergence of Gu Cheng, an anomaly, those once mighty dark beings will soon face unimaginable retribution. For Gu Cheng, this city is destined to become his dominion, and the slaughter of humans merely reduces the resources available to him. Thus, Gu Cheng has long been prepared. Beyond the ability to communicate and subjugate certain dimensional creatures, he regards repugnant, low-intelligence dark beings like feared demons, goblins, and slime-dripping tentacled monsters as having only one fate: total annihilation. As Gu Cheng pondered, the Calamity Knight charged towards a group of feared demons, wielding a broadsword as wide as a man's waist. The air was thick with murderous intent and chilling winds. The feared demons barely registered the sound of slicing air before their bodies were cleaved apart. The leader among them, notably robust, bore claws akin to daggers, capable of piercing a typical automobile. Adorning its neck were the severed heads of 3 young women, their faces twisted and darkened, indicating the unimaginable torment they had endured before death. After their demise, they had been transformed into grotesque trophies. Instinctively, the fear demon leader sought to retaliate against the Calamity Knight, yet an innate fear rooted deep within paralyzed it, preventing it from advancing. Clad in heavy armor, the knight's original color was indiscernible, concealed beneath layers of congealed blood from years of battle. The blood, weathered by wind and rain, had fused with the armor. The fear demon leader realized that any reckless approach would lead only to its demise. Thus it let out a shrill cry, commanding the dim-witted remaining feared demons to charge. In a swift motion, it turned to flee, wishing for several more legs to escape with greater speed. In truth, the Calamity Knight had long since detected the fear demon leader's presence. As it turned to flee, the knight dismounted in one fluid motion. Suddenly, he lifted his right leg and brought it crashing down onto the ground. With a thunderous roar, the moment his foot struck the earth, a deep pit filled with cracks appeared, and the ground trembled violently across a vast area. The fear demon leader, believing it had evaded death, suddenly lost its balance as the ground shook beneath it. A crushing weight pressed down upon it, rendering even the slightest movement a luxury. As it struggled to break free and escape once more, a shadow loomed over it, completely obscuring its vision. The Knight of Catastrophe extended his arm, directly grasping the neck of the fear demon leader. With a sharp crack, accompanied by the unmistakable sound of breaking bones, the body of the feared demon leader fell limp, reduced to a lifeless corpse. This is the Knight of Catastrophe from the Moonlight Realm, who possesses the power of the Stellar Realm, rendering the feared demon leader as insignificant as an ant, easily crushed with bare hands. Upon witnessing this, the remaining feared demons began to flee in a frenzy. Yet, unfortunately, the skeletal giant horse had already marked them as prey. Devoid of flesh and blood, it exhibited no loss of speed. Even more chilling was the sight of its body covered in sharp bone spikes. Once a fear demon was struck, it would be riddled with gaping crimson holes. In no time, the fear demon legion, which had just been flaunting their spoils, was utterly slaughtered by the Knight of Catastrophe and the skeletal giant horse. Peiyu consulted Gu Cheng and learned that this was the second dark creature summoned after the Hellhound. In that moment, she felt an immense relief regarding her choice. Only by following her brother-in-law could she and her sister hope to survive. Consequently, Peiyu's gaze towards Gu Cheng became thick with an almost tangible desire. Awakening as a succubus, she found herself not terrified by the gruesome images of flying limbs and splattering blood. Instead, an unusual exhilaration surged within her. She revered the strong. And the scene of Gu Cheng commanding the Knight of Catastrophe to slay the fear demons undoubtedly fulfilled all her fantasies about power. She let out a soft moan, disregarding the presence of others, and immediately entwined herself around Gu Cheng's arm. When Gu Cheng glanced down, he found Pei Yu's sultry eyes captivating, exuding an irresistible charm. Was she becoming addicted? Gu Cheng had heard whispers about succubi. Unlike other extraordinary beings who needed to hone their abilities and absorb the energy from the air to enhance their strength, succubi had a shortcut, nurturing yang to replenish yin. As Gu Cheng rampaged through his foes, absorbing energy, his heart brimmed with a dense, malevolent aura that craved release. At this point, Gu Cheng realized that, compared to Pei Jin, Pei Yu seemed to be his true counterpart. He smiled and playfully brushed his fingers across her delicate nose, choosing not to say much more. Beyond the indulgence of the moment, he had more pressing matters to attend to, witnessing the birth of his very first legion of the undead. Chapter 19. The Rebirth of the Undead, the Extraordinary Return to Heart. Summoning the Knight of Catastrophe exhilarated Gu Cheng not merely due to its ferocious power or the bonus skeletal giant horse, but rather because of its ability of undead rebirth. At this moment, the Knight of Catastrophe plunged its broad sword into the ground. Instantly, an intensely cold aura began to spread around. And in the midst of the sweltering summer, Gu Cheng felt a chilling bite akin to that of winter. Suddenly, the corpse of the nearest feared demon leader trembled, and a bloodied skeletal arm broke free from the confines of flesh, reaching outward. Before long, the flesh of the fear demon leader was stripped away, revealing a skeletal warrior stepping forth. One by one, the scattered bodies of the fear demons around me shattered, discarding their flesh and blood to emerge in an entirely new form, captivating the gaze of all present. In stark contrast to the usual skeletal warriors, the fear demon leader, after its metamorphosis, bore mottled silver luminescence upon its bones, a clear testament to its inheritance of the stellar realm's power. Even an adult male wielding a blade would find it exceedingly difficult to leave a mark upon it. The mere presence of the Calamity Knight standing alone instilled a sense of dread in the extraordinary beings who had accompanied him, and now, as the skeletal warriors successfully transformed, a dozen of them encircled the Calamity Knight. In that moment, he appeared as a commander presiding over death itself. Even Li Shua, who had long been numbed by his profound affection for death, felt compelled to swallow hard. The scene was overwhelmingly impactful, almost unbelievable. The onlookers understood that the true master of this legion of death was none other than their leader, Gu Cheng. Although they too possessed extraordinary abilities, compared to Gu Cheng, they had barely tapped into a fraction of their potential. Was this the chasm that lay between the ordinary and the exceptional? Gu Cheng, with his sharp features, stood in stark contrast to the anxiety and fear that consumed those around him. A smile graced his lips. Yet, it was this very smile that captured and subdued the hearts of the onlookers. They realized that their disparity with Gu Cheng stemmed not only from strength, but also from their inner capacity to endure. At that moment, the thoughts of equality and rebellion against servitude that had previously occupied their minds underwent a profound transformation. Admission to such a prestigious academy was no small feat. Who among them could be deemed a fool? These extraordinary beings understood that to survive in this apocalyptic world, they must align themselves with the powerful. And Gu Cheng was undoubtedly the prime candidate. Gu Cheng observed every subtle change in their expressions. In truth, his invitation for them to join him was a calculated move to ensure their complete subjugation beneath his authority. With strength, a penchant for violence, and a cadre of formidable summoned beasts at his command, any rational being would naturally make the correct choice. Fear breeds loyalty. Much like the initial attraction between a man and a woman, where physical allure draws them in, the inner beauty is a hidden attribute revealed only through time spent together. Gu Cheng's methods of subjugation mirrored this. He planted a seed of fear in their hearts, which, under the right conditions, would inevitably take root and flourish, binding them to him irreversibly. Lead the skeletal warriors to cleanse the surrounding zombies, and endeavor to expand your ranks. Gu Cheng issued a new command to the Calamity Knight. The Calamity Knight bowed slightly, resembling a knight accepting the orders of his sovereign. He then mounted his steed and, accompanied by the legion of skeletal warriors, commenced the dissemination of death in all directions. Gu Cheng turned around, and at this moment, among the few fortunate survivors, an acute sense of tension enveloped them. They felt as if Gu Cheng's gaze possessed an electric current, making it impossible to meet his eyes. They all bowed their heads, resembling soldiers under his scrutiny. Compared to the ordinary populace, you undoubtedly possess greater potential. I shall assist you in unearthing your latent abilities, thereby unleashing a more formidable strength within you, and you shall rise to become the elite of this new era. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chang's expression subtly shifted, and he could not help but murmur to himself, elite? Although his family was not impoverished, his parents were merely ordinary office workers. He had led a mundane life, growing up in the commonplace. According to his family's plans, after graduation, he would return to that ordinary city, find a humble job with his parents' assistance, and lead a life devoid of extremes. This was his destined path, marked by mediocrity. Yet, Gu Cheng's words at this moment illuminated nearly 2 decades of his ordinary existence with an unusual brilliance. Gu Cheng continued, "This world has undergone a qualitative change. Zombies are merely the simplest and weakest of monsters, while those timid demons you just witnessed are but minor characters. As the rifts in space expand, more formidable creatures will emerge from within. Strength is the new currency of this world. By following me, you will gain the means to survive in the future." This was Gu Cheng's first articulation of his vision for the future, and these words undoubtedly carried immense significance for them. Zombies are merely the weakest? Will there be even stronger monsters in the days to come? They did not perceive Gu Cheng's warnings as mere exaggeration, for only moments ago, they had witnessed a horde of demons beheading young women and parading their heads around their necks. Seizing the moment, Gu Cheng added fuel to the fire. As for salvation at the national level, do not harbor such thoughts. This calamity has ensnared the entire world. Some countries, already small in land area, have succumbed to the onslaught of zombies and have been obliterated. Your only reliance is upon yourselves. Gu Cheng's voice was chillingly cold, imbued with a sinister frost. The crowd felt a shiver run down their spines. Though they were reluctant to admit it, they had to accept that after all this time, the national powers had not intervened. It was evident that this disaster did not merely afflict Jinghai City, but rather, the entire world was under siege. Logistics will be managed by Qin Xinyao, while the warriors will be divided into several teams, each led by you. My ambitions extend far beyond merely establishing an academy. What you must do is strive to keep pace with my endeavors. With that, Gu Cheng paused for a few seconds, his gaze slicing through the faces of the crowd like a blade. Do you understand? We understand, came the unified response from all the extraordinary individuals present. Even as empowered beings, they felt like mice before a cat in Gu Cheng's presence. Despite the brief exchange, they were already drenched in sweat. Observing the reactions of those around him, Gu Cheng finally revealed a satisfied smile. The establishment had been successfully integrated. The next step was to venture forth in search of new opportunities to enhance his own strength. Chapter 20. Qin Xinyao, let me witness your sincerity. The sacrificial offerings for summoning had completely lost their moisture and turned to carbon. A gentle squeeze would reduce them to ashes, carried away by the wind. Gu Cheng employed the most efficient method to dispose of all the corpses in the stronghold. After a full day of slaughter, influenced by the late Po Dal, the malevolence within him had reached its zenith. It must be said that while Pei Jin possessed extraordinary talent, she was specialized in her craft, ultimately falling short compared to Pei Yu. Conversely, Pei Yu, lost in the pursuit of knowledge, absorbed everything Gu Cheng imparted with fervor. Under the impact of abundant knowledge, her power ascended to a new level. In addition to the demon whip, she had also mastered a second ability, the summoning of the wax-melting demon. This was a creature of the abyss, exceedingly viscous, akin to a quagmire. Yet, its essence was forged from molten magma, boasting temperatures soaring into the thousands. Most terrifying of all were the 8 powerful and agile tentacles that enveloped its form, capable of inflicting unimaginable lethal damage upon the surrounding ordinary zombies. Gazing at Pei Yu, who resembled a weary puppy lost in slumber, Gu Cheng gently patted her forehead before donning his attire and stepping out. After venting his frustrations, the malevolence within him dissipated, transforming into pure energy that invigorated Gu Cheng's body. In just 2 short days, the heights he had reached could rival the efforts of several months in his previous life. Gu Cheng was destined not to linger here. Opportunities would not simply present themselves. With the example of he ran in mind, Gu Cheng's resolve to explore the city grew ever stronger. Those prodigies, akin to monstrous beings, would transform into formidable forces if given the space to grow. Had he ran not been eliminated early, it would not have taken long, merely a month, for him to reach an astonishing realm with the Leopoldal in hand. With this thought, Gu Cheng made his way directly to the room of Qin Xinyao. Before departing, he needed to discuss a few matters with her. Lying on her bed, Qin Xinyao gazed through the window at the moon hanging in the sky, her expression momentarily tinged with melancholy. She could hardly have imagined that so much could change in just a few days. Knock, knock. Amidst her musings, a sudden knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. It's me. Hearing the familiar voice, Qin Xinyao felt a flutter of anxiety. She quickly rose, hastening to open the door. Upon seeing the scene before her, Gu Cheng's eyes brightened. There stood Qin Xinyao, adorned in a fitted nightgown. The garment accentuated her alluring curves, the sinuous grace of her waist evoking a tantalizing arc. The hem of the nightgown featured a slit that extended tantalizingly up to her thigh, subtly revealing the beauty beneath, captivating to the soul. After a prolonged period of toil, Qin Xinyao meticulously cleared the corpses from the campus. She then indulged in a warm bath, donned a fresh set of clothing, and succumbed to slumber upon her bed. When Gu Qing knocked at her door, she had only just awakened and, overwhelmed by his imposing presence, she did not consider her scant attire. It was only when she sensed Gu Qing's gaze that she belatedly glanced down at her body. Oh, this could no longer be deemed merely an accidental exposure. Rather, it was a complete unveiling of her figure. Instinctively, Qin Xinyao pressed her hands against herself, attempting to shield her exposed skin. Yet, her nightgown, already thin and cool, only served to enhance the allure of her modesty, evoking a sense of tantalizing beauty that was half concealed. Gu Qing entered the room with directness. Taking a seat at the chair, I sought you out to discuss subsequent arrangements and personnel movements. Qin Xinyao's cheeks flushed crimson, her long, slender legs akin to white bamboo shoots, and she hesitated to move, fearful of inadvertently revealing more of herself. As she listened to Gu Qing's words, her gaze flitted around the room in search of clothing that might offer her some semblance of modesty. However, in the next moment, Gu Qing rapped his fingers against the table. I am speaking to you. What are you doing? Come sit over here. A tremor coursed through Qin Xinyao's body. Her fear of Gu Qing had seeped into her very bones. Upon hearing his command, she instinctively stepped forward, carefully sitting across from him. Yet, in her delicate attire, sitting down only increased the risk of exposure, prompting her to hunch over, her hands constantly tugging at her nightgown in a futile attempt to cover herself. Gu Qing's gaze burned with intensity, causing Qin Xinyao to feel her skin flush with heat. With a voice nearly choked with emotion, she implored, "May I please retrieve a piece of clothing first?" Gu Qing shook his head with a smile. I think that will be unnecessary. Also, why are you slouching? Sit up straight. Qin Xinyao understood that Gu Qing intended to humiliate her. Yet, under the weight of his intimidation, she dared not resist. Pursing her lips and straightening her posture with a face full of shame. Before her sat a woman of exquisite beauty and exceptional grace, akin to a toy, subject to his manipulation. Rather than joy, this sensation of control over everything captivated Gu Qing even more profoundly. A true man cannot endure a day without power. This is the desire for dominance that power engenders. Gu Qing was acutely aware that strength is the foundation of all. Without strength, there is no power. Contemplating this, Gu Qing's eyes sharpened with clarity as he continued. In the upcoming period, I will assign several teams to assist you in transporting more provisions to the stronghold. Additionally, there are medical supplies. Should you encounter survivors along the way, you may bring them into the stronghold. Remember, I only require able-bodied men and women of suitable age. The weak shall not be accepted. Gu Qing was not running a charity. Rather, he was establishing a stronghold destined to face countless challenges in the future. To shelter the weak would not only waste resources, but serve no purpose whatsoever. This may seem cruel. However, the harsh environment and brutal reality serve as a filtering mechanism. The weak are unworthy of survival in this world, an undeniable truth. Upon hearing this, Qin Xinyao's expression turned anxious, and she couldn't help but ask, are we to turn a blind eye to suffering? Isn't that a bit cruel? Gu Qing did not indulge her. He reached out and grasped her hair, pulling her sharply closer to him. The pain was immediate, and Gu Qing showed no mercy, causing Qin Xinyao to involuntarily cry out. In that moment, she looked up to meet Gu Qing's gaze, which resembled ice shards, devoid of any semblance of a transcendent being. She felt akin to a sparrow caught in a tempest, utterly powerless, trembling in fear. I have made it clear, no one is permitted to defy my commands. Have you forgotten? Or do you truly believe that your beauty will spare you from my wrath? Gu Qing asserted, his fingers gliding across Qin Xinyao's porcelain skin. His touch felt electric, causing her to shudder involuntarily. The memory of Gu Qing's merciless act of slaying He Ran and Chen Sudong resurfaced vividly in her mind. Terrified, Qin Xinyao shook her head vehemently. No, I have never thought that. Gu Qing's hand found its way to her delicate neck, resembling a swan's, a masterpiece of exquisite beauty. The softness of her skin was akin to the finest silk, captivating and irresistible. He tightened his grip slightly, until her breathing became labored, her eyes pleading for mercy. Before finally releasing her, no longer able to remain seated, Qin Xinyao stood up, her eyes misty from the brush with death. She acutely realized that Gu Qing despised rebuttals. If she failed to appease him, she would inevitably face a grim fate. Gu Qing coldly stated, the law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. This is the reality of our world. Weakness is a fundamental sin. I am no savior. My actions are solely driven by the desire to strengthen this power. Thus, any entity that hinders progress will be discarded without hesitation. Do you understand? Though Qin Xinyao had witnessed Gu Qing's ruthlessness, hearing his explicit declaration felt like plunging into an icy abyss, rendering her breathless. I understand, she replied, nodding obediently, having learned her lesson. That's more like it. Gu Qing's lips curled into a faint smile. He leaned back, gazing at the ceiling, and remarked, I have fulfilled my promise by saving the survivors on campus. And now it is time for you to demonstrate your sincerity. Though she had never engaged in intimate contact with any man, as an adult woman, Qin Xinyao was not naive. She discerned the underlying implications in Gu Cheng's words. Coupled with his current posture, the situation took on a suggestive tone. The pallor of her face, which had been drained from fear, flushed a deep crimson. Beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Gu Cheng's dominance has taken root deep within him. Consequently, Qin Xinyao closed her eyes, as if resigned to her fate, and slowly crouched down. She intended to offer Gu Cheng her heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 21. The Crucial Appointment. Do not disappoint me. It must be said that Qin Xinyao is truly a treasure of a girl, perhaps due to the awakening of her radiant power. Every inch of her skin seems to possess an extraordinary sensitivity. After a tumultuous encounter, Qin Xinyao has long succumbed to a deep slumber. Yet Gu Cheng discovered that. Following their interaction, his body, previously strained from battle, had astonishingly returned to its former state. Clenching his fists, Gu Cheng realized that, despite the continuous impartation of knowledge, which should have left him weary, he felt invigorated, even more so than before. Furthermore, his previously tumultuous mindset had settled into tranquility, as if he had entered an inexplicable sage mode. Gu Cheng's eyes brightened as he gazed at the art-like beauty of Qin Xinyao. Unable to restrain his thoughts, is this the capability of the wings of an angel? It can be said that in the later stages of the apocalypse, Qin Xinyao is akin to a true angel. As her power escalated, the radiance surrounding her intensified, leading ordinary people to instinctively lower their heads in her presence. Her every movement exuded an aura of sanctity that felt inviolable. This exceptional woman, born with extraordinary gifts, has the ability to heal the hidden dangers and ailments of those who remain in her company for extended periods. Moreover, the splitting blade, being a cursed object, while its release allows for the suppression of inner rage, still carries a lingering toxicity. Prolonged exposure to such a cursed item inevitably casts a shadow over one's heart and mind. Over time, this could alter one's perspective, affecting their thoughts. Yet now, with the assistance of Qin Xinyao, as long as they occasionally exchanged academic insights, Gu Cheng's heart would be purified, thereby completely dismantling the influence of the splitting blade, enabling him to maintain composure at all times. With this thought, Gu Cheng could not help but caress the snowy white shoulder of Qin Xinyao. It was as smooth as the softest jade, leaving him utterly captivated. In his eyes, a glimmer of greed emerged. Images of various exceptional women flashed rapidly through his mind, some of whom possessed bloodline powers rivaling that of Qin Xinyao. If he could claim them all, how drastically would his strength transform? With this thought, a faint smile crept upon Gu Cheng's lips. I want them all. For Gu Cheng, his pursuit of strength is nearly obsessive, and he would not let any opportunity to ascend to greatness slip away. As the noisy day came to a close, the following morning, the awakened individuals were met with an astonishing sight. On the vast playground stood over 100 skeletal warriors. The skeletons, devoid of any flesh or blood, stood starkly exposed in the air, their bones gleaming white, while within their eye sockets flickered two terrifying flames of soul. Unlike ordinary zombies, these skeletal entities traversing the earth imparted a profoundly chilling experience. This was the bounty of the Calamity Knight. Gu Cheng surveyed the assembled legion of the undead before him, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. The undead army had begun to take shape, and with these skeletal sentinels, Gu Cheng felt assured in his ability to depart unscathed. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng promptly announced to the gathered crowd that these skeletal warriors would be strategically positioned at every entrance and exit of the campus, serving as a bulwark against the incursions of zombies and other bizarre creatures. Under the orders of the Calamity Knight, they would adhere strictly to the ironclad rules, becoming the first line of defense for their faction. Furthermore, in front of everyone, Gu Cheng entrusted the management of this power to Pei Jin. Although the skeletal warriors were fearsome, those who had survived Gu Cheng's rigorous training had, at the very least, slain 2 zombies each, resulting in a profound transformation of their temperament. They swiftly accepted this new reality. As the crowd dispersed, Qin Xinyao, along with several captains, began to discuss the procurement of additional food supplies to bolster the faction's logistics. Meanwhile, Pei Jin gazed longingly at Gu Cheng, a hint of jealousy flickering in her eyes as she observed her sister, whose tail seemed to sway with exuberance. This time, Gu Cheng had chosen to embark on an exploration with only his sister, Pei Yu. This decision stirred a tumult of emotions within Pei Jin, her lips parting slightly as she could not help but express, I can accompany you too. At the very least, I could provide some support. Gu Cheng shook his head, gently caressing Pei Jin's hair, and spoke, I have high hopes for you. As our faction continues to grow, I need a trusted chief steward, and you are the perfect candidate. Pei Jin, will you promise to safeguard our faction for me? Gu Cheng was thoroughly pleased with Pei Jin's recent performance. After the longest period of training, she had morphed into a figure of his own making. At this moment, She was no longer the formidable mistress of the ravens, but rather a devoted young wife reluctant to see her husband depart. However, Guqing understood the importance of not providing too much leniency. Having her by his side shielded her from the pressures he faced. Yet, the lives of over 100 individuals rested upon her shoulders, which would inevitably instill a sense of urgency within her. This was precisely the effect Guqing sought. He aimed to unearth all of Pei Jin's potential, akin to his previous life, for only then could he fully utilize her capabilities and transform her into his right hand. Upon hearing Guqing's explanation, Pei Jin's worries began to ease. She had initially feared that Guqing's bond with his sister and Qin Xinyao had rendered her redundant. To her surprise, Guqing had placed such trust in her, even proclaiming that he intended for her to serve as the chief steward of their faction. I am not being dismissed. Rather, I am entrusted with significant responsibilities, she thought to herself. With this realization, Pei Jin promptly nodded, resolutely stating, "All right, I will ensure everything is managed meticulously." Looking at Pei Yu beside him, her excitement was palpable. This time, Guqing had brought her out alone, which evidently thrilled the enchantress to the point of elation. At that moment, she was eager to share a world of intimacy with Guqing. Thus, she approached Pei Jin, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "I will take good care of my brother-in-law. Don't miss me too much, sister." Pei Jin, unable to contain her irritation at Pei Yu's smugness, pinched her delicate arm and admonished, "You must behave, do you understand?" A glint of mischief sparkled in Pei Yu's eyes as she nodded like a charming seductress. "Rest assured, no matter what my brother-in-law says, I will obediently comply." Pei Jin shot her a resentful glance, fully aware of the deeper implications behind those words. After all, she was an adult. Meanwhile, Guqing surveyed the bustling crowd engaged in transporting supplies. Following the intense training, although they were not precisely elite, each individual bore a certain fierceness. Aside from selected leaders like Zhang Jiehua and Xiao Chong, Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, both of whom were destined for greatness, also held their ground. Coupled with a legion of skeletal warriors, it could be said that during his absence, this place had become a bastion of safety. With this thought, Guqing took Pei Yu by the hand and exited the campus, embarking on a new exploration of the city beyond. Chapter 22. Encountering the Fallen. The growth of Pei Yu. At this moment, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, its rays cascading upon the earth. Yet, rather than warmth, an icy chill permeated the air. Corpses. Everywhere lay the remains of the deceased. The city, once a paragon of efficiency and civilization, had devolved into desolation and decay. The most horrifying sight was the transformation of humans into zombies after days of metamorphosis. Their bodies began to grotesquely alter, wounds festering and emitting a putrid stench, while maggots crawled through the flesh, invoking a primal sense of revulsion. Pei Yu's exuberance faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. Trembling, she fluttered her wings and whispered to Guqing, "Brother-in-law, is Jinghai City truly finished? Will the military not intervene?" Guqing shook his head, responding candidly, "This catastrophe is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The zombie virus afforded no nation any time to prepare, compounded by the opening of dimensional rifts. The entire world is shrouded in calamity. For now, we can only rely on ourselves. The national forces still exist, but regrettably, they are too far away to offer protection here." Even as Guqing conversed with Pei Yu, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. The dimensional rifts were fraught with instability, akin to a lottery. As monsters continued to emerge, some possessed terrifying strength. Caution was the key to surviving longer in this treacherous land. After walking several hundred meters, Guqing began to notice something peculiar. The number of zombies surrounding them had significantly diminished, and the ground was littered with the remains of corpses that had been devoured. Flesh and blood vanished into thin air, leaving only pale skeletons behind. "Wait." Guqing halted Pei Yu's advance, then inhaled sharply as a foul stench permeated the air, invading his nostrils. Suddenly, a dozen heavy-breathing creatures emerged from the dilapidated corner. Pei Yu furrowed her brow at the sight. After days of slaying zombies, her disposition had transformed. Her frown now stemmed not from fear, but pure revulsion. Fallen creatures, and in swarms. These monstrosities bore grotesque forms. Some resembled hyenas, others upright lizards, and some were as massive and stout as grizzly bears. The singular commonality among them was the complete absence of skin, their crimson flesh grotesquely exposed to the elements. The acrid stench and sanguine scent evoked a profound discomfort. The fallen were evidently carrion eaters, having devoured all the surrounding zombies. At this moment, their gaze fixated on Guqing and Pei Yu. Roaring with hunger, the beasts regarded Guqing and Pei Yu as delectable delicacies, their lips curling back as they emitted a cacophony of howls. In the blink of an eye, the horde lunged forward. The oppressive aura of malevolence surged forth, and Pei Yu's brows arched defiantly. With a flick of her arm, a long whip exuding an abyssal essence materialized in her palm. furthermore, emulating Gu Chang. Her lips trembled as she recited incantations. Suddenly, a magical circle manifested beneath her feet, from which a viscous, searing wax demon emerged. Though these fallen creatures were ferocious, they had not yet evolved. Thus, Gu Chang stood still, observing Pei Yu's performance. Without waiting for the fallen to close in, Pei Yu charged at them, whip in hand. With a swift crack of the whip, the airborne fallen were caught off guard, their bodies struck with tremendous force, flung against the wall. The impact was so great that the already skinless forms were torn open, revealing gaping wounds. The other charging fallen were momentarily stunned, incredulous that such a delicate human could wield such devastating power. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air as tendrils formed from molten lava and snared the fallen. Sizzling, the lava reached temperatures of 1,000 degrees, and without skin to shield them, the flesh of the fallen was seared and scorched. They craned their necks, emitting piercing cries of agony. In stark contrast, Pei Yu observed this brutal scene with a smile playing at the corners of her mouth, as if the torment of others granted her an unimaginable pleasure. As the hunt continued, the demon bloodline within Pei Yu gradually awakened. Gu Chang stood by, taking in every move she made, fully engrossed in her display. Though the succubus is extraordinarily alluring, possessing an astonishing charm, her essence is that of a pure demon. Just as a beast retains its wildness, regardless of how it is tamed, so too does Pei Yu's demonic lineage gradually influence the consciousness of those around her through relentless slaughter and the witnessing of death. This transformation ultimately alters their very nature. However, Gu Chang did not intervene in this unfolding chaos. Instead, he extended his hand and gave her a gentle push from behind. Like a beautiful yet useless vase, Gu Chang preferred the ruthless demon, who wreaks havoc without restraint. With the combined efforts of Pei Yu and the wax-melting demon, a dozen fallen creatures were swiftly annihilated, leaving the vicinity littered with a grotesque array of organ remnants and splattered flesh. After vanquishing their foes, Pei Yu turned to Gu Chang, raised her neck, and pouted in a manner that beckoned for compliments. Gu Chang smiled, generous with his praise, yet at that moment, his pupils constricted, and an overwhelming sense of danger enveloped him. Caution! Gu Chang stepped forward, grasping Pei Yu's wrist and pulling her aside with all his might. A thunderous crash echoed as a shadow descended. Thanks to Gu Chang's timely intervention, Pei Yu narrowly escaped peril. Unfortunately, the wax-melting demon beside them was not so fortunate. It was crushed beneath the shadow, reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Sizzling. As the wax-melting demon shattered, molten remnants splattered, yet, unlike the other fallen creatures that emitted wails of anguish, the shadow absorbed the remnants of the demon's lava into its own form. Almost immediately, two undulating tentacles sprouted from its previously lumpy body. A voracious ability. Gu Chang furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the abomination before him. Standing at nearly 3 meters tall, its body resembled a walking grave, riddled with grotesque growths. Most terrifying of all, it was covered in a multitude of heads, some human, some zombie, some dark beings, and others fallen. Unlike the timid demons Gu Chang had encountered previously, who wore severed heads as trophies around their necks, this creature had seamlessly embedded these heads into its own flesh. The most horrifying aspect was that these heads appeared to retain a semblance of consciousness. At this moment, dozens of eyes, filled with loathsome malice, fixated on Gu Chang, seemingly yearning to drag both him and Pei Yu into its corporeal form, merging them into one entity. Sister-in-law, Pei Yu, having never before encountered such an unfathomable monster, finally revealed a hint of trepidation, casting a glance towards Gu Chang. In her eyes, her brother-in-law was omnipotent and undoubtedly aware of the creature's origins. Not one to disappoint her, Gu Chang slowly articulated, a hybrid fallen creature. This is a being that has reached the pinnacle of the starry radiance realm. Chapter 23, Slaying the Hybrid, Pei Yu's Intrigues. Hybrid fallen. Pei Yu's face was a canvas of confusion. Gu Chang nodded affirmatively. This type of fallen creature possesses the ability to assimilate and devour. With each act of consumption, its size increases, theoretically granting it boundless potential for growth. Pei Yu's mouth slightly parted, her delicate lips betraying her astonishment. It is evident that the monstrosity surpassed her expectations. More distressing for Pei Yu was the realization that the wax-melting demon, to which she had painstakingly forged a contract, had now become an integral part of this abomination. Moreover, with the demise of her contracted creature, Pei Yu suffered a backlash, her mind pierced by excruciating pain akin to 1,000 needles. Through sheer willpower, she managed to remain conscious, yet her face was shrouded in pallor. Her body swayed unsteadily, as if she might collapse to the ground at any moment. Gu Chang observed her condition closely, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and said, "You should step aside and rest for a moment." With that, he wielded his blade and advanced directly towards the aberration. At this juncture, Gu Chang did not intend to summon the Knight of Calamity or the Hellhound. Rather, he focused on honing his own prowess. The numerous heads of the monstrosity fixated their gaze entirely upon him. Having just melded with the tendrils of the wax-melting demon, they lunged towards Gu Cheng, emanating an intense heat that washed over him like a torrent. Break! Gu Cheng squinted, and as his focus sharpened, the movements of the tendrils appeared to slow. Seizing the moment, he swung the Reaper-S blade, aiming directly at the encroaching tendrils. With a decisive thrust, the resilient tendrils, although formidable, crumbled under the might of the cursed blade as if they were mere strands of twine. The severed appendages splattered molten lava upon the ground. The sudden and severe blow enraged the monstrosity, but before it could react, Gu Cheng charged forward, appearing before it in an instant. The many heads, witnessing this, opened their mouths in a cacophony of beastly howls that seemed to rend the very fabric of reality, tormenting Gu Cheng's psyche. In that moment, it felt as though the gates of hell had been flung wide open, and the sounds emanating from the creature were anything but human, relentlessly assailing Gu Cheng's mind. The monstrosity, having amalgamated numerous corpses, possessed not only formidable physical strength, but also a soul that had undergone a qualitative transformation due to the fusion. For an ordinary person, enduring such a soul-rending scream at close range could obliterate their consciousness, causing them to bleed from their orifices and faint. Yet for Gu Cheng, wielding the Reaper-S blade, these sounds merely constituted a din, far from lethal. Too noisy, silence yourselves. Fixating on the grotesque visages before him, Gu Cheng's eyes gleamed with ferocity. With a flick of his wrist, devoid of any ostentatious display, he concentrated his energy and delivered a horizontal slash. With each stroke, the ghastly heads fell to the ground, severed by the Reaper-S blade. At this juncture, the monstrosity finally sensed a flicker of fear. It attempted to retreat to evade Gu Cheng's assault. However, Gu Cheng was already consumed by a bloodlust. Witnessing the creature's hesitance only fueled his rage, and as he absorbed the energy from his kills, a robust power surged through his limbs, making him feel as though he had devoured an entire bull, his strength reaching its zenith. The negative emotions radiating from the monstrosity were magnitudes more terrifying than those of a mere mortal, and with the absorption of its energy, Gu Cheng's pupils transformed into a vivid crimson hue. The entire figure resembled a ferocious tiger pouncing upon its prey, offering the aberrant fiend no chance of escape. As the Zongpao blade was wielded, a mist of crimson emanated from its blade. After seizing the Zongpao blade from He Ran, Gu Cheng did not remain idle. The extensive slaughter intensified the aura of death radiating from the blade. At this moment, bolstered by the power of curses, the Zongpao blade was unstoppable. Just moments earlier, the fiend had appeared as a menacing specter, attempting to consume Gu Cheng whole. In this instant, however, it resembled a feeble chick, utterly incapable of determining its fate. The remaining head, devoid of any semblance of rage, instead displayed a visage of palpable fear. Compared to its kin, this fiend exhibited a notably higher intellect. Moreover, the gruesome mouths of its severed heads gaped open, pleading for mercy to preserve their lives. Yet, in the face of such unpredictable elements, Gu Cheng had but one response: to slay. With a powerful swing of his blade, enveloped by the aura of curses, the very air around them seemed to be consumed. Blood erupted forth. In a single strike, the fiend's body was cleaved in two. The monstrosity, amalgamated from several individuals, had its innards, encased in blood, cascade to the ground. The fiend trembled for a moment before falling completely still. Gu Cheng observed intently as, in its final moments, a streak of scarlet, howling energy was absorbed by the Zongpao blade. The intensity of the energy caused the blade to quiver. Subsequently, an unprecedented surge of restorative power coursed through his hands and enveloped his entire being. Exhilaration surged within him as he sensed an abundance of vitality. At this juncture, he had brushed against the precipice of the moonlit realm, a pace of advancement that would have been unfathomable in his past life. Pei Yu, observing from the side, was taken aback, sensing an indescribable aura emanating from Gu Cheng. It was extraordinarily domineering. Witnessing this, she felt a warmth envelop her entire body, her legs unconsciously entwining as a subtle shiver coursed through her. Unable to withstand her feelings any longer, Pei Yu suddenly threw herself against Gu Cheng's chest. Biting her lip, she gazed up at him, her pallid complexion betraying no hint of his beauty, instead amplifying an extraordinary fragility that was captivating. My spiritual energy is depleted. I require restoration. Pei Yu, astute enough not to be easily fooled, could sense the relentless energy coalescing around her during their intimate proximity. Moreover, witnessing Gu Cheng single-handedly vanquishing the aberrant fiend felt akin to consuming an extraordinary elixir. Her breath grew heavier, her bewitching gaze enchanting. It must be said that Pei Yu, infused with the bloodline of a succubus, was nothing short of enchanting. Clad in a delicate dress, thin fabric barely concealing her form, The intoxicating fragrance wafted into Gu Cheng's nostrils. Gu Cheng, ever free-spirited, looked at Pei Yu with a smile and remarked, "I recall a 5-star hotel nearby. Let us venture there and see what treasures await." Upon hearing this, Pei Yu immediately displayed a smile that hinted at her successful scheming. She quickly pressed her lips together and whispered in Gu Cheng's ear, "I will certainly behave myself." Gu Cheng, witnessing her expression, couldn't help but give her a playful nudge, saying, "You're taking advantage and playing coy. By the way, can you still walk?" Pei Yu, covering her head, pouted, "My head hurts. I need a hug." Without further ado, Gu Cheng picked her up effortlessly and made his way towards their destination. Chapter 24, Decisive Actions, 1 Death Sentence. After traveling for another half hour, Gu Cheng caught sight of a towering structure, the Venice Hotel. In times of peace, this was a haven for the affluent, where the cheapest room cost over 1,000 yuan, let alone the presidential suites. For an average person, stepping inside to touch the plush sofas or soft beds might remain a distant dream, as a single night could reach astronomical sums of over 100,000. Such amounts could easily cover a down payment for a home in a less populated area of the city. Yet now, the once thriving gathering place for the wealthy had fallen eerily silent. What puzzled Gu Cheng was the hotel's tightly shut doors. Peering inside, he saw no wandering zombies. Could there still be survivors within? With a heart full of questions, he carried Pei Yu forward cautiously. As Gu Cheng approached, a sudden gasp echoed from above. He looked up to see 2 men regarding him with scrutinizing gazes. Their eyes lingered longer on Pei Yu, revealing unmistakable greed and astonishment. Possessing the bloodline of a succubus, her unintentional aura was enough to mesmerize anyone. At this moment, Pei Yu had concealed her wings and the sharp horns atop her head. Otherwise, her allure would have multiplied several times over. Thus, she appeared no different from an ordinary young woman. Gu Cheng spoke up, "I am merely passing through. May I enter to rest for a moment?" The 2 men exchanged glances, and one finally replied, "Wait." Moments later, they appeared before him as the door creaked open. Stepping inside, Gu Cheng noted that the 2 men appeared to be in their 30s, their features bearing an intimidating edge. Curiously, they were clad in the hotel's work uniforms, and one of them had his hand resting on his waist. Beneath his clothing, a bulge hinted at the unmistakable shape of a firearm. How could there be guns in a time of peace? Gu Cheng began to suspect their true identities. Meanwhile, the man with the gun was sizing Gu Cheng up, and upon noticing the blade in his hand, he frowned slightly, instinctively gripping his weapon in case of an emergency. Perhaps feeling reassured by the presence of his firearm, he began to scrutinize Pei Yu as well. At that moment, she wore a long black dress that concealed her figure. Yet her feet were adorned with sandals, leaving her 10 slender toes exposed to the air, their round and fair appearance strikingly evident. It appeared as though a work of art. The man, having encountered numerous women in the past, swore that none could compare to the beauty of Pei Yu's foot. Her visage was exquisitely perfect, unmarred by even the slightest blemish. As a result, the man found himself utterly entranced by Pei Yu's allure, his gaze brimming with lewdness, devoid of any semblance of the decorum expected of a gentleman. Gu Cheng observed the scene, his expression darkening as he spoke. "If you continue to stare, I shall gouge out your eyes." An immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Taken aback by such a fierce reprimand, the 2 men momentarily froze, but swiftly. The one with the firearm reacted, hastily lifting his shirt to reveal a dark handgun firmly clasped in his hand. With a click, the gun was chambered, aimed directly at Gu Cheng's head. The gunman, sporting a buzz cut, revealed a tattoo of a mountain tiger on his chest as he glared at Gu Cheng, barking, "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Tell me, have you experienced any mutations?" Gu Cheng seized upon this key phrase. Despite the gun's muzzle pointed at him, he exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the man and replied, "Mutations? Have you ever encountered someone who has mutated?" The man, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Our companion Xiao, who emerged from prison alongside us, is a mutant. Kid, do you think you can act brazenly just because you wield a knife? Let me tell you." Before he could finish, Gu Cheng raised his blade, the late podal, and struck the man with lethal precision. Swift. It was astonishingly swift. So quick that the man had no time to pull the trigger before a crimson line appeared across his head. As time progressed, the line widened, and in the blink of an eye, the man, once filled with bravado, was cleaved in 2 from top to bottom. Scalding blood and entrails splattered across the floor of the 5-star hotel. The accomplice nearby, as if witnessing a ghost, turned pale, devoid of any color, trembling uncontrollably at the sight of Gu Cheng. "Please, don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life." Born in a time of peace and armed with firearms, the 2 believed Gu Cheng's blade to be merely a cold weapon. A gun is swift at 7 paces, but within 7 steps, it is both rapid and precise. Just moments ago, the gun was merely a meter away from Gu Cheng. They cared little whether he wielded a single blade or 2, for they assumed that with the slightest movement from him, they could eliminate him. Yet, they never anticipated that Gu Qing's speed would be so astonishing. Nor could they fathom that a single strike could cleave a man in half. Could this be a feat achievable by an ordinary person? A mutant, just like Xiao? You too are a mutant. Having witnessed Xiao's extraordinary abilities, the man now surmised that Gu Cheng must possess similar, uncanny powers. After dispatching his foe, Gu Qing's expression remained unchanged. Yet, this only served to heighten the man's fear, for he could discern that Gu Cheng had become almost numb to the value of life. What dignity! What face! Life is paramount. Kneeling on the ground, they repeatedly bowed their heads, uttering pleas for mercy. Gu Cheng regarded them and inquired, "Are you residents here?" The man shook his head, responding truthfully, "No, we escaped from the detention center." Gu Cheng raised an eyebrow, glancing at the firearms strewn about. "Then what are these guns?" The man explained, "For some reason, the guards went mad, attacking anyone they saw. We managed to escape, and this handgun was taken from there. I've told you everything. Please, do not kill me." Gu Cheng, contemplative, asked, "What crime led to your imprisonment?" "Do not lie, I can see through it." At this moment, the man was utterly terrified. Bowing his head and trembling, "Intentional injury. I was sentenced to 10 years. A scoff escaped Gu Cheng's lips. Just as the man attempted to utter more, his large head was suddenly severed and flew into the air, with the decapitated body gushing forth a torrent of blood. Gu Cheng spat disdainfully. 10 years is too lenient. Let me correct that. Death penalty. In that moment, Gu Cheng resembled a lawless outlaw, mercilessly executing the two guards without hesitation. Any ordinary girl witnessing such a scene would have screamed in terror, yet Pei Yu appeared to be watching a performance, her expression even betraying a hint of exhilaration. Gazing adoringly at Gu Cheng, she remarked, "Brother-in-law, you are truly remarkable." Gu Cheng smiled at the girl in his arms, replying, "Do I need you to tell me that?" The continued carnage had accumulated a considerable amount of malevolence within Gu Cheng. However, before unleashing his wrath, he had one vital task, finding the elusive Xiao brother mentioned by the men, and then uprooting the thread entirely. Chapter 25. The Eternal Night Falls. Without cruelty, one cannot stand firm. It was evident that the individuals lying on the ground were merely lackeys. As for the firearms at their feet, Gu Cheng did not bother to collect them. For an extraordinary being, such small-caliber weapons were utterly superfluous. The apocalypse had already been underway for some time, and the city was plunged into darkness due to a lack of maintenance. The eternal night had descended, increasing the challenges of survival once more. After a brief respite, Pei Yu had regained some of her strength and now followed Gu Cheng as they ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the top, an acrid scent of blood invaded Gu Cheng's nostrils. Pushing open the door, the sight that greeted them made Pei Yu frown involuntarily. In the opulently decorated room, a disheveled female corpse lay upon the bed. Judging by her appearance, she appeared to be in her 30s. To reside here, one must be either wealthy or noble. In peacetime, she might have been a career elite or a woman of distinguished lineage. Yet now, she lay lifeless, having succumbed to a fatal wound inflicted upon her neck. More importantly, she was not a zombie. It was tragically ironic. Though she had evaded the initial onslaught of the zombie virus, her fate was no better. Her once fair and smooth body was now marred by a multitude of dark purple bruises, a clear testament to the unimaginable torment she endured before her demise. They had met a fate too lenient. At this moment, Pei Yu's expression bore no trace of fear. Instead, it was marked solely by sheer malice. Had she known it would come to this, she vowed she would have ensured a far more tragic end for those brutes. Since the apocalypse began, Pei Yu had encountered numerous corpses, yet the horrific sight before her was unlike anything she had ever witnessed. It was unimaginable what torment the victim must have endured in their final moments. Merely envisioning it filled Pei Yu with a piercing sense of despair. Gu Cheng, seemingly accustomed to this grim scene, slowly spoke. "The apocalypse resembles a Pandora's box. From the moment it was opened, countless calamities, suffering, violence, and the stench of anguish began to permeate the world. Humanity has begun to reveal its grotesque nature. To establish a foothold in this land, one must adapt to all of this in advance." Over the years of surviving in this desolate world, Gu Cheng had also experienced confusion and helplessness. However, as more and more brutal events unfolded before his eyes, his heart had long since become numb. He turned to Pei Yu, observing the unusual intensity in her eyes, and continued, "To survive, power is the essential prerequisite. This is the philosophy I have consistently instilled in you. Only through strength can we remain hunters in this land, rather than becoming prey in someone else's hunt." Undeniably, Gu Cheng's initial ideology was too extreme, showing no mercy and compelling both his sister and himself to battle the undead. Yet, time had proven him right. The world had descended into chaos, devoid of order and law, where everyone fought like beasts in a dark jungle, vying for the right to survive. This time, Pei Yu did not laugh, but responded with unusual seriousness, "I understand. Gu Qing nodded in satisfaction. With Pei Jin's remarkable achievements, Pei Yu, as her sister, certainly possessed her own merits, transforming into a succubus, embodying both fortune and calamity. Although her temperament had drastically changed from a docile girl to a fierce woman, her ability to adapt to darkness was notably swifter than that of the average person. This was, indeed, the primary reason for Gu Cheng bringing her along. For Gu Cheng, Zhang Jiehua, Xiao Chong, and Li Shuo were merely pawns, while Pei Yu, Pei Jin, and Qin Xinyao were the true core talents he aimed to cultivate. These women not only possessed striking appearances, but also unique abilities. Once nurtured, their support would undoubtedly cause Gu Cheng's influence to expand exponentially, akin to a snowball effect. As for their futures, Gu Cheng had already devised plans. With Qin Xinyao's healing skills, she would handle logistics. Pei Jin's meticulous nature made her ideal for the role of chief administrator. As for Pei Yu, due to Gu Cheng's intervention, she had not succumbed to a heart condition, but instead transformed into a succubus. Although Gu Cheng was uncertain about her future, he had sensed a precious quality within her during their time together, an incredible adaptability. He firmly believed that upon witnessing the gruesome demise of the woman in the room, both Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao would be visibly shaken, struggling to maintain their composure. Yet, Pei Yu alone remained unfazed. The thoughts that first arose in his mind were not fear, but rather a disdainful observation that those two guards had met their demise far too easily. It was evident that their adversary possessed the capability to command a legion. At this juncture, Gu Cheng was determined to meticulously cultivate him into a competent commander. In the face of war, death was an inevitability, unlike those ineffectual leaders who succumbed to panic at the loss of their own ranks. Pei Yu exhibited an extraordinary aura of coldness and resolve. The two continued their exploration, and as they approached the staircase, a sudden cacophony of desperate pleas erupted from one of the rooms. Accompanying this were the sounds of a man's furious reprimands. With a forceful kick, Gu Cheng burst open the door, revealing a brutish man inflicting violence upon a woman. Within the room, a number of individuals, both men and women, were being held captive. Their eyes, however, were devoid of life. They huddled in the corners, paralyzed by fear, and despite witnessing the woman's humiliation, none dared to intervene. It was abundantly clear that their spirits had been shackled by terror. The man, upon seeing Gu Cheng, instinctively felt the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. Yet Pei Yu, whose fury had been building throughout their journey, desperately needed an outlet for her rage. As the man uttered disrespectful words, she swiftly flicked her wrist, and the devilish whip lashed out, striking his flesh with brutal precision. The sound of tearing skin echoed as the whip did not hold back, exposing the very bones beneath. The man, who had never anticipated such ferocity from Pei Yu, collapsed to his knees, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. Please, don't hit me anymore." At that moment, all remnants of his former menacing demeanor had vanished, leaving behind a pitiful creature, akin to a dog begging for forgiveness. Gu Cheng regarded him coolly and inquired, "I heard downstairs that there is an aberrant among you. Where is he?" The man, sensing the gravity of the situation, divulged without hesitation, "He is on the 6th floor. Brother Xiao has captured a model and is enjoying her upstairs. Please, spare me." Gu Cheng, having gleaned the information he sought, issued a chilling command, "Kill him." Such soulless individuals posed a threat to any power structure. It was far wiser to crush them like ants. Upon hearing this, Pei Yu's eyes glinted with a flash of malice. With another flick of her whip, it coiled around the man's neck like a serpent. The sound of cracking filled the air as he gasped for help. The tightening grip transformed his complexion into a ghastly shade of purple, his tongue lolling out, and his eyes bulging in terror until they nearly popped from their sockets. Ultimately, he succumbed, lifeless. For Pei Yu, who had taken her first life, there was no hint of confusion as Gu Cheng had anticipated. Instead, a strange smile crept upon her lips, suggesting that the act of killing had bestowed upon her an unprecedented sense of euphoria. The men and women who bore witness to this grim spectacle were rendered utterly speechless. In the days that followed, they remained ensnared in the anguish of their subjugation, enduring unparalleled torment both mentally and physically, regardless of their gender. At this moment, witnessing Gu Cheng and Pei Yu embroiled in a disagreement that escalated to violence, the onlookers were gripped by sheer terror. Trembling, they pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "Please don't kill me. I can offer you money, 1 million, no, 3 million. Would that suffice? Woe is me, I have just graduated, I do not wish to die. If you let me go, I will comply with anything you demand." Observing their pitiful demeanor, Gu Cheng remained impassive, stating, "You may leave." He then proceeded to escort Pei Yu out of the room, leaving the others in a state of shock, unable to fathom the reality of what had transpired. It was only after Gu Cheng's departure that they snapped back to reality, bursting from the room in a frenzied rush down the stairs. Pei Yu, witnessing the scene, found herself at a loss for words. Yet, Seeing Gu Cheng silent, she ultimately chose to keep her thoughts to herself. You think I am cruel, do you not? Allowing them to escape leads only to their demise. Gu Cheng walked ahead, not bothering to glance back, having already anticipated Pei Yu's complex expression. It seemed as though her thoughts were laid bare before him. She shook her head and softly declared, "How could that be? I believe my brother-in-law is always right. I swear." Perhaps it was her devilish nature that made Pei Yu, among the women, the most carefree, despite her lingering humanity. She harbored a pessimistic view towards those who fled. Nonetheless, this did not diminish her unwavering trust in Gu Cheng. In matters of kinship over righteousness, to put it plainly, when faced with Gu Cheng, Pei Yu behaved like an ardent admirer, resolutely defending him, no matter what he said. Gu Cheng gazed at Pei Yu, noting her pursed lips and the gesture of swearing an oath with her finger, which stirred something deep within him. With a fleeting smile, his expression swiftly hardened to one of indifference. Remember, the world has undergone a tremendous transformation. Without a ruthless heart, one cannot stand firm. Do not aspire to be a savior, for it will only burden you. Instead, strive to be a survivor. Selfish and ruthless, those who have just fled are mere expendables. Even if they remained, they would only squander our resources, holding no value whatsoever. Do you understand now? Gu Cheng endeavored to cultivate Pei Yu, approaching this task from multiple angles, mentally, in her worldview, and in terms of strength. Mercy does not command an army. This is an unyielding law. His words struck deeply, leaving Pei Yu feeling that it would take considerable time to fully grasp their implications. Yet, as a devoted admirer, she would unconditionally obey all of Gu Cheng's directives. Thus, she lifted her beautiful gaze and slowly nodded. I understand. Chapter 26. The Heart of a Scorpion, the Aggrieved Victim in Despair. Damn it. Have you not yet made up your mind? Both you and I possess extraordinary abilities, and if we join forces, we can certainly establish ourselves in this world. What is one woman worth? If necessary, I can always procure a few more. At this moment, a man in his 40s earnestly counseled the young man slumped on the ground. Xiao Jun, a notorious troublemaker, had grown accustomed to a life where imprisonment was a distant reality for others, yet he faced it as if it were commonplace. The crime of coercion, the intentional infliction of harm, and even the brutal assault of elderly parents due to gambling debts paint a portrait of a person who is perhaps the most reprehensible individual in existence, one who seemingly possesses no hope for redemption. Yet, who could have foreseen that the advent of the apocalypse would present an unexpected opportunity for Xiao Jun? He awakens the bloodline of a beast man, amplifying his strength tenfold and significantly increasing his muscular density. Ordinary bullets merely embed themselves a couple of centimeters into his flesh, ceasing their penetration without damaging his internal organs. Armed with such formidable abilities, the confines of the detention center can no longer hold him. He eliminates the guards and escapes with several inmates, finding refuge in a hotel. Leading a band of nefarious individuals, Xiao Jun dispatches the remaining zombies in the hotel and then turns his predatory gaze towards the guests. Women are subjected to wanton cruelty, while men endure relentless torment. Among them, he encounters a remarkable pair, a newlywed couple on their honeymoon, the man hailing from a wealthy background and the woman a model of exquisite beauty. She possesses both a stunning physique and striking features. But what astonishes Xiao Jun most is her audacity to abandon her long-term partner in favor of him after witnessing the gruesome act of murder. He vividly recalls their first encounter. As a model, she stands approximately 1.72 meters tall, clad in sleepwear that accentuates her figure. Her graceful neck and soft bosom, reminiscent of white jade, are enticingly revealed. Her slender waist is so delicate it barely fills his palm, and her long, smooth legs are exposed, each elegant foot silently beckoning. Having spent a lifetime as a rogue, Xiao Jun had never encountered such a paragon of beauty. Coupled with the overwhelming surge of beastly testosterone, he succumbs to primal instincts and violates her before her distressed spouse. However, in a twist of fate, the once defeated husband, upon witnessing his wife's betrayal and Xiao Jun's brazen assault, seems to undergo a transformation, perhaps due to the overwhelming emotional trauma. He awakens a unique ability, utilizing telekinesis to manipulate the television and furniture to retaliate against Xiao Jun. Yet, with his beastman fortitude, the minor injuries inflicted upon him are trivial, and he swiftly overpowers the husband once more. Nonetheless, Xiao Jun is no fool. Recognizing the potential advantages of having another capable individual by his side, he earnestly persuades the beleaguered man to join his ranks for mutual benefit. At this moment, Su Jin is engulfed in despair, grievously wounded and lying on the ground. Devoid of his previous grace and elegance, his eyes ablaze with rage as he fixates on the half-clad woman. His countenance is twisted with terror and fury, a palpable desire to end her life coursing through him. Having endured such tribulations, Su Jin comprehends that his wife is merely a victim in this dire scenario. Even in her violation, she had little choice. If true coercion had occurred, he could only blame himself for failing to fulfill his duties as a husband. To Su Jin's astonishment, the wife he had pursued fervently for 2 years, investing countless resources to win her heart, was now showing no resistance upon encountering the brutal man. Xiao Jun, on the contrary, she approached him with eagerness, engaging in acts that were utterly shocking right before his eyes. For any man, such a betrayal would be intolerable anguish. Under Su Jin's intense gaze, a flicker of fear crossed the woman's face, prompting her to move closer to Xiao Jun and, in a soft voice, express her trepidation. Brother Xiao, look at him staring at me so intently. It frightens me. Even if I feign acceptance of your invitation, one cannot dismiss the sinister intentions lurking behind. At this, Xiao Jun raised an eyebrow, a shadow of darkness flitting across his eyes as he inquired. What do you wish to do? The woman bit her lip, casting a glance at Su Jin, whose fierce stare bore down on her. After seemingly reaching a resolute decision, she chillingly declared, eliminate him, to eradicate future threats. Su Jin, upon hearing this, felt as though struck by lightning. He had never imagined that the woman he had fought so hard to claim would possess such a ruthless heart. In that moment, consumed by despair and rage, he resembled a cornered wolf, glaring at her and shouting, Cheng Shui, I must have been blind to choose you. How could you so easily disregard our past and utter such words? You wretched woman, you despicable creature. Cheng Shui, seemingly surrendering to the chaos, reacted to Su Jin's furious tirade without restraint, countering with pointed accusations. Su Jin, you knew what I was when you met me. I love to party, to revel in nightclubs. It was you who insipidly professed your love at first sight, declaring you could not marry anyone else. I won't hesitate to admit that while you were away on business, I had my share of fun with your so-called friends. Did you not notice the peculiar glances they cast your way? Even before our engagement banquet, Before she could finish, Su Jin's fist crashed into the ground. Despite awakening his mental powers, his strength had not significantly increased, and the blow left his hand bloodied and raw. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to his pain. I will kill you. I swear I will slay you. You vile wretch, I want you dead. Su Jin's voice rose, hoarse and anguished, echoing like a banshee's wail. He had never fathomed that the beacon of his heart would turn out to be a wanton creature, entangled with those he deemed friends behind his back. This revelation clarified why she had so readily sought refuge in Xiao Jun's embrace without a moment's hesitation. It was in her very nature. He felt like a tortoise, subjected to her relentless humiliation. The collapse of Su Jin's mental state was complete, and he erupted into madness, screaming vehemently. To his surprise, the mental energy he thought had dissipated surged forth once more, shattering not only furniture but also the very ground beneath him. Xiao Jun, witnessing this, was momentarily taken aback, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that this alluring woman could be so capricious, yet he too was no paragon of virtue. Not only did he not feel aversion, but rather sensed a kindred spirit between the two, as if they were destined to be together. He could not allow this to continue. Xiao Jun took a step forward, visibly harboring murderous intent towards Su Jin. Just as Xiao Jun's muscles tensed, ready to bring his iron fist down upon Su Jin's head, a thunderous crash resounded. The entire door shattered instantaneously. Following this, a cold and aloof man appeared before Xiao Jun, clapping his hands. Gu Cheng surveyed the chaotic scene in the room, a smile gracing his face. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Chapter 27. Telekinetic Manipulation. Do you seek revenge? The sudden intrusion evidently startled Xiao Jun. He steadied himself and beheld a mocking visage gazing back at him, an expression reminiscent of one observing a monkey in a zoo. In the past, Xiao Jun would have unhesitatingly shattered the opponent's skull, but possessing extraordinary abilities had fundamentally transformed his temperament. With a sense of superiority that transcended the ordinary human experience, he found himself hesitant. This hesitation stemmed from the fact that the intruder wielded a bloody blade in hand. Even from several meters away, Xiao Jun could detect the acrid scent of blood. Who are you? What have you done to Adong and Xiao Jian? Despite having already surmised the answer in his heart, Xiao Jun could not refrain from inquiring. In contrast, Gu Qing paid Xiao Jun no mind. His attention entirely fixated on Su Jin, who was barely clinging to life, severely wounded but still grappling with his last vestiges of defiance. Consequently, the shattered teacups and glass in the room floated in midair, manipulated by his waning power. However, due to his exhaustion, he could scarcely sustain these objects, which teetered precariously, as if on the verge of crashing to the ground at any moment. Initially intending to observe the spectacle, Gu Cheng could not help but raise an eyebrow. Telekinetic manipulation? If extraordinary powers were to be ranked, telekinesis would undoubtedly secure a place within the top 10, for such individuals are inherently designed for grand displays. Abilities such as orc bloodline, troll lineage, or physical petrification merely pertain to individual prowess. While formidable in solitary combat, It is crucial to recognize that the future battlefield will not consist of sluggish zombies, but rather the tenacious swarms of insectoids, an overwhelming multitude of demons, or the bizarre capabilities of multidimensional beings. With armies numbering in the tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands charging forth, individual strength, no matter how impressive, becomes a slow means of dispatching foes. At this moment, the self-satisfied Xiao Jun believed he had acquired powers that surpassed the ordinary, oblivious to the fact that in the years to come, individuals like him would be collectively referred to as cannon fodder on the battlefield, mere expendables for depleting enemy forces. In contrast, telekinetic manipulators are different. As their realm of power evolves, their mastery over mental energy continually strengthens. Imagine, if you will, the terrifying spectacle when a telekinetic commander orchestrates an assault with thousands of weapons forged from abyssal iron, unleashing a cataclysmic onslaught upon their foes. It is truly a scene of a myriad of swords unleashed. Perhaps, in a single encounter, they could send the invading dimensional creatures fleeing in utter disarray. The apocalypse is indeed merciless. Some prodigies, before they even have a chance to flourish, are extinguished in their cradle due to a series of unfortunate circumstances. As a staunch idealist, Gu Chang can watch helplessly as ordinary people escape the hotel only to meet their demise. Yet he feels a twinge of admiration for the man before him. For compared to the useless expendables, this man possesses the potential to be a formidable tool. With this thought, Gu Chang gazes at the frail Su Jin and chuckles softly. Life is filled with intriguing occurrences, such as the serendipity of encountering you. Betrayed by a beloved, who even utters words of ensuring no future threat, Su Jin once believed his demise was inevitable. However, he was unprepared for the glimmer of hope that appeared with the entrance of a man wielding a blade. Instinctively, Su Jin grit his teeth and declared, "I will slay that wretched person." His voice pierced the air, a haunting wail akin to a wild dog being skinned alive, chilling the very essence of the soul. Upon hearing his words, Cheng Shui, sensing the ominous shift, instinctively clung to Xiao Jun, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, protect me." The woman's increasing distress only fueled Su Jin's fury. Gu Chang reiterated, "Serve me as your master, heed my every command, and I shall grant you the chance for revenge. Will you accept?" At that moment, Su Jin resembled a shipwrecked victim struggling in tumultuous waters. Gu Chang had become his sole lifeline. Even if there were traps ahead, he would leap into them without hesitation. With desperation, Su Jin gasped, "I am willing." Meanwhile, Xiao Jun, overhearing the exchange between Gu Chang and Su Jin, felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. It was evident that Gu Chang's composure and the bloodied blade in his hand exuded an oppressive aura, prompting him to clench his fists in readiness for battle. Locking his gaze on Gu Chang, he spoke in a low, serious tone, "My friend, you seem to be rather overconfident. Do you truly believe you can rescue him from my grasp?" "Let me tell you," Gu Chang, finding Xiao Jun's threats exceedingly tedious, regarded him with disdain, retorting, "Overconfident? You are unworthy. You, a mere cur, lack even the qualification to be regarded by me." As his words echoed, Gu Chang's arm shot up suddenly. Boom! The ripping blade cleaved through the air, creating a cacophony of deafening sonic booms that reverberated throughout the room. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Jun's pupils constricted. Though he had anticipated Gu Chang's extraordinary nature, he had not envisioned his prowess to be so overwhelmingly formidable. The mere act of striking instilled an unprecedented sense of dread within him. Yet, the intense will to survive compelled Xiao Jun to react. His opponent, arms crossed, raised them high above his head. Awakened by his orc bloodline, Xiao Jun had conducted countless experiments throughout his journey. Not even a blade or firearm could pierce his formidable physique. With a fierce countenance and crimson eyes, he was ready. The moment he blocked the assailant's attack, he would retaliate with blinding speed, aiming to shatter the intruder's skull with a single punch. Alas, his plan ultimately fell to ruin. At the instant the blade struck his arm, a jolt of numbness surged from his limb to his mind. Then, to his horror, he beheld his own arms soaring through the air, blood gushing from the severed ends. Ignoring his agonized cries, he remained resolute, dropping low to execute a sweeping strike. With a sickening sound, his powerful legs were also cleaved apart, and in the next moment, he collapsed to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. All that remained in his gaze was sheer terror and despair. Chapter 28, Servitude and the Surge of Power. The sudden turn of events undoubtedly caught everyone off guard. Cheng Shui, with her delicate beauty, let out a piercing scream, having never imagined that the sturdy figure she clung to would be defeated so utterly. The most devastating blow was the sight of an arm crashing down at her feet. Fear engulfed her like a torrential flood, and she fell to her knees, helplessly retching. "This cannot be real. This is merely a nightmare. My muscle density is incredibly robust. How could I be unable to withstand even a blade? It must be an illusion, surely." Xiao Jun was equally engulfed in overwhelming horror, but unlike Cheng Shui's psychological shock, he bore the burden of dual physical torment. He, who prided himself on being superior, had yet to truly save her life, and now found himself in such a dire predicament. His mental world crumbled entirely. As for Su-jin, he stood frozen in place. For him, Gu-chang represented the sole beacon of hope in his bleak existence, and he never anticipated that he had indeed placed his bet wisely. What was servitude compared to the opportunity for revenge? Meanwhile, Gu-chang sheathed his blade and sat casually in a nearby chair, observing Su-jin as he casually remarked, "Let us begin. Use their lives to honor your past." Suddenly enlightened, Su-jin summoned every ounce of strength to rise from the ground, fixating on the retching Cheng Shui. It seemed she sensed something, as she lifted her gaze and was met by the familiar depths of Su-jin's eyes. Yet, where warmth once resided, now emanated a chilling breeze that sent shivers down her spine. At this moment, notions of dignity and face became utterly inconsequential. Cheng Shui, shedding her previous malevolent facade, implored with tearful desperation, "Do not kill me, Su-jin. You still love me, don't you? You once said I was your first love. Everything I said earlier was mere folly. Nothing ever happened between me and your brother. Please believe me, I beg you." Since Su-jin had known Cheng Shui, he had never witnessed her weep so sorrowfully. Memories of their past interactions flickered through his mind like a rapid carousel. Su-jin trembled slightly, bitterness lacing his words. "Indeed, I was infatuated with you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Shui felt a glimmer of hope. It had always been this way, no matter how much she provoked him. A few tears would invariably win his forgiveness. Believing she glimpsed a ray of life, she hesitantly moved towards Su-jin, but as she took a step forward, thud! A shard of shattered glass, manipulated by telekinesis, pierced through Cheng Shui's neck. Her fair skin was violated. She attempted to utter something, but with her throat obliterated. All that escaped her lips was a torrent of blood. Su-jin watched as she struggled to breathe, silently completing his earlier thought. That was then. As for now, I am filled only with disgust for you. Alongside her, Xiao Jun was also assailed. Due to Xiao Jun's formidable physique, Su-jin directly thrust the glass shard into his eye. It penetrated through the socket, obliterating his brain matter, resulting in an unimaginably tragic demise. The seemingly inconspicuous shard of glass had transformed into an instrument of death under Su-jin's control, showcasing the formidable power of telekinesis. Had they been in a more expansive setting rather than this cramped hotel, the outcome of their confrontation might have been entirely different. With vengeance fulfilled, Su-jin turned his gaze back to Gu-chang. The instant his eyes locked onto his opponent, he, who believed himself to have weathered the storms of fate and felt emotionally extinguished, found his body's hair standing on end. The serenity in Gu-chang's eyes and demeanor was disconcertingly profound, far surpassing Su-jin in composure by countless degrees. This evoked a remarkably eerie sensation within Su-jin. As if, to Gu-chang, the act of killing was akin to slaying a mere chicken. It bore no psychological impact whatsoever. Su-jin attempted to articulate something, but was met with dizziness, his body reeling from the blows he had endured. Standing was a mere testament to the hatred that sustained him. Now that his vengeance was exacted, it felt as if all strength was siphoned from his being, and he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. "Brother-in-law, is this person truly as talented as you claimed? He appears to be as feeble as a chick, far less formidable than your one hand." As night descended, the hotel sank into an oppressive silence, enveloped in darkness due to the neglect of its electrical systems. What is truly unsettling is that this hotel is laden with grotesque and fearsome corpses, while outside the windows, a cacophony of unusual beastly wails reverberates. In summary, this place resembles more a portal to hell than a mere hotel. Any ordinary person would succumb to madness upon arrival. Yet, in stark contrast, Pei Yu and Gu-chang sit cross-legged, with their sustenance procured from the hotel vending machine laid before them. As for Pei Yu, her mouth only briefly seals when Gu-chang imparts specialized knowledge. Otherwise, it is perpetually in motion. Despite Gu-chang's serious demeanor, he cannot help but be disarmed during their interactions. He raises his fist and gently taps her on the head. "Silence, eat your meal." Pei Yu, feeling somewhat aggrieved, complies and shuts her mouth, though she still mutters to herself in a hushed tone, "I did not lie. My brother-in-law is the strongest." Gu-chang shakes his head, feeling that having such a lively spirit beside him has rendered their otherwise grim survival journey considerably more amusing. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly breaks the silence. "Where am I? Is this hell?" Upon witnessing Su-jin awaken, Gu-chang breathes a sigh of relief. Any ordinary person would have perished from the horrific beating he endured. Yet Su-jin, being extraordinary, possesses a recovery ability far beyond that of mere mortals and has surprisingly regained consciousness after several hours. Just as Su-jin had succumbed to darkness, believing he had plunged into hell, a voice nearby suddenly interjects, "This is not hell. Congratulations, you are still alive." Su-jin stands frozen, his fragmented memories piecing together like a jigsaw puzzle. He recalls avenging his great grievance. He remembers that wretched person meeting her demise at his hands. A sense of exhilaration unlike any he has ever known surges within him. Of course, Su-jin does not forget his vow. Looking towards Gucheng, he struggles to rise and kneels upon the ground. Your grace deserves no words of thanks. From this day forth, I, Su-jin, pledge my loyalty as a servant. Should I falter in this oath, may the heavens strike me down. Chapter 29. The wailing siren discovers the evolved zombie. At this moment, Su-jin embodies subservience. As for humiliation, has he not endured enough? Having experienced betrayal and unimaginable psychological torment, Su-jin's character has undergone a profound transformation. In times of peace, though class distinctions exist, the illusion of equality prevails, deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. However, now that the apocalypse has descended, Su-jin has witnessed firsthand the brutal reality. Someone, emboldened by their high-ranking status, boldly chastises Xiao-jun, only to have their skull obliterated by a single punch from Xiao-jun. The term obliterated is not a mere descriptor. It captures the moment of impact when the fist connects, resulting in a violent explosion of crimson and white matter, splattering everywhere. It is precisely at that moment that Cheng Shui's psychological defenses crumbled entirely, leading her to seek refuge in the embrace of her assailant, even performing a peculiar display before Su-jin's very eyes. Furthermore, in the final moments before his unconsciousness, the image of Gucheng, composed and unflinching, etched itself into Su-jin's mind like a chisel carving a permanent mark. Thus, Su-jin knelt on the ground, utterly devoid of any psychological burdens. Upon hearing the other party's oath, Gucheng merely shook his head. I am not one to place faith in oaths, for they hold no intrinsic significance. Prove your worth through your actions henceforth. Submit to me, and I shall offer you an opportunity to ascend into strength. Should you betray me, I will ensure you plead for your own demise. Gucheng's words were succinct yet suffused with an underlying menace, planting the seeds of fear firmly within Su-jin's heart. He promptly prostrated himself once more, professing his unwavering loyalty. Promises? Oaths. Gucheng had witnessed too much treachery. In the face of absolute gain, the so-called bonds of affection are rendered utterly meaningless. Not even the ties of brotherhood or marriage can withstand the trials of calamity, when the darker aspects of human nature emerge in full force. In contrast, Gucheng placed greater trust in the deterrent power of fear. With a simple inquiry, Gucheng discerned Su-jin's name and background. He hailed from a prosperous family and had excelled in his studies, graduating with a degree in financial management. Coupled with his mental prowess, he could indeed be molded into a capable administrator. After contemplating this, Gucheng addressed Su-jin. At dawn tomorrow, you will journey to the academy. There, I have established my faction. If anyone inquires, tell them Gucheng sent you to seek refuge. Gucheng's exploration was only just beginning, and he had no intention of carrying a burden. Thus, he instructed Su-jin to recuperate at the academy before further arrangements were made. However, upon hearing these words, Su-jin's expression grew anxious as he stammered. I am gravely injured. Would it not be perilous to return along the way? Although Su-jin was lucid, his body ached excruciatingly, and the thought of encountering a horde of zombies filled him with dread, fearing he would be overwhelmed and become their prey. Gucheng reassured him, you need not worry. I have made provisions. With that, he snapped his fingers. Almost immediately, a colossal figure, entirely cloaked in white, slowly strode through the doorway. Upon closer inspection, Su-jin nearly gasped in surprise, for before him stood an enormous skeletal figure. Its eye sockets burned with ethereal blue flames, casting an eerie glow in the dimly lit room. This was Xiao-jun. I have transformed him into a wraith. He shall accompany you on your journey and ensure your safe return to the camp. Su-jin's mouth fell slightly agape, his expression one of utter astonishment. Xiao-jun. Su-jin could hardly believe it. Who could have foreseen that the very person he had slain, Xiao-jun, had metamorphosed into this form? One must understand that the world had undergone a drastic transformation, where anything could transpire. Adhering to the principle of repurposing the useless, Gucheng summoned the Knight of Calamity, transforming Xiao-jun into a skeletal warrior. As for the severed limb integration, it posed no great challenge. After a process of rebirth, the once limbless Xiao-jun emerged in a wholly new guise within this realm. With Xiao-jun as his escort, Su-jin would undoubtedly return safely to the faction. Very well. Rest early. There is food on the ground. Feel free to partake. Having spoken, Gucheng led Pei Yu out of the room. Su-jin also noticed Pei Yu, but seeing their intimate demeanor, he merely cast a fleeting glance before hastily averting his gaze. As Gucheng departed, the room once again succumbed to an inexplicable silence. Su-jin sat nearby, observing Xiao-jun, the source of his humiliation, transformed into this state, his eyes devoid of any lingering hatred, replaced instead by a peculiar restlessness. I must grow stronger. Only in this way can I prevent such humiliations from occurring. It was evident that Su Jin, having undergone profound changes, had undergone a complete metamorphosis within. Early the next morning, Gu Cheng bid farewell to Su Jin and exited the hotel. Perhaps due to the lingering allure of the previous night, Pei Yu's cheeks still bore a faint blush. Unable to resist, she turned back to glance at the hotel and said in a soft, delicate voice, "Brother-in-law, it seems you hold great regard for him. Does he truly deserve such special treatment?" Gu Cheng replied with clarity, "This calamity has merely just begun. Before the true disaster unfolds, I must gather more extraordinary individuals to serve my purpose." Pei Yu nodded thoughtfully. For her, it was enough to steadfastly follow Gu Cheng. With Gu Cheng's nurturing of her knowledge, Pei Yu, now brimming with energy, had fully regained her former vitality. Consequently, she had successfully forged a pact with a molten wax demon from the abyss. With its body ablaze with magma and its exceptionally agile tentacles, it was a force to be reckoned with against ordinary zombies. Soon, the two arrived at a bustling commercial street. Once a thriving hub of prosperity in the city of Jinghai, it was now a shadow of its former self. Previously, it was filled with handsome men and beautiful women, fashion enthusiasts, and countless influencers capturing moments for their broadcasts. But now, it was engulfed in desolation. Numerous zombies wandered aimlessly, and on the roadside lay broken corpses, having begun to decay under the relentless sun after several days. Flies hovered like clouds above the bodies, evoking an unsettling sensation. Pei Yu, accompanied by the molten wax demon, advanced ahead, one wielding a long whip, the other swinging its tentacles, carving a path through the horde of corpses. After traversing several hundred meters, a hunched figure caught Gu Cheng's attention. The individual knelt on the ground, their sobbing echoing through the air, and most peculiarly, the surrounding zombies appeared oblivious to their presence. What is this? A human cannot survive amidst a horde of zombies. Pei Yu, somewhat puzzled, turned to Gu Cheng, believing he would possess the knowledge to enlighten her. She was not disappointed, for Gu Cheng slowly articulated, "A weeping female demon. This is an advanced zombie." An advanced zombie? Pei Yu was taken aback by this revelation, pondering. She can actually cry. How bizarre. Gu Cheng nodded, explaining, "In truth, she exists in a liminal space between humanity and zombification. As she transforms, her appearance becomes eternally fixed, akin to an unconventional form of perpetual youth. In addition, the sorrowful utterances of the entity possess the power to summon the undead. The formidable wailing banshee can even, through her tears, conjure thousands of zombies to gather around her. Furthermore, in the latter stages of the apocalypse, some psychologically disturbed individuals have been known to imprison and exploit these sorrowful beings, subjecting them to unspeakable atrocities. Existing in a liminal space between humanity and the undead, the banshees possess the ability to conceive." Gu Cheng vaguely recalls a patient from more peaceful times who had a morbid fascination with corpses. This individual managed to capture a banshee to bear children, thus creating a legion of zombies that obeyed his every command. It is evident that as societal order disintegrates, some individuals unleash the darkest corners of their souls. Gu Cheng conversed with Pei Yu without deliberately lowering his voice, which caused the nearby banshee to suddenly cease her weeping, her back slowly turning towards them. She appeared to be a young woman, seemingly no older than 18 or 19, with delicate features and a charmingly petite nose. Clad in a JK uniform skirt, clearly a girl who cherished beauty. As she transformed into a half-human, half-undead state, her face bore no expression, resembling a silicone doll. For certain individuals, she undeniably possessed an irresistible allure, like a living figurine. Pei Yu, upon seeing her, could not suppress a gasp. Unlike other zombies whose faces decay over time, this banshee's beauty remained eternally frozen at its peak. Even Pei Yu was taken aback by her appearance. Yet, in the next moment, the seemingly harmless banshee abruptly gaped her mouth wide. The previously choked sobs transformed into a fierce wail, a deafening sound that compelled Pei Yu to cover her ears. In an instant, grotesque zombies surged from all directions. The horde amassed, numbering in the hundreds, their clawing forms presenting a striking visual assault. However, Gu Cheng remained unfazed, boldly advancing with his blade drawn. He carved a path through the chaos, limbs flying and blood splattering. In no time, he breached the core of the throng, standing but a step away from the banshee. Seeing this, a flicker of panic crossed the banshee's face as she desperately attempted to summon more undead with her cries. Unfortunately, her efforts were destined to fail. Gu Cheng's cold gaze fixated upon her, and in the next moment, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, closing the distance between them. Unlike those deranged individuals, Gu Cheng had no inclination to collect corpses. With a single blade stroke, he cleaved her in two, the once enchanting banshee, who had elicited Pei Yu's astonishment, now severed in half. As for the surrounding zombies, Gu Cheng paid them little heed, for Pei Yu and the wax-melting demon had already joined the fray. To an ordinary person, the 100-strong swarm of zombies would indeed be a terrifying disaster. Yet, for extraordinary beings and abyssal creatures, they were merely insignificant players in a grander scheme. However, Gucheng did not hasten to depart. Instead, he used the lake doll to prod the head of the weeping female demon. After a thorough search, a smile suddenly brightened his face. With a deft flick of the blade, a transparent crystal resembling a diamond hovered in midair. He promptly reached out to catch it. Upon contact, a warm sensation instantly radiated from his palm, and remarkably, it bore not a trace of blemish, its resplendent appearance captivating enough to enchant countless affluent ladies in more peaceful times. As time passed, the evolution of zombies gave rise to a new industrial chain, the crystal nucleus. It must be said that this represents the last shred of goodwill from the zombies towards humanity. Unlike the foul stench of flesh and blood, the highly toxic mutated creatures, and the clawing demon legions, zombies alone possess the unique ability to yield crystal nuclei. The crystal nucleus encapsulates a significant portion of the blood vitality of a zombie. When absorbed by a transcendent, it equates to acquiring a cheat code, allowing one's power to soar at a rocket-like pace. The good news is that as long as zombies evolve, a crystal nucleus will emerge within their heads. The bad news is that among zombies, there exist terrifying entities endowed with immense fortune. The weeping female demon is merely one branch of advanced zombies. Beyond that, there are numerous advanced zombies such as Titans, the Requiem Wanderers, and Skull Hunters. A moment's negligence could lead to humans becoming prey rather than hunters of the crystal nuclei and nestled within the zombies' minds. As time progresses, the phenomenon of zombies producing crystal nuclei will inevitably become common knowledge. Therefore, Gucheng's strategy hinges upon a disparity of information. Before the crystal nucleus event becomes widely known, he aims to amass an army to sweep through the advanced zombies. In this seemingly cheat-like mode, the transcendent beings under Gucheng's command will undoubtedly gain a lead over other survivors, akin to players acquiring an exclusive beta account. With this in mind, Gucheng immediately informed Pei Yu of the crystal nucleus. Initially, Pei Yu was somewhat taken aback, struggling to comprehend how such a treasure could arise from the repugnant corpse of a zombie. Observing her reaction, Gucheng refrained from further words, directly placing the crystal nucleus into her hands. At the moment of contact, a faint warmth flowed into her body. Pei Yu's complexion instantly flushed a deep crimson. As a succubus with a unique constitution, her first encounter with a crystal nucleus brought not only warmth, but also a tingling sensation akin to electricity coursing through her. For an ordinary person, this might be within tolerable limits. However, for Pei Yu, whose sensitive nature had fully erupted, her entire being began to tremble, and her eyes involuntarily rolled back. Upon witnessing this, Gucheng was compelled to reclaim the crystal nucleus from her grasp, allowing Pei Yu to catch her breath and regain a semblance of clarity. Yet, her eyes shimmered with a captivating allure, resembling tiny hands playfully beckoning before Gucheng. Sighing, Gucheng reflected on the nature of succubi. They excelled in many aspects, yet one flaw persisted. As carnivorous beings, their desires seemed perpetually insatiable. Calm down, he thought. We have only just begun our journey. Gucheng harbored no desire for their exploratory journey to devolve into a mere honeymoon escapade, beset by hotels, and more damn hotels. As he let out a soft sigh, Pei Yu finally regained her composure, her gaze fixed upon the crystal core, her eyes betraying an undeniable excitement as she whispered, "I feel my strength has magnified." Chapter 31. Absolute Control. Women adorn themselves for their admirers. Naturally, the crystal core contained the concentrated life force of a substantial number of evolved zombies. Its abundant intake posed no harm to the human body. In fact, even ordinary individuals consuming it over time might achieve a breakthrough, transforming into extraordinary beings. Gucheng maintained a serene demeanor and remarked nonchalantly. In truth, prior to departing from the faction, he had already informed Pei Jin of the crystal core's existence. Should they encounter a terrifying entity, distinct from ordinary zombies, upon vanquishing it, one must breach its skull to extract the crystal core. The reason Gucheng went to such lengths to escort Su Jin back to the encampment was his regard for the latter's capabilities. With Su Jin's assistance, capturing evolved zombies would undoubtedly become markedly more efficient. As for the so-called escorting, monitoring would be a more fitting term. The undead, reborn as disaster knights, possessed an acute perceptive ability towards their kind. Before their departure, Gucheng had issued a directive to the skeleton, should they stray from the designated path. Moving further away from the faction, the skeleton would act decisively, eliminating Su Jin without hesitation. Gucheng preferred absolute control over futile acts of kindness. If Su Jin entertained any treacherous thoughts, the skeletal warrior would ensure he comprehended the true implications of the word betrayal. Better for me to bear the burden of others than for others to bear mine. Gucheng would rather obliterate what he could not possess. Such a stance may seem harsh, yet the prolonged journey through darkness had accustomed him to weighing costs and benefits. At this moment, Peiyu was clearly captivated. Unable to resist the urge to lick her lips, revealing a gleaming white fawn. She resembled a whimsical sorceress, then playfully leaned against Gu Cheng, as if to pout, and said, "I want more." Perhaps not wishing to be perceived as a mere parasite, Peiyu hastily added, "This time, let me hunt them." Gu Cheng nodded, gently patting her on the head. Their affectionate interaction starkly contrasted with their grim surroundings, making them appear as a couple from a peaceful era, exchanging sweet nothings despite the blood-soaked streets teeming with zombies. It was evident that this confidence stemmed from their newfound strength. They found themselves in a bustling commercial district, where most establishments were renowned brands, including several luxury boutiques and jewelry stores. One handbag alone could command a price in the hundreds of thousands, while the jewelry shops boasted exorbitant prices, with precious stones whimsically marked at times reaching into the millions. Although crowds once thronged, the innate sense of inferiority that plagued ordinary individuals often prevented them from stepping inside, not solely due to the haughty gazes of the sales assistants, but also because of their own financial constraints, believing these luxuries would forever remain beyond their reach. At this moment, as the apocalypse unfolds, these shops lie in eerie silence. The once proud saleswomen have vanished without a trace, leaving behind a plethora of goods, available for anyone to claim. Peiyu, as a woman, possesses an inherent desire for beauty. However, these luxurious items seem like an unattainable dream for a family that once struggled to cover medical expenses. Yet now, the distance separating her from these opulent treasures is but a step away. Consequently, she gazes at Gu Cheng with a pitiful look, her unspoken plea evident. Gu Cheng, not lacking in charm, glances at Peiyu and smiles, saying, "You have half an hour. Take whatever you desire. You're the best brother-in-law." As soon as Gu Cheng finishes speaking, Peiyu envelopes him in a warm embrace, and then dashes into the store like a wild mare set free. Half an hour slips away in the blink of an eye, and when Gu Cheng sees her again, his eyes widen in surprise. At that moment, he understands the truth of the saying that a person's appearance is enhanced by their attire. It is no wonder that luxury boutiques command high prices. The styles they offer truly transcend conventional aesthetics, revealing a person's essence through the power of wealth. As a newly awakened succubus, Peiyu's allure was already exceptional, but her previous attire was far too ordinary, shrouding her charm like a pearl covered in dust. However, now she is transformed. Peiyu dons a delicate blue gown, its hem gently swaying, exuding elegance and nobility. Her long hair is simply pinned back with an understated hairpin, bestowing upon her an aura of freshness and natural beauty. Yet, this modest hairpin, found in a luxury store, carries a price tag exceeding 5 figures. The exquisite gown accentuates Peiyu's flawless figure, complemented by a pair of meticulously chosen silver high heels, making her fair toes appear even more radiant. For women, jewelry is akin to life itself. For men, Peiyu's perfectly rounded toes are undeniably the most exquisite piece of art in existence. Coupled with her snow-white skin, she resembles a figure stepped out of a painting, captivating any male onlooker, drawing them into her enchanting realm. Under Gu Cheng's unwavering gaze, Peiyu, who had initially relished the attention, now feels an inexplicable discomfort. After spending time together, traces of Gu Cheng's influence linger on her. Once eager for compliments, Peiyu now finds herself increasingly unsettled, biting her lip, her eyes clouded with confusion. Who could have imagined that a formidable abyssal succubus could lose her composure merely under Gu Cheng's scrutiny? Noticing her reaction, Gu Cheng softens his gaze slightly. It is no wonder Peiyu's response is so intense. It is simply a consequence of his rigorous training. Much like a large dog that appears ferocious in front of strangers, seeming ready to pounce and tear apart anyone who strays too close. Before her master, a mere gaze could render her powerless, causing her to cower in fear, as was the case with Peiyu at this very moment. In the presence of outsiders, she maintained a facade of icy indifference. Yet with each act of slaughter, the cruelty of her adversaries escalated. When dispatching the assailants within the hotel, there was no hint of allure. Only an extreme coldness and ruthless brutality prevailed. However, in the face of Gu Cheng, her steadfast mental defenses would shatter in an instant. Just moments ago, a mere glance infused with a hint of desire had caused Peiyu to lose her composure entirely. Should Gu Cheng make any unreasonable demands at that moment, she would willingly acquiesce without hesitation. Peiyu was acutely aware that both her body and soul had long been captured and tamed by him, not to mention the term brother-in-law. Even the title of master would compel her to comply without a second thought. The dawn of a new day heralded the need for action. Gu Cheng had no intention of expending his energy during daylight hours, seeking to dispel the desires clouding his mind. He gazed at Peiyu earnestly and declared, "You are exquisite. I find you most appealing." Upon hearing these words, Peiyu's smile blossomed like a flower. A woman adorns herself for the one who appreciates her. In that moment, Pei Yu felt a sweetness in her heart akin to honey. Chapter 32. Tempering Willpower. Who ruined my good fortune? Time flew swiftly. Along the way, Gu Cheng encountered 2 advanced zombies, and after dispatching them, the number of crystal cores he possessed had reached 3. Pei Yu was undoubtedly the principal contributor, as both advanced zombies fell to the combined efforts of her and the wax-melting demon. Unlike her initial encounter with death, where she exhibited some reluctance, Pei Yu had undergone a qualitative transformation in both temperament and strength. With the formidable support of the wax-melting demon, her prowess had elevated her to a distinguished status among her peers, all while she consciously restrained her true potential. To date, she had not revealed the genuine form of her succubus nature, adhering to Gu Cheng's directives. The transformation into a succubus was a trump card to be unveiled at a critical juncture, undoubtedly yielding unforeseen advantages. Furthermore, it would serve to hone her abilities and establish a solid foundation. According to the timeline, in 3 days, a berserk demon of the Moonlight Realm would breach the dimensional rift and manifest in this city, representing the first true boss. Notably, it bore a pair of violent bracelets on its wrists. Once donned, even an ordinary person would possess extraordinary strength, akin to the cursed artifacts of the soul-cleaving blade. In a previous life, this demon wreaked havoc in the city for over a month, claiming countless human lives, until it was ultimately vanquished by Fan Tong, who would later earn the title of Fierce Blood Madman. Fan Tong ascended to the ranks of elite warriors, thanks in no small part to those bracelets. As Pei Yu honed her strength through combat with the zombies, Gu Cheng, too, was not idle. Instead, he reflected on significant events destined to unfold in the future. Had he encountered the berserk demon of the Moonlight Realm earlier, he would undoubtedly have exerted all his efforts to evade it. In today's urban landscape, the demons of the Moonlit Realm represent a nightmarish existence. Among the countless humans they have slaughtered, there were not only ordinary individuals, but also numerous exceptionally gifted talents. Take Su Jin, for instance. Had he been allowed to flourish, his potential would have been boundless. Regrettably, these individuals, endowed with formidable abilities, encountered an insurmountable terror at their most vulnerable moment. During that dark period, demons rampaged through Jinghai City with impunity. Gu Cheng vividly recalls how the demons began to congregate, attempting to seize the city for themselves, transforming it into their own dominion. Yet, the present circumstances differ significantly. Gu Cheng now wields the Leopoldal and, after countless battles, has approached the very brink of the Moonlit Realm. His summoned beasts, bolstered by an abundance of sacrifices, possess unparalleled strength. Not to mention, even if faced with a single berserk demon, Gu Cheng would confidently assert his advantage. Thus, he eagerly anticipates the day when the demon will breach the dimensional rift and invade Jinghai City. For once he slays the creature, he will undoubtedly draw forth enough life force from it to elevate himself from the Starlit Realm to the Moonlit Realm. Gu Cheng's imagination soars with visions of the future. At the same moment, however, a shift occurred in Pei Yu's battle. The summoned beast demands mental fortitude. And as the wax-melting demon lingered in the human realm for an extended period, Pei Yu began to feel the strain. Consequently, she had no choice but to send it back to the abyss. Coincidentally, they arrived at the entrance of a shopping mall, where a multitude of zombies congregated. Some had shattered jaws, gaping wide to their ears, while others bore ghastly wounds in their abdomens, grotesque, crimson intestines spilling onto the ground. Even more horrifying were those zombies with half their faces cleaved away. Yet, due to their heads remaining intact, they still possessed the ability to move. At that moment, as these grotesque and terrifying creatures advanced toward Pei Yu, the absence of the wax-melting demon left her feeling a sense of pressure. Nevertheless, Gu Cheng had no intention of intervening. Training was not merely a matter of words. With the intention of nurturing her as one of the future commanders of his legion, he deemed it essential for her to understand the weight of solitary combat. In the harsh realities of future battlefields, where legions of hundreds or even thousands might find themselves facing annihilation, the survival of even a single individual amidst the chaos was a frequent occurrence. If she could not overcome this minor adversity, how could she ever hope to lead an entire legion? Thus, even as Pei Yu began to falter, Gu Cheng remained steadfast, observing in silence as she engaged the zombies in combat. Undeterred, Pei Yu wielded a demon whip adorned with thorns. Each brush against a zombie's neck left a deep, ominous gash. In the ensuing struggle, the zombies dared not approach her, yet as she fought fiercely, her breath began to grow erratic. Moreover, Gu Cheng's keen observation noted that her limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. It was evident that this was a manifestation of overexertion. Not yet enough. Pei Jin's true form as a succubus has yet to be unleashed. The opponent still possesses strength. Before she exhausts her remaining energy, I wish to see what further surprises she can bring me. Gu Cheng appeared as a mere bystander, observing Pei Yu's bloody performance with an air of indifference. Just as he believed that Pei Yu was on the verge of reaching the limits he anticipated, a streak of light suddenly appeared above them. This luminous arrow swiftly pierced through a zombie approaching Pei Yu, and astonishingly, it reappeared, initiating a powerful onslaught as one zombie after another was dispatched with ease. After vanquishing over 20 zombies, the radiant light finally dissipated. Yet the assault from above did not cease. Gu Cheng felt a sudden chill enveloping the surroundings. As the cold gathered, icicles began to float in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, the relentless icicles shot toward the remaining zombies, and in no time, the zombies besieging Pei Yu fell lifeless to the ground, devoid of vitality. Is there an extraordinary being here? Gu Cheng, whose sole focus was on honing Pei Yu's will, felt a surge of unnamed anger rise within him. Breaking through one's limits signifies an increase in potential, and witnessing Pei Yu rise to the occasion under his guidance, he anticipated her strength would ascend to new heights. Unexpectedly, his plans were disrupted by an unknown extraordinary being. Who has thwarted my endeavors? Gu Cheng abruptly raised his gaze upwards. There, he beheld a face marked by urgency and exquisite beauty, gesturing frantically toward him, accompanied by a loud shout. Come up. Hurry up. Upon seeing that face, Gu Cheng was momentarily taken aback. She is. A legendary visage melded with his memories. No wonder. Whether in this life or the last, this saintly figure has remained unchanged. Reflecting on this, Gu Cheng exchanged a glance with Pei Yu and then proceeded toward the direction indicated by the person above, entering the shopping mall. Chapter 33. The Saintly Persona and the Fallacy of Belief. Upon entering the mall, Gu Cheng was astonished to discover a considerable number of survivors within. At that moment, countless weathered faces regarded Gu Cheng and Pei Yu with a wary scrutiny. Gu Cheng surveyed his surroundings, noting that over 100 gazes were fixed upon him. Among them were individuals grievously injured. Had they been in his shoes, Gu Cheng would not have hesitated to abandon them, as they served no purpose other than to squander resources. Yet, these seemingly useless individuals now constituted the majority of the survivors in the mall. Merely caring for their daily needs would prove to be a monumental task. Xiao Qingyi, if such a situation arises again, you must not act recklessly. Launching an attack on the horde can lead to dire consequences. Do you understand? All right, Sister Tao. You know me. I'm just the kind of person who cannot bear to see others suffer. Since we have the ability, we must naturally save more people. Consider, if in your moment of desperation you had called for help and I had not appeared, how despairing would you have felt? After a brief pause, another voice sighed. Qingyi, you are too naive. In this world, one cannot afford to be overly benevolent, you know? Can you truly discern whether those who are saved are virtuous or vile? Though their conversation was intentionally subdued, Gu Cheng, having performed blood sacrifices twice and bolstered by the energy of the Lehodal, found his hearing heightened significantly, allowing him to grasp every word with clarity. Before long, two women came into view. One appeared slightly older, seemingly in her late 20s, with crimson hair cascading in waves. Her attire consisted of a fitted long dress that accentuated her figure. While not conventionally stunning, she possessed a certain charm. Her features bore the marks of worldly experience, unmistakably a seasoned figure in society. The other woman, by contrast, seemed merely 18 or 19, characterized by delicate features and a refined appearance. Yet her clothing and style were remarkably traditional. In a desolate mall, devoid of patrons, she had the opportunity to dress differently, yet she opted for comfortable athletic wear. Her visage radiated a sunny disposition, perpetually adorned with a carefree, joyful smile, which seemed to possess an enchanting quality, imparting warmth and positivity to those around her. If there was any uncertainty in Gu Cheng's mind while observing from below, the close proximity now left no room for doubt. The woman before him was unequivocally the Xiao Qingyi of his memories. In this apocalyptic world, numerous malevolent figures abound. There are those like Yuan Zhen, who orchestrated blood-soaked arenas for humans to battle dimensional beasts, reveling in a grotesque thrill. Then there is Liu Boyan, who, in his quest for ultimate power, slaughtered over 60,000 inhabitants of his stronghold overnight to create the perfect puppet, earning the moniker of the Ruins Madman. Additionally, there is Zhao Dongkue, a brutal man who, after being discovered for his transgressions against his sister-in-law, annihilated his entire family in a fit of rage, thus embarking on a path of darkness. In summary, the apocalypse is devoid of conventional moral constraints, giving rise to countless thugs. Consequently, determining who among them is the worst is subjective, as each individual's perspectives and values differ, rendering such assessments challenging. However, if one were to rank the most virtuous, Xiao Qingyi would undoubtedly claim the second position, for none would dare to place anyone above her. She embodies the essence of the adage, do not dismiss small acts of kindness. Abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage at birth, Xiao Qingyi endured relentless slander and humiliation throughout her life. Accusations of being a heavenly calamity leading to the tragic demise of her parents plagued her existence. Yet, despite the adversities life bestowed upon her, she approached the world with unyielding joy. Not only did she excel academically, but she also displayed a remarkable willingness to assist others, particularly in the face of the apocalypse, where her kindness reached its zenith, offering aid to all the weak without expecting anything in return. As the extraordinary beings, self-proclaimed as superior, mercilessly bullied ordinary individuals whom they regarded as mere slaves, a courageous figure resolutely stood in opposition to them. This individual formed a faction known as the Thorned Alliance, aiming to ensure that survivors could protect one another and endure in this tragic world. Gu Cheng's familiarity with the exploits of Xiao Qingyi stemmed from her role as a beacon of hope for the downtrodden for a considerable duration. During that time, Gu Cheng himself was one of her fervent admirers. Even Qin Xinyao, who would later be hailed as the Angel's Wing, openly declared that if angels bore a visage, it would undoubtedly be that of Xiao Qingyi. Moreover, for Gu Cheng, Xiao Qingyi had once saved his life. When the Demon Legion launched a rampant invasion into the human realm, Gu Cheng found himself cornered by a horde of demons, facing imminent demise. It was then that Xiao Qingyi descended from the heavens, wielding her astonishing abilities to annihilate the demons, thus allowing Gu Cheng to escape death. At that time, Xiao Qingyi, though more mature than she is now, still wore her signature warm smile. To this day, Gu Cheng recalls her words, "I do not save only you. I save the remaining flickers of humanity in this world. As long as these sparks gather together, one day they will purge all monsters and foes from our land. Therefore, strive to assist more individuals, turning this tiny flame into a sweeping blaze." In that moment of near demise, Gu Cheng believed wholeheartedly in her message, and for a long while thereafter, he endeavored to spread warmth across more territories in accordance with her vision. Yet, reality proved Gu Cheng gravely mistaken. The darkness within humanity was far more horrifying than he had ever imagined. The kindness and warmth he extended ultimately resulted only in betrayal and anguish. At that time, Gu Cheng silently vowed that if given the chance, he would debate with Xiao Qingyi, asserting that her ideals were flawed. The notion of inherent goodness in human nature held no significance amidst the ruins of the apocalypse. However, what Gu Cheng could never have dreamed was that when he encountered her again, the once gifted Xiao Qingyi, who had ascended to the ranks of the elite and become an immortal being, had been horrifically dismembered into 6 parts: arms, legs, torso, and head. Demons, exuding a cunning aura and possessing intelligence surpassing that of their kind, impaled her remains with wooden poles, as if to flaunt their gruesome trophy before the human army, lifting her severed body aloft. And the betrayer was none other than Zhao Shuyi, the treacherous member of the demonic faction, whom Xiao Qingyi had referred to as Sister Tao. Chapter 34. The Frantic Scheme. I shall lead you into darkness. Gu Cheng felt as if all destinies had been irrevocably sealed in the shadows of fate. Just moments ago, during their clandestine conversation, Zhao Shuyi had uttered to Xiao Qingyi, "In this world, one cannot afford to be too kind, you know? Do you know whether the one rescued is a virtuous soul or a nefarious one?" Who could have anticipated that the very words spoken would prove prophetic? The one who betrays the savior is none other than Zhao Shuyi, the very individual who uttered them. In the future, relentless dimensional creatures assail this city like a calamity, striking one after another. Some individuals may have once genuinely aspired to righteousness. Regrettably, it appears that tribulations never cease, leading to a transformation within the hearts of some. In contrast to the ferocious insects and the frenzied demons, the devil, skilled in beguiling the human spirit, undoubtedly seized upon the confusion of certain individuals. Thus, countless promises were made, successfully coaxing them into treachery. Zhao Shuyi was among those swayed by the devil. As a veteran of the Thorn Alliance, Gu Cheng has recently come to realize that she had been following Xiao Qingyi since the early days of the apocalypse. Yet, in the unpredictable tides of fate, the very sister Xiao Qingyi, who once addressed her endearingly, would become the architect of her tragic demise in the future. Poisoning, ambushing, and decapitating all transpired with alarming swiftness. The most harrowing aspect is that even Xiao Qingyi's corpse was desecrated, dismembered into several pieces to undermine the morale of the human forces. After all, Xiao Qingyi was undoubtedly a pillar within the human faction. The most intolerable fact is that Zhao Shuyi, leveraging her position within the Thorn Alliance, had long ago assassinated a cadre of core members. Thus, the devil, donning the guise of humanity, continued to masquerade as the original figure, maintaining the pretense. When the great battle commenced, the Thorn Alliance suddenly turned against the humans. Comrades who had fought side by side moments before were transformed into horrifying demons in an instant. Chaos erupted within the ranks of the human army. Although ultimately, the human forces triumphed over the demonic legion thanks to their deep-rooted strength. The first echelon suffered a catastrophic loss, with 7 factions completely annihilated. The skilled warriors suffered innumerable casualties as well. It can be said that the city of Jinghai faced an unprecedented collapse. The root of all this turmoil can be traced back to Xiao Qingyi's utterly misguided compassion. Gu Cheng gazed upon her innocent countenance, unable to suppress a smile at the corner of his lips. Whether in this life or the last, he has always owed her a favor. Unlike his previous existence, where his lack of strength afforded him no opportunity for contact, the present circumstances are markedly different. In terms of power, with his summoned beasts, Gu Cheng could easily subdue her. Thus, a decision began to take shape in his heart, and he could not help but voice his thoughts. I am a person who repays kindness and avenges enmity. You have shown me kindness in your past life, and I shall find a way to reciprocate, since you perished due to your own benevolence. Allow me to assist you in ridding yourself of this vile flaw in this life. When your self-proclaimed righteous heart plunges into darkness, you shall come to know the exquisite sensation that accompanies such a fall. A mad and terrifying plan began to swirl within Gu Cheng's mind. He intended to drag her into the depths of darkness alongside him, embarking on a life journey starkly different from that of his previous existence. As Gu Cheng assessed Xiao Qingyi, she, too, scrutinized him and Peiyu, unable to discern the appearance of the rescued individual from above. Xiao Qingyi had solely focused on saving a life at that moment, channeling her abilities to transform energy into arrows that pierced through the skulls of dozens of zombies. Now, in close proximity to the two, she found herself utterly captivated. Since his rebirth, Gu Cheng exuded an aura imbued with a maturity that belied his age, rendering his already striking features, sharp brows and bright eyes, along with a tall, imposing stature, imbued with an undeniable sense of aloofness. Beside him, Peiyu, with her innate allure enhanced by her luxurious attire, adorned with a diamond necklace, a prized possession sourced from the jewelry store, valued at 369,000, radiated an enchanting brilliance that rendered her utterly mesmerizing. Even Zhao Shuyi, seasoned by years in society, found herself momentarily entranced upon seeing Peiyu. The man whom this exquisite woman fiercely protected, possessing extraordinary abilities, undoubtedly drew Zhao Shuyi's attention. In her recent observation, she noted that Gu Cheng, wielding a long blade, stood behind the girl, seemingly content to bask in her protection. However, this glance prompted Zhao Shuyi to perceive something amiss. His gaze flitted between herself and Xiao Qingyi. When directed at Xiao Qingyi, his expression was complex, revealing no discernible thoughts. Yet, when his eyes fell upon her, Zhao Shuyi felt an icy chill penetrate her being, a gaze akin to that cast upon a lifeless corpse, filled with numbness and coldness. This overwhelming sensation compelled her to swallow hard, forcing herself to regain her composure. Why would he exhibit such terrifying hostility toward me, a stranger? Peculiar, truly peculiar. Zhao Shuyi felt a lingering dread and silently positioned herself behind Xiao Qingyi, her eyes peering through her, observing Gu Cheng like a coiled serpent, poised to strike at any moment. Gu Cheng, fully aware of Zhao Shuyi's actions, realized that from the outset, she was a self-serving individual who, having sensed his malice, sought refuge behind Xiao Qingyi, hoping for her to shield her from impending peril. Such a person resembled a rat in a granary. Once captured, public execution would suffice. In Gu Cheng's strategy, Zhao Shuyi served as the first pawn to catalyze Xiao Qingyi's descent into darkness. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng feigned ignorance and inquired, "Who among you first proposed to save me?" Xiao Qingyi responded with a smile, "It was I, but there is no need for gratitude. In these tumultuous times, we must unite to endure this crisis." Gu Cheng sighed deeply. The familiar aura of the Holy Mother remains unchanged, evoking a sense of nostalgia. Although inwardly critiquing, Gu Cheng's expression suddenly darkens as he raises his rear poodle, pointing it directly at his counterpart. Gone is the gentleness of moments prior. His visage transforms into one of brooding ferocity, devoid of any trace of kindness, as he fixates on Xiao Qingyi and bellows, "Who allowed you to save them?" Chapter 35, Fantastical Notions, The Fool Who Believes in Justice. At this moment, Gu Cheng is an embodiment of icy indifference, akin to an ancient glacier, radiating a chilling aura that sends shivers down one's spine. Initially, upon hearing Gu Cheng's inquiry regarding who had rescued her, Xiao Qingyi anticipated a response akin to that of others who expressed endless gratitude. In truth, she had prepared a heartfelt reply, ready to console him with reassurances that such acts were merely her duty. However, she could not have foreseen that Gu Cheng's next utterance would be one of frigid disdain. "Who permitted you to save them?" This statement bore no hint of gratitude, instead brimming with contempt and revulsion. Xiao Qingyi gazed at Gu Cheng in astonishment, her thoughts a chaotic tangle. Occupying the shopping mall for days, her time, aside from eating and sleeping, had been spent gazing out the window, not out of fondness for the dilapidated city or the wandering zombies, but purely driven by the desire to rescue more innocents from the jaws of the undead. Indeed, Her recent endeavors had been fulfilling. Each life she saved was met with heartfelt thanks, some individuals even kneeling in gratitude, expressing their appreciation in the most primal of ways. This only solidified her resolve to save even more souls. Yet to her dismay, the rescue of the day yielded no gratitude, but rather a reprimand. In an instant, Xiao Qingyi felt her heart in disarray, left at a loss for words. Conversely, Gu Cheng, perceiving her silence, seemed to escalate in fury, his bloodshot eyes brimming with accusation. Self-righteous fool, you believe that possessing some power grants you the mantle of justice. But your notion of justice is as disposable as toilet paper, scattered about, reduced to a cheap commodity that anyone can claim for themselves. Did you think I would be grateful? Praise you? Dream on, you deluded idiot. The extraordinary powers bestowed upon you are nothing but a monumental waste. It would be better suited for a stray dog on the street. Gu Cheng's intent is singular and unadulterated, to drag this seemingly pure-hearted maiden into the depths of darkness. The first step in his plan is to demean all of her actions, rendering them utterly worthless. As he unleashes his tirade, he does not conceal his aura. At this moment, Gu Cheng resembles a brazen thug, lashing out verbally at the very benefactor who saved her. By the final remarks, his words have escalated to the realm of personal insult. Were it any ordinary person daring to unleash such vitriol upon Xiao Qingyi, the surrounding crowd would have undoubtedly risen in her defense, unleashing their iron fists to teach Gu Cheng the grave consequences of disparaging their savior. At this moment, Gu Cheng wielded the Leopard Dao, a cursed artifact that was inherently malevolent, having already been tainted by countless lives and blood long before it fell to the mortal realm. During this period, Gu Cheng, brandishing the Leopard Dao, had relentlessly carved a path from the academy to this very location without invoking any summons. Along this journey, he had dispatched an innumerable quantity of ordinary zombies. Furthermore, the blood of advanced beings, such as the Do and the weeping female specter, had further infused his aura with an oppressive malice, enveloping the entire mall like ominous clouds as he unleashed his wrath. Faintly, the mournful wails of countless deceased seemed to linger around Gu Cheng. It was a mere fantasy for anyone to dare openly rebuke him. Even to cast a glance in his direction was a luxury few could afford. Consequently, those who had benefited from Xiao Qingyi's kindness resembled ostriches, burying their heads in the ground, desperate to avoid involvement in this upheaval. As a transcendent being, Xiao Qingyi was acutely aware of the vast energy radiating from Gu Cheng. If one were to measure their levels, she would be but a novice, while he had surpassed her by several tiers. Such a formidable individual, indeed, required no rescue from her. Yet she pondered, was her ability not better suited for a mere dog? Contemplating this, Xiao Qingyi pursed her lips, her face awash with indignation, and fixed her gaze upon Gu Cheng, stating in a low voice, "Your words seem rather excessive, do they not? Yes, I acted rashly without discerning your true strength. Yet how did my good intentions become a folly in your eyes? I refuse to accept this." Gu Cheng cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Qingyi, his eyes brimming with a scrutinizing intensity. At this juncture, his power far eclipsed hers. Had he been a coward, he would have uttered flattering words to smooth over the situation. However, Gu Cheng was certain that his humiliation of Xiao Qingyi would provoke her rebuttal. Beyond her saintly attributes, she possessed an unwavering integrity, a trait that rendered her strikingly unique in a future rife with corruption. She would never bow to tyranny nor oppress the weak. Xiao Qingyi was inherently proud, yet never condescending. It was precisely this understanding that led her to unwittingly fall into Gu Cheng's trap. He sought a reason to unleash his fury, and her rebuttal was undoubtedly an ideal catalyst. Gu Cheng's gaze remained fixed upon Xiao Qingyi, his expression a cryptic blend of amusement and ire, unmistakably revealing a flicker of rage in his eyes. Under the weight of such scrutiny, Zhao Shiyi was the first to capitulate, hastily tugging at Xiao Qingyi's sleeve and whispering, "Do not say any more. They were simply passing through when we disrupted their plans. A word of apology, and we can put this matter to rest." Zhao Shiyi, seasoned in the ways of society, perceived Gu Cheng's unreasonable demeanor but, under the pressure of his imposing presence, reluctantly urged Xiao Qingyi to concede. After all, she had distinctly sensed a chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from Gu Cheng, as if something dreadful was lurking in the shadows, fixated upon her. Thus, Zhao Shiyi was fervently eager to avert the impending doom. Over the past few days, Xiao Qingyi had recklessly risked her own safety to aid others. What fault was there in that? At this moment, overwhelmed with grievances that sought an outlet, Zhao Shiyi's display of vulnerability became the spark that ignited Xiao Qingyi's pent-up frustration. Xiao Qingyi could not fathom why, having done the right thing, she was met with rebuke and insult. Even Zhao Shiyi, whom she regarded as a caring older sister, had chosen to side with that villain. With a heart full of sorrow and indignation, Xiao Qingyi fixed her gaze on Gu Cheng, defiantly proclaiming, "I am not in the wrong." Gu Cheng's expression turned utterly devoid of emotion. "You still claim innocence? Your tongue is indeed harder than stone. With that, as if genuinely enraged, Gu Chang snapped his fingers. In the next instant, two extraordinarily fearsome figures appeared beside him without any forewarning. Chapter 36. A Mocking Gambit. I wish to engage you in a game. The malevolence exuded by Gu Chang had already subdued all the survivors in the mall. Initially, they believed Xiao Qingyi had rescued yet another unfortunate soul akin to their own plight. Little did they anticipate that the individual was an unpredictable brute, ready to unleash fury at the slightest provocation. As for resistance or reproach, what a jest. They were merely ordinary people. And in the face of such a terrifying power wielder, coupled with the palpable aura of death surrounding Gu Chang, they genuinely felt their lives were forfeit. Consequently, those who had previously accepted Xiao Qingyi's compassion now fell silent in unison. They had thought that a mere outburst from Gu Chang would suffice to dissipate the tension. However, they soon realized that Xiao Qingyi was far more resolute than they had imagined. Even when confronted by the villainous Gu Chang, she remained undaunted, boldly asserting her innocence. This audacity seemed to provoke him to the brink of fury. In the very next moment, two unimaginable and terrifying figures loomed before them. One figure bore three grotesquely twisted heads, resembling an enormous canine monstrosity. The other figure rode upon a skeletal steed wreathed in flickering soul flames, wielding a massive executioner's blade. Clad in heavy armor, the most disconcerting aspect was the overwhelming aura of death emanating from them. Through their masks, eyes aglow with crimson light swept across the crowd, instilling a paralyzing sense of dread and suffocation. Monsters. Compared to the zombies outside, these were the true abominations. Will we be devoured? I do not wish to die. I barely escaped the jaws of the zombies. I do not want to perish. We were wrong. May I offer my apologies on her behalf? I beg you, do not slay us. In that moment, many, feeling the presence of the three-headed hellhound and the harbinger of calamity, fell to their knees, prostrating before Gu Chang. To them, the most terrifying creatures they had ever encountered had merely been zombies. Never had they imagined they would witness such nightmarish beings that surpassed the bounds of their imagination. They were not merely ordinary people. Even Zhao Shuyi and Xiao Qingyi found themselves engulfed in profound self-doubt at this moment. The former's thoughts had long since come to a standstill, feeling as though her very breath was becoming stifling. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi swallowed hard, unable to fathom that the brute before her, who had so readily insulted her at the slightest disagreement, possessed such formidable abilities. Both the three-headed hellhound and the knight astride the colossal steed instilled within her an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. To engage in battle with them? Even the mere thought of it sent tremors through her legs, nearly compelling her to kneel upon the ground. At this juncture, Xiao Qingyi gazed at Gu Chang and, mustering the last vestiges of her strength, could not help but inquire, how could this be? How could this happen? In stark contrast, Gu Chang's gaze remained indifferent as he addressed her. I am a summoner. As long as I offer ample sacrifices, I can call forth allies from the endless void to serve me. With that, Gu Chang placed a hand upon the hellhound. In front of the crowd, this ferocious beast, which seemed poised to pounce and devour its prey, exhibited an unexpected docility in response to Gu Chang's touch. It was as if it were a domesticated pet, narrowing its eyes in contentment and emitting sounds akin to affectionate whimpers. Xiao Qingyi felt as though Gu Chang was inflicting unimaginable harm upon her psyche with every passing moment. She had never imagined that his individual prowess was not only formidable, but that mere moments ago, she had entertained the thought of whether she and Sister Xiaodao could defeat him in combat. Yet now, with the so-called summoned creature appearing beside him, she recognized how utterly naive and laughable her previous aspirations had been. Gu Chang fixed his gaze upon Xiao Qingyi, bluntly stating, I wield such power and traverse this desolate world while still knowing how to conceal my talents. But you, like a nouveau riche, have acquired a modicum of power and cannot help but broadcast it to the world. Foolishly, you even dare to dream of saving the world. His derision had reached new heights. Sensing the malice in Gu Chang's words, the disaster knight, guiding the skeletal steed, took a single step forward. Just that one step shattered the already tumultuous hearts of the onlookers. A portion of the crowd, who had previously enjoyed positions of privilege or wealth during times of peace, even after being rescued by Xiao Qingyi, maintained their former airs. To put it bluntly, they were overly proud. However, upon feeling the palpable threat emanating from the disaster knight, these once privileged survivors found their sense of superiority utterly obliterated. They immediately joined the throng, kneeling down in unison, fearful that their arrogance might attract attention and make them the first to fall to the sacrificial blade. The chorus of pleas for mercy resonated throughout the marketplace. Sensing the collective dread, a hint of panic flickered across Xiao Qingyi's face. She was terrified that the capricious villain, Gu Chang, might indeed resort to extreme measures. Thus, the once unyielding Xiao Qingyi, for the sake of the lives of others, ultimately bowed her proud head and admitted, I was wrong. Gu Chang cast a sidelong glance at her, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Do you truly grasp your mistake? At merely 19, Xiao Qingyi had already endured an overwhelming burden far beyond her years. Coupled with Gu Cheng's oppressive presence at this moment, her resolve crumbled. She longed to assert her innocence. But feeling the palpable terror and horror emanating from those around her, she reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. This motion seemed to sap her remaining strength, rendering her delicate face considerably pale. Yet Gu Cheng had no intention of letting her off so easily. He spoke, I propose a game. Since you are so fond of justice, I shall help you realize it. Upon hearing this, a chill enveloped her, for his gaze held a disquieting glint that made her heart race. Indeed, as Gu Cheng continued, Xiao Qingyi's pupils constricted in shock, narrowing to mere slits. He declared, kill the woman behind you, and I shall release the others here. Alternatively, spare her, and the remaining survivors will be slaughtered by my summoned beasts. You have 10 seconds to contemplate your decision. Let the game commence. Choose. Chapter 37. In the Apocalypse, Slay the Saint. 10, 9, 8. Gu Cheng began the countdown. Meanwhile, the hellish three-headed dog detached itself from his side, its scarlet eyes locking onto the crowd with a palpable loathing, its lips stained with the blood from excessive gnashing. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi's thoughts were in disarray. She merely wished to be a selfless good person. Why must she endure such a predicament? Gu Cheng had presented her with two choices: kill Sister Tao to save the others, or protect Sister Tao and condemn the remaining survivors to a gruesome fate. Was he deceiving her? Could a person be so wicked as to reach such depths? Xiao Qingyi gazed at Gu Cheng in disbelief, fervently hoping he was merely jesting. Yet, despite the mockery etched across his features, his eyes were chillingly sinister. The instant their gazes met, an indescribable horror washed over every inch of her skin. He was not jesting. If she failed to make a choice, he would indeed take a life. Having spent time with Gu Cheng, Xiao Qingyi had witnessed his unpredictable brutality. Coupled with his dark expression and the restless menace of his grotesque pet, she understood that should he unleash those monsters to commit slaughter, this place would swiftly become a butcher's yard. Everyone would perish tragically. In that moment, the concept of pride held no significance in the face of primal fear. Xiao Qingyi could no longer suppress the rising panic within her heart. She stepped forward, grasping Gu Cheng's arm, and began to plead for mercy. I was wrong. I truly was wrong. I should not have taken matters into my own hands, nor pretended to be virtuous or righteous. Please, don't make me choose. I beg you. I am truly begging you. Gu Cheng regarded Xiao Qingyi, halting his countdown, and then spoke. Is there not even a hint of attitude when one begs? Kneel and speak. Gu Cheng aimed to utterly shatter Xiao Qingyi's dignity. Only through such destruction could he reveal the ugliness of human nature, thereby aiding her in shedding the mark of the saintly. A saint? Such individuals ought to be the first to be eliminated in a world like this. Though Xiao Qingyi came from humble beginnings, she had never endured such humiliation. She could not comprehend why, despite her good intentions, Gu Cheng would so brazenly bully her, even demanding that she kneel. Tears, akin to fallen pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she could no longer bear the weight of such indignity. Yet Gu Cheng showed no mercy. 5, 4. He resumed his countdown. Xiao Qingyi's delicate hands clenched tightly, and she sank to her knees. She could not bear to witness Sister Tao and the other survivors perish before her eyes. In the bloom of youth, her exquisite face, with willow-like brows and skin whiter than snow, bore no flaw. Up close, the sight of her tightly pressed lips evoked a profound sense of desecration. Clad in a comfortable tracksuit, her graceful curves remained evident, reminiscent of unripe green fruit. Though not fully matured, the tartness still stirred the imagination, compelling her savior to kneel. Gu Cheng's moral standing had evidently plummeted to its nadir. Yet, even in such a moment, not a single person among the onlookers, including Zhao Shui, intervened. Instead, expressions of relief surfaced on their faces. The sorrows of humanity could not resonate with one another. The humiliation Xiao Qingyi endured was disregarded by them. They merely felt fortunate to have escaped the dire fate, avoiding the hounds of hell. Zhao Shui observed everything, exhaling a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she had been a mere step away from death. She was certain that Gu Cheng was not jesting. If Xiao Qingyi failed to make a choice in a short time, he would indeed commence the slaughter. Xiao Qingyi possessed no mind-reading abilities, and thus remained oblivious to the thoughts swirling within the hearts of those around her. She was simply doing her utmost to help the unfortunate survive. Even if it meant enduring humiliation herself, saving lives was all that mattered. Clap, clap. Perhaps it was Xiao Qingyi's displayed saintly qualities that astonished Gu Cheng, prompting him to applaud without hesitation. He clapped while exclaiming, "How could there be someone like you in this world? So eager to be a hero? I shall enable you." With that, Gu Cheng reached out, seized her hair, and yanked her upward forcefully. Pain engulfed Xiao Qingyi's inner world, utterly devastated. For the first time, she found herself kneeling on the ground. her consciousness suspended in a void. Yet, Gu Cheng's violent actions abruptly pulled her thoughts back to reality. Instinctively, a single word escaped her lips. However, Gu Cheng remained indifferent. His gaze fixed intently upon her as he stated, "For the sake of these individuals, these strangers, I wish to ascertain the limits of your endurance." With a firm grip, Gu Cheng drew Xiao Qingyi closer, towering over her with an imposing presence akin to that of a mountain. A hero must be willing to sacrifice. Thus, I shall grant you one final opportunity to choose. Remember, this is your last chance. He leaned closer to her ear, the heat of his breath sending an unfamiliar sensation coursing through her. Yet, she dared not flinch. Her expression was teetering on the brink of collapse. Gu Cheng's voice resonated unerringly in her ears. Your humanity shines with a brilliance akin to that of diamonds. I will afford you another choice. If you choose to live, everyone in this mall shall perish. If you take your own life, I shall spare them. Are you not the embodiment of justice? Do you not aspire to save all lives? Then make your choice between your own existence and those you wish to save. Gu Cheng did not conceal his voice, ensuring that, apart from Xiao Qingyi, everyone heard the new ultimatum. With a sense of numbness, she gazed at him, her lips parting slightly as she instinctively uttered two words, "Devil. You are a devil." Gu Cheng chuckled nonchalantly. You flatter me, yet I shall not spare you. Make your decision swiftly. Everyone wishes to be saved, so embrace your style and die alone. I will count down from 3. Once the time is up, it will signify your automatic surrender, and I shall eliminate everyone but you. 3. Xiao Qingyi did not wish to die. She was merely 19. Yet, in comparison to her solitary fate, there were hundreds surrounding her, parents of children, the pillars of their families, and young souls whose lives had barely begun. Perhaps it was time to be the good person until the end. She closed her eyes, feeling as if her life had raced by like a fleeting shadow. 2. At that moment, Gu Cheng's countdown was nearing its conclusion. Beside him, the Knight of Calamity and the Hellhound advanced, seemingly poised to seize their prey. Everyone held their breath. Even Zhao Shiyi was no exception. She listened intently to Gu Cheng's countdown, her gaze fixated on Xiao Qingyi, who had remained silent until this moment. Her heart raced with anxiety. Surely, she would not wish to survive alone. 1. Just as Gu Cheng uttered the final number, Xiao Qingyi had steeled herself for the sacrifice. As the Hellhound crouched, preparing to pounce for its feast, Zhao Shiyi could no longer contain her urgency. Her voice piercing through the air as she cried out to Xiao Qingyi. Qingyi, why have you not taken your own life yet? Do you truly wish to witness our demise? As the words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. With a heart prepared for self-destruction, Xiao Qingyi opened her eyes, trembling as she gazed at the very person she had endeavored to protect, Sister Xiao Tao. She even doubted, in her fear, whether she had just experienced auditory hallucinations. Unable to restrain her quivering lips, she asked, Sister Xiao Tao, I did not quite catch what you just said. Chapter 38, Rebirth in Life. What does the dog bark at? Xiao Qingyi could choose to sacrifice herself for the sake of others, embodying the essence of altruism. Yet, the betrayal from someone so close left her momentarily unable to accept the reality. In that moment, the tenderness that once resided in Zhao Shiyi's gaze had vanished entirely. The raw emotions she had just expressed revealed a sinister facet of her countenance, and upon noticing Xiao Qingyi turning away, a hint of embarrassment flickered across her face. However, with her own life hanging in the balance, Zhao Shiyi mustered the courage to declare, Qingyi, I know you possess a kind heart. Without you, I might have already succumbed to a decaying corpse. Unlike you, I still have parents who may be waiting for me. I cannot die, do you understand? Sister Xiao Tao truly cannot perish. Zhao Shiyi's heartfelt appeal was accompanied by tears streaming down her face. While her reasoning was sound, to Xiao Qingyi's ears, her words pierced like daggers, inflicting deep wounds upon her spirit. The typically resilient Xiao Qingyi found herself forlorn, gazing down at her feet, murmuring, Yes, I understand. You cannot die, for I have no family and can afford to perish. Xiao Qingyi felt as though the days spent together had been a mere farce. Why, when she was on the brink of ending her own life, did she feel compelled to utter such hurtful words? After all, she had resolved to embrace death. A veil of tears clouded her vision. Unlike Gu Cheng's recent harsh words, which had left her feeling humiliated, the betrayal from Zhao Shiyi struck her like a knife, causing her heart to ache profoundly. Originally, she could have remained an outsider to this turmoil. As she remained silent, her head bowed, the survivors who had long been observing could no longer contain their growing anxiety. Among them was a middle-aged man with an air of refinement, who cleared his throat and spoke, Little Xiao, I appreciate your bravery in saving me despite the danger. I understand my words may be unpalatable, but when one life is weighed against 100, the latter clearly holds greater significance. I must express my stance. Were I in your position, I would choose self-sacrifice. The man's insincere rhetoric bore no credibility whatsoever. Yet, The subsequent outpouring of voices from the crowd ignited a frenzy of panic. I implore you, Sister Qingyi. I just got engaged. I do not wish to die. I am merely 50 years old, having toiled my entire life without enjoying the fruits of my labor. How can I perish here? I have already lost a leg. I cannot afford to lose my life as well. Each individual possessed a compelling reason for survival. Xiao Qingyi felt utterly dazed, realizing that each of these justifications for living was profoundly valid. Observing the despondent expression of Xiao Qingyi, who had not uttered a single word in her defense, emboldened some individuals, prompting them to elevate their voices in reproach. One person for the sake of all. What a bargain. Why do you remain silent? Are you truly this selfish? Even if you survive to the end, will you find peace? Die, and you alone shall perish, while the rest of us can carry on. Do not hesitate any longer, please. Their words cut like daggers. Xiao Qingyi lifted her gaze, witnessing the faces that had once pleaded with her now contorting into expressions of fury and malice. She felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. How could it be that some were urging her demise while others condemned her for selfishness? Yet she had saved them. Her thoughts became a muddled haze, clouding any rationality. Without her, they would have perished long ago. Why, then, were they labeling her as selfish? Had she truly erred? Xiao Qingyi felt as though the world had forsaken her. The adoration she once received had transformed into loathing. The capable Xiao Qingyi resembled a rat scorned by the masses, retreating instinctively out of fear. After only a few steps back, she collided with a robust figure. Immediately, a pair of hands settled on her shoulders. A familiar voice once again reached her ears, this time laced with a grave undertone. Look at these people before you. They wish for your demise. A grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment. Your misguided benevolence has fostered a host of ungrateful scoundrels. Do you understand why they dare not curse me, knowing full well I would act on my threats, yet direct their ire towards you, their benefactor? Xiao Qingyi slowly raised her head, encountering Gu Cheng's youthful yet composed visage, shaking her tear-streaked face in bewilderment. She could not comprehend the situation. Moments ago, Gu Cheng had displayed aggression, yet now he tenderly wiped away her tears with a gentlemanly demeanor, his voice softening. Because I am the villain, they know that if they insult me, I would indeed harm them. But you are different. You are the altruist, willing to forsake your life for them, a paragon of righteousness. What does their scorn matter to you? Your kindness renders you incapable of inflicting harm. This was the harsh reality. The virtuous would be persecuted while the wicked stood by, and scathed, as mere spectators. Gu Cheng gently caressed Xiao Qingyi's hair. Akin to a preacher, would you like to experience a different life? Xiao Qingyi felt her worldview shatter within moments. Instinctively yearning to flee from the turmoil, she asked, what life? Gu Cheng smiled, just wait. He then turned his gaze towards the crowd, where a man, adorned in fine attire, stood tall and composed, evidently a person of respectable standing in peaceful times. Yet this seemingly proper individual had just uttered the cruel words. Why do you remain silent? Are you truly this selfish? Even if you survive, will you find comfort? Until now, the other party still showed no trace of remorse. Being one of the most vociferous among the crowd in their tirade against Xiao Qingyi, Gu Cheng gazed at him, his voice resonating like an echo from the depths of the abyss, imbued with an icy chill. What is your barking about? The man's expression shifted to one of terror, never anticipating that Gu Cheng would stand up for Xiao Qingyi. The fury etched on his face dissipated, replaced entirely by panic and confusion as he prepared to explain. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Cheng abruptly swung the Leopold doll from a distance. With a sickening splatter, the man's body was instantaneously cleaved in two, blood and entrails exploding forth, drenching the onlookers. In that instant, the entire shopping mall fell into a profound silence. Gu Cheng, however, appeared unfazed, glancing down at the stunned Xiao Qingyi, and inquired, do you find this life to your liking? Chapter 39, Descending into Darkness. Crafting a successful monster. Xiao Qingyi's countenance was momentarily blank. The man who had just been shouting at her was now reduced to a lifeless corpse by a single stroke. Moreover, the splattered blood rendered the grotesque faces of the onlookers entirely soaked. They forgot their indignation and erupted into shrieks of horror. Gu Cheng placed the Leopold doll before Xiao Qingyi, its malevolent aura surging like a tide, penetrating her delicate form. Long before, while cleansing the Academy of Zombies, Gu Cheng had discovered that with each act of slaughter, those around him were also influenced by the Leopold doll, becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. Had Xiao Qingyi witnessed this scene in a moment of clarity, her inherently compassionate nature would have surely caused her to cry out in protest. However, just moments ago, Gu Cheng had orchestrated a macabre performance, utilizing the hellish three-headed dog and the Night of Calamity as instruments of psychological torment, thereby unraveling the facade of humanity before Xiao Qingyi. Even a mud doll has its spirit. Xiao Qingyi was kind, but she was not foolish. With the assistance of these individuals, Gu Cheng successfully ignited the dark thoughts within her heart, revealing the slightest crack in her saintly persona. As the malevolent energy coursed through her veins, the once bewildered depths of her gaze began to manifest crimson streaks. Yet, confronted with her own inquiry, she hesitated to respond, her hands clenching tightly at the hem of her garment, still wrestling, as if her innate goodness and burgeoning malevolence were vying for dominance over her consciousness. Gu Cheng recognized that he needed to stoke the flames further. Hence, he placed his hands firmly on her face, compelling her to behold the scattered remnants of the corpse on the ground, and asked, "Look at this wretch you sought to save. You risked your life to rescue him, only to receive a selfish rebuke in return. Tell me, do you take pleasure in witnessing this barking dog meet his end at my hand?" As the malevolent aura corrupted her consciousness, Xiao Qingyi's breath grew increasingly labored, her delicate crimson lips trembling. Gu Cheng gently caressed her smooth cheek, his voice soothing yet beguiling. "All you need to do is articulate your current feelings." With his urging, Xiao Qingyi's inner defenses finally crumbled, her gaze becoming dazed as she confessed, "I like it. I enjoy this unrestrained life, free from moral constraints." Just a moment ago, she had chastised herself. Yet now she fell silent forever. Unable to deceive her own heart, she instinctively uttered these words. A smile finally graced Gu Cheng's previously cold visage, as he regarded Xiao Qingyi like an artist beholding a meticulously crafted masterpiece. Just one step remained for this creation to reach perfection. With that thought, Gu Cheng placed the splitting blade into Xiao Qingyi's palm. The instant their hands touched, her once clear vision was shrouded in a crimson haze, transforming into a sea of blood. Moreover, a cacophony of wails and piercing shrieks wormed into her ears, intensifying the turmoil within her already chaotic mind. The splitting blade, stained with blood, exuded a potent aura of slaughter. As her heart's defenses faltered, Xiao Qingyi's goodwill could no longer mitigate this atmosphere, and she was swiftly engulfed by malevolence. Unlike her usually resolute self, she was now completely enveloped by a myriad of negative emotions, a fierce expression emerging on her once pure countenance. Her eyes, now a vivid red, seemed to suggest that only through bloodshed could her inner rage be assuaged. Gu Cheng's voice resounded once more. "In the depths of hell, only the devil can save you. When you strive to be good, they fear you not. As the weak, they dare to compel the strong to self-destruct for their own preservation. But this world has irrevocably changed. Weakness is the original sin, and the frail must be crushed beneath the might of the strong, trampled mercilessly. If you cherish this exhilarating existence, then embrace it." With that, Gu Cheng gave Xiao Qingyi a gentle push forward, observing the terrified survivors, who resembled frightened partridges, and commanded, "Eliminate them. You shall possess a brilliant future." His earlier words were mere threats. Gu Cheng had never intended to act as the executioner, killing these weaklings. From the outset, his true objective was to lead Xiao Qingyi down the path of darkness, compelling her to slay those survivors she had risked her life to save. These individuals embodied the purest essence of Xiao Qingyi's goodness. It is thus evident that should she choose to annihilate them all, she would embark on an irreversible journey, with only the descent into darkness remaining as her path. Is it cruel? No. Gu Cheng understood that those who achieve greatness do not concern themselves with trifles. In her previous life, Xiao Qingyi was ensnared by her stringent moral beliefs, which ultimately hindered her from unleashing her true potential. At this moment, after Gu Cheng's transformation, once Xiao Qingyi severed the kindness within her heart, it was unimaginable what terrifying power could be unleashed without the shackles of her soul. Gu Cheng, in this moment, was less an artist refining a masterpiece and more a creator of a monster. To kill them? Would that lead to rebirth? Xiao Qingyi staggered toward the crowd as if intoxicated, scrutinizing their expressions. Unlike before, where she glared with fury, she now observed the horror and dread etched across their faces upon seeing herself wielding a blade. She relished their current reactions. Among them was Zhao Shui, who, under Gu Cheng's command, had already suffered the loss of her arms at the hands of the disaster knight, now presented to Xiao Qingyi like a sacrificial offering. The excruciating pain rendered Zhao Shui utterly terrified, yet upon seeing Xiao Qingyi, she seemed to grasp a glimmer of hope, crying out, "Qingyi, save me. I am your little Taojia. Please, I beg you spare me." With a tilt of her head, Xiao Qingyi appeared almost playful. "Little Taojia?" Zhao Shui then realized that Xiao Qingyi's aura was exceedingly sinister, especially her eyes, devoid of any previous warmth. Her lips moved as if to utter more. But before she could, Xiao Qingyi's blade descended swiftly, the powerful Apordal slicing through the air toward Zhao Shui. With a sickening thud, the traitor, who had once led Xiao Qingyi to her doom, was decapitated, her head rolling onto the ground. Witnessing the demise of the familiar little Taojia, a triumphant smile spread across Xiao Qingyi's face. Her gaze, chilling and malevolent, turned to the stunned onlookers as she declared in a piercing voice, "You all shall perish." Chapter 40. Split personality, let me slay more ants. Xiao Qingyi possessed extraordinary strength, and wielding the Lerpo doll, which replenished her energy. She resembled a fierce tigress descending from the mountains. The survivors, half of whom were gravely injured, stood no chance against such brutal assault. A whirlwind of blood and carnage swept through the entire mall. After what felt like an eternity, Xiao Qingyi finally ceased her onslaught. It was not due to a return of clarity, but rather the realization that the survivors hidden there had been nearly annihilated. Gu Cheng reached for the Lerpo doll, a surge of profound energy coursing through his palm and into his body. It was evident that the Lerpo doll had acknowledged its master. Aside from a small portion of vitality granted to Xiao Qingyi to sustain her murderous vigor, the majority was reserved for his own consumption. How considerate. Gu Cheng examined the Lerpo doll, a faint smile gracing his lips. High-grade cursed artifacts, some of which had even begun to exhibit a semblance of consciousness, undeniably marked a progression toward a higher echelon. In stark contrast to Gu Cheng's smiling demeanor, Xiao Qingyi, now devoid of the Lerpo doll, emerged from the tide of malevolence. Her awareness gradually sharpened. But upon witnessing the field of corpses, her complexion turned ashen. The image of Zhao Shuyi's beheading lingered vividly in her mind. In addition, countless individuals kneel upon the ground, pleading with themselves, yet they wield a blade as if possessed, relentlessly striking one after another, leaving a trail of death in their wake. At this moment, the remnants of goodness within Xiao Qingyi pierce her heart with profound anguish. Why has this transpired? What has led to such events? That devil has incited me to slay so many. This was never my intention. All of this was coerced upon me. Xiao Qingyi immediately collapses to her knees. However, over 100 lives have been ruthlessly extinguished, saturating the ground with a thick layer of blood, rendering it horrifically sticky. Huh, they forced you? Just moments ago. They stood by, watching as you wielded the knife. Do not deceive yourself, for you too harbored a desire to eliminate these worthless beings, did you not? We saved them. Yet they repay our kindness with enmity. Even if that man is indeed a devil, he is still the benefactor who rescued us from the depths of hell. Without him, we would have perished long ago. A mocking voice suddenly resonates in Xiao Qingyi's ears, its tone achingly familiar. Who are you? She raises her gaze, only to behold a graceful figure emerging from the shadows of a marketplace strewn with dismembered limbs. In stark contrast to Xiao Qingyi's preference for pristine white attire, this figure dons an audaciously short red dress, accentuating her alluring form, complemented by striking red high heels that unveil her perfect silhouette. Upon witnessing her countenance, Xiao Qingyi's pupils constrict in shock, for this person bears an uncanny resemblance to herself. Who are you? Xiao Qingyi's voice trembles on the brink of despair as she questions the figure before her. Observing this unsettling scene, Pei Yu turns her gaze towards the source of Xiao Qingyi's frantic outcry, her brow furrowing in concern. She discreetly approaches Gu Cheng, whispering, "Brother-in-law, is there someone over there? Is she on the verge of madness from this trauma?" Pei Yu had also witnessed the entirety of the massacre. Indeed, to behold the slaughter of over 100 souls requires a certain fortitude. Were it her sister in this situation, she vowed that the latter would have already collapsed to the ground, retching in horror. Yet, after forging the bloodline of the alluring demon, Pei Yu found her consciousness invaded by memories that did not belong to her. A dim world, desolate lands, hordes of demons, and an unceasing cycle of carnage. The Abyss, an area inhabited by demons, whose environment could scarcely be described as merely harsh, but rather as a cursed realm devoid of vegetation and sunlight. For demons to survive in such barren lands, there exists but one method. They must turn upon one another. The consumption of kin is a commonplace occurrence. To endure, the first act upon awakening for a demon is to engage in battle. Thus, in the Abyss, the gnawing of zombies pales in comparison. Armed with these memories, while Pei Yu felt an inkling of discomfort at the brutal demise of so many, she did not falter in her resolve. As for questioning Gu Cheng's decisions, such a notion was inconceivable. As a devoted admirer, her most cherished quality was her unwavering faith in Gu Cheng's every choice. Do not say that the other party incited Xiao Qingyi to commit murder. Even if ordered to eliminate the masses, Pei Yu would not refuse. Instead, she would summon the wax-melting demon to accompany her into this massacre. However, Xiao Qingyi was different. Pei Yu watched helplessly as the once kind-hearted girl was coerced into becoming a demon of death, slaying those she had once saved. One can only imagine the devastating psychological trauma she now endured. At this moment, she inexplicably spoke to an empty corner, igniting Pei Yu's curiosity about whether she had succumbed to madness. Gu Cheng, in his inaugural creation of a monster, had no reference point. Yet, considering Xiao Qingyi's potential for greatness, he maintained a calm demeanor, asserting that it was not a significant issue and that she simply required time. Unlike the detached onlookers Gu Cheng and Pei Yu, Xiao Qingyi, already treated as a pawn ensnared in this game, now witnessed a woman, her exact doppelganger, slowly approach her. Who am I? The girl in the short skirt chuckled softly before locking eyes with Xiao Qingyi. I am you. I am your dark side. Just a moment ago, we were quite elated, weren't we? Those pitiful beings, those worthless ants, dared to compel us to take our own lives. So I took the liberty to eliminate them all for you. Xiao Qingyi was utterly shattered, huddled in a corner, her face a canvas of confusion. In stark contrast, the girl in the short skirt leaned her head against Xiao Qingyi's shoulder, drawing circles on her chest as she murmured to herself, "Do you still wish to be the good person? I do not. Do you want to endure such humiliation again? I do not." Xiao Qingyi lifted her gaze, her eyes vacant as she stared at her other self. Unlike the timid and indecisive self who had just slain countless individuals, this other self, born from slaughter and darkness, radiated like a resplendent rose, dazzling and magnificent. The girl in the short skirt continued to gaze at Xiao Qingyi and said, "Since you cannot confront yourself, then relinquish your body to me. Allow me to step forth and take your place, shall we?" The girl's eyes seemed to possess an enchanting power, and up close, Xiao Qingyi felt her consciousness being drawn into them. She buried her head between her legs. Her voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. "My hands are stained with blood. Those people should not have met such a fate. I am guilty, and I must pay the price. If you desire this tainted body, then take it." At this moment, Xiao Qingyi was trapped in a state of self-destruction. Unlike her original self, burdened by an overwhelming sense of morality and unable to escape the guilt of slaughtering many, this other self, born from sin, now smiled radiantly. The girl in the short skirt gently kissed Xiao Qingyi on the forehead and said, "Thank you. I will make good use of this body." In the real world, Xiao Qingyi, who had been crouching in the corner with her head bowed, suddenly stood up. When she raised her head again, her face wore no trace of remorse or guilt. Instead, it was filled with joy and madness. She gazed at Gu Cheng, tilting her head slightly, her soft tongue teasing the corner of her lips. Her voice was melodious, yet it resonated with the sinister allure of a demon from the depths of hell. "Come, let us slay more ants." Gu Cheng regarded the girl before him, whose appearance mirrored that of Xiao Qingyi, yet whose aura was starkly discordant. At that moment, a term surged into his mind: split personality. Chapter 41, The Conquest of Persona, Gu Cheng in the Stratosphere. After enduring an unimaginable psychological devastation, the human psyche can undergo sudden transformations. It was evident that Xiao Qingyi, having ruthlessly annihilated all survivors within the mall, could not bear such pressure, thus giving birth to a second persona, the shadowy incarnation of Xiao Qingyi. Gu Cheng observed her with a hint of intrigue, then beckoned her with a curl of his finger. In the past, such a demeaning gesture would have elicited a furious glare from Xiao Qingyi, prompting her to step back. Yet now, wholly consumed by her darker side, she approached Gu Cheng with a countenance radiating curiosity and exploration. As Xiao Qingyi drew near, Gu Cheng appraised her from head to toe and inquired, "How shall I address you?" Xiao Qingyi bit her lip, her starry eyes brimming with admiration. As if Gu Cheng had fulfilled her every understanding of the concept of darkness, the light and dark personas shared memories. Upon regaining clarity, her original self perceived Gu Cheng as a merciless brute who had ruthlessly severed the man who chastised her. But in the perception of her darker persona, Gu Cheng's striking strike had captured her heart. "I am still Xiao Qingyi, merely with a slightly altered disposition. Can you take me away? I wish to slay more ants with you." Her long, raven hair was stained with blood, yet paradoxically, this only enhanced her allure, rendering her presence strikingly captivating. Her eyes, now crimson from excessive slaughter, exuded a fervor unlike her previous demure demeanor, igniting an irresistible urge for possession, as if she were an exquisite treasure. Clearly, at this moment, Xiao Qingyi's charismatic allure had expanded exponentially. Gu Cheng chuckled softly, locking his gaze onto her blood-red irises, and said, "I can take you away. But you must agree to one condition." Xiao Qingyi nodded obediently. "All right." Gu Cheng reached out, encircling her delicate neck, drawing her closer. The proximity unleashed a wave of warmth that washed over her cheeks. "I've yet to state my condition, and you readily acquiesce. Are you not afraid of my intimidation?" Though Xiao Qingyi had succumbed to darkness, she remained untouched by worldly experiences, her senses heightened. In this unprecedented closeness with a man, a blush involuntarily crept across her face. Yet she swiftly acclimated to the sensations coursing through her. Rather than resisting, her expression radiated longing and fervor. Xiao Qingyi licked the corner of her mouth, gazing intently at Gu Cheng, her face adorned with a captivating smile. "As long as I can leave this place, I shall comply with any request." Gu Cheng chuckled, pinching her cheek. "I am fond of this side of you. To celebrate your birth, today, I shall transform you into a true woman. Is it still manly to refuse such succulent morsels offered?" After some negotiation, Gu Cheng had come to a realization. If the previous Xiao Qingyi was bound by her own moral constraints, then at this moment, the dark side born from slaughter was that of a rebellious girl, one who sought thrills and possessed no moral compass. She was filled with an insatiable curiosity for the unfamiliar, including matters of intimacy between men and women. It was akin to a girl who had been trapped in a mundane existence for over a decade, suddenly graduating high school and entering university, only to be led astray by delinquent peers into nightclubs and bars. The oppressive weight of the past was utterly released under the influence of alcohol and pulsating music. Pei stood silently aside, a hint of jealousy etched on her face, but soon, she sighed in relief. As a succubus, Pei possessed a uniquely special constitution. Yet Gu Cheng was no ordinary man. After their indulgence, she felt as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Not only could she barely move, but her consciousness had also faded into a state of oblivion. Undeniably, that sensation left Pei entranced, but over time, her body struggled to endure. With a new member joining, although some of her brother-in-law's affections would be shared, in the long run, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. As night deepened into silence, even though the shadow occupying her being was a problem girl, fiery and uninhibited, before Gu Cheng, she resembled a docile puppy, obedient and compliant. Naturally, Gu Cheng did not withhold knowledge from the newly recruited employee. He generously imparted wisdom, and after absorbing his profound teachings, Xiao Qingyi was thoroughly captivated by the corporate culture. Breathing heavily, she endeavored to assimilate the wealth of knowledge bestowed upon her. At that moment, a mischievous glint appeared on her face as she leaned closer to Gu Cheng's ear and whispered, "Tell me, how would the old me react if she saw us lying together?" Gu Cheng, now in a sage-like state, found his mind completely devoid of thoughts. Following her inquiry, he mused, "The former Xiao Qingyi was far too conservative to accept such a rapid escalation in our relationship." Xiao Qingyi bit her lower lip. Unable to restrain herself, she was simply too timid, perhaps knowing this could lead to her growth. Gu Cheng finally discerned some hints. Looking at the rebellious girl in his arms, unable to resist asking, "What are you planning?" Xiao Qingyi wore a devilish smile. "Guess." With that, she closed her eyes. In the depths of her consciousness, the true Xiao Qingyi imprisoned herself in darkness. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in her ear, "Come forth. I have a gift to bestow upon you." Still in a state of bewilderment, Xiao Qingyi suddenly felt her consciousness elevate. When she regained her awareness, she found herself nestled upon a warm bed. However, unlike her usual solitary slumber, there was another presence beside her. Xiao Qingyi was taken aback, her face instantly betraying a sense of panic. Yet, when she discerned the identity of the person next to her, incredulity washed over her features. Lying beside her was none other than the devil who had seduced her into committing unspeakable acts. She had never anticipated that surrendering to her darker self would lead her to be entwined with that very demon. In such a brief moment, she had relinquished her final boundary. Why? How could this be happening? Xiao Qingyi's mind was in turmoil. She yearned to escape, yet her entire body felt paralyzed, making even the simple act of moving her little finger seem a distant luxury. This state of being was all too familiar to Pei. Gu Cheng also sensed something amiss. He noticed that the once mischievous girl now bore an expression of panic and trepidation rather than the playful compliance she had shown earlier. In an instant, a daring thought flickered through Gu Cheng's mind, a swap of personae. The original Xiao Qingyi had once again seized control of her body. How exhilarating! However, Gu Cheng chose not to expose this revelation. Instead, he regarded her with a smile and said, "Rest assured, everything we have done is unknown to the real Xiao Qingyi. Relax, I have some knowledge to impart to you." Xiao Qingyi pressed her lips together, her eyes brimming with grievance, wishing to conceal from Gu Cheng that she was indeed the original self. Thus, she could only continue to masquerade as her darker persona, verbally protesting while her body, in stark contrast, engaged earnestly with Gu Cheng in discussions of profound academic matters. Little did she realize that while she occupied the second layer, Gu Cheng was soaring in the stratosphere. After today, Gu Cheng had completely conquered both of Xiao Qingyi's personae. Chapter 42, The Demon Legion, Gu Cheng's Whimsical Desires. Gu Cheng stretched languidly, his eyes fluttering open in utter comfort. Beside him lay a stunning young woman, her face streaked with tears. At this moment, her eyes had brightened, and her allure had undoubtedly multiplied exponentially. After a considerable while, Xiao Qingyi's eyelashes trembled gently, and she opened her eyes, gazing at Gu Cheng, who appeared unabashed in the early hours. Instead, she seemed to leap into his embrace like a kangaroo. Sensing her fervor, Gu Cheng understood that her benevolent persona had once again receded. Nestled within his arms was evidently the familiar troublesome girl. When I inquired if she was comfortable, she could only weep. How tiresome. However, after a few more encounters, she would adapt. "Please assist me. Her nature is far too gentle. Let us together lead her astray." The troublesome girl was practically coercing herself into submission. Strangely enough, she was compelling her own transformation. Yet, in this apocalyptic world, anything was possible. Having lived for over a decade in this land, Gu Cheng was no stranger to the extraordinary. Thus, without further ado, he gently patted the other's head, donned his attire, and descended from the bed. Gu Cheng stood by the window, gazing at the desolate cityscape, a flicker of contemplation passing through his eyes. In merely 2 days, the Berserk War Demon would descend, heralding an inevitable fierce battle. Moreover, alongside the Berserk War Demon from the Moonlight Realm, the rift belonging to the Abyss would open, allowing numerous demons to invade the human realm. Demons lack any semblance of rationality. Be it humans, insects, or zombies, all are fair targets for their attacks. After all, demons are inherently omnivorous. In the harsh environment of the Abyss, finding sustenance is a formidable challenge. Under such circumstances, how could demons concern themselves with whether the zombies are rotting or putrid? In the arduous journey of survival, each demon has fortified its digestive organs into an indomitable fortress. They are capable of adapting to any form of sustenance. With the incursion of the demonic horde, advanced zombies are bound to face extensive slaughter. Therefore, Gu Cheng has a mere 2 days to search for his rightful prey, aiming to cleave open the skulls of the advanced zombies and extract the crystals capable of enhancing his power. Consequently, for Gu Cheng, the coming 2 days would be dedicated to gathering strength, hunting advanced zombies, and achieving the initial accumulation of power. At this moment, Xiao Qingyi had also donned her attire. Unlike her usual conservative and simplistic sportswear, she now presented a transformed image. Clad in a black miniskirt, her skin appeared as radiant as snow, resembling a blossoming white lotus in the gentle sunlight. Her exposed legs, adorned with patterned black stockings, exuded an irresistible allure at every moment. Meanwhile, Pei Yu, equally captivating, showcased a devilishly enticing figure that could complement any clothing style. After her transformation, she had chosen a pair of white stockings, creating a stark contrast with Xiao Qingyi. At this juncture, the two women engaged in a subtle competition, their aim being to capture Gu Cheng's attention. As for the exquisite ensemble worth over 100,000 that Pei Yu had procured from the luxury store just a day prior, it had already been discarded as if it were refuse. Such is the reality of life in the apocalypse, unfettered freedom. For the powerful, extraordinary beings like Gu Cheng, this era undoubtedly resembles a paradise of liberty. Yet for the ordinary souls who have not awakened their abilities, merely striving for survival feels akin to a hellish existence, where a moment's negligence could result in a gruesome demise. Gu Cheng observed the two women, perceiving them as ripe peaches, nearly overwhelmed with the desire to savor them at once. However, he understood clearly that pleasure and the accumulation of strength are both of paramount importance. Thus, Gu Cheng laid bare his plans. Pei Yu had learned yesterday that the heads of advanced zombies contained crystals capable of augmenting strength, and she herself had nearly lost control during her encounter with the crystal. Her complexion had flushed, and her eyes had rolled back in ecstasy. Had Gu Cheng not swiftly taken the crystal from her grasp, she might have succumbed to the overwhelming pleasure akin to crashing waves. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingyi, clearly just now grasping this revelation, wore an expression full of astonishment and curiosity, unable to contain his eagerness. He yearned to rush to the mall and seek confirmation of an advanced zombie. Thus, Gu Cheng hastily packed some provisions and ventured out with the two women. With a thunderous roar and a resounding thud, he summoned the Hellhound and the Knight of Calamity to enhance their efficiency. For the zombies, such formidable creatures represented an overwhelming terror. The Hellhound's 3 gaping maws unleashed elemental projectiles, each obliterating dozens, if not more, of the undead. Meanwhile, the Knight of Calamity, bolstered by a skeletal steed, wielded unparalleled might against the relentless horde. Hundreds of zombies surged forth, yet he faced them with unwavering resolve, dashing forward and leaving a trail of severed limbs in his wake. In addition to Pei Yu and the wax-melding demon, as well as Xiao Qingyi's attacks that shimmered like flowing light, Gu Cheng and his companions, though few in number, resembled a flesh-and-blood bulldozer, rampaging across the desolate wasteland. During this chaos, Gu Cheng encountered numerous individuals pleading for salvation. Some promised monetary rewards, while others vowed to leverage their power to elevate Gu Cheng to the pinnacle of success. There were even those willing to barter their alluring wives, proclaiming they would gladly play the role of a beast if it meant rescue. However, Gu Cheng paid them no heed. The riches and women they offered were easily within his grasp. He had no need for their promises. As for Boss Chow's peculiar predilections, Gu Cheng found them utterly disagreeable. He was averse to using items touched by others, regardless of their quality. Those who received no response from him quickly descended into madness, some even hurling microwaves and televisions at Gu Cheng, hoping to find satisfaction in their demise or to witness the villain meet a gruesome end at the hands of zombies. Gu Cheng regarded these individuals with equal disdain. With a single stroke, he cleaved through their grotesque forms, their remains mingling with entrails and scattering across the ground. If others provoked his ire, they would meet their end. In this atmosphere of unrelenting ferocity, the zombies suffered unprecedented losses, and the number of crystal cores Gu Cheng amassed surged to 13. After 2 days of arduous travel, Gucheng finally traversed several dozen miles. On the third day, however, he did not hunt advanced zombies as he had previously. Instead, he stood like a statue on a high-rise, wielding the splitting blade, silently observing the world outside. Just moments before, the weather had been serene. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled, and the once azure sky tore open, revealing a chasm. Countless chilling gusts erupted from the fissure. And as Gucheng witnessed this phenomenon, his expression shifted from shock to delight. He murmured to himself, "At long last, this demon army has arrived." Chapter 43, The Feast of Carnage. I have finally awaited you. The heavens and earth trembled, dark clouds gathered. In a fleeting moment, the entire city was shrouded in darkness. Additionally, an ear-piercing shriek echoed from the sky above. The sounds that permeated the air were far from those that ordinary beasts could produce. They were interwoven with an unspeakable psychological torment, a pressure so profound that even the extraordinary could only muster a semblance of resistance. Yet, the common folk trembled in sheer terror, hastily kneeling upon the ground in a futile attempt to evade the dread these sounds instilled. In stark contrast stood Gucheng, his obsidian-like eyes fixated upon the void above, where a dark fissure gradually unfurled against the celestial canvas. In an instant, a tempest of hurricane proportions, rivaling the might of a Category 12 storm, swept through the entirety of Jinghai City, lifting parked vehicles off the streets with alarming suddenness. The zombies meandering through the streets were met with a catastrophic fate. As the wind howled, it felt as though the very fabric of reality was being torn asunder. And soon, a deeper, darker rift erupted from the ground below. Emerging from this abyss were grotesque demons, their visages terrifying and their presence imposing. Some were emaciated, sporting heads reminiscent of rats. They bore no weapons, yet their outstretched hands revealed claws as sharp as daggers, wielding an unfathomable capacity for destruction. Others resembled bats, with wings extended and tails shaped like barbed hooks, capable of delivering lethal blows that could obliterate a human skull in an instant. In addition to these, a myriad of dark creatures emerged, including bloodthirsty beasts of the abyss and colossal, predatory avians. The moment these demons and shadowy beings materialized in the realm of mortals, they unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon all living entities in their vicinity. The ordinary zombies, caught unawares, were swiftly overrun and devoured by the horde of demons. In times past, these creatures had resorted to feasting upon their companions to survive, yet in the harsh environment they inhabited, their flesh was equally desiccated and bitter. However, zombies, being remnants of humanity, had once thrived in an era of peace where sustenance was abundant. Thus, their flesh, despite its current state of decay, was a delicacy in the eyes of the demons. Not to mention, their prey included the fortunate remnants of humanity. Some survivors, having managed to stockpile a modest supply of provisions and secure their homes with fortified doors and windows, had thus far evaded disaster, clinging to the hope that one day, the powers of the state would rescue them from their suffering. Alas, their hopes were destined to be dashed. Having dwelled long in the shadows, the abyssal demons had seen their vision wane, yet their olfactory and sensory acuity had multiplied exponentially. The aroma of flesh could not be contained by concrete walls. Consequently, the horde of demons followed the tantalizing scent, infiltrating the homes of several survivors. Gucheng observed intently as a couple caught his eye in a nearby building. The man exuded a gentle demeanor, while the woman was fair and beautiful. In peaceful times, they would have been the envy of many as a loving couple. Yet, at this moment, they faced the merciless onslaught of demons. As the flying fiends breached their sanctuary, the man brandished a kitchen knife in a desperate attempt to fight back. But alas, they had not awakened to their extraordinary potential. The notion of flesh and blood facing off against demons was nothing short of a folly. As the blade descended, only a shallow scar appeared upon the form of the flying demon. This slight injury ignited a furious wrath within the creature, prompting it to extend its sharp claws and pierce the protagonist's shoulder blade. With a powerful flap of its wings, it lifted him high into the air, several dozen meters above the ground. Ignoring his cries for mercy, the demon let out a piercing shriek and released its grip. Thud! Mere seconds later, the protagonist plummeted to the earth, lifeless. The other demons, sensing a delectable feast, immediately descended upon him, commencing their gruesome banquet. The female protagonist, witnessing this horror, experienced a complete mental breakdown, attempting to leap from the building in a desperate bid to escape her torment. Yet the demons had no intention of granting her this pitiful wish. In that fleeting moment of her descent, a timid demon seized her ankle, violently slamming her to the ground. Crash! Crash! Like a twisted game, she was thrown multiple times, her once fair and beautiful visage now grotesquely deformed, her insides ravaged, leaving her a mere shadow of her former self. Despite this, she clung to life, her chest heaving with each labored breath, but the timid demon showed no mercy. opening its foul mouth to indulge in its gruesome meal. Such scenes unfolded continuously in the city of Silent Sea. Gu Cheng stood by, refraining from intervening, silently observing the chaos. He awaited the arrival of the prey he so eagerly anticipated. Once, humanity reigned atop the food chain, but now, faced with these merciless demons, they had no chance to retaliate. Begone, you filthy creatures! As the slaughter raged on, a resounding crash from below captured Gu Cheng's attention. To his astonishment, a man had burst forth from the building, engaging in fierce combat with the demons. Covered in sharp spikes, he resembled a hedgehog, and the demons found themselves unable to approach him. Furthermore, these spikes could launch projectiles akin to arrows. When he seized the right moment, they would shoot forth, piercing the demons' skulls. It was evident that he was an extraordinary being. Due to his unique abilities, he had become a nightmare for anyone suffering from a phobia of clusters. As the spikes shot out, glaring black holes appeared on his body. Yet in this world, the grotesque was far preferable to death, and he showed no concern, swiftly dispatching a dozen demons in a short span of time. Observing the retreating demons, a bloodthirsty expression crossed the man's face, signaling a clear victory in this brutal conflict. You wretched beasts, perish. I shall not spare you. He became consumed by rage, intent on annihilating every last demon. However, at that moment, an ominous shadow loomed over him, and instinctively he looked up. To his dismay, he beheld a massive fist descending. Before he could react, his head shattered like a watermelon struck against the ground. Not only that, but half of the body lay shattered due to an exceptionally ferocious attack, with innards, blood, and flesh splattered across the ground, creating a harrowing visual impact. Unlike the typically diminutive demons, the one that ambushed the extraordinary being and crushed it with a single blow stood over 3 meters tall. It loomed like a mountain, exuding a dense, violent aura, its gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, and its skin covered in tough scales. Most striking were the pair of black bracelets encircling its wrists. Crafted from an unknown material, after slaying an extraordinary being, they remained untouched by any remnants of blood or flesh. Having witnessed countless human tragedies, Gu Cheng's expression, usually indifferent, now sparkled with a glimmer of excitement. Before him stood the demon he had long awaited, the Berserker Demon. Chapter 44. Demonic Heresy, the Despairing Extraordinary. The true soul of this demon legion had finally emerged, the Berserker Demon. This entity belonged to a unique faction within the demon ranks. From the moment of its birth, it had entered a mode of slaughter. A female Berserker Demon would give birth to 3 to 5 offspring, and the phrase innately benevolent could not possibly apply to them. For upon opening their eyes, the younglings would unleash their fangs and fists upon their siblings. After mercilessly slaughtering their own kin, the Berserker Demon would devour their bodies, celebrating its own growth with this gruesome feast. It resembled a blood sacrifice, born as if under a bloodthirsty curse. The Berserker Demon would ruthlessly annihilate its siblings emerging from the same womb. Toward other beings, it exhibited extreme brutality and cruelty. It was precisely because they lived in such a bizarre atmosphere of relentless slaughter that every adult Berserker Demon became a terrifying powerhouse, much like the extraordinary being that had just been obliterated by its fist. When confronting ordinary demons, the spikes adorning their bodies provided a measure of protection, allowing them to repel the horde. However, when this Berserker Demon appeared, it required no intricate techniques. With a single punch, it ended its foe's life. In the early days of the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly a boss-level entity. It is no exaggeration to say that not only ordinary humans, but even extraordinary beings felt nearly suffocated under its oppressive presence, struggling to breathe effectively. The commotion caused by the demon's arrival drew the attention of numerous extraordinary beings. Gu Cheng sensed several powerful auras converging around him. They may have once sought to emulate the spiked extraordinary being in launching a fierce assault against the demons, aiming to drive these brutal creatures from their homeland. Unfortunately, they faced foes as fearsome as the Berserker Demon. Sensing the murderous aura emanating from the Berserker Demon, they scurried into corners like frightened mice, terrified of being discovered and transformed into mere flesh and blood. Regrettably, the Berserker Demon has already ascended to the Moonlight Realm, its perceptive abilities vastly superior to those of ordinary demons. Consequently, although these extraordinary beings have concealed themselves quite thoroughly, they remain unable to elude the demon's relentless pursuit. In contrast, Gu Cheng, wielding the blade of rending souls, emanates a sanguine scent that masks his presence, rendering him undetectable by the adversary. Suddenly, the Berserker Demon takes a step forward, its form vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a terrifying afterimage upon the ground. When it reappears, it stands before a collapsed structure ravaged by demonic havoc. The Berserker raises its fist and strikes the remnants of the wall, and at the moment of impact, a rather disheveled figure emerges in haste. This figure is a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. In the constricted space, Even a child would find it impossible to hide effectively. Yet, as an extraordinary being, she possesses an incredible flexibility acquired during her transformation, enabling her to slip through the narrowest of gaps. Blessed with the talent of supple bones, her body has become extraordinarily pliable due to the infusion of extraordinary power, making her a prime candidate for those with particular predilections. She exhibits remarkable adaptability, capable of executing even the most complex maneuvers with ease. It is not an exaggeration to say that she can challenge any high-difficulty task. As human nature becomes distorted, some powerful extraordinary beings have even compiled manuals of concubines, featuring illustrations of women who have undergone the refinement of special bloodlines. Commonly included are succubi and catfolk, with the most outrageous being centaur extraordinary beings, whose upper bodies are female while their lower halves resemble horses, also finding a place within these harem collections. Such a mindset was incomprehensible to Gu Cheng in his previous life. After all, he was merely struggling to meet his basic needs. Thus, such scandalous matters were beyond his realm. However, at this moment, endowed with great power and fearsome strength, Gu Cheng has begun to grasp the motivations of those who assemble harems. Simply put, it stems from a sense of ennui. Consistently indulging in lavish feasts eventually leads to fatigue, and the desire for coarse, unrefined sustenance wanes. Consequently, attention shifts toward those with fair skin and exquisite beauty, yet distinct appearances, particularly those who have undergone the refinement of unique bloodlines. Some extraordinary beings from coastal regions have even infused themselves with mermaid bloodlines, rumored to possess exceptional talents, especially in the art of seduction. Gu Cheng shook his head, dismissing these idle thoughts from his mind. Hearing is often deceptive, while seeing is believing. As a man of action, he believes that only through personal experience can he uncover the secrets behind such rumors. Refocusing his gaze downstairs, he observed the supple-boned individual, now resembling a serpent, swiftly slithering across the ground in an attempt to evade the berserker's pursuit. Alas, the disparity in their abilities is far too great. The berserker demon raises its fist and, from a considerable distance, strikes the ground before it. The hardened asphalt shatters, creating a massive pit, and before the extraordinary being can react, she plummets into the abyss. In the depths of the abyss, the eyes of the berserk war demon gleamed with a bloodthirsty glint, fixating intently on the figure within the pit. It was ravenous, yearning for delectable prey to satiate its hunger. In stark contrast to the spiky creature before it, the young maiden was undoubtedly a far more enticing choice. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaoya, having plummeted into the chasm, was nearly paralyzed with terror. Her tear-filled gaze met the monstrous beast, feeling akin to a caged mouse ensnared in a trap. Having taken refuge amidst the ruins, she had witnessed the entire demise of the extraordinary being. Her dread of the berserk war demon had escalated to an unbearable zenith. Yet, she was acutely aware of her helplessness, resigned to a fate that might culminate in her being obliterated by a single blow, her remains strewn across the ground. Despairing, Emo Xiaoya clasped her hands in prayer, beseeching the divine for mercy. Alas, no deity heeded her call. She could only watch in horror as the war demon extended its clawed hand towards her, the thought of her impending doom extinguishing the light from her eyes. At that critical juncture, a colossal beast suddenly lunged forth, akin to a speeding truck, hurling the berserk war demon several meters away. The abruptness of the event compelled Emo Xiaoya to crawl out of her hiding place to glimpse the unfolding scene, and upon doing so, her pupils constricted into narrow slits. Before the war demon stood a fearsome figure, equally formidable. Judging by its appearance, it was a gigantic hound, and what rendered Emo Xiaoya utterly astounded was the presence of 3 heads adorning its neck. Chapter 45. The Battle of Life and Death, the correct utilization of summoned beasts. Not only was Emo Xiaoya affected, the berserk war demon, having risen from the ground, found itself momentarily bewildered. The suddenness of the encounter had knocked it down, and as it focused ahead, it beheld a ferocious beast standing before it. The hellhound's limbs dug into the earth with such ferocity that the ground seemed as pliable as tofu, yielding to its claws and forming numerous deep pits. The 3 heads bared their teeth, exuding an aura of malevolence. Each of the 6 eyes radiated a crimson glow, locking onto the berserk war demon. The concentration of blood energy manifested as a chilling mist, breaking through the skin and enveloping the air above. With a cacophony of howls and shrieks, the 3 heads emitted piercing cries that created an oppressive force, compelling the surrounding demons to retreat several steps. A testament to the terror emanating from the very essence of their souls, the hellhound displayed an extreme hostility, signaling that there would be no possibility for reconciliation. For the berserk war demon, from the moment the hellhound launched its attack, it had entered a state of relentless conflict. There would be no negotiation. In the realm of the berserk war demon, only battle mattered. Thus, upon recognizing its assailant, it braced itself resolutely against the ground. Before the naked eye, the muscles in the calf area were conspicuously taut, resembling solid rock, having reached the very limits of flesh and blood. With a resounding thud, the berserker charged forward like a cannonball towards the hellhound. Towering over 3 meters, the berserker's physique resembled that of a colossal mountain, appearing somewhat hefty, yet, once engaged in combat, every ounce of vitality surged forth, rendering him as swift as a flash of lightning, almost impossible to capture. What was most terrifying was that all of his energy was dedicated to refining his own flesh and blood. Like a masterpiece forged through relentless trials, he had sculpted his body over an expanse of time, repeatedly honing it to perfection. Not only the larger muscles, but even a single finger or a tongue had transformed into formidable weapons of lethal precision under such intense conditioning. Furthermore, the berserker adorned cursed artifacts upon his wrists, enabling him to enter a state of fury at will. Coupled with the sudden ambush from the hellhound, a wicked fire burned fiercely within him. With the cumulative effects of multiple buffs, his speed exceeded the hellhound's capacity to track him, creating a haze of afterimages that enveloped the battlefield. Just as the hellhound's eyes scanned for the berserker's presence, a powerful punch struck the hellhound with tremendous force. The sound reverberated like thunder, unmistakably revealing that the berserker had held nothing back, unleashing the full might of his blow. Summoned to the human realm, it was the hellhound's first experience of such devastating harm. Its already fearsome 3 heads grew increasingly agitated as the 3 gaping maws opened simultaneously. Fire, lightning, and poison coalesced into a singular force, spewing forth towards the berserker's form. In a state of fury, the density of the berserker's muscles rivaled that of steel. Yet, even so, when faced with the elemental energy concentrated by the hellhound, his chest was instantly corroded. Moreover, the severely injured areas transformed into charred remnants, dark and ashen, while his body trembled involuntarily from the electric shock. It was evident that the lightning had pierced through his damaged flesh, inflicting considerable harm. Yet the more he suffered, the more ferocious and savage the expression on the berserker's face became. Ignoring his wounds, he pinned the hellhound to the ground and, with clenched fists, began to rain down blows upon its body. The force of each strike was so immense that tremors akin to earthquakes rippled through the ground upon impact. Gu Cheng remained in the shadows, silently observing everything. He needed to directly assess the limits of the summoned beast, and this moment presented an unparalleled opportunity. As for injury, such was merely a customary aspect of the role. As a summoned beast, one must be prepared for the possibility of death. Gu Cheng was not one of those who coddled their summoned beasts, blurring the lines between master and servant in a sycophantic manner. It should be noted that some summoners had undergone a complete transformation in mindset. In their eyes, the summoned beasts fought valiantly for their safety, leading to an attitude of utter subservience towards these creatures. Not only does one attend to daily needs, but even when faced with injuries in battle, one may become flustered and uncertain, unsure of how to proceed. In such circumstances, a summoned beast, initially obedient and docile due to the master-servant contract, may become increasingly rebellious. It refuses sustenance and defies orders. It neglects its emotions and disregards commands. It transforms into a gluttonous and indolent creature, even ignoring its master's summons. Much like in a previous life, where a female summoner astonishingly managed to recruit a twin-headed giant troll, with 2 heads sharing a single body. Towering at a height of 4 to 5 meters, this being naturally belonged to the dark faction. Coupled with the summoner's timidity, it became exceedingly difficult to control. To compel it to slay enemies, one must fulfill its excessive demands once the task is accomplished. Upon hearing this news, Gu Cheng found it utterly absurd that a summoned beast could usurp its master's role, transforming the summoner into a mere vessel, ready to be filled at any moment. It was truly a farcical situation. In contrast, Gu Cheng regarded all summoned beasts as mere tools. Should a tool fail to serve its purpose, it would be unceremoniously discarded into the refuse. There was no semblance of camaraderie to be found. The battle raged on, and had a being from the starry realm endured the terrifying onslaught of the berserk demon, it would have long since perished. Yet the hellhound, formidable in its own right, managed to withstand the torrential assault, rising once more, its ferocity erupting in full force. Immediately, it engaged the berserk demon in primal combat, employing claws, teeth, and tail with relentless ferocity, showcasing mastery over its every organ. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from afar. Gu Cheng, having comprehended the hellhound's limits, deemed it time to conclude this skirmish. Thus, he summoned the Plague Knight to the battlefield. The sudden appearance of the Plague Knight evidently startled the berserk demon. Brandishing a colossal blade and mounted on a skeletal steed, the knight exuded an aura of formidable power. As the berserk demon stood momentarily stunned, the Plague Knight sprang into action, urging his skeletal steed to charge forward with great speed. Chapter 46, Bloodline Suppression, the Death of the Berserk Demon. once bustling streets, ravaged by brutal conflict, lay in utter ruin. The Hellhound's fiery breath possessed the searing ability to ignite, surrounding the area in a blazing inferno. The demons lurking nearby, once brimming with ferocity upon their arrival in the mortal realm, now cowered in terror, retreating to hidden corners and daring not to show themselves. For the berserk demon, turmoil compounded upon turmoil. Just as it dealt with the fearsome beast before it, another terrifying knight, radiating an aura of death, arrived on the scene. Born into battle and having fought for countless years, a grave expression overshadowed the berserk demon's face as its malice dissipated, replaced by a sense of solemnity. He could not comprehend how these foes, whose strength was comparable to or even superior to his own, had suddenly appeared before him without a sound. Meanwhile, hidden in the crevice, Emo Xiaoya felt as though she were trapped in a nightmare, her face etched with disbelief. Just days prior, upon discovering her newfound ability of soft bones, she had been filled with exhilaration, for she understood that in the face of this terrifying crisis, she had fortuitously become one of the lucky few. Although she could not effectively vanquish her enemies, her ability allowed her to evade the pursuit of zombies and monsters. In fact, she had succeeded. The power of soft bones granted her the skill to survive in even the most adverse conditions. She could conceal herself in narrow gaps and unnoticed corners. Even if zombies caught a whiff of her scent, they could not easily seize her due to the confined space. Emo Xiaoya had originally believed that she could survive until the moment of national rescue with this ability. Yet today, she encountered the Berserker demon. She had not anticipated that a single punch from him would unleash a force comparable to a level 6 earthquake, fracturing the ground entirely, and causing her, with her soft bone ability, to plummet into the trap he had set. Initially, as she saw the Berserker demon extend his hand towards her, Emo Xiaoya thought her demise was imminent. There was no way she could escape his clutches. However, an astonishing scene unfolded before her eyes. A colossal three-headed hound suddenly appeared, tackling the Berserker demon and engaging in a fierce battle. Emo Xiaoya witnessed the entirety of their brutal clash. It was precisely because of this that she realized how woefully inadequate and ignorant her understanding of power truly was. It was no exaggeration to say that should even a single blow from either combatant land upon her, she would instantly be reduced to mere pulp. Just as Emo Xiaoya thought she might seize the opportunity to escape amidst their fierce struggle, an ominous knight, seemingly from the depths of hell, suddenly entered the fray. In that moment, Emo Xiaoya abandoned all thoughts of flight, curling up like a frightened hamster within her crevice. Escape? Having witnessed too many horrifying scenes, her legs trembled uncontrollably. The mere thought of utilizing her abilities to flee felt like an unattainable luxury. The Berserker demon spread his arms wide, and the cursed object upon his wrist began to flicker with an unusual red glow. Under the influence of this crimson radiance, his body began to swell once more. Bloodthirsty and frenzied, the Berserker demon first tensed his arms before hurling the hellish three-headed dog away. With the last vestige of consciousness, the creature raised its head and howled in despair, the sound piercing and filled with an ear-splitting resonance. Emo Xiaoya found herself at the heart of the battlefield, feeling as though the decibel level of this wail had surpassed 100. Unable to contain herself, she instinctively covered her ears. Crack, crack. Even more astonishingly, the glass lining the streets shattered in response. The demons, who had once stood idly by, now seemed compelled by an irresistible command to charge towards the Calamity Knight. Their faces were etched with terror, yet their bodies appeared entirely beyond their control, a consequence of the suppression inherent in their bloodlines. The dimensional rift had transformed the surroundings into a veritable disaster zone for the demons. Those who had initially been mere spectators could scarcely have imagined that they would be cast as cannon fodder, driven into the very heart of the battlefield. At this moment, hundreds of demons surged towards the Calamity Knight, their bloodthirsty aura, born of prolonged slaughter, far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Yet, the Calamity Knight faced this onslaught without the slightest hesitation. Instead, the flames of souls in the eye sockets of the skeletal steed surged with even greater ferocity, akin to oil poured on flames. With a resounding whoosh, the massive blade unfurled, and the demons that drew near the Calamity Knight were effortlessly cleaved in two. As though they were mere sheets of paper, the skeletal steed, possessing peak prowess of the stellar realm, charged with such force that its speed had already exceeded 100 miles per hour. Coupled with its terrifying physical strength, the moment a demon's body made contact, bones and organs were utterly shattered. The Berserker, taken by surprise, had not anticipated that the demons in whom it had placed great hopes would not even manage to buy it a second of respite. In the blink of an eye, the Calamity Knight had appeared right before it. There was no escape. The Berserker roared in fury, attempting to withstand the Calamity Knight with its flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the knight's momentum had reached its zenith. As the colossal blade swung, all that remained was the deafening sound of slicing air, accompanied by a spray of crimson mist. The Berserker's arms, adorned with cursed artifacts, were sent soaring into the air before crashing down to the ground. In a mere exchange, the Berserker's arms were severed without a moment's delay, a consequence of its battle with the Hellhound, which had drained its strength. Subsequently, the skeletal steed lowered its head and charged, sending the Berserker's entire body arcing through the air, landing several meters away. Even at this moment, the Berserker struggled to rise. But with its arms severed and bones shattered, all attempts to wriggle were futile. Just as despair began to engulf it, a human figure emerged within its line of sight. Before the Berserker could comprehend the situation, the figure raised a long blade and struck down with ferocity. With a sickening thud, the Berserker's head was sent flying, its consciousness plunging into darkness. The assailant was none other than Gucheng. Seizing the opportunity, he cared little for any notions of chivalry. He was solely concerned with the outcome, indifferent to the process. At this moment, as the blade of rupture dispatched the demon of the lunar radiance realm, Gucheng felt an unprecedented surge of malevolence coursing through him, permeating his mind through the blade's edge. Additionally, a relentless torrent of violent energy flowed through his limbs. Gucheng's eyes gleamed with a fierce brilliance as he slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, murmuring to himself, "I have finally ascended to the lunar radiance realm." Chapter 47. My Supremacy, an Ever-Growing Ambition. The blade of rupture possesses the ability to absorb vitality and blood. During this time, Gucheng instinctively relied upon this cursed artifact to wreak havoc. And as for the side effects, with the assistance of several women, Gucheng was able to fully release his pent-up rage, leaving only the most pure essence within him. After a period of accumulation, he found himself on the brink of the Moonlight Realm. At this moment, with the defeat of the Berserk demon, an unimaginable surge of vitality flooded his body, and Gucheng finally stepped into the long-awaited realm. In his previous life, he had squandered countless years, dragging a battered body before he could attain the Moonlight Realm. The landscape had changed dramatically. The factions in Jinghai City had long been established. Back then, Gucheng was akin to a demon charging recklessly at the disaster night. Merely a weak pawn in the faction, devoid of the right to dictate his own fate. Yet, this life was different. Gucheng was acutely aware of the malevolence of humanity. His heart had darkened long ago. Through relentless plundering and slaughter, within less than a month of the apocalypse, he had slain the Berserk demon and, stepping over its corpse, entered the Moonlight Realm. A step ahead, he was always ahead. The three-headed Hellhound and the Disaster Knight displayed remarkable potential, especially the former, who, faced with the cursed Berserk demon, fought fiercely with unwavering combat spirit. However, now that his power had grown, so too had Gucheng's ambition. He had begun to regard the summoned beasts of the Moonlight Realm with disdain. To prepare for future challenges and to alter the power dynamics of Jinghai City single-handedly, a wild plan began to take shape within him. He intended to utilize his abilities to perform an unprecedented blood ritual, summoning stronger beasts from the boundless void to serve him. This meant that countless dark creatures, insects, zombies, or even humans would become sacrifices through this offering. Yet, Gucheng's heart had long since transformed. For him, power was everything. It seems my thoughts have become increasingly extreme. Is this the result of absorbing too much negative energy? Gucheng cast a glance at his splitting blade, feeling an intense malevolence accumulating within him, akin to a gasoline barrel poised to ignite with a single spark. It was evident that he needed an outlet. Nevertheless, there were still matters to attend to. He stepped toward the spot where the Berserk demon's arm had fallen, and with a swing of the splitting blade, he severed the wrist, causing a pair of rings to drop to the ground. Upon the rings were inscribed eerie patterns. Merely gazing at them conjured illusions before Gucheng's eyes. Countless demons clashed and battled like swarming ants. Among them, a mere few hundred zombies could easily be trampled into pulp. Taking a deep breath, Gucheng picked up the Berserk ring, and the moment he touched it, his already bloodshot eyes, influenced by the splitting blade, turned a vivid crimson. Not only that, but his breathing grew unusually heavy. At this moment, only one thought remained in his mind: combat and slaughter. It was then that Gucheng finally understood the negative effects of the Berserk ring. After prolonged wear, as one's consciousness becomes tainted, the bearer will inevitably transform into a relentless combat machine. This is akin to a dependency. A single day without battle or bloodshed leads to a gradual decline in one's very essence. Clearly, this is a form of spiritual opium. The enhancements brought forth by the Berserker bracelet are undeniably pronounced. While adorned with the bracelet, one exists in a perpetual state of frenzy, and additionally, the body's recuperative abilities are amplified several-fold. Like a puppet given a combat command, one feels no pain, knows no fatigue, and remains perpetually immersed in the euphoria wrought by slaughter. Unlike the soul-cleaving blade, which can hone one's essence through catharsis, the Berserker bracelet incites a fervor that only intensifies with each act of violence. One is either on the path to battle or hastening toward it. Gu Cheng relishes in wielding cursed artifacts, but abhors being manipulated by them. In light of this, Gu Cheng has a more suitable candidate for the bracelet. Without hesitation, he casts it toward the Cerberus of Hell. Put it on. The Cerberus obeys the command and promptly slips both bracelets around its neck. Once adorned with the Berserker bracelets, the already ferocious creature's fur bristles with an electrifying intensity. Its 6 eyes blaze crimson, and an overwhelming aura of malevolence and bloodlust envelopes it, as a suppressed growl escapes its maw, chilling the very air around it. If the Cerberus had retained some semblance of rationality before, the influence of the Berserker bracelets has utterly transformed it into a merciless killing machine, brimming with lethal intent toward all that exists. In this desolate environment, suddenly, a faint sobbing sound emerges from a nearby crevice. The Cerberus, upon hearing this, fixates its gaze, and with its heart already steeped in murderous intent, it can no longer restrain its berserk spirit. With a powerful leap, it positions itself above the crevice. Roar! It bellows at the opening, its thunderous growl sending tremors through the air, shattering the psyche of the concealed Emo Xiaoya. Overwhelmed by her tribulations, she cannot help but choke back tears, making her an easy target for the Cerberus's wrath. Emo Xiaoya witnessed Gu Cheng behead the Berserker demon without a flicker of concern while standing before 2 monstrous beasts that seemed to heed his command. While this situation is utterly bewildering, Emo Xiaoya understands that this is her only chance for survival. Taking a deep breath, she emerges from the crevice, disregarding the Hellhound's predatory gaze, and immediately kneels, repeatedly bowing in the direction of Gu Cheng. Please, do not kill me. I will comply with any request you make. Just spare my life, and I will do whatever you ask. Coming from a wealthy family, Emo Xiaoya was groomed from a young age with considerable investment in her ballet training to cultivate her poise. Coupled with her delicate physique, she possesses an ethereal beauty, graceful and striking, akin to a pristine white lotus, evoking an irresistible urge to pluck her from the waters of existence. The Hellhound, although fierce, dared not advance a single step without Gu Cheng's command. Instead, it merely fixated on the succulent prey before it, a flicker of greed flashing in its eyes. Emo Xiaoya could also feel an incessant crawling sensation across her skin, as if countless ants were scuttling over her. Her fear and panic reached a peak. Having been raised in opulence, she was accustomed to the comforts of life, with a dedicated chauffeur and maid, embodying the elite of Jinghai City. In the past, she was akin to a proud princess, basking in a sea of flattery. Little did she anticipate that one day, she would find herself on her knees like a slave, pleading for salvation from a youth of similar age. The harrowing sight of her family's brutal demise, compounded by the struggles of survival, had long reduced her pride and dignity to ashes, vanishing without a trace. In this moment, the will to live outweighed her dignity. Gu Cheng, without a hint of compassion, merely cast a glance at Emo Xiaoya before shifting his gaze to the desolate surroundings. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, "You rats hiding in the shadows. It is time for you to emerge. Do not harbor any illusions. On the count of 3, if you do not show yourselves, I shall eliminate you all." Even before the dimensional rift had opened and the demons unleashed their havoc, Gu Cheng had sensed several extraordinary presences. Emo Xiaoya was merely one among them. The obedience of the Disaster Knight and the Hellhound, along with the scene of Gu Cheng effortlessly slaying the Berserker demon, was so profoundly shocking that none could underestimate the severity of his words. Subsequently, 3 rather disheveled figures slowly emerged from the ruins. Gu Cheng surveyed them with an expression devoid of emotion and slowly declared, "Kneel. From this day forth, you will heed my command and follow my every directive." Chapter 48, Equality for All. I am the most terrifying monster. The 3 who stepped forward comprised 1 woman and 2 men. The woman appeared to be in her mid-20s, exuding an exceptional allure. Her white garments accentuated her tender, smooth skin, and her slender waist perfectly outlined the enticing figure of a mature woman. Her proud stature was modestly concealed beneath her attire, while the simple design of her skirt highlighted her long legs and graceful silhouette. Clearly, she was a workplace beauty, radiating an intoxicating charm in every gesture. As for the 2 men, one was in his early 30s, muscular and robust, while the other was a youth of 18 or 19, with vertically slit pupils reminiscent of a serpent, emanating a chilling aura. All 3 exuded an extraordinary presence that set them apart. In the early stages of establishing power, most leaders would show deference to the gifted, for each extraordinary individual equated to increased strength. Yet, in Gu Cheng's eyes, they were remarkably weak. Rather than fostering emotional connections, he preferred to subjugate them through his own means. "Kneel." The sharp command rang in their ears, prompting subtle changes in their expressions. At this moment, the resplendent Wang Jingxin directed her gaze firmly at Emo Xiaoya, her pupils brimming with disdain and mockery. It was evident that she believed Emo Xiaoya's timidity had set a misguided example, prompting Gu Cheng to escalate his actions. Yet, individuals are inherently different. She possessed beauty, talent, and capability, rendering her unnecessary to grovel on the ground like a beggar seeking pity. Confronted with the Disaster Knight and the Hellhound, Wang Jingxin felt a profound fear. Yet unlike the Berserk demon, she retained her humanity. The master controlling these two monsters stood not far away. Gu Cheng, a human, clearly capable of communication. As a manager of a publicly listed company, Wang Jingxin, having graduated overseas, was distinguished both in appearance and ability. At a young age, she ascended to become a vital member of the corporation, holding a significant position on the board, with many succumbing to her charms. Wang Jingxin firmly believed that beauty and physique are forms of capital. Skillfully employing her advantages rather than kneeling and pleading was the hallmark of a wise individual. In that bygone era which valued wealth over virtue, Wang Jingxin saw no shame in sharing a bed with higher-ups. Rather, she regarded it as a testament to her prowess. After all, not everyone could ascend to the heights of those in power. Wang Jingxin lifted her chin, gazing at Gu Cheng as she spoke slowly. I recognize your strength. Yet I must emphasize that every individual is born with dignity. One must never exploit the weak. I would prefer a society where everyone is equal and supportive of one another. What do you think? Wang Jingxin's tone was neither submissive nor arrogant. Though she employed respectful language, a hint of indignation flickered across her face. Those high-ranking individuals who appeared righteous in public were, in private, no different from obedient dogs, submissively tamed by her. One could say that Wang Jingxin was a seasoned player in the realm of romance, skillfully manipulating her close associates amongst the elite. Weakness would not garner sympathy. Instead, she would masquerade as a rose, beautiful yet thorny, captivating those around her. In Wang Jingxin's eyes, Gu Cheng, though youthful, likely felt a surge of arrogance from his newfound power. She had myriad ways to ensnare such a young fool in her web. As for his threats of violence, they were mere intimidation. Yet, unexpectedly, Gu Cheng's previously grim visage suddenly blossomed into a smile. Mo Xiaoya, who had been kneeling, felt a shiver run through her heart upon witnessing that smile. Moments later, Gu Cheng raised the long blade in his hand and swung it forcefully toward the incessantly chattering Wang Jingxin. With a swift motion, the blade, infused with the essence of the Berserk demon, surged in sharpness, a crimson arc slicing through the air, directly cleaving into her. In the blink of an eye, the alluring Wang Jingxin was bisected, blood splattering across the ground. In her final moments, she could not comprehend how Gu Cheng could overlook her beauty and deliver such a lethal blow. Witnessing the entire scene, Mo Xiaoya felt as if a fishbone had lodged in her throat. The sound echoed, a cacophony of confusion, as the two men who stood alongside him were rendered utterly speechless, paralyzed by fear, unsure of how to proceed. Gu Cheng gazed at them and firmly reiterated, "Kneel." This time, no voice of dissent arose. The notion that a man should not kneel was swiftly abandoned. They promptly fell to their knees, their trembling bodies betraying the turmoil in their minds. Gu Cheng spoke quietly. Why, when faced with the mad warrior, did you not dare to assert your equality in life? Yet, upon seeing me, you boldly utter these meaningless words? This exemplifies humanity's inherent flaws, foolishly believing that vanquishing a monster makes one a hero, and that heroes will heed their counsel. But I am here to reveal the truth. I am the true monster, the one who instills fear, compelling obedience. Such a pitiful assembly of ants. At that moment, Gu Cheng's words pierced the air like steel barbs, leaving everyone breathless. Terrified of offending him and facing a fate akin to that of a woman, slashed apart, reduced to a lifeless corpse. Madman, tyrant. Numerous labels were affixed to Gu Cheng, and yet, as he stated, despite their derogatory nature, no one dared to disregard his commands. When he commanded them to kneel, there was not a hint of hesitation. Especially Mo Xiaoya, who prostrated herself fully on the ground, resembling a devout follower completely subjugated by Gu Cheng's intimidation. The very foundation of Gu Cheng's burgeoning power was to forge a machine that would serve him around the clock, whether it be ordinary individuals or extraordinary beings. To Gu Cheng, they were merely components essential for the machine's seamless operation. These components were not meant to possess self-awareness. They were to fulfill their designated roles. Should any of them dare to question or disrupt the machine's function, Gu Cheng would not consider repair. Instead, he would discard them into the scrap heap and replace them with obedient parts. A pure egoist is unburdened by moral constraints. Gu Cheng desired followers who would obey him, not a gaggle of self-important individuals who fancied themselves as equals due to their supposed special abilities. At that moment, Gu Cheng addressed the group. State your age, name, and abilities. After a brief exchange, he acquired complete knowledge of the three survivors. Mo Xiaoya, 22 years old, a recent university graduate, possessed the ability of softbone. He Jun, 34 years old, a fitness coach, wielded the power of flesh reinforcement, capable of delivering a punch that could shatter thick trees. Zhang Jun, 18 years old, a high school dropout and gaming enthusiast, possessed the chameleon bloodline, enabling his bodily functions to rival those of cold-blooded creatures, allowing him to adapt to his surroundings and become effectively invisible. In comparison, it seemed only He-jun held any substantial worth. The abilities of the other two appeared rather lackluster. However, Gu Cheng was acutely aware that everyone's potential remained to be unearthed. It must be noted that at this moment, they all stood at the Starlight Realm, the most feeble of extraordinary beings. As their realms ascended, their abilities would undergo transformations akin to Su Jin's telekinetic manipulation, rendering them exceptionally formidable. Gu Cheng's gaze rested upon Zhang Jun. Upon hearing the name and the associated ability, Gu Cheng suddenly recalled the individual. Among the trio, he possessed the most seemingly trivial ability, yet in the latter stages of the apocalypse, he emerged as a remarkably powerful expert. Although not on par with the already reclaimed Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, creators of a formidable first-tier force renowned for their great prestige, he nonetheless constituted an elite backbone of the faction. At present, while it appeared he could merely simulate the surrounding environment, once he transcended to the Moonlight Realm, he would not only replicate the environment, but also the abilities of others. In the future, he would bear the title of the Universal Sorcerer. To Gu Cheng, this indeed was an unexpected delight. Nevertheless, he refrained from displaying any sign of elation on his face, let alone an elite backbone. Even leaders of the caliber of Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, who were destined to stand at the pinnacle, had submitted to him entirely, becoming mere tools for his expression of dominance. The likes of Zhang Jun, possessing such talent, were not enough to unsettle Gu Cheng. At this moment, Gu Cheng's thoughts turned to the future. The frenzied war demon that had descended upon Jinghai City had yet to wreak significant havoc before being decisively vanquished by his blade. This city would soon usher in a fleeting period of tranquility. However, it would be swiftly followed by relentless rains, heralding the appearance of mutated insects that would commence their massacre of humanity. During this interval, Gu Cheng needed to accommodate more survivors into his ranks, subsequently purging the advanced zombies to acquire additional crystal cores. Thus, he aimed to transform his faction into an impregnable fortress. With this in mind, Gu Cheng had already devised a plan. He would return to the academy and, before the onslaught of the insect tide, rally forces to expand territory, preparing earnestly for the impending Great War. Chapter 49, Dragon Blood Creatures, the new round of summoning ritual. At this moment, the rift from the abyss had yet to close. An unending stream of demons seeped through. Although most were minor entities such as cowardly demons and flying demons, as their numbers swelled, some demons of Starlight Realm strength would inevitably mingle among them. Gu Cheng did not hasten to depart. Instead, he commanded the Hellhound and the Knight of Calamity to initiate a frenzied slaughter. Additionally, to the astonishment of Mo Xiaoya and the others, two resolute and exquisitely beautiful maidens joined the fray. For Gu Cheng, ascending to the Moonlight Realm signified a substantial amplification of spiritual power. The number of summoned beasts under his command would undoubtedly increase exponentially, and compared to the unprecedented blood sacrifice ritual originally planned, the current opening of the Abyss Rift presented a rare opportunity. Indeed, for others, the shattered spatial rift harbored a plethora of fears and dangers. A moment's carelessness could lead to being overwhelmed by the surging demon horde. Yet now, Gu Cheng's faction, bolstered by himself, boasted three formidable experts of the Moonlight Realm. Thus, the Demon Legion not only failed to exert any influence over Gu Cheng, but instead, they themselves became mere sacrificial offerings. Gu Cheng's intentions were pure. He sought to utilize these demons to initiate the latest summoning ritual. The demons, driven by their brutal beliefs as they descended upon the mortal realm, had not yet savored the thrill of slaughter, but rather found themselves on the receiving end of a merciless massacre. The Knights of Calamity continued to deliver a steady stream of devastation, occasionally employing resurrection techniques to transform fallen bodies into skeletons, thereby joining the fray with fervor. In stark contrast, the Hellhounds, empowered by the Berserkers' bands, underwent a dramatic transformation in both demeanor and ferocity. Whereas the previous Hellhounds retained a modicum of rationality during skirmishes, choosing to conserve their forms and launch elemental projectiles from a distance, the current Hellhounds had completely morphed into harbingers of death from the underworld. For them, ranged assaults no longer satiated their bloodlust. It was the close-quarter slaughter that truly unleashed the pent-up rage within their adversaries. As for the demons' claws and bites, under the enhancement of the Berserkers' bands, the Hellhounds disregarded such trivialities, instead finding that the pain only intensified their savage instincts. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a stage for the Hellhounds to unleash their wrath. Blood splattered, dismembered limbs lay strewn about, and the remnants of the previous battle left the surroundings utterly devastated. Humanity's civilization was obliterated, replaced by a nightmarish scene reminiscent of purgatory. It was at this moment that Mo Xiaoya and Zhang Jun began to comprehend the true terror of Gu Cheng. He adhered to his own principles, understanding that to instill fear in others, one must possess formidable strength. Mere threats were the most primitive methods of control. In the current scenario, by fully revealing his prowess before the onlookers, he could, in an imperceptible manner, compel their submission and acceptance, extinguishing any flicker of doubt. After all, life is singular and precious. Should they wish to avoid annihilation, they would inevitably make the right choice. Among the participants in this conflict, what astonished Gu Cheng most was Xiao Qingyi. Her abilities allowed her to emit energy waves akin to arrows. Unlike the previous day, when her compassion surged as she attacked zombies with a single arrow, she now unleashed two distinct energy arrows, one black and one white, a manifestation of her fractured psyche. Engaging in battle, her killing speed had more than doubled. Some demons had scarcely stepped through the dimensional rift before their bodies were pierced, collapsing to the ground. Moreover, Xiao Qingyi was now entirely enraptured by the atmosphere of carnage, targeting only the most lethal weak points of her foes, heads, necks, and hearts, with unparalleled swiftness and precision. Gu Cheng found himself anticipating her growth. Should she develop further, she would undoubtedly become a formidable ally under his command. There are no unworthy individuals beneath a renowned name. While Gu Cheng could label the previous incarnation of Xiao Qingyi as a saint, he could never deem her weak. He was always clear in his judgments. Those like Wang Yaxin, who could not properly assess their own positions, were best dealt with swiftly and without excessive discourse. Possessing formidable strength, the entirety of Jinghai City lay within one's grasp. Women, merely ephemeral, appearing and disappearing at will. The likes of Wang Yaxin dared to speak of equality in life, truly a path to self-destruction. In contrast, Xiao Qingyi was not only powerful but also obedient. Most crucially, a single moment of pleasure could yield a dual experience. The ability to switch between two personas was nothing short of exquisite. Consequently, Gu Cheng directly produced 6 crystal cores, casting them towards the direction of Xiao Qingyi and Pei Yu. The two women, with their heightened senses, effortlessly caught them. As they felt the continuous warmth of energy flowing into their bodies, expressions of delight illuminated their faces. Gu Cheng remarked coolly, "This is what you deserve." Xiao Qingyi inhaled deeply. Upon absorbing the crystal cores, her previously depleted energy surged back to its zenith as if recharged. Having personally slain a horde of survivors, akin to wretched rodents, her dark persona had transformed entirely into that of a bloodthirsty fiend. With each act of slaughter, an unprecedented exhilaration welled within her. In stark contrast, Pei Yu remained unchanged. Her sensitive constitution reacted to the warm flow entering her body, making her breaths considerably heavier. Especially her captivating, thread-like eyes, fixed upon Gu Cheng, rendered him utterly defenseless. As her strength augmented, Pei Yu unearthed more potential within her seductive form, coupled with the sheer allure of the white silk adorning her legs. One could hardly resist the urge to overpower and ravage her at that very moment. Gu Cheng, already influenced by malevolent energy, found himself in dire need of an outlet for his pent-up desires. The sight of Pei Yu, exuding an irresistible allure, ignited a blaze within him, spreading through his limbs. At that moment, Pei Yu remained oblivious to the state of Gu Cheng she had provoked. Meanwhile, the demonic legion continued to surge into the human realm, each emerging demon serving as a bountiful offering for sacrifice. Contemplating this, Gu Cheng temporarily suppressed the flames within him, yet his eyes turned a deeper crimson, compelling him to leap directly into the heart of the battlefield. The Lake Po Dao, Liepa Dao, danced through the air, unleashing a torrent of carnage and chaos. The combination of the Moonlight Realm and cursed artifacts was far more complex than mere arithmetic. Amidst the horrific slaughter, a multitude of fearsome demons was swiftly decimated, their ranks cut down like vegetables. As time ticked away, the rift began to close. By the time the fissure had entirely vanished, the corpses of demons surrounding Gu Cheng had amassed into a towering pile. Standing atop the mound of demon remains, Gu Cheng plunged the Leopardal into the heap. It was only now that he truly grasped the meaning of the rise of one general leaves countless bones in its wake. At this moment, Mo Xiaoya and her companion's fear of Gu Cheng had reached its zenith. Having witnessed this bloody battle, they finally comprehended the vast chasm separating them from him. Thus, they knelt upon the ground, their expressions shifting from initial resistance to a resigned acceptance of submission. Gu Cheng paid little heed to their transformation, for this was a scenario he had long anticipated. At this moment, Gu Cheng was entirely immersed in the new summoning ritual. As the arcane incantations began to be recited, the demonic carcass beneath him rapidly shriveled. In addition, the blood that flowed across the ground, resembling a meandering stream, was now evaporating, enveloping the surrounding area in a crimson mist that extended for miles. Just as the crowd trembled in fear, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the blood fog. Upon hearing the sound, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Gu Cheng's face. A dragon-blooded creature? This summoning was indeed a stroke of fortune. Chapter 50. The Crimson-Scaled Steel Dragon and the Transformative Power of Strength. A dragon. In any dimension, this majestic creature is undeniably the sovereign. Gu Cheng was astutely aware that mere low-tier demons could not summon a pure dragon lineage. However, one must understand that the dragon bloodline is exceptionally potent. Hybrid offspring born from the union with other beasts possess innate talents that far surpass those of ordinary ferocious creatures. Thus, Gu Cheng's exhilaration was entirely justified. He eagerly anticipated the surprises that this dragon-blooded being would bring him. Thud, thud. At that moment, a heavy footfall broke through the blood fog and appeared before Gu Cheng. The creature possessed a pair of colossal hind limbs, resembling pillars that could support a palace. So immensely thick that a single step could crush not only ordinary cars, but also trucks and tankers into scrap metal. Its forelimbs bore glistening claws, encrusted with a thick layer of congealed blood, a testament to the countless lives that had perished at its hands over the years. Most terrifying of all, when the creature stood upright, it easily surpassed 5 meters in height, its body cloaked in scales, particularly around its neck, which bore a metallic sheen akin to steel, giving it an imposing presence. The crimson-scaled steel dragon. Upon recognizing it, Gu Cheng's face radiated with immense surprise. This dragon-blooded entity, in addition to flesh and blood, could also consume steel. As it continuously ingested iron elements, its form would undergo further transformation. At this moment, its neck had already begun to exhibit metallic properties, rendering it nearly impervious to blades and bullets. As it absorbed more steel, even its teeth would undergo metamorphosis, conjuring images of a towering beast charging forward, capable of inflicting unimaginable devastation. Regarding its strength, although it had not yet reached the apex of the solar realm, it had attained the pinnacle of the lunar domain. Its ferocious aura rivaled that of the hellhound adorned with the berserker's ring. Now, the dark eyes of the crimson-scaled steel dragon scrutinized its summoner. For an ordinary person, such scrutiny from this colossal beast would cause their legs to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, in stark contrast, Gu Cheng met its gaze with unwavering resolve. Thanks to the Leopoldal, his ferocity surged like a volcanic eruption. In that instant, as his blood-red eyes locked onto those of the dragon, the latter felt an unsettling sensation, for it sensed an unprecedented aura of malevolence emanating from Gu Cheng. Mental domination. Before such a terrifying deterrent, coupled with a suppression at the soul level, the crimson-necked steel dragon was utterly convinced, leaning slightly forward to express its submission to Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng stepped towards it, leaped gracefully onto its back, and commanded it to emerge from the crimson mist. In that instant, everyone present, including Pei Yu and Mo Xiaoya, stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, for the scene before them transcended the limits of their comprehension. They bore witness to the demon corpses strewn across the ground withering away, giving birth to a ferocious beast that materialized in the realm of mortals. Most astonishing of all was the sight of Gu Cheng, seemingly unfazed, seated atop the creature. Both were extraordinary beings. How could their disparity be so vast? Gu Cheng looked at the group and spoke. You shall accompany my summoned beast to hunt and upgrade the zombies. Remember to crack open their skulls to extract the cores. If you encounter any abilities users, bring them back to me. If they resist, feel free to eliminate them without hesitation. For Gu Cheng, it was essential to find a moment to vent the pent-up aggression that had accumulated within him due to his recent ascension. Thus, he casually fabricated a reason to assign several individuals to explore the surroundings. Accompanying such a fearsome creature as the Hellhound instilled profound terror in Mo Xiaoya. Yet under Gu Cheng's oppressive aura, they dared not defy him. They could only lower their heads and silently trail behind the summoned beasts into the unknown. As for the crimson-necked steel dragon, it remained downstairs to stand guard. Gu Cheng had slain thousands of demons, and the thick, metallic scent of blood had already permeated the air, signaling an impending influx of monstrous visitors. This would serve as a delightful feast for the steel dragon. Soon after, Gu Cheng summoned Xiao Qingyi and Pei Yu upstairs. This time, Gu Cheng's wealth of knowledge was substantial, as he imparted wisdom for several hours, culminating in a profound session of intellectual nourishment. The primary beneficiary was undoubtedly Pei Yu. Her demonic form craved sustenance, and influenced by the Leopoldal, Gu Cheng's robust physique and exceptional knowledge allowed him to impart an overwhelming amount of information, nearly overflowing Pei Yu's capacity for comprehension. Though her head felt heavy, her understanding began to shift, bringing her to the cusp of the moonlit realm. Gu Cheng estimated that with the consumption of a few more cores, she might surpass Pei Jin and take the lead in ascending to a higher level. As evening fell, Mo Xiaoya and the others returned, looking exceedingly disheveled. Despite having the Dread Knight and Hellhound as companions in their hunt for upgraded zombies, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, leaving them somewhat overwhelmed. Several times, they narrowly escaped becoming prey themselves, yet ultimately, they returned unscathed. After a day of exploration, they had managed to collect 5 cores and also brought back an extraordinary individual capable of flight, thus exceeding the task's expectations. As for that extraordinary individual, having never encountered such a combination before, the moment he was discovered, he instinctively sought to flee into the sky. However, the Hellhound unleashed an elemental projectile at that instant, its searing aura grazing past him, just a few inches off, and the man would have instantly been reduced to a charred corpse. Under the looming threat, he reluctantly returned to Gu Cheng's side, accompanied by a few others. Observing the weary group, Gu Cheng chose not to hoard the crystal cores for himself. Instead, he tossed one to each of the 3. Balancing benevolence and authority, this is the true measure of a ruler. One cannot expect a donkey to grind grain without offering it sustenance. Such is not the way of the world. Clutching the core in hand, he encouraged them to attempt its refinement. This crystal core possesses the potential to elevate you to a higher realm. Pledge your loyalty to me, and I shall empower you further. Gu Cheng then urged everyone to wash up and rest early, as they would set out at dawn to return to their stronghold. Meanwhile, he lay in the attic, eyes closed in meditation. Having refined his essence, he discovered that his perception had been heightened, allowing him to hear even the slightest rustle of leaves with clarity. At that moment, a delicate fragrance wafted into his nostrils, one that was not characteristic of Pei Yu or Xiao Qingyi. Slowly opening his eyes, Gu Cheng beheld Emo Xiaoya, freshly groomed and timidly gazing at him. The graceful young woman stood nearby, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Her long, butterfly-like eyelashes enhanced her exquisite features, and notably, she wore a sheer silk nightgown that perfectly accentuated her silhouette. Her slender legs were drawn together, her expression a mixture of anticipation and nervousness. Gu Cheng regarded her in silence. It was Emo Xiaoya who faltered first, sinking to her knees. Her cheeks flushed as she implored, "Please show me mercy." After a day of battling alongside the Hellhound, rather than fear, her heart was filled with awe and astonishment. It was unimaginable that such a fierce beast would bow before Gu Cheng. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of her loved ones, seen the grotesque transformations of the undead, and endured countless demons ravaging the world, Emo Xiaoya acutely recognized her insignificance. She needed a protector, a powerful ally capable of ensuring her survival. The unwritten rules, degradation, she cared not for such notions. What mattered was that her body was pure and untouched, evidently her only capital of worth. Observing Emo Xiaoya's willingness to submit, Gu Cheng beckoned her closer. Blushing, she stepped forward. As she sat beside him, her pristine teeth clenched her lower lip. She understood that his request was undeniably excessive. Yet for her, it represented her only opportunity. Thus, she complied, her hands tugging at her nightgown, gradually lifting it. Gu Cheng gazed up at the luminous moon, feeling an extraordinary sense of refreshment today. Such is the transformation that power brings. Chapter 51. The Shame of the Succubus. Pei Yu's conspiracy unfolds. Gu Cheng began to comprehend the essence of soft bones. Among the women he had conquered, while Emo Xiaoya's strength may not have been remarkable in terms of form, she undoubtedly reigned supreme. The other party interpreted the phrase "a woman is like water," and under Gu Cheng's excessive demands, astonishingly managed to fulfill them one by one. It is undeniable that the other party possesses remarkable potential. Gu Cheng tossed a crystal core before her, having been inundated with knowledge. Emo Xiaoya found herself in a state of confusion, yet instinctively grasped the crystal core in her hand. Her gaze, tinged with a heart-wrenching sorrow, was directed at Gu Cheng without uttering a word. If not driven to desperation, who would offer their body as a form of capital for another? She could not comprehend what this crystal core represented, a one-time compensation. The thought of the future hardships she would face brought tears to her eyes, and she began to sob silently, her shoulders trembling. At that moment, a large hand caressed her head. Emo Xiaoya looked up through her tear-blurred vision and met a pair of domineering eyes fixed upon her. "From now on, you shall be responsible for my daily life." While imparting knowledge, Gu Cheng inquired about certain details concerning her. Under the overwhelming impact akin to a tsunami, her heart had already succumbed, and she divulged everything she knew without reservation. Once, Emo Xiaoya, as a young heiress, had lived a life entirely detached from that of ordinary people. Luxuries that others needed years, even decades, to accumulate were already her possessions in childhood. The disparity between individuals can sometimes be immense. However, in the face of an apocalypse, wealth and lineage bear no significance. Ultimately, only one concept reigns supreme: power. With Gu Cheng's elevated status and expanding influence, his personal affairs naturally required someone to attend to them. Having been raised in an environment of refinement, Emo Xiaoya's understanding of a quality life had long since permeated her very being, making her the ideal candidate for a maid. Gu Cheng was adept at utilizing resources to their fullest potential. For him, individuals like Pei Jin, Qin Xinyao, or Xiao Qingyi were all talents suited for career pursuits. Teaching knowledge was just one aspect. Gu Cheng would not confine them to the role of a maid, as that would be a waste of their potential. By providing opportunities, he believed that everyone would eventually become a leader in their own right. In contrast, Imo Xiaoya, with her affluent background, fair complexion, and innate grace, remaining as a maid would not only be pleasing to the eye, but also advantageous. It was undoubtedly an exceptional choice. Wielding a weapon while reveling in the company of beauty, this is the life a man in the apocalypse ought to enjoy. As for complacency, Gu Cheng was clear about the distinction between pleasure and genuine pursuit. For him, strength is the foundation of everything. Conversely, Imo Xiaoya, serving as another's maid, felt no humiliation. Instead, a smile graced her face. By willingly offering herself, she undoubtedly bore unimaginable psychological torment. Yet, at this moment, as the clouds parted to reveal the moon, she felt more gratitude than shame within her heart. It was evident that she had finally secured a pillar of support that could help her survive in the apocalypse. In the early morning, having organized himself, Gu Cheng led a group of extraordinary beings back toward the location of their establishment. Imo Xiaoya trailed behind, her gaze occasionally lingering on Gu Cheng, a blend of trepidation and reliance evident in her eyes. Having been accustomed to a life of luxury, she was inevitably sheltered from deceit and treachery. This protection had left her rather naive, her thoughts and emotions plainly visible on her countenance. Pei Yu stood nearby, observing Imo Xiaoya with keen interest. As if struck by a sudden thought, a smile crept across her lips, and she approached her. Before Imo Xiaoya could react, a pair of alabaster arms draped over her shoulders. Startled, she instinctively turned, and upon meeting Pei Yu's gaze, she found herself momentarily entranced. Imo Xiaoya considered herself a beauty, having been one of the most prominent figures at her prestigious academy. It is well known that the affluent place great emphasis on nurturing the next generation, with physical appearance being of paramount importance. Wealthy individuals seek beautiful spouses to bear children, thereby enhancing the lineage, a rule as clear as day. A glance at any noble school reveals mothers who are both graceful and distinguished. Imo Xiaoya had once admired Pei Yu from afar, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Now, in close proximity, she was enveloped by an alluring aura that seemed to draw her into a whirlpool of fascination. Pei Yu was clad in a simple yet elegant white gown, exuding charm and grace. Her exquisite features, devoid of any makeup, were nonetheless strikingly beautiful. What was most captivating was the alluring maturity that had replaced her youthful innocence. It was truly mesmerizing. Even Imo Xiaoya, a woman herself, found it difficult to resist the spell of Pei Yu's beauty, which left her feeling a twinge of inadequacy. In simpler terms, Pei Yu was irresistible to both men and women alike. Then, Pei Yu's next words sent a jolt of anxiety through Imo Xiaoya's heart. Leaning closer, she breathed a fragrant whisper into Imo Xiaoya's ear. Do you dare to indulge in infidelity? Do you know the man you've betrayed? He is my brother-in-law. Let me warn you, my sister is ruthless and exceedingly jealous. If she discovers your actions, your life may very well be in jeopardy. Imo Xiaoya was aware of the closeness between Gu Cheng and Pei Yu, but had never anticipated such a connection. Brother-in-law? What terrified her most was the revelation of Pei Yu's sister's ferocity. Alone and vulnerable, the weight of Pei Yu's words made her legs tremble, and the thought of having found a protector only to face imminent torment upon returning to camp filled her with despair, her eyes glazing over with tears. Gazing at Pei Yu, she stammered, I am sorry, it wasn't intentional. I was wrong. Imo Xiaoya's response was overly dramatic, catching Pei Yu off guard, who had merely intended to tease her. Fearing attention from Gu Cheng, Pei Yu quickly reassured her, I was just joking, please don't be so gullible. Imo Xiaoya gazed pitifully at Pei Yu, her sobs continuing unabated. Will your sister not kill me? Pei Yu nodded reassuringly. Do not worry, my sister is quite benevolent, far less wicked than I am. Upon hearing this, Imo Xiaoya longed to extricate herself from Pei Yu's presence, but lacked the courage to do so. Pei Yu scrutinized Imo Xiaoya with a fervent gaze, which left Imo Xiaoya feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Recently, Gu Cheng's vast reservoir of knowledge had become increasingly formidable, leaving even the exceptionally gifted Pei Yu somewhat overwhelmed. As the number of women surrounding Gu Cheng expanded, competition was inevitable. Thus, Pei Yu recognized the necessity of forming an alliance. After a series of tentative observations, Pei Yu found Imo Xiaoya to be both strikingly beautiful and gently dispositioned, and crucially, particularly easy to manipulate. She was the quintessential choice for an ally. With this thought in mind, Pei Yu leaned in to whisper conspiratorially in Imo Xiaoya's ear. The proximity, coupled with the warmth of her breath, made Imo Xiaoya feel rather flustered. Furthermore, Pei Yu's subsequent remarks were so brazenly suggestive that within moments, Imo Xiaoya's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Imo Xiaoya bit her lip, her hands instinctively entwining. Is this really appropriate? Peiyu pouted defiantly, snorting dismissively. What do you know? My brother-in-law will undoubtedly appreciate this. If you heed my advice, I shall protect you from now on. What do you say? Will you join me in this endeavor? You must express your intentions. Considering her own vulnerability and the rare opportunity to enter the inner circle, Imo Xiaoya was naturally inclined to seize the moment. Although Peiyu's words were undeniably embarrassing, she could not let this chance slip away and reluctantly nodded in acquiescence. Seeing this, Peiyu immediately embraced her, a triumphant smirk spreading across her face, reveling in the success of her scheming. With charm and finesse, she had positioned herself in an unassailable position. Chapter 52. Unrestrained. Gu Cheng knows no grudges that linger overnight. While transporting supplies from the supermarket, we were ambushed, had it not been for Li Shua's timely intervention, which intimidated the assailants. There might have been casualties today. At this moment, Qin Xinyao was reporting the situation to Pei Jin. Pei Jin pinched the bridge of her nose, her expression grave as she inquired, was it those from the sports school again? Qin Xinyao nodded. The sports school has awakened many extraordinary individuals, consolidating survivors to form a formidable force. We had delineated our territories, yet they seem unsatisfied with the status quo, crossing the boundaries to attack us today. I believe this is a form of testing. Pei Jin's fist tightened slightly, her gaze sharp as she declared. Inform Li Shua that the next time we encounter anyone from the sports school, there is no need for restraint. We shall strike directly. Once we engage, we shall leave no survivors. If they wish to extend their reach, we shall sever their hands. Qin Xinyao stood frozen, staring at Pei Jin in disbelief. It was indeed true what they said. One cannot share a bed and remain two different people. Unlike her, who had only shared a bed with Gu Cheng once. The impact was not profound. In contrast, Pei Jin, as Gu Cheng's earliest partner, exhibited a ruthlessness that left Qin Xinyao in awe. At this moment, Pei Jin had fully adapted to her role. Noticing the complexity of Qin Xinyao's expression, she inquired, "What is it? Do you think I am too ruthless?" Qin Xinyao shook her head, longing to elucidate her thoughts, yet at a loss for words. In contrast, Pei Jin spoke with an air of nonchalance. When Gu Cheng departed, he mentioned that this world has undergone a fundamental transformation. Devoid of law, humanity is gradually devolving into a beastly existence. When the first conflict arose, we had clearly drawn our boundaries, yet today the opposition has once again overstepped, even launching an assault against us. You are correct, this is a test. An attempt to breach our stronghold and seize our provisions and everything we hold dear. If they dare to initiate, they ought not to blame me for retaliating with equal ferocity. We can either persist in our forbearance, or like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, inflict pain and suffering upon them. As she spoke, Pei Jin's voice grew increasingly frigid. I am eager to see who will ultimately prevail. Qin Xinyao refrained from contradicting her, letting out a deep sigh. During this time, she had accompanied the main group in exploring their surroundings, and aside from transporting a considerable amount of food, she had also rescued numerous individuals. She chose silence now because Pei Jin's words resonated with truth. The darker facets of human nature were beginning to reveal themselves. She had witnessed many women reduced to grotesque forms, and in times of peace, some of them would have been pursuing their studies or employed in various professions. Eventually, they would find their beloved and step into the sanctity of marriage, leading a life filled with joy and serenity. Alas, the apocalypse had arrived, as death ravaged the land. Some individuals, claiming to see no future, descended into despair, desperately seeking an outlet for their pent-up frustrations. Thus, they directed their malevolence towards the more vulnerable. It was imperative to recognize that even now, there were still many young women in the stronghold. Should it be breached, Qin Xinyao could only dread the potential actions of the lawless marauders. Contemplating this, she resolved that a proactive approach might indeed be more suitable. Having reached this conclusion, Qin Xinyao nodded in silence. I will wholeheartedly support you. Upon receiving her affirmation, Pei Jin's expression remained largely unchanged. With Gu Cheng gone, she needed to shoulder all the pressure. Pei Jin had never anticipated that not long ago, she, a mere university student, would utter the words to kill without a tremor. Her demeanor surprisingly composed. Was it true, as Gu Cheng had suggested, that she was inherently this kind of person? Shaking her head to dispel these extraneous thoughts, Pei Jin turned her gaze to Zhang Jiehua beside her and inquired, what is the status of our crystal core reserves? Zhang Jiehua, clad in fitted jeans that accentuated her figure, stood to attention upon hearing the question. Due to her capabilities, she had been appointed as the leader of the advanced team tasked with hunting advanced zombies. Initially, she had felt a sense of trepidation and panic. However, with each kill, as one zombie after another fell before her, her heart began to grow numb and icy. The fear that had once clouded her features dissipated, replaced by a veneer of frost. With a clear and bright voice, Zhang Jiehua reported, during this period, we have hunted a total of 24 advanced zombies, and all crystal cores have been securely stored. As for personnel injuries, 2 individuals were scratched and infected by zombies. Due to the distance, they could not be treated, and I personally assisted them in finding release. In a harsh environment, individuals can experience rapid growth. The act of personally killing a classmate was something Zhang Jiahua had never imagined. Pei Jin nodded and stated, in these tumultuous times, the advanced team should refrain from hunting zombies for the moment. We must remain vigilant against potential attacks from the sports academy. Just as Pei Jin was organizing subsequent tasks, a cacophony erupted outside, resembling the fervor of an entire academy in uproar. Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed at the door. Come in, Pei Jin said, frowning. Immediately, Li Shuo, with his robust physique, pushed the door open and solemnly announced, the leader has returned, and he is riding a dragon. Despite having weathered many storms, Li Shuo's face was now etched with palpable fear. Pei Jin hastily stepped outside, her anxious demeanor betraying any semblance of calm. Upon exiting, they were met with a terrifying beast. The crimson-necked steel dragon's eyes glimmered with an eerie light, its ferocity radiating, and a heavy scent of blood enveloped the air, as if the multitude of ants surrounding it had provoked its ire. The crowd tensed, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. What astonished them most was that this formidable creature willingly served as a mount, bearing a rider, and that rider was none other than Gu Cheng, the leader who had saved the entire academy. At this moment, his prestige, bolstered by the presence of the dragon, had reached its zenith. Pei Jin, upon seeing Gu Cheng, felt tears welling in her eyes, as if she had finally found her anchor. The strong facade she had maintained crumbled in that instant. Observing her, Gu Cheng dispersed the crowd and led a few women to the conference hall. Looking at Pei Jin, he affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "You've worked hard. During my absence, did anything occur?" Pei Jin gathered her thoughts and reported the reserves of crystal cores and the encroachment of the sports academy with complete honesty. After listening intently, Gu Cheng nodded and then turned to Qin Xinyao. Notify all extraordinary individuals and able-bodied men to gather on the playground. Qin Xinyao could not help but inquire, what do you intend to do? Gu Cheng's expression darkened. I will seize from others. No one shall take from me. Dare to encroach. I shall eliminate the sports academy. In Gu Cheng's lexicon, there was no concept of grudges lasting beyond a night. While exploring the outside world might have been one thing, upon discovering that a faction of several hundred was encroaching upon his territory, it was only natural to claim it as his own. Qin Xinyao stood in stunned silence. Strike hands. No. Compared to Pei Jin, the adversaries were 100 times more ruthless. Gu Cheng would not merely sever hands, but would execute heads. The thought of the probing extraordinary individuals from the sports academy made her sigh. In contrast to those dark-minded hostile forces, Gu Cheng at her side was truly beyond the bounds of law. Chapter 53. Committing Atrocities, the Transformation Brought by Desire. At this moment, Gu Cheng's orders had been issued. A multitude of extraordinary individuals and adult males had gathered on the playground. The crimson-necked steel dragon loomed nearby, its fierce gaze sweeping across each face. Even a mere second of its scrutiny exerted an oppressive force that made breathing laborious. This is the prowess exhibited at the pinnacle of the moonlight realm. In the face of such overwhelming dominance, the assembled crowd dared not even draw a breath, just as the fear within them reached its zenith. Gu Cheng spoke. The sports school has initiated an attack, which is tantamount to declaring war. In this apocalypse, there is but one truth. He who wields the mightiest fist is the one who is right. Now, arm yourselves and follow me to annihilate the sports school. From this moment forth, you shall adapt to the peculiar privilege of unilateral authority in this wasteland of the apocalypse. There were no superfluous words. Gu Cheng conveyed but a single point. Under his leadership, they possessed a privilege unparalleled by other factions. Every force must yield to them. To inflict harm or take lives, even to initiate an assault, is a capital offense. The power they painstakingly built is like a castle constructed of sand, easily shattered with a single kick. This assertion was undeniably audacious. Consider that the entire population of Jinghai City is vast. Even if only 1/10 survive, it remains a formidable figure. Let alone the presence of zombies, dark creatures, and other terrors that inhabit this land. Were such words to escape the lips of an ordinary person, those who had faced death would surely respond with derision. Yet, when spoken by Gu Cheng, everything began to fall into place. Just as Zhang Jiahuan, once a naive and clear-eyed university student, transformed into a callous executioner through the horrors of slaughter, those standing before Gu Cheng had each dispatched at least 3 zombies. This, too, was a command issued by Gu Cheng before his departure. The machinery of their faction had already begun to operate, and every component must demonstrate its worth. If they lacked the courage to slay zombies, how would they confront the demonic legions and terrifying swarms of insects? If one hesitated to strike, they could be bound with the very zombies they feared. If they dared not sever a neck, they would remain trapped in that fate for eternity. Under such a nearly brutal mandate, every participant in the battle now bore a glint of ferocity in their eyes. Establishing a faction is far from a childish game. If one were to play the caretaker, then such a faction has no reason to exist. Without further ado, Gu Chang led the group directly toward the sports school. Along the way, he did not squander time but instead delved into the recesses of his memory. The former site of the sports school seemed to belong to the Brotherhood in the future. If memory served, the leader of the Brotherhood was named Yang Xiao. As time in the apocalypse stretches on, people's thoughts undergo radical transformations. It can be said that differing abilities and consciousness give rise to diverse cultures and factions. Some leaders are enamored with the ancient, even restoring imperial rule, viewing themselves as the sovereign, collecting beautiful women to fill their harem, and bestowing titles upon ministers. Carving up territories. Some have fused their bloodlines, transforming into trolls and pure-blooded orcs, their minds entirely warped. They have taken in survivors, compelling them to lead a life of primal savagery. This is not merely a metaphor. They truly eviscerate living beings and consume them raw. Moreover, some scientists, having acquired extraordinary powers, have undergone a radical shift in their mentality, becoming increasingly extreme, even merging demons, insects, and humans into a grotesque amalgamation. Thus, they have birthed a terrifying, bloodthirsty legion. Possessing power allows one to unleash the darkest desires harbored within. The most harrowing aspect is the ordinary people, who exist as mere puppets, manipulated at will by those in authority. The Brotherhood of Shadows embodies a male-dominant force, where women hold no voice or status within the hierarchy. Their purpose is reduced to the expression of primal urges and logistical support, living each day akin to slaves. Yang Xiao wields a unique power that can awaken the latent potential within individuals. Under his influence, the capacity of the brain is enhanced. It is as if even the most feeble man, when catalyzed by him, transforms into a giant as formidable as a grizzly bear. However, this enhancement comes at the cost of life force. For ordinary individuals, the price of gaining such formidable strength is a drastic reduction in lifespan. It may be as short as 3 or 4 years, or extend to 6, but as vitality is depleted, bodily functions decline horrifically, leaving them with white hair, wrinkled skin, and loose teeth. Consequently, despite the Brotherhood's members being robust and fierce, their fleeting existence prevents them from ascending to the ranks of top-tier forces, relegating them to a second-tier status. Yet, even so, weak survivors continue to flock to the Brotherhood, for compared to a wretched death akin to that of a bedbug, the sacrifice of vitality in exchange for a few years of prominence seems a preferable choice. This very reason has rendered the Brotherhood's members brutish and violent, akin to locusts, indulging in pillage and destruction without remorse. According to the intelligence gathered by Pei Jin, the sports school boasts over 400 individuals. If controlled, the population of this force could undoubtedly double. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng's reflections ceased abruptly. It was evident that he viewed the entire sports school as already within his grasp. Within the gymnasium, it was currently overflowing with provisions. A group of towering giants, each surpassing 6 feet 3 inches, squatted on the ground, feasting heartily. In a corner, anguished cries from women occasionally pierced the air, unmistakably enduring inhumane treatment. At this moment, a man with an aquiline nose and an effeminate demeanor sat nearby, observing the scene before him. Standing around 5 feet 7 inches, he appeared of average height among ordinary people, yet next to these giants, he seemed rather diminutive. Nevertheless, the hulking men treated him with utmost deference. Moreover, 2 beautiful women attended him, one massaging his legs, the other offering water, their faces marred by bruises, indicating they had also suffered considerable abuse. Yet, compared to the wretched figures in the corner, they were undeniably fortunate. After all, they merely serve a single individual. Yet the other women endure unimaginable inhuman torment. The man's gaze was dark and chilling as he surveyed the dozens of hulking figures around him, a satisfied smile creeping upon his lips. They followed him as their leader solely because he possessed the ability to bestow upon them a terrifying strength beyond their comprehension. Presently, he could assist 3 individuals each day in unleashing their potential, transforming them into formidable giants. Once they ascended to this state, they were no longer bound by the constraints of sustenance, free to indulge in food, and even the beautiful women they previously could not approach. At this moment, within the physical training school, there were over 400 individuals. All were eager to seize the opportunity to metamorphose into giants, rendering Yang Xiao an undisputed figure of authority within the academy. The institute housed numerous capable individuals. A reckless assault would undoubtedly entail certain risks. However, I can afford to wait. As I create more giants, everything within that realm shall belong to me. At this moment, 2 exquisitely beautiful faces surfaced in Yang Xiao's mind, and a greedy expression illuminated his face. As dark desires enveloped his thoughts, he tightened his grip, causing the skin of the woman beside him to contort slightly, eliciting a pained expression. The more she suffered, the more his smile twisted into a grotesque pleasure. It was abundantly clear that the power he wielded had completely ensnared him, transforming him into a deranged fiend, unleashing chaos without cause. Now, as Yang Xiao observed the gluttonous giants devouring their food like monsters, his grin widened. Feast, you swine. I shall provide you with everything you desire, and in return, you shall aid me in ascending to become the strongest in this city. With the expansion of his influence, the desires within Yang Xiao surged as well. The food and women he coveted, he intended to possess them all, to wield absolute control. At this moment, merely contemplating the lofty women of the Institute submitting to him ignited an indescribable exhilaration within Yang Xiao. He reached out, grasping the woman beside him. His eyes dark with intent. I am in a foul mood. Relieve my anger. In his eyes, the woman before him was merely a toy, devoid of any dignity. With tear-filled eyes, she felt humiliated yet dared not resist, bending her legs in an attempt to comply. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd, reveling in the chaos, cheered and unleashed their violent emotions, when suddenly, a series of explosive sounds erupted from outside. Instantly, the crowd erupted into chaos. Chapter 54, The Apocalypse Fiend. More ruthless than I. Yang Zhao's rage had yet to dissipate when this incident unfolded, causing his face to turn a deep shade of purple. Were there more blind monsters breaking in? Get up, let's go see. Yang Xiao pulled up his trousers and kicked the woman in the chest, causing her to emit a muffled groan and fall to the side, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Yet, Yang Xiao was unfazed, beckoning the giants to follow him outside. A throng of giants, towering at heights of nearly 2 meters, congregated together, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. After a prolonged struggle for survival, beyond the relentless onslaught of the undead, Yang Xiao had also encountered a plethora of bizarre and peculiar creatures. In comparison to the ordinary zombies, these monstrous beings were undeniably more formidable. While mere mortals might falter against them, they posed no threat whatsoever to the legion of giants under Yang Zhao's command. It is essential to recognize that, as they drained the essence of life, the giants experienced a monumental transformation, not only in size but also in their defensive capabilities. With skin as thick as armor, rendering even the sharpest of knives ineffective. Coupled with their fierce demeanor, as they charged forward brandishing their weapons, they resembled savage beasts, causing weaker dark entities to panic and flee in terror. Thus, Yang Xiao proudly considered himself a deity in command of evolutionary prowess, confident in his ability to vanquish any adversary. However, upon stepping through the gymnasium's entrance, he was utterly taken aback by the gruesome sight that met his eyes. Corpses littered the ground, most of them dismembered and in a state of horrific demise. Not far off stood the monstrous beast responsible for this carnage. Even the giants flanking Yang Xiao had to gaze upward in awe, as the creature towered over 5 meters tall, its body encased in thick, impenetrable scales, with razor-sharp teeth glistening like daggers under the sunlight, radiating a terrifying presence. Covered in blood, the beast extended its crimson tongue to lick its lips upon noticing Yang Xiao, as if perceiving him as a new target for its hunt. Witnessing this scene, Yang Xiao, who fancied himself a god, felt his legs weaken with trepidation. It was evident that all the bodies strewn about were the result of this creature's rampage. When did such a terrifying monster emerge in Jihai City? Yang Zhao's mind was in turmoil, and he attempted to command the giants beside him to charge forward, yet, much like himself, they found their legs rooted to the ground. Paralyzed by fear, unwilling to make a move, they exhibited their propensity to bully the weak, yet now, confronted with a being superior to themselves, their cowardice became glaringly apparent. Just as Yang Xiao was at a loss, a sudden commotion outside was accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps, and soon a dense crowd came into view. Yang Zhao's pupils dilated. Among them, he recognized several faces, notably Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, the very individuals he had longed for. During this time, he had indulged in the company of many beautiful women, believing himself to be savoring the finest pleasures of life. Yet, upon first encountering Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, he could hardly conceal his astonishment. One exuded an icy demeanor, while the other radiated gentle warmth, both possessing extraordinary grace and breathtaking beauty. In that moment, Yang Xiao felt an irresistible urge to claim them as his own. He had thought such beauty to be a rare gem in the world, but now, beside Pei Jin stood 3 additional exquisite faces, equally captivating, one of which bore a striking resemblance to Pei Jin, yet with an alluring charm that ignited desire rather than coldness. Moreover, beside him stood a girl of striking height, her eyes filled with disdain for everything around her. Proud. This was the only word that came to Yang Zhao's mind. He could scarcely imagine the exquisite pleasure of subduing such an inherently haughty woman beneath him. The last girl appeared demure and delicate, exuding a fragile charm that suggested she might burst into tears with the slightest provocation. In comparison to the 5 stunning figures before him, the women Yang Xiao had encountered in the past seemed utterly mundane, hardly worthy of mention, not even to the extent of comparing their toes. What vexed Yang Xiao the most was that these breathtaking beauties stood humbly behind an unfamiliar face, one he had never seen before. The stranger's expression was stoic, and his gaze sharp, radiating an undeniable aura of authority despite his silence. It was evident that he was the true power within the institution. Otherwise, how could the esteemed Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao willingly stand behind him? Yang Xiao clenched his fists tightly, questioning himself whether he could maintain composure in the presence of such extraordinary beauty. Of course, it was impossible. The order of this world had collapsed. Strength was the only true currency. Had they belonged to his faction, he would have employed any means necessary to claim them as his own. A man understands another man, which is precisely why Yang Xiao felt such profound sorrow. His persistent thoughts of Pei Jin stemmed from her icy demeanor, an air of superiority that resembled unattainable moonlight in peaceful times, leaving an indelible regret lingering in his heart. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Xinyao and Pei Jin were the goddesses for whom Yang Xiao would risk lives and conquer the institution. Yet now, witnessing Pei Jin, who did not even raise her eyelids to meet his gaze, standing like a loyal puppy behind that man, her features softened rather than frosty, filled him with despair. Qin Xinyao was equally compliant, exuding a demeanor reminiscent of a devoted wife. The thought that the goddesses in his heart had already been claimed, subjected to another's whims, pierced Yang Xiao's heart like a knife, inflicting unbearable pain. His tightly clenched hands prevented him from losing composure before the crowd. Though he mourned the loss of his beloved goddesses, he knew that, in the grand scheme of things, life itself held paramount importance. Upon seeing the formidable beast, equally obedient beside the unfamiliar man, Yang Xiao's pupils constricted into mere slits. He forced a smile, trembling as he took a few steps forward, addressing Gu Cheng. "My brother, I believe we may have some misunderstanding. If any unpleasantness has arisen, I can explain. There is truly no need for violence." Observing the submissive and tearful tone of Yang Xiao, Gu Cheng immediately grasped the significance of strength. The sudden assault had caught the guarding warriors off guard. Within moments, over a dozen had fallen to the merciless red-necked steel dragon. This was nothing short of a declaration of war. Yang Xiao, who could be considered a victim, was unexpectedly apologizing and explaining himself. How intriguing. It was utterly fascinating. Gu Cheng's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he gazed at Yang Xiao and remarked, "There is no misunderstanding. Your people initiated an attack on mine. Although there were no casualties, you shall pay the price." As Yang Xiao faced Gu Cheng's accusatory demeanor, he felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, for their respective auras were on entirely different planes. He had commanded his team to search for food and had provocatively advised them to test the boundaries of the opposing faction, all the while emphasizing the importance of avoiding any harm or death. However, he never anticipated that Gu Cheng would be so tyrannical, resorting to the slaughter of over a dozen individuals merely to vent his anger. Was the other party not accustomed to such brutality, either in times of peace or within the confines of a prison? Those who are soft fear the hard, and the hard fear the reckless. Yang Xiao had once believed that his own inflated disposition was sufficiently ruthless. Yet, in comparison to Gu Cheng, he was but a minor player. Regaining his composure, Yang Xiao looked at Gu Cheng, his voice trembling slightly. "This is truly a misunderstanding. Tell me, how may we resolve this? I am prepared to offer you anything I possess." Unbeknownst to him, he had already resorted to using honorifics. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng, fixating on Yang Xiao, gradually retracted his smile and spoke in a low, menacing tone. "I desire nothing here. Thus, let your life serve as my means to alleviate my grievances." Chapter 55. Ruthless and relentless, leaving no survivors. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiao's face instantly clouded over. The visitor bore ill intent, seemingly never having considered a peaceful resolution from the outset. Even a clay figure possesses a semblance of pride. Yang Xiao, who had fancied himself a deity, had wielded his power for so long. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Despite his submissive stance, why did the opponent continue to press him? Did they truly believe him to be an easy target? With this thought, Yang Xiao's gaze turned increasingly cold as he fixed his eyes on Gu Cheng and spoke in a low voice. "The survivors from the construction academy are not so different from those of the sports school. Are you truly prepared for war? Have you considered how many lives will be lost in the conflict? Or do you simply not care?" Yang Xiao's cleverness shone through as he invoked the greater good to pressure Gu Cheng. This rhetoric was undoubtedly aimed at the survivors behind Gu Cheng, attempting to sway their perceptions. The situation could have been resolved amicably, but it was the leader's insistence on conflict that painted Gu Cheng as a ruthless figure indifferent to the lives of many. This was a bold strategy, an overtly audacious maneuver. Yet, to Yang Xiao's astonishment, as his words fell, The expressions of those behind Gu Cheng betrayed no fear. Rather, the young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Pei Jin exhibited a glimmer of disdain and mockery in her eyes, though they remained silent. Their gazes seemed to regard him as a mere performer in a solitary act, severely wounding Yang Zhao's pride. Battles result in death. Why were they unafraid? Madmen. All of them. In that moment, Yang Zhao finally felt a pang of panic, and he sensed an eerie undercurrent. A few days prior, he had just ventured to the Institute to forge a verbal treaty of non-aggression with Pei Jin. At that moment, the survivors of the Institute, upon seeing the towering figure beside them, could not help but display an involuntary mix of fear and trepidation. Yet now, the expressions on their faces reflected more shadows of gloom and numbness. It seemed that the giant behind them appeared to be nothing more than a pack of wild dogs to the onlookers, although they stood together, exuding a formidable presence. They were merely prey awaiting slaughter in the face of armed humans clad in protective gear. Undoubtedly, this transformation among the people stemmed entirely from the intimidating presence of the unfamiliar man before them. Gu Cheng lowered the Leopold to the ground and began to advance slowly. As he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze flitted across the faces of several individuals, each glance sufficient to instill a sense of dread among the gathered crowd. At this moment, the crimson-necked steel dragon stood at his side, coupled with the hundreds of Institute members positioned behind him. Rather than ordering his subordinates and the ferocious beasts to attack, Gu Cheng stepped forward himself. This air of singular dominance vividly showcased his heroic demeanor. In contrast, Yang Zhao, watching Gu Cheng approach, felt his legs tremble uncontrollably, for he detected an overwhelmingly potent scent of blood. It was evident that the man before him had taken lives, and not just one. Under this oppressive pressure, Yang Zhao could no longer restrain himself and took a step back. As for Gu Cheng, he lifted the Leopold and pointed it forward, declaring, "I seek only the lives of Yang Zhao and those behind him. The rest may remain where they stand, live, and step forward, die." What schemes of daylight or darkness could pose a threat in Gu Cheng's eyes? The giants behind him, though appearing formidable due to their life force being stretched thin, would soon wither and transform, ultimately succumbing to pain and death. More importantly, these beings possessed an insatiable appetite, requiring constant sustenance to maintain their vigor. The consumption of one giant could rival that of a dozen adult men. Rather than retain these burdens, it would be more practical to summon a few skeletons instead. With that proclamation, Gu Cheng surged forward. He had no intention of allowing them to live. Kill him. Quickly, charge forth and slay him. At this moment, Yang Zhao's courage had shattered, and he immediately commanded the giants to block Gu Cheng's advance. Recalling Gu Cheng's chilling murderous intent, the giants, though filled with fear, grimly brandished various weapons and charged ahead to protect their lives. Dozens of giants, towering over 9 meters, surged forward like a torrent, making it difficult to breathe and overwhelming to endure. However, at the center of this deluge, Gu Cheng maintained a visage of unwavering calm. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. As they drew near, Gu Cheng abruptly swung the Leopold forward, a terrifying aura of slaughter erupting forth. The nearest giant, caught unawares, suddenly found his vision tilting forward. He fell to the ground, disbelief etched across his features as he glanced back to see his lower half, splattered with blood, still on the ground, severed in two. An unimaginable agony engulfed his mind. The pain was fleeting, yet what horrified him further was the sight of a ferocious beast that had somehow surged before him. With its gaping maw wide open, it lunged to bite, and in that instant, the giant's consciousness slipped into darkness. Gu Cheng's swift decapitation of a foe seemed to sound the trumpet of battle, prompting the extraordinary beings gathered in the academy to follow suit, launching a frenzied assault on the multitude of giants. The crimson-necked steel dragon swung its head, flinging a headless corpse into the throng of people. Witnessing this gruesome spectacle, Xiao Qingyi's dark persona became exuberantly animated. A torrent of light erupted forth. Despite the giants' formidable defenses, they were utterly incapable of resisting such terrifying penetrative force. Their hearts shattered, their eyes widening in shock as they breathed their last. The ordinary individuals, intimidated by Gu Cheng's threats, found their legs glued to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The athletic field had transformed into a one-sided slaughter. Yang Zhao, who prided himself on creating miracles, could scarcely fathom the frailty of the giant legion he had assembled when confronted by Gu Cheng and his companions. Chaos ensued within the ranks of the giant legion, many kneeling in desperation, pleading for mercy. Yet Gu Cheng showed no compassion. He believed in keeping one's word. Having vowed to eradicate all, he would leave no survivors. Although the giants were not as vigorous as the extraordinary beings, they were still considerably stronger than ordinary zombies. As a result, through the feedback of the Leopold, Gu Cheng felt his strength significantly augmented. In the blink of an eye, the legion before Yang Zhao had been reduced to a landscape of severed limbs. As he witnessed the carnage, Yang Zhao's internal defenses crumbled entirely. What dignity? What face? Faced with such an unparalleled menace as Gu Cheng, he lost all bravado. Collapsing to the ground and begging for mercy, "I was wrong. Do not kill me. Spare my life, and I can assist you. I can help make your subordinates even stronger." Gu Cheng looked down upon Yang Xiao and replied, "I shall make good use of your abilities." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of surprise washed over Yang Zhao's face. However, Gu Cheng's subsequent words sent his heart plummeting into despair. With a cold tone, Gu Cheng declared, "I require only your abilities, not your life. Rather than exhausting your existence to create a band of useless beings, it would be far more advantageous to enhance my undead legion." With that, Gu Cheng snapped his fingers, and the Knight of Catastrophe appeared at his side. Yang Zhao's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. He had never anticipated that Gu Cheng possessed such a trump card. He intended to employ necromantic rebirth upon him. The ruthless Gu Cheng aimed to transform Yang Xiao into an undead being capable of inheriting extraordinary power while he still lived. Chapter 56. The Devourer of Worlds. "I shall plunder all." Through the mask, the Knight of Catastrophe fixed his blood-red gaze upon Yang Xiao. Just one glance rendered Yang Xiao speechless. His lips trembled as he attempted to awaken the last vestige of mercy within Gu Cheng's heart. Regrettably, Gu Cheng has long abandoned the feudal notion of kindness. Now solely pursuing the ultimate profit, the Knight of Calamity extended his hand, placing it directly upon Yang Zhao's head, and in an instant, a dense aura of necromancy enveloped him. It was visibly apparent that Yang Zhao's cheeks rapidly withered, while his hair transformed from smooth to dry and brittle. Before long, the once formidable miracle creator, capable of transforming ordinary humans into giants, was reduced to a mindless husk. At Gu Cheng's behest, the Knight of Calamity resurrected several skeletal warriors from the corpses strewn upon the ground. Born from the remains of giants, these skeletal warriors appeared towering and formidable. Subsequently, Gu Cheng issued a transformation command to Yang Xiao. As the now undead Yang Xiao trembled forward, he placed his hand upon one of the skeletal warriors. And in the next moment, a stunning scene unfolded before all. The modified skeleton, as if possessed by madness, suddenly began to attack its neighboring skeleton, shattering its skull with a single blow. Soul flames erupted forth, and the transformed skeletal warrior devoured them entirely. At that moment, the bones scattered on the ground adhered to the warrior like armor. In that instant, both the aura and defensive capabilities of the skeletal warrior reached their zenith. Yang Xiao replicated the process, transforming 2 more skeletons before ceasing his actions. Was it true that only 3 skeletal warriors could be transformed in a day? If they were allowed to consume flesh and blood to enhance their strength, perhaps the number of transformations could be increased. A satisfied smile spread across Gu Cheng's face. These altered skeletal warriors required no ordinary sustenance. Merely slaughtering zombies would suffice for their daily energy intake. It was virtually at no cost, compared to creating giants. Such skeletal warriors were the perfect cannon fodder in Gu Cheng's eyes. At this moment, Gu Cheng had become the focal point of everyone's attention. Not only the members of the physical education school, but even the extraordinary individuals from the academy, witnessing Yang Xiao's living transformation into a wraith, were enveloped in a chilling dread. They couldn't help but ponder whether, had they committed an unforgivable mistake, they too would face transformation into a wraith at Gu Cheng's hands. Conducting such acts before the crowd was indeed intentional on Gu Cheng's part. As his influence expanded, the power of the extraordinary individuals he initially recruited would likewise swell. The intricacies of human nature are most difficult to fathom. Thus, Gu Cheng's purpose was to ensure that these individuals always remembered that he could bestow upon them their current exalted lives, and equally, could effortlessly strip it away. The feedback from the crowd indicated that this effect was remarkably effective. The members of the academy, once part of a singular faction, were now drenched in cold sweat at the sight of these events, let alone the surviving members of the physical education school, whose hearts felt as though they were lodged in their throats, as if they might plummet at any moment. Many present found their minds grinding to a halt, struggling to comprehend the terrifying entity they had provoked. Gu Cheng looked towards Pei Jin and instructed, disperse the survivors and allocate them to the previously established teams. Furthermore, evacuate all the resources from this place. Pei Jin nodded, her eyes brimming with admiration. Occupying a high position and wielding the lives of hundreds, she once believed she had performed admirably. However, in comparison to Gu Cheng, she became acutely aware of her own inadequacies. No, perhaps it was not that her performance was lacking, but rather that the other party's realm was so elevated, so distant, that it felt unattainable to Pei Jin. Women are inherently drawn to strength. Most women wish to be conquered, and Pei Jin is no exception. After having killed so many, even a beast would tremble in fear. How much more so a group of sentient survivors? The intimidation posed by Gu Cheng was utterly terrifying. Some of the sharper minds among the physical education school had already turned their allegiances. Regrettably, all the extraordinary individuals born from the hundreds had been transformed into giants by Yang Xiao, and in the recent massacre, they had already become lifeless corpses. This was nothing short of a tragic waste. Yet for Gu Cheng, it was merely a slight regret. After all, as time passed, more and more extraordinary individuals emerged, recruiting a multitude of survivors through their charisma and strength, forming various factions. Gu Cheng wholeheartedly endorsed this. Moreover, before his departure, he merely advised Pei Jin to focus her primary efforts on collecting crystal cores. As for gathering survivors, there was no need to exert effort searching for them. This was because some were already undertaking that task for him. Just as at present, by absorbing the physical education school, his faction's population had doubled. From the very beginning, Gu Cheng had devised his plan. Seize, whether it be those like Xiao Qingyi, who harbored goodwill and provided respectful refuge, or dark forces like Yang Xiao, who ranked survivors and regarded women as objects of humiliation. In Gu Cheng's eyes, they were all targets for his plunder. Those factions would aid him in consolidating the scattered populace, while his role was to reap the fruits of their labor and devour them for his own gain. Kill and burn for gold. Gu Cheng had never forgotten this adage. Only in this manner could he swiftly unify the entirety of Jinghai City. The apocalypse had engulfed the world. In this single city, there had emerged numerous extraordinarily fortunate and powerful individuals. How many more formidable beings had arisen in the surrounding cities or foreign lands? The figure was astronomical. Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes. One day, he would leave Jinghai City and venture into the outside world. Therefore, he must become a voracious beast, devouring everything. As night fell, Gu Cheng stood by the window, gazing at the moonlight. At this moment, dark clouds loomed ominously, clearly indicating that a torrential downpour would soon grace the earth. It would not be long before the insectoid creatures took the stage of slaughter in Jinghai City, following the zombies. Knock, knock. A sudden knock on the door echoed. Come in. As Gu Cheng's voice faded, Pei Jin entered, holding a stack of documents. Upon seeing her, Gu Cheng's brow instinctively raised. At this moment, Pei Jin was adorned in formal attire, complemented by a fitted short skirt that perfectly accentuated her graceful figure. Beneath the skirt, a pair of black stockings added an alluring charm to her already frosty demeanor. It was evident that she had taken great care in her appearance for this occasion. Notably, she wore a pair of silver high heels that exposed her delicate toes, resembling tender lotus roots, further enhancing her beauty to its zenith. Perhaps feeling the intensity of Gu Cheng's gaze, a faint blush crept onto Pei Jin's cheeks as she pressed her lips together, revealing a trace of shyness unseen by others, and said, I have organized the personnel data from the Sports Academy for your review. Gu Cheng, seated comfortably, tapped his thigh and replied, Don't stand there, come. Sit down and speak. Chapter 57, A Heart of a Fierce Tiger, Savoring the Rose. A woman is most captivating when she presents a facet of herself that starkly contrasts with her usual demeanor. Typically, due to her high position, Pei Jin's countenance bore an icy veneer. It was no surprise that even extraordinary figures like Yang Xiao, who wielded significant power, would feel a sense of inadequacy in her presence. Pei Jin's chill was not merely superficial. It emanated from her very core. This inner frost contributed to her ever-increasing authority within her realm. Yet, strikingly, this ice-cold beauty, who instilled trepidation in even the most formidable beings, had deliberately dressed up for her report to Gu Cheng, donning a pair of black stockings that she typically would not wear. This was an instinctive act of appeasement, a chain reaction born from the very essence of her submission. Following Gu Cheng's command, Pei Jin took her seat and began to report on the personnel matters of the academy. The length of the list necessitated occasional pauses for her to catch her breath before continuing. After more than an hour of detailed reporting, Pei Jin finally concluded her presentation. At that moment, leaning against the side, the frost had vanished from her face, replaced by a soft blush of warmth. Gu Cheng caressed her fragrant shoulder, remarking, Your performance has surpassed my expectations. Remember, one must possess a ruthless heart to stand firm. If anyone questions your abilities, there is no need for explanation. Simply eliminate them. For you are a reflection of me. Upon hearing these words, the typically composed Pei Jin's eyes thickened with emotion, her gaze intertwining with that of the man beside her. Such dominance. What woman could remain indifferent to it? Pei Jin obediently nodded, and, in a rare display of vulnerability, leaned into Gu Cheng's embrace. In a delicate, feminine manner, she traced circles on his chest with her hand and softly inquired, How should we arrange Xiao Qingyi and Mo Xiaoya? Should we assign them some responsibilities? While Pei Jin appeared to be addressing matters of business, Gu Cheng detected a hint of jealousy in her tone. He chuckled softly, reaching to clasp her delicate neck, applying just enough pressure for her to feel a subtle force of dominance. In contrast, Gu Cheng looked down at the seemingly pitiful Pei Jin, who felt somewhat violated, and said with a smile, Feel free to ask whatever you wish. There is no need for such roundabout ways. They, like you, are my women. However, there is a cue, a sequence to follow. I have entrusted you with my entire power, so what do you still fear? Are you worried that I will distance myself from you? Or perhaps abandon you one day? Gu Cheng took the initiative, turning defense into offense. His probing questions immediately left Pei Jin in disarray. Pei Jin, at a loss, felt a flicker of pride as she was both praised and feared by outsiders. Yet, this sense of pride was swiftly torn apart in the presence of Gu Cheng. She even had the illusion that whenever she stood before him, she was completely exposed. Her innermost secrets laid bare and easily deciphered by him. In the face of a man who possessed both fierce strength and delicate understanding, she felt utterly ensnared by his grasp. Silently, Pei Jin wrapped her arms tightly around Gu Cheng, resembling a stray dog that had finally found shelter. Terrified of being abandoned by its master, her feelings for Gu Cheng were profoundly intricate. He was ruthless and composed, seemingly in command of everything. Initially, she had submitted to him solely for her sister's medical expenses, but as time passed, with both physical and mental conditioning, Pei Jin's heart had long since become entwined with his. She understood that a man like Gu Cheng could not possibly have only one woman. Yet, like a girl who had fallen in love, every time she saw the women around him, each one equally beautiful, capable, and charismatic, her heart would involuntarily become riddled with insecurity. The mere thought of being abandoned one day filled her with a sense of unbearable anguish. At this moment, the fierce Pei Jin, who appeared strong to outsiders, found herself choking back tears. Burying her face in Gu Cheng's chest, she whispered, "Please, no matter what, do not leave me. I will work hard. As long as you stay with me, I will do anything you ask." When one is utterly relaxed, their heart can become completely vulnerable. Under normal circumstances, Pei Jin would never utter such words, but at this moment, she revealed her tender side in its entirety. Gu Cheng recognized that under his guidance, Pei Jin had transformed into someone uniquely molded by him. Both in body and spirit, she was entirely within his control. Who would have imagined that the future formidable powerhouse, notorious in the first tier, could now be reduced to a pitiful figure subjected to his whims? Yet in human interactions, being overly submissive often leads to neglect. It is the assertive who capture hearts more effectively. Gu Cheng gently stroked Pei Jin's silky hair, a rare warmth gracing his face as he spoke. "Any request you have?" Pei Jin's cheeks flushed slightly, but when she thought of those stunning faces vying for his affection, she mustered her courage and nodded. Gu Cheng's smile deepened. "Then I shall grant you an opportunity. To torment, I excel." Suddenly, a torrential downpour began to fall. The already tumultuous emotions grew even darker. Unlike just a few days prior, when the establishment was still in disarray, it had now transformed into a meticulously organized entity under Pei Jin's management. Some of the more perceptive survivors were appointed as sentinels, vigilantly monitoring the movements of the monsters lurking outside the gates at designated points. With the formidable presence of the skeletal warriors, the establishment was undoubtedly far more secure than other factions. Unlike humans, who require shelter from the elements, these skeletal warriors remained unfazed by inclement weather, standing resolutely at the entrance like a dam against floodwaters, silently safeguarding all under the command of the disaster knights. Compared to ordinary skeletons, the enhanced skeletal warriors, bolstered by Yang Xiao, resembled an imposing wall. Gu Cheng understood that all he needed at this moment was time. As Yang Xiao continued to refine them, once the legion of enhanced skeletons reached a critical mass, the establishment's defenses would undoubtedly become impregnable. Gu Cheng did not indulge in the sweet scent of tranquility. In fact, he had issued directives for the morning meeting early on. At this moment, in the conference room of the establishment, Gu Cheng occupied the highest seat. Observing his trusted lieutenants and senior officials before he slowly spoke, "It is time to bestow a new name upon my homeland." Chapter 58, Dawnbreak, Gu Cheng's Autocracy. At this moment, everyone present in the conference hall was a power wielder within the faction. Su Jin was among them, escorted by the skeletal warriors. He arrived at the establishment unscathed. Su Jin's abilities quickly proved their worth, effortlessly lifting heavy objects that would typically require multiple adults to transport, thereby significantly enhancing efficiency. If harnessed appropriately, extraordinary abilities could undoubtedly usher in a new era. Yet, these extraordinary individuals, who evoked envy in ordinary people, were now filled with trepidation. This anxiety stemmed from Gu Cheng, seated at the head of the table, proposing a topic to change the name of the establishment. There was not a single dissenting voice among them. It could be said that the establishment had become Gu Cheng's autocracy. Dissent? Yang Xiao served as a cautionary tale. Their courage had not yet swelled to the point of daring to openly challenge Gu Cheng's decisions. Gu Cheng's fingers tapped on the table, producing a series of crisp sounds. Before he declared, "From this moment forth, the establishment shall officially be renamed Dawnbreak." Gu Cheng was not fond of flamboyant faction names. He preferred simplicity. The meaning of dawnbreak signifies breaking through the darkness. Ultimately, with unanimous agreement, the name dawnbreak passed with full support. As the crowd dispersed, only Qin Xinyao and Pei Jin remained in the meeting room, lacking the seductive form of Pei Yu. Pei Jin's prolonged engagement in intellectual pursuits had left her spirit somewhat waning. At this moment, she appeared languid, much like a cat basking in the afternoon sun. When others were present, she had maintained her composure, sitting upright. Now, with the crowd gone, she instantly reclined in her chair, her eyes shimmering with a captivating allure. Qin Xinyao observed Pei Jin's transformation with keen interest. Having collaborated for a considerable period, a certain tacit understanding had developed between them. Upon her first encounter with Pei Jin today, Qin Xinyao detected a hint of peculiarity. Her stride lacked the usual decisiveness, instead seeming as though she were gliding upon cotton. Moreover, her gaze appeared to be affixed to Gu Cheng, filled with an adoring reverence, as if she were utterly captivated. It was as though she had been thoroughly satiated. Qin Xinyao harbored no doubts that, had they been seated closer, the formerly composed Pei Jin might have removed her high heels and, with her stocking-clad toes, caressed Gu Cheng's trouser leg. This thought caused a slight flush to rise on Qin Xinyao's cheeks. She bit her lip, convinced that something must be amiss within her. For why else would she be preoccupied with such matters? Unbeknownst to her, she felt a twinge of jealousy and envy towards Pei Jin. The intricate emotions swirling within her rendered Qin Xinyao somewhat disoriented. Meanwhile, in the high rise of dawn, one was languid and listless, while the other was lost in thought. When Gu Cheng suddenly spoke, "The rain is coming." This was not a favorable omen. Before long, Jinghai City would face a new calamity. Upon hearing his words, the two women dispelled their chaotic thoughts, adopting a solemn demeanor. As the logistics minister, Qin Xinyao could not help but inquire, "A new calamity?" Gu Cheng nodded and replied directly, "Insects." With the advent of the apocalypse, the world had undergone a transformation. It was not only humanity that had changed, but even beasts and insects were included in this upheaval. One could only imagine the horror of a centipede that had grown from a few centimeters to several meters, or even over 10 meters. Not to mention beetles the size of grinding stones, and mosquitoes that could drain an adult to a mere husk with a single bite. For women, insects undoubtedly ranked among their greatest fears. Merely envisioning the scenarios Gu Cheng described caused Qin Xinyao and Pei Jin's faces to pale. As for doubts, Gu Cheng had already substantiated his warnings and admonitions with concrete evidence. In truth, Gu Cheng's assertions were conservative. It was essential to recognize that the most intolerable aspect was the mutated cockroaches, which could lay dozens of eggs at once. Moreover, they reproduced asexually, with an alarmingly brief gestation period. Even more chilling was the fact that the zombies one might casually encounter on the street would become breeding grounds for these mutated cockroaches. The cockroaches would inject their eggs into the zombie's body, and as they hatched and grew, the transformed juvenile cockroaches would devour the decaying innards and flesh of the zombies to acquire the energy necessary for their growth. The most terrifying aspect was that zombies lacked pain and perception. Thus, one might perceive a seemingly ordinary zombie, only to cleave its body open with a weapon, unleashing dozens of fist-sized cockroaches clamoring to escape. The already grotesque cockroaches would suddenly swell to dozens, even hundreds of times their original size. Merely contemplating that image was enough to send shivers down one's spine. At that moment, Qin Xinyao could not restrain herself from asking, "What shall we do?" Beside her, Pei Jin also looked at Gu Cheng, her expression filled with bewilderment. In days gone by, two formidable women, wielders of power, found themselves somewhat flustered upon encountering Gu Cheng, as if they had discovered their anchor in turbulent seas. Gu Cheng silently instructed, "Fortify the ground, stockpile provisions, and gather an abundance of crystal cores." He outlined 3 strategic directives. Unlike zombies, the insects possessed a unique ability to burrow, rendering the soft earth a potential concealment for monstrous, ferocious creatures lurking below. Continue to amass daily necessities and food supplies from various supermarkets, and designate an area for cultivation. Crystal cores serve as a shortcut to enhancing strength. The few we currently possess are woefully inadequate. Only with more crystal cores can we forge a truly invincible legion of death. From the outset, Gu Cheng had meticulously devised an emergency response plan for the impending insect tide. If slaying the Berserker demon was the first stepping stone on Gu Cheng's path to strength, the insect tide, in the eyes of others, loomed as a cataclysmic disaster. Yet for Gu Cheng, it represented a second stepping stone towards empowerment. For he aimed to capture the Soul Eater Queen and rally the entire insect army of Jinghai City to his cause. Once his instructions were conveyed, Gu Cheng's gaze settled upon Qin Xinyao. Among the women he had subdued, Qin Xinyao, being the eldest due to her role as a mentor, had not yet reached the age of 30. Nevertheless, her early ascent into the upper echelons of society exuded a mature charm that was vividly apparent on her face. At this moment, she sat poised in her chair, Despite not having made a deliberate effort to adorn herself, she seemed to have undergone training in posture and presence, radiating an extraordinary allure. Perhaps due to her prolonged riding, a delicate pair of glasses perched on her nose, accentuating the inherent grace she possessed. Who could have imagined that this seemingly composed and dignified woman harbored a wild spirit beneath her polished exterior? Pei Jin's gaze remained fixed on Gu Cheng, acutely aware of his contemplations as he observed her demeanor. Though a pang of envy surged within her, Pei Jin understood that, as a leader, Gu Cheng had to consider the greater good, ensuring equitable distribution of resources. With this thought in mind, she rose, gently patting Qin Xinyao's shoulder, and softly remarked, "I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave." With a glance imbued with allure cast towards Gu Cheng, she swayed her graceful form and exited the room, leaving Qin Xinyao and Gu Cheng alone together. At first, Qin Xinyao was caught off guard, but as the atmosphere intensified, she suddenly sensed an unusual warmth enveloping her. Her slender, porcelain-like legs instinctively drew together, clearing her throat. Unable to withstand the oppressive heat, she sought an excuse to step outside. Yet Gu Cheng remained silent, merely beckoning her with a subtle gesture of his hand. This singular motion rendered Qin Xinyao momentarily paralyzed. A realization dawned upon her, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. However, instinctively, she rose from her chair, her legs, as soft as silk, gliding toward Gu Cheng. In that moment, she merely wished to validate her instincts. Is the obsession that captivates Pei Jin truly so intriguing? Chapter 59. The Calamity of Insects and the Distortion of Human Nature. Dongzi, speak candidly to your sister-in-law. Will you genuinely assist me in locating your brother? At this moment, within a villa, a woman in her early 30s, voluptuous and strikingly beautiful, anxiously tidies her nightwear while her weary visage reveals her distress. In an era of peace, residing in a villa of several thousand square meters in such a location is a testament to wealth. Amidst the accumulation of riches, time has left no marks on her face. Instead, it has enhanced her allure, rendering her both mature and enchanting. Beside her sits a man with a rat-like face, grinning broadly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, exuding an air of indulgence as he lounges at the head of the bed, exhaling clouds of smoke with apparent satisfaction. In affluent households, one often encounters a touch of ill-gotten gains. The woman's husband is a prominent figure in Jinghai City, navigating the gray areas of society, naturally amassing a group of so-called brothers. However, people exist in varying tiers. Take Cheng Dong, for instance, nicknamed Mouse, whose moniker reveals his unscrupulous nature. Infuriatingly, he is also related to her husband, being a cousin. Cheng Dong possesses an insatiable gambling habit and a notorious lustfulness. Despite her husband having supported him several times, Cheng Dong's laziness ultimately led to his financial ruin. In summary, he is nothing more than a worthless individual. When money runs dry, he exploits their familial ties, persistently seeking financial aid, resorting to bowing and kneeling in desperate attempts. The woman had previously advised her husband to limit interactions with such a person, yet her husband, concerned with reputation and emboldened by their substantial wealth, never allows Cheng Dong to leave empty-handed. Over time, the woman's disdain for Cheng Dong has reached its zenith. Each visit is met with her cold demeanor. After all, in her eyes, this scoundrel possesses no semblance of manly dignity, merely embodying a waste of space. Yet fate is capricious. Who could have anticipated that when the apocalypse struck, Cheng Dong would come seeking money just as her husband was at the office? Initially, she had no intention of acknowledging him, merely instructing him to wait downstairs. However, at that moment, the zombie virus began to spread, isolating the villa completely from the outside world. What astonished her most was that the man who had lived his life as a failure possessed an extraordinary ability. He could manipulate frost, and as the surrounding zombies approached, they were swiftly impaled by the ice spikes he conjured before they even drew near. With disaster upon them, the lack of power maintenance rendered telephones useless. Having known and loved her husband for over a decade, their profound bond instilled in her a deep concern for his safety. She initially thought that since Cheng Dong was a brother of her husband and possessed unique abilities, he could aid her in finding him. Hence, she humbled herself and pleaded for his help, not anticipating that he would make unreasonable demands. In a fit of rage, she denounced Cheng Dong as being worse than a beast, yet her concern for her husband's safety ultimately compelled her to relent. However, Cheng Dong's insatiable greed persisted. Despite his promises to venture out in search of her husband, he has yet to fulfill them. She watches, frustrated, as this scoundrel takes advantage of her plight while remaining apathetic. The woman felt her heart in turmoil, overwhelmed by the dual torment of her spirit and body. With a voice choked by sobs, she implored, "Dongzi, I beg you please, just help me check if your brother is at the company. Even if you do not wish to do it for my sake, consider the kindness your brother has shown you in the past. Without him, you would have faced death countless times. Have you forgotten how he repaid your gambling debts? Before she could finish, a sharp slap landed on her face. Qingdong rose, his expression contorted with rage, and retorted, "You dare to take liberties just because I call you sister-in-law? Have you forgotten how you served me?" As he advanced towards her, the sight of her pain brought him a perverse sense of satisfaction. He sneered, "That rich guy, why shouldn't he give me a little? He is my cousin. Every time I ask him for money, he scolds me like a dog. Does he really think I hold no grudges?" Furthermore, he elongated his words, yanking her hair without regard for her cries, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Don't think I am unaware, you contemptible woman, always gossiping behind my back. That scoundrel even beat me for this, vowing not to cover my debts again if I gamble once more. I thought to myself, one day you will pay for this." He relished the opportunity fate had granted him and pressed further, "Tell me, when you were with me, were you not thinking of my cousin?" The woman felt as if struck by lightning, engulfed in profound humiliation. The mere thought of those memories made her want to retch. Shaking her head, nearly on the brink of collapse, she pleaded, "Please, stop. Don't say any more." In stark contrast, Qingdong reveled in this twisted pleasure, gazing intently at her. He confessed with a smirk, "To be honest, I've been deceiving you. There is food and drink here, along with women to entertain. Why would I rescue that guy? For all I know, he might have already been devoured by monsters." With that, he crouched before her and threatened, "If you satisfy me, I might still protect you. Otherwise, I will throw you out right now." The woman, perhaps already aware of her fate, had previously deceived herself, yet Qingdong still exhibited a semblance of humanity. Considering their past ties, little did she expect his heart to be so devoid of compassion, reflecting on her sacrifices that led to this dire outcome. Tears welled in her eyes as she fixed her gaze on Qingdong. In a moment of defiance, she uttered, "You are inhumane. I curse you to meet a wretched end." With that, she stood and swiftly ran to the window, leaping from the third floor of the villa. The height ensured her headfirst fall rendered her motionless almost instantly. The sound of her descent attracted a horde of zombies, grotesque and decayed, ready to feast. Peering from the window at the woman's tragic demise, Qingdong displayed no sorrow, only a vicious snarl as he exclaimed, "What a waste." Regarding the curse uttered by the other party just before their demise, Qingdong paid it no heed. Having committed numerous misdeeds throughout his life, he had nonetheless acquired extraordinary strength. "A curse of death upon me. Surely, the heavens are on my side." Spitting upon the corpse below, Qingdong descended the stairs, retrieving several cans of beer to quench his thirst. On his face, there was not a trace of remorse for having caused the demise of his sister-in-law. As the apocalypse loomed, the essence of humanity faded in the face of pure self-interest. In this moment, the world had long since abandoned its moral compass. Individuals like Qingdong, devoid of shame, could scarcely be deemed human any longer. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Qingdong made his way to the restroom. However, midway through his business, he suddenly noticed something writhing and twisting within the toilet. The effects of alcohol compelled him to lean down and peer inside. What he beheld was a creature of considerable length, adorned with numerous appendages, resembling a mass of centipedes jumbled together. Could centipedes truly grow to such a size? Qingdong pondered, bemused. At that moment, the creature emerged from the toilet, lunging directly at his face. Typically, centipedes measure no more than a few dozen centimeters in length, and their girth scarcely exceeds that of 2 fingers. Yet, the centipede now leaping onto Qingdong's visage exceeded 1 meter in length and bore a thickness akin to an adult's wrist. Its substantial size had trapped it within the confines of the toilet. To Qingdong's astonishment, it had just surfaced and already spied its prey. Were Guqing present, he would instantly recognize this as a juvenile steel-limbed centipede. True to its name, under the influence of mutated energy, this once fearsome creature now boasted mandibles with a destructive force akin to that of a blade. As it ensnared Qingdong's face, its multitude of legs swiftly adhered to his flesh, constricting with brutal force, rendering his flesh a sanguine mess. The most terrifying aspect was the centipede, measuring a full meter, opening its maw to unleash a stream of venom that splattered across Qingdong's face. This venom, comparable to sulfuric acid, caused his eyes to emit smoke as they were corroded in an instant. The sudden agony sent a reverberation through Qingdong's mind, and trembling, he pressed his hands against his face, only to encounter a chilling hard exoskeleton that sent shivers down his spine. Is this truly a centipede? Before despair could take hold, a primal urge for survival surged within him, prompting him to retaliate. He hastily summoned the power of frost, enveloping the steel-limbed centipede. Yet, the creature had yet to evolve, and under the influence of the frost, it became instantly immobilized. Sensing that his flesh was no longer being torn, Qingdong prepared to tear it away, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of numerous foreign entities crawling beneath his feet. At that moment, a throng of centipedes, millipedes, and other grotesque, mutated insects surged forth from the toilet, resembling a tidal wave as they emerged. The steel-limbed centipede, laden with venom, had corroded his eyes, and as it approached his head, the toxin swiftly infiltrated Chung Dong's body. In that instant, he felt his body grow numb, and he collapsed onto the ground. He opened his mouth in a futile attempt to cry for help, yet, lamentably, the entire villa now housed only him as its last living soul. He felt a chilling, clammy sensation enveloping his body, as if countless insects were crawling upon him. The most despairing aspect was that these newly mutated creatures possessed relatively small mandibles, rendering them incapable of delivering a swift death. Consequently, Chung Dong would endure a torturous existence akin to the agonies of slow slicing for an extensive period. This was not the fulfillment of a curse, but rather a calamity brought forth by the rains, as Jinghai City faced an unprecedented infestation of insects. Chapter 60. The Trace of the Elves, the Unyielding Foundation of Dawn. The foundation must be fortified. The restrooms were a hotspot for these creatures, necessitating their complete sealing. New facilities were being constructed to ensure everyone's safety. All plumbing in the sleeping quarters was dismantled, for the insects, owing to their supple bodies, could emerge from the most unexpected places. The threat posed by these creatures was far more terrifying than the zombies that high walls could withstand. As the logistics minister, Qin Xinyao issued new directives to the assembly. In the wake of the disaster, the facilities had fallen into disrepair. At this juncture, water, electricity, and gas had long since abandoned humanity. The once convenient lifestyle had faded into the annals of the past. Yet, compared to the arduous struggle for survival outside, the survivors at dawn found themselves considerably fortunate. Here, their labor would yield ample food and water. However, the bottled water in the supermarkets would inevitably run out. Thus, Gu Chung ordered the excavation of wells on campus. The skeletal warriors, controlled by the Knight of Calamity, became the primary laborers for well construction, working tirelessly around the clock. After digging 100 meters, crystal-clear groundwater finally emerged. The civilization of the past had perished, while a new era of extraordinary beings began to germinate on this land. Observing Qin Xinyao engaging the crowd with eloquence, Gu Chung reclined in his chair, a reminiscent expression gracing his face. Who could have imagined that the demure, bespectacled woman could rival Pei Yu in wildness? One must remember that Pei Yu bore the bloodline of a succubus. Yet what of Qin Xinyao? In the eyes of the survivors, she epitomized the epitome of restraint. Yet in private, she displayed an unexpected boldness. No wonder it is often said that sisters with glasses are the hardest to decipher. At this moment, Dawn felt like a gentle haven. After returning for 2 days, due to the commendable performance of Pei Jin and Qin Xinyao, special allowances were made for them. This led to a palpable tension among others, whose jealousy was almost tangible even at a distance. Gu Chen glanced back and immediately caught sight of Pei Yu puffing her cheeks, gazing at him with a look of sorrowful longing. Her pitiable demeanor, combined with her natural charm, rendered her utterly captivating, making it difficult to divert one's gaze. Today, she adorned a black miniskirt, paired with over-the-knee socks, and sported several cartoon hairpins, lending her an appearance several years younger. Exuding not the usual allure, but rather a playful charm, Gu Cheng waved at her. Pei Yu rose to her feet and eagerly took a seat beside Gu Cheng. Lowering her head, her cheeks slightly puffed, she murmured, "I thought that with an elder sister, you would no longer want me." Gu Cheng leaned back in his chair, finding her jealous demeanor somewhat amusing, and replied, "I am discussing work with your sister. What are you doing here?" No sooner had he spoken than Pei Yu instantly lifted her head, her bright eyes blinking as she declared, "Not at all. I've been listening for quite some time. And you're definitely not talking about work." Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly extended her delicate finger to cover her mouth. Her eyes filled with trepidation as they sought Gu Cheng's gaze. Gu Cheng, amused by her awkwardness, chuckled. His collection was indeed exquisite. Whether it was Pei Jin, Qin Xinyao, the fragmented personality of Xiao Qingyi, or the timid Mo Xiaoya, each possessed an equal measure of beauty, yet their personalities were entirely distinct. Among the girls, perhaps due to their shared bloodline, Pei Yu was the most vivacious and carefree. Her quirky demeanor never failed to alleviate Gu Cheng's tense expression. He reached out and playfully flicked her rosy nose, then remarked, "Your sister came to report on work, and there was a little wildcat eavesdropping outside. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Pei Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "You knew all along?" "Of course," Gu Cheng responded. "Your scent is so distinctive. How could I possibly overlook it?" Upon hearing that Gu Cheng remembered her fragrance, a satisfied blush blossomed on Pei Yu's cheeks. Yet, she soon tilted her head, perplexed, and questioned, "Knowing I was here, why did you tease my sister so?" She spoke for over an hour during the report, her voice nearly tangled. Suddenly, Pei Yu seemed to have an epiphany, a mischievous smile gracing her lips as she leaned closer to Gu Cheng and whispered, "I understand. That's what makes it exciting, right?" Gu Cheng, despite his vast knowledge, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to resist, he playfully flicked her forehead. Pei Yu covered her head, pouting pitifully as if she would cry unless comforted. However, Gu Cheng had long seen through her charade. It must be said that as Pei Yu's demonic lineage grew stronger, not only her abilities but her personality transformed entirely into that of a sorceress. Gu Cheng, not forgetting the pressing matters at hand, promptly adopted a serious demeanor and inquired, "What about the investigation I tasked you with?" Noticing Gu Cheng's seriousness, Pei Yu's expression grew somewhat grave as she promptly replied, "The investigation is complete. With the consolidation of personnel information, an implausible forest has emerged in the eastern part of the city. However, the exploration team has not ventured deep within, so we remain unaware of whether any forces truly exist there." With the dawn of the new establishment, Gu Cheng entrusted all significant departments to his most trusted confidants. Authority was granted to Pei Jin, logistics was entrusted to Qin Xinyao, and for the intelligence department, he appointed Pei Yu to manage. Long ago, Gu Cheng commanded everyone to observe the surroundings for any extraordinary sights, such as forests that should not exist within the confines of the city or vast expanses of vegetation. Hundreds ventured forth, foraging for sustenance, while fulfilling Gu Cheng's directive. In recent days, Pei Jin took on the responsibility of consolidating reports and discovered a suddenly emerged forest from the accounts of several individuals. Naturally, Gu Cheng had his own plans in response. Jiang Yu. He had never forgotten that extraordinary being, forged from the blood of spirits and endowed with an affinity for plants. Packaged food, even if it cannot be consumed in the short term, will inevitably spoil within a year, leading to a genuine and terrifying famine in Jinghai City. Thus, Gu Cheng must prepare for the worst. He endeavored to locate the formidable, extraordinary individual who had disrupted the growth cycle of plants. If he could subdue this individual, Don would possess an inexhaustible reserve of food. Recalling memories from his previous life, Gu Cheng knew that due to her bloodline, Jiang Yu would transform her stronghold into a lush jungle. This was the primary reason for Gu Cheng's quest for the forest. Fortune favors the diligent. At this moment, Gu Cheng finally identified a potential location where Jiang Yu might be found. His resolve strengthened. He was determined to continue his pursuit, claiming Jiang Yu for himself and thereby establishing an unassailable foundation for Dawn. Chapter 61. The Mutant Locusts, Monopolizing the Food Chain. Gu Cheng regarded the various forces entrenched in the city as delectable morsels awaiting consumption. Following Gu Cheng's intervention, the once mighty leaders of these factions, who had commanded storms in the past, either perished or capitulated. Some not only had their spirits subdued but also found their bodies under his dominion, ultimately surrendering completely. Jiang Yu. Gu Cheng murmured her name, and instantly, the image of a tall figure with an impeccably flawless visage materialized in his mind's eye. Although he had yet to reach his destination, a concrete jungle could not suddenly sprout a verdant forest without forewarning. Thus, Gu Cheng deduced that his sought-after target was indeed among them. With Jiang Yu, the land previously cultivated under his orders would bear fruit, and under her influence, the yield of food would undoubtedly surge. At this moment, Jinghai City resembled a vast cauldron. The survivors within, whether ordinary citizens or extraordinary beings, were akin to frogs with wide-open eyes, desperately swimming for survival. They believed that by hiding in their comfortable zones and scavenging supermarkets, they could evade the impending disaster. Some even relished the opportunity to unleash their base instincts upon those they deemed weaker. During more peaceful times, individuals who lived in hardship might grotesquely perceive such a life as the true essence of enjoyment and paradise. Little did they know, all of this was mere illusion, a numbing experience akin to boiling frogs in warm water. When the famine ultimately arrived, people would realize the profound significance of food. By then, not only ordinary individuals, but even the most powerful extraordinary beings would find themselves kneeling in desperation, begging for a morsel to sustain them. It can be said that Jiang Yu and Qin Xinyao are of a similar ilk. Although they do not possess the saintly qualities of Xiao Qingyi, they harbor a sincere heart even amidst the brutalities of a post-apocalyptic world. During the calamities of their past lives, Jiang Yu single-handedly aided countless survivors. Thus, by the later stages of the apocalypse, her reputation had soared to great heights. Some even referred to her as the goddess of abundance. However, from Gu Cheng's perspective, giving away food for free was nothing short of sheer folly. To conquer Jiang Yu, beyond merely coveting her abilities, Gu Cheng's true ambition lay in monopolizing the food supply chain of Jinghai City. By stifling this lifeline, he would not fear the hungry, desperate extraordinary beings. As for uniting against him in rebellion, the splitting blade in Gu Cheng's possession was no trifling weapon. He could recruit some, eliminate others, and ultimately, Jinghai City would fall entirely under his dominion. It can be said that every step Gu Cheng took was meticulously deliberated upon hundreds of times. To navigate the apocalypse without intellect would result in a lifetime of being the lowest tier of cannon fodder. It is indeed difficult to be virtuous. In contrast, Gu Cheng preferred to embrace the role of a pure villain. You performed splendidly. Gu Qing's thoughts returned to the present, casting an appreciative glance at Pei Yu. Pei Yu edged closer, mere inches from Gu Cheng, her delicate face lighting up with a smile born from his praise. Lowering her voice, she playfully remarked, I want a reward. Gu Qing looked at her here. Pei Yu, emboldened yet still possessing a sense of modesty, felt her ears flush upon hearing his words. Her eyes shimmered with moisture, had it not been for her concern for her sister's long solitude. She would have barged in a few days prior to report the situation together. As a succubus, the energy she required was entirely sourced from Gu Cheng's benevolence. After several days, her energy was nearly depleted, necessitating a significant replenishment. Just then, a cacophony of alarm bells suddenly erupted. Pei Yu straightened her back. Since the dawn of the outpost's establishment, such a resounding sound had never been heard. Clearly, a special situation had arisen. The crowd, hearing Qin Xinyao's voice, could not help but glance outside. Were the zombies returning? Why could those oblivious creatures not allow them a moment's respite? Previously, there had been zombie hordes attacking this location. Yet no alarm had sounded. Perhaps this time, it was not the undead. At this moment, the crowd's chatter coalesced into a disquieting din, truly vexing. Gu Cheng also rose from his seat. He leaped to a higher vantage point and gazed into the distance. There, he beheld a swirling mass of black fog in the air. Scattered zombies wandered nearby, unaware, before being engulfed by the ominous mist. Moments later, as the black fog shifted, the ground revealed no trace of zombies, only a few remarkably clean bones that had been gnawed upon. Locusts. What appeared to be mere fog was, in fact, a gathering of mutated locusts. Unlike the typical locusts, which are generally no larger than the size of an adult thumb, these creatures were formidable, with the smallest among them comparable to a clenched fist, and some even resembling basketballs. They swarmed together, their wings beating in unison, producing a cacophony that was unsettling to the eardrums. This sudden transformation drew considerable attention. The guards hastily rushed to the playground, their faces ashen, exclaiming, Locusts! A dense swarm is charging towards the dawn. In that moment, the crowd realized that the insects Qin Xinyao had just mentioned had indeed arrived. While zombies could be deterred by walls, the mobility of these locusts was alarmingly formidable. The onlookers also noticed the distant, ominous buzzing sound enveloped in a dark mist. Fear gripped everyone, their faces etched with confusion and trepidation. At that instant, a thunderous roar cut through the chaos, imposing a forced calm upon the crowd. The hellish three-headed dog, with its terrifying visage, materialized on the playground. The ferocious beast's mere presence exerted an overwhelming pressure, silencing the crowd. Gu Cheng surveyed the surroundings and spoke coldly. Extraordinary beings, step forward. The rest, spread out to avoid accidental injury. Do not retreat. Those who flee shall be executed. With these succinct commands, the previously chaotic throng began to regain their composure. After all, everyone understood that the leader before them did not issue idle threats. Should anyone dare to defy the established order, they would likely find themselves lifeless in the next heartbeat. Observing the crowd's newfound calm, Gu Cheng issued an attack command to the hellish three-headed dog. The creature lifted its neck, gathering a fearsome aura. Though the mutated locusts appeared intimidating, their weaknesses were glaringly apparent. They were particularly vulnerable to fire. However, what weighed heavily on Gu Cheng's countenance was his suspicion that these locusts were merely an appetizer, with far more hideous and terrifying insects lurking behind, ready to exploit the chaos. Chapter 62. The Butterfly Effect, a Sudden Earthquake. One must not underestimate the intelligence of insects. In times of peace, insects are utterly defenseless against humans. Even a small child could squash a venomous centipede without resistance. However, with the rampant spread of mutated energy, these insects would evolve into nightmarish entities, brutal and bloodthirsty, defying conventional understanding. The most despairing reality is that as these insects ascend to higher realms, such as Starshine or Moony, their strength will not only amplify terrifyingly, but their intelligence will also undergo transformation, granting them the cognitive abilities akin to those of a 7- or 8-year-old child. To the average person, a 7- or 8-year-old's thought process may seem simplistic and illogical, posing little threat. Yet, one must recognize the insect's astonishing reproductive capabilities. A single spawning can yield dozens, if not hundreds, of offspring. When a myriad of insects, overwhelming in number, descends upon humanity, that scene undoubtedly evokes an unparalleled sense of horror. Just as at this moment, the mutated locusts have caught the scent of humans, hastening forward in a frenzied pursuit. The true terror of these creatures lies not in their viscous excretions or their spine-tingling antennae, but rather in their grotesque visages. Typically, their diminutive size allows humanity to overlook their appearance. However, now, as the locusts swell in size, their features are starkly revealed to the gaze of all. Their fuzzy faces, emotionless compound eyes, and gaping maws provoke a visceral reaction within the human psyche. Yet at this instant, an unexpected transformation occurs. The three-headed hound of hell suddenly leaps forward, its neck swelling ominously, and in the blink of an eye, three terrifying elemental cannons unleash a barrage upon the mutated locusts. Boom! Flames rage, lightning crackles, and venom splatters. The mutated locusts never anticipated such a dreadful assault, akin to the night being ripped apart by the searing rays of the sun. The gathering mist is abruptly torn asunder, creating a vast chasm. Pei-yu takes the lead, dashing to the forefront of the fray. Her graceful form kneels upon the ground, and as her hands press against the earth, fissures erupt on either side of her. From these crevices emerges a grotesque creature, two wax-melting demons. During her time exploring the outside world with Gu Cheng, Pei-yu has absorbed all the knowledge imparted by him, resulting in a remarkable surge in her power. Consequently, the number of wax-melting demons she can summon has doubled. Although these entities, formed from the convergence of karst formations, possess somewhat diminished strength, they are inherently adversarial to the mutated locusts. Charging forward, their sticky appendages thrash about, and upon contact, dozens, if not more, of the mutated locusts are reduced to charred remains on the ground. Yet, witnessing this spectacle, Pei-yu's countenance bears no trace of joy. Not enough. This is far from sufficient. I must perform better to enhance my brother-in-law's regard for me. While the others remain oblivious, a profound sense of urgency burgeons within Pei-yu. As more of her sisters gather around her, she understands that she must prove her worth, not merely as an ornamental figure, but as an indispensable ally who can offer assistance to Gu Cheng beyond mere pleasure. Only in this manner can she accompany him further along his path, rather than be cast aside midway. I must strive harder. With this resolve, Pei-yu seemingly makes a momentous decision. Her crimson lips part slightly, and she commands the two wax-melting demons, self-destruct. Gu Cheng's philosophies have indelibly influenced Pei-yu. As his foremost admirer, she has consistently emulated him. Just as Gu Cheng occasionally discusses his perspective on summoned beasts, seemingly in passing, Pei-yu has meticulously committed these musings to memory. To her, the wax-melting demons are merely commonplace entities within the abyss. Now, with the demise of two entities, one could simply forge a new contract in the future. Summoned beasts are fundamentally designed to serve their summoners. As for the self-detonation of the summoned beast and its potential impact on her, Pei-yu remains entirely unconcerned. In fact, this presents her with an excellent pretext to acquire a wealth of knowledge, thus achieving a dual purpose. The wax-melting demon is utterly incapable of defying Pei-yu's command. As her words echo, its form suddenly swells and expands, only to erupt violently. Boom, boom. The wax-melting demon has penetrated the very core of the mutated locusts. And at this moment, the explosion unleashes a torrent of flames and lava. Although the temperature of the lava pales in comparison to the elemental cannon of the three-headed hellhound, its several hundred degrees of heat is more than sufficient to deal with the mutated locusts, inflicting unprecedented devastation upon them even before they approach the city walls. Lava splatters everywhere. Many mutated locusts, caught off guard, are instantly incinerated, meeting their demise without a chance to react. The overall count dwindles to nearly a mere fraction. In contrast, while Pei-yu's complexion may appear somewhat pallid due to the beast's self-detonation, she still gazes at Gu Cheng with a radiant smile. Moreover, with an arch of her brow, she seems to silently implore him, "Praise me." Gu Cheng feels a swell of satisfaction. Initially, his desire to subdue Pei-yu stemmed purely from his avarice for her beauty. However, as they have spent time together, she has carved a place in his heart. With the mutated locusts suffering consecutive losses, the remaining ones pose no threat to dawn and scatter chaotically, fleeing into the distance. Only the ground remains, blanketed by a thick layer of charred locust corpses. The faces of those around him are adorned with smiles of survival, their gazes towards Gu Cheng filled with admiration and reverence. It is abundantly clear that under Gu Cheng's leadership, they have once again triumphed over adversity. Yet, Gu Cheng himself retains a gloomy demeanor, a reflection of his heightened intuition following his ascension to the moonlight realm. He harbors an unsettling premonition that something dreadful is imminent. The streets, once tranquil, now exude a sense of foreboding, as if a storm is brewing. Boom. As time ticks away, amid the prevailing atmosphere of exhilaration, a tremor suddenly reverberates beneath their feet, causing many to crouch upon the ground. An earthquake. The surroundings have indeed begun to quake. Almost immediately, the earth outside the campus fractures, a fissure appearing abruptly, and the seemingly sturdy city walls collapse in less than a second. In an instant, grotesque and terrifying figures, resembling millstones, emerge from the shattered surface before the crowd. Steel-limbed centipedes, blood-drenched beetles, fiery cockroaches, and paralyzing millipedes. As Gu Cheng beholds this swarm of creatures, his eyes narrow. This impending locust tide crisis is far more severe than he had anticipated. Chapter 63. Mastering the Rules. The ruthlessly ferocious Gu Cheng, gazing at the gaping fissure before him, Gu Cheng plunges into contemplation. In his memories, during this period in his past life, no significant earthquake had transpired. It is evident that due to his actions, the trajectory of this world has been altered. The sudden earthquake and the emergence of writhing insects startled the gathered crowd in an instant. They had initially believed that their bloodlust was awakened by the act of slaying zombies, yet witnessing the grotesque and terrifying swarm before them shattered their psychological defenses. This was no mere mist of insects. It was an unprecedented onslaught. The girls, in particular, were shrieking in terror, rendered almost catatonic by fear. Gu Cheng surveyed the chaotic throng and suddenly comprehended the reason for the insects' mass gathering, fixated upon him. In the present moment, the Dawn faction was unmatched. Having obliterated Yangshao and absorbed the entirety of his population, now boasting over 800 members. For the insects, such a vast congregation of humans represented an undeniable banquet. Ultimately, it was Gu Cheng's immense power that drew their attention. Truly, the bullet strikes the tallest bird. Thus, he found himself beset by this calamity. As for any deviation from events, Gu Cheng paid it no mind, for he was inherently a disruptor of order. Beings like he Ran and Yangshao, once endowed with boundless authority and strength, had been extinguished before they could shine. Furthermore, the fates of Qin Xinyao, Xiao Qingyi, and Pei Jin had all been irrevocably altered due to his intervention. Who could have imagined that the angelic Qin Xinyao would willingly wag her tail? In Gu Cheng's eyes, he alone possessed the right to upend the rules within the city. As for the rest of humanity, the zombies, or the insects, any attempt to challenge his supremacy in Jinghai City would meet with annihilation. Though numerous, these insects lacked the time to enhance their strength. In Gu Cheng's perspective, they were merely oversized ants. We will die? We are surely doomed. Run. I refuse to be bitten to death by those insects. We must flee. Let us find shelter. At that moment, the insects that had crawled forth from the fissures in the earth, upon witnessing the panicked throng, lunged forward with claws bared. Instinctively, 2 men and a woman retreated in fear. Faced with the torrent of insects, their minds went blank, entirely forgetting Gu Cheng's warnings. With an effortless swing of his Leopold from a distance, Gu Cheng struck. The 3 fleeing figures had no time to react. Their bodies were cleaved apart in an instant. Blood splattering onto the horrified onlookers. Compassion? Sentiment for past ties? Such notions no longer existed in Gu Cheng's lexicon. Fools. He cast a disdainful glance at the fallen corpses before addressing the crowd. Seize your weapons. Whoever retreats another step shall perish. In that moment, everyone held their breath. There was a sliver of hope against the insects. Yet to retreat now was to invite certain death. In any battle, the outcome for a cowardly deserter is invariably the same: death. Gu Cheng had little time to impart wisdom to the crowd, nor to emphasize the gravity of their predicament. Should they fail to swiftly adapt to the rules of Dawn, he harbored no qualms about eliminating a few more individuals to enhance their memories. Indeed, Gu Cheng was true to his word, swiftly restoring order amidst the chaos. The crowd, rejuvenated, once again grasped their weapons and faced the oncoming tide of insects. The writhing appendages, swaying mandibles, and grotesque visages of the creatures instilled a terror that transcended mere numbers. The skeletal warriors, stationed nearby, were the first to charge forward. Though lacking in intellect and normal cognition, their very simplicity rendered them fearless and undaunted. Despite their numbers being dwarfed by the insect horde, they gallantly engaged in battle. Most notably the augmented skeletal warriors. Under the influence of Yangshao, these enhanced beings exhibited astonishing defensive capabilities. Armed with sharp weapons, they plunged into the swarm, swiftly dispatching numerous insects within moments. Vivid, multicolored ichor splattered everywhere. Yet, this carnage did little to impede the relentless advance of the insects. Among them, one insect, towering over 2 meters, commanded attention. From the outside, it resembled a beetle, its exoskeleton exuding a fiery crimson hue. The blood-fiend beetle possessed formidable defenses and limitless growth potential. Within the tide of insects, it was one of the few that had entered the starlight realm. If provided with ample sustenance, it could, upon reaching the moonlight realm, swell to a size of nearly 4 meters. Furthermore, it could unleash a highly corrosive venom from its mandibles. In that moment, it resembled a bull enraged by a red cloth, rampaging through the skeletal warriors. The sheer force of its charge shattered their ranks, leaving them in disarray. In an instant, the morale of the insect tide surged. Yet just then, a sudden thundering sound echoed from the ground. The blood-fiend beetle, taken by surprise, was met with a massive blade that cleaved the air, striking down upon its form. With a sickening squelch, its formidable body crumbled like paper before such overwhelming destruction, splitting cleanly in two. The assailant was none other than the Calamity Knight. Observing the fallen carcass beneath him, the Calamity Knight urged his skeletal steed forward, launching a counteroffensive massacre. Accompanying him was the crimson-necked steel dragon. its cavernous maw resembling a machine designed to devour life itself. Soon, the vicinity was littered with corpses. Despite Guqing's summoned beasts being ferociously powerful, the sheer number of insects was overwhelming, and some managed to slip through the defenses, lunging toward the crowd. In the face of life and death, both the extraordinary and the ordinary had nowhere to retreat, wielding their abilities or weapons to engage in fierce combat with the insects. The numbers of the insects were countless, yet their strength ultimately paled in comparison. After more than an hour of brutal skirmishing, not a single insect crawled forth from the shattered ground. Victory finally belonged to the forces of dawn. At this moment, a multitude of insect carcasses lay piled together, resembling a small hill. Regrettably, Guqiang did not catch sight of the soul-devouring ant queen amidst the battle. However, he was certain that she lurked in some shadowy corner, silently observing everything. The ant queen had amassed a considerable number of advanced insects, intending to feast, yet she unexpectedly encountered a formidable obstacle, resulting not only in an unfulfilled appetite but also in the shattering of countless teeth. Nevertheless, Guqiang did not succumb to pride. The most terrifying aspect of the insect race was their reproductive capability. Coupled with the ant queen's intellect, comparable to that of humanity, this Pyrrhic victory assured that she would return with vengeance. When that day arrives, it would mark the true dawn of challenges. Yet, like the mantis stalking the cicada, Guqiang too harbored desires to seize her, to bring her under his control and command the aberrant insects of the entire city. If you dare to reveal yourself again, I swear, you shall become my slave. For now, he must utilize everything to its fullest. Gazing at the ground strewn with insect remains, Guqiang took a deliberate step forward. He intended to use the corpses left behind to conduct the fourth blood ritual. Chapter 64. The Fallen Angel. Are the despicable humans my masters? This brutal battle did not merely result in the annihilation of the insect tide. Even among the survivors under his command, the overwhelming tension led to a dozen lives being claimed by the insects. Yet, Guqiang offered no assistance. He remained a mere observer, silently watching the unfolding events. Slaying zombies? That was hardly a challenge. Ordinary zombies moved with sluggishness. As long as one could overcome fear, anyone could easily prevail. However, in the future, they would face swifter, more agile insects and various dark creatures. Every endeavor required personal involvement, even when confronting a swarm of insects. One had to lend a hand. What was one otherwise? A caretaker? Before today, many may not have comprehended the significance of Dawn's existence. Yet now, after witnessing Guqiang's ruthless actions and allowing them to battle the insect tide, these individuals should have gained insight into the true purpose of his recruitment. Guqiang sought a pack of ferocious wolves, not submissive lapdogs. Dawn was not a sanctuary. Compassion and kindness? In the apocalypse, they were akin to leeches siphoning vitality, believing they saved countless lives, yet oblivious to the fact that these leeches would one day grow into monstrous entities, crushing the so-called saviors. Guqiang was merely employing his own method to help the survivors before him understand that to survive on this land, strength and fearlessness were the only true currencies. At this moment, Guqiang focused all his attention on the offerings ahead. The ground, visibly coated in viscous fluids, emitted a nauseating stench into the air. Yet, Guqiang was already accustomed to this. He murmured to himself as energy surged forth, whipping up a frigid gale around him. At that moment, the residual energy lingering on the corpse of the insect and the blood sprawled upon the ground began to converge. In that very instant, the insect's body was utterly carbonized, while a tremendous vitality coalesced into a swirling mass, gently rotating in the air. This sudden spectacle rendered everyone momentarily oblivious to their recent experiences, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld this terrifying tempest, akin to a natural disaster. Guqiang furrowed his brow as well. The disturbance from this summoning appeared to surpass that of previous occasions. Suspended in midair, at the core of countless life forces, a graceful figure emerged. The most striking feature was the pair of wings extending from her back. Yet, unlike the legendary wings symbolizing purity, hers were an unblemished shade of obsidian. At that moment, her expression betrayed a hint of confusion as she surveyed her surroundings with a cold demeanor, her chin slightly raised, and her piercing gaze scrutinizing everything before her. Her visage was breathtaking, with eyes resembling polished obsidian, suggesting an age of merely 18 or 19. However, her aura exuded an air of frostiness. Her pale pink lips pressed into a straight line, enhancing her stern and regal presence. Due to an ethereal connection to the soul, the angelic maiden seemed to discern something significant, and her gaze abruptly fixed upon Guqiang. In the blink of an eye, she teleported directly in front of him, her eyes blazing with a mixture of fury and disbelief as she demanded, "A master-servant contract? How audacious, wretched human! How dare you desecrate my soul? Release the contract, or I shall take your life." The malevolence radiating from her was palpable. She was not jesting. As a fallen angel, she confronted him with an intimidating presence. Yet, in the face of her threat, Gu Cheng exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he regarded her as one would appraise an object, scrutinizing her from head to toe. If the holy angels symbolize light, then fallen angels represent the antithesis of that sanctity. Having plummeted into the abyss, she abandoned her previous beliefs in luminosity, surrendering herself entirely to pure darkness, her dark wings standing as the ultimate testament to this transformation. While Gu Cheng was absorbed in his examination, Isabella was on the verge of losing her composure. As the third princess of the Fortress of the Fallen, she had never before been subjected to such impolite scrutiny, especially not by a creature as loathsome as a human. Greed, laziness, all the negative descriptors of humanity could be applied to them. Isabella was utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Initially, she had sought to contract a summoned beast through a magical tome, only to find herself inexplicably transported to this unfamiliar realm, reeking of foul odors. Not only had her summoning failed, but she found her soul ensnared by a master-servant contract. In the 630th layer of the abyss, even formidable entities like bone dragons and liches, who had endured for millennia, would never dare to openly humiliate her, simply because she was the third princess of the Fortress of the Fallen. In the abyssal world, reputed to possess countless layers, the power of the Fortress of Despair is undeniably formidable. Yet, at this moment, she finds herself summoned to this realm, relegated to the status of a mere human servant. This is a reality that Isabella cannot fathom. Is she willful and headstrong? No. The source of Isabella's fury lies in her deep-seated belief that she bears a lineage of supreme nobility. It is akin to a princess of a kingdom being reduced to the status of a common footman. The stark contrast thrusts Isabella into a state of rage. As she observes Gu Cheng daring to gaze at her with such audacity, her long hair bristles in indignation. With her brows furrowed in disdain, she declares, "Wretched human, how dare you look at me with such an offensive gaze? I shall extract your eyes as a fitting punishment." Witnessing her haughty demeanor, a faint smile curves Gu Cheng's lips. Standing not far away, Pei Yu, upon seeing Gu Cheng's expression, cast a sympathetic glance at Isabella. From her understanding of Gu Cheng, such a smile signifies that someone is about to face dire consequences. An intelligent being? The jewelry adorning her is worth a fortune, and her demeanor exudes arrogance. Could it be that this summoning has indeed manifested an extraordinary life form with a powerful background? Nevertheless, regardless of her extraordinary identity, here she is merely a servant, nothing more. Offense. Gu Cheng finds the term amusing. She may not grasp the true meaning of such an affront. Reflecting on how she repeatedly refers to him as a wretched human, he feels compelled to administer some discipline, ensuring she comprehends her current status. Gu Cheng fixes his gaze on Isabella and commands, "Kneel." Isabella's pupils constrict, as though struck by thunder at the sound of those words. Just as she prepares to unleash her wrath, her body, bound by the contract, abruptly collapses, forcing her to kneel on the ground. In that moment, Isabella's mind goes blank. She is, indeed, kneeling before her so-called master, under the watchful eyes of those wretched humans. Chapter 65, Methods of Punishment, the Sorrowful Isabella. In Isabella's heart, her bloodline is of unparalleled nobility. As for humans, they are merely the most abject of beings. Within the Fortress of Despair, humans are tasked with the most arduous and menial labor. Their feeble strength and timid nature render them a pollution to her very existence. Yet at this moment, what is she doing? Isabella finds herself kneeling like a lowly slave before a human. To add insult to injury, countless humans surround her, gazing at her with curiosity. They even whisper amongst themselves, discussing none other than her. At this instant, Isabella's pride feels as though it has been cast into a mire, and in her fury, her face flushes a vibrant crimson. In a fit of unparalleled rage, her eyes seemed capable of emitting flames as she threatened the surrounding crowd. "What are you staring at? I swear I will kill you all. I will pluck out your eyes and cast them upon the ground." Isabella's nearly cursed tirade instilled an overwhelming sense of mental oppression among the survivors. Due to their soul contract, Gu Cheng could communicate with Isabella normally. However, for the ordinary onlookers, her words were incomprehensible. Yet, her ferocity was so palpable that some nearby survivors instinctively took a few steps back. Isabella's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the moonlight phase, and the enhancement from her bloodline made the intimidation of the fallen angel evidently formidable. Having just faced a swarm of insects, the already panicked crowd could not help but swallow hard, first casting fearful glances at Isabella, only to subsequently direct their expressions of admiration and reverence towards Gu Cheng. In the face of such an avalanche of terror, the leader standing before them remained remarkably composed, showcasing an extraordinary capacity for endurance. Gu Cheng waved his hand and said, "You may step back." Upon hearing this, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. For such a high-stakes confrontation was beyond their ability to bear. Who would risk their lives merely to spectate? Gu Cheng's intentions were straightforward. Arrogant, overbearing. He would compel her to kneel before him in front of everyone. Just as he had anticipated, the fallen angel before him was on the verge of collapse. What followed was a matter of a more private nature, naturally not to be demonstrated in front of the crowd. The once boisterous playground was now left with only Gu Cheng and Isabella. Though the crowd had dispersed, the humiliation within Isabella only intensified. She glared at Gu Cheng, and if looks could kill, he would have been shattered into countless pieces. Lowering her voice, she began, "You wretched human. You have no idea what kind of terrifying entity you have provoked. You will pay for this. I swear," smack. Before Isabella could finish her sentence, a resounding slap struck her face. The contrast of her fair, delicate cheek now bore a vivid crimson imprint. Isabella's pupils dilated, filled with astonishment and shock. "You dare to hit me?" she questioned incredulously as she slowly lifted her head from the ground. Never had a finger been laid upon her, not even by her father, the lord of the fallen fortress. From birth until her summoning, Isabella had always been treated as a precious jewel, cradled in the palms of others. Just moments ago, she had experienced her first strike in life, and it was delivered by the very humans she had always held in disdain. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng looked at Isabella, leaning closer and inquiring, "What did you just say? I did not quite catch that." "You shall make me pay a price. And yet you vow to do something to me?" In times past, the proud Isabella would have unhesitatingly expressed all her thoughts and emotions in a torrent of words. Yet at this moment, she found herself suddenly at a loss. The human before her, while inquiring, wore a smile that instilled within Isabella an inexplicable fear. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she was genuinely afraid of a human being. The scathing retort that lingered on her lips was, under the weight of her trepidation, rendered almost inexpressible. Nevertheless, her fierce pride compelled her to speak, though her voice, in stark contrast to her earlier defiance, now sounded somewhat fragile. "Why must you strike me? You cannot treat me this way." Alas, Isabella's words were abruptly cut short once more, as Gu Cheng's palm descended upon her face again. To strike a person's face is an affront that reverberates through any civilization, an insult of the highest order. Isabella felt a fiery pain in her cheek, her consciousness slipping into a dazed state. Conversely, Gu Cheng appeared to relish the moment, grinning as he caressed her cheek, which had been struck twice, raising an eyebrow as he said, "You possess no understanding of decorum. Answer me directly. Speak as you did moments ago, when your voice rang out so boldly. Why now are you as mute as a statue?" His gentle strokes morphed into a forceful grip, contorting Isabella's delicate visage under the immense pressure. In that instant, Gu Cheng transformed before her eyes, no longer merely a human, but a devil adept at manipulating hearts. He remained unperturbed, his smile unwavering, yet Isabella found no warmth in it. Instead, she was engulfed by a chilling sense of dread. Isabella had always been shielded with utmost care, and this was her first encounter with such terrifying treatment. A myriad of emotions, humiliation, fear, anxiety, and panic, intertwined within her, leading to the complete surrender of her heart. "I was wrong. Please, do not strike me again. I implore you, do not hit me anymore." As these pleas escaped her lips, Isabella felt as though her very garments had been stripped away, leaving her engulfed in shame. A mist clouded her enchanting eyes, and her already exquisite features, now glistening with tears, could soften even the hardest of hearts. Yet Gu Cheng regarded her with calmness, gentlemanly, wiping away her tears, and gently remarked, "I am pleased to see you acknowledge your mistakes, but your earlier arrogance did not delight your master. You shall amend your ways, yes, master?" Upon hearing this term, Isabella longed to retort, yet the courage escaped her, and she could only nod in painful acquiescence. Observing her demeanor, Gu Cheng's smile blossomed even brighter, and "Do stop crying." As the words fell, the fear-stricken Isabella truly pressed her lips together, forcing herself to stifle her tears. Her pitiable appearance somewhat endearing. This was the method of Gu Cheng. With just a few lashes, even the most wild stallion would transform into a docile steed. Observing the now subdued Isabella, Gu Cheng inquired, "Now, I wish to discuss everything about you. Your identity, your origins, speak freely." Chapter 66, Enchanted Items. The wealthy beauty from the abyss. Through a series of inquiries, Gu Cheng gained a comprehensive understanding of his summoned creature, the third prince of the abyssal fortress. To put it plainly, she was, in fact, of noble lineage. When attempting to summon using the dark grimoire, for reasons unknown, she had inadvertently entered into a contract with him. Astonishingly, her realm was none other than the bottomless abyss. In the future, as the invasion of demons into the human realm escalates, humanity endeavored to capture some high-ranking demons in an attempt to comprehend the nature of their homeland, which birthed such brutal and terrifying entities. Through deeper understanding, humanity began to form a concrete perception of the bottomless abyss. This very awareness directly led to the collapse of many human pioneers' faith, even triggering widespread defection. The bottomless abyss is said to possess countless layers, each inhabited by formidable powers. Most chillingly, slaughter and combat occur incessantly within its depths. It is unfathomable to imagine the horrific spectacle that would unfold if these forces were to gamble everything and breach the dimensional barrier into the human world. Consequently, this led to the complete shattering of the long-held confidence among some humans. The Abyssal Fortress represents a terrifying force within the abyssal layers, led by fallen angels, with its dark legions exceeding over 1,000,000. Such a terrifying foundation. Isabella's father, it turns out, is a demigod. Yet, Gucheng found it curious that, despite such lineage, Isabella was merely at the pinnacle of the Moonlight Realm. This was evidently illogical. Upon further inquiry, Gucheng learned the truth. The Isabella before him, when converted to human years, was merely 18. Just 2 months prior, with her family's support, she had already stepped into the immortal realm. However, the fallen clan grants a single chance of reincarnation upon reaching adulthood. After reincarnation, all energy dissipates into nothingness. Yet there remains a future opportunity to ascend to the 12-winged fallen angel. Endowed with exceptional talent and bolstered by her family, Isabella would not let this rare opportunity slip by. She relinquished her realm, hoping to pursue the chance to become a 12-winged fallen angel. Yet, who could have foreseen that after 2 months of nurturing, she had just barely entered the Moonlight Realm, only to be contracted by Gucheng, thus becoming his slave. One can only say that the world is ever unpredictable. In response to Gucheng's inquiries, Isabella shared all that she knew without reservation. At this juncture, Gucheng naturally understood that he had stumbled upon a treasure. Her talents were so extraordinary, and she had now completed her reincarnation. Most importantly, without the need for personal cultivation, relying solely on familial heritage, one can effortlessly ascend to profound realms. Observing Gucheng lost in contemplation, Isabella felt an overwhelming ache in her legs, still kneeling on the ground like a subservient, reporting everything to him. Yet, she dared not express the slightest dissatisfaction. All she yearned for was to escape this place, regardless of the cost. With this thought, Isabella could not help but plead, "Please let me go. I will offer you something in return." With that, she reached to remove her adornments, presenting them all before Gucheng. There was the final moonlight, the silent diamond, and a bracelet capable of enhancing mental strength. "If you allow me to leave, these shall all be yours." Isabella held up the jewelry, gazing at Gucheng with fervent anticipation. Gucheng extended his hand, taking the jewelry and feeling the elemental power embedded within. His eyes sparkled momentarily with brilliance. Enchanted items. Equipping these would instantly double one's strength. Unlike cursed items, which, despite their formidable might, required enduring peculiar and bizarre curses, enchanted items were different. These weapons and gear were crafted by elite enchanters, devoid of any negative effects, instead significantly amplifying one's abilities. She was truly a treasure. Gucheng, maintaining his composure, collected the enchanted gear. Witnessing his actions, Isabella's eyes reflected a beam of joy as she tremulously inquired, "Do you agree to let me leave?" Upon hearing this, Gucheng's gaze softened considerably. To him, Isabella was a veritable mobile treasury. Controlling her would exponentially enhance the overall strength of Dawn. Such a delectable lamb. How could Gucheng let her go so easily? What must be done to ensure her unwavering loyalty? With simple thoughts, Gucheng placed his hand upon her neck. His robust palm radiated warmth, and as Isabella felt the touch, a peculiar sensation enveloped her. As the third prince of the Abyssal Fortress, who had ever dared to offend her so? Yet, beneath the eaves, one must bow their head. Isabella desperately wished to flee, compounded by Gucheng's earlier strikes that had extinguished her courage. Although discomfort surged within her, she gently bit her tender lip, stifling any sound of refusal. At that moment, Gucheng's voice reached her ears. "You mentioned that one must maintain purity before reincarnation. So, is your body still pure now?" Isabella had never anticipated Gucheng would pose such an intimate question. Had it been before today, anyone daring to affront her thus would have met a fate of torn limbs, cast into a pit teeming with abyssal worms, slowly tortured to death, trapped in the abyss. Which among them is a virtuous being? Yet at this moment, Isabella dared not challenge Gucheng, fearing it might jeopardize her return to the abyss. Thus, she merely entwined her fingers, her voice a faint whisper, "My body remains pure." Only the base succubi would seek such cheap indulgences. As one of noble lineage, though the fallen angel has embraced darkness, Isabella maintains her integrity, for among the men she has known, none possess the qualifications to win her favor. Upon hearing her response, Gucheng nodded, appearing quite satisfied. "Your request to return can be considered." At these words, a glimmer of surprise illuminated Isabella's eyes. However, Gucheng then gently lifted her chin, meeting her gaze as he spoke. "But before that, you must do something for me." Isabella's desire to return to the abyss was overwhelming. Though she sensed something amiss, She could only nod anxiously under the current circumstances. Gu Cheng patted her head. All right, then come with me. With the command lifted, Isabella rose from the ground and followed Gu Cheng toward his abode. Having dwelled in the abyss, her understanding of the human realm was woefully inadequate. Therefore, Gu Cheng needed to impart knowledge of this world's customs to her, which evidently entailed a daunting amount of information. After a prolonged period of instruction, Gu Cheng returned Isabella to the abyss. He had not gone back on his word. What Gu Cheng promised was merely to allow Isabella to return to the abyss. He had never stated he would dissolve their master-servant contract. In the boundless abyss, within the familiar confines of Isabella's room, a stunningly exquisite figure, resembling a soulless marionette, collapsed onto the floor. Her once luminous eyes now held not a glimmer of light. It was evident that Isabella had absorbed an overwhelming amount of knowledge and had now succumbed to a state of madness. Chapter 67. Emergency Rations. The sudden appearance of the human-faced spider. Wear this bracelet, it will aid your abilities. Gu Cheng produced a delicate bracelet and presented it to Pei Jin. This marked the first occasion Gu Cheng had gifted something to himself. At this moment, clad in a loose home outfit, Pei Jin's face broke into a smile, her gaze softening as it lingered affectionately on Gu Cheng. With a look of indulgence, Gu Cheng personally fastened the mithril bracelet around Pei Jin's wrist. The instant the bracelet made contact with her skin, Pei Jin distinctly felt a refreshing sensation coursing through her body. Clearly, the bracelet was indeed the rare treasure Gu Cheng had claimed it to be. How can I thank you? One of Pei Jin's hands rested upon Gu Cheng's shoulder. During the onslaught of the insect tide, Pei Jin shone brilliantly, the power of the cursed witch manifesting vividly before all. Unlike the capabilities of Qin Xinyao, which exude a sacred aura that commands admiration rather than fear, Pei Jin stands in stark contrast, occupying a position of great power, with an extraordinary prowess that instills terror. Her slightly parted crimson lips suggest that a single life could easily be extinguished. Thus, Pei Jin's authority continues to escalate. Not only ordinary individuals, but even extraordinary beings like Zhang Jiahui find themselves constrained in her presence. It can be said that Pei Jin has firmly established her position within the dawn. The pressure she exudes is sufficient to bear the weight of governing her faction. Yet, who would have imagined that such an imposing figure would, at this moment, display the demeanor of a delicate woman over a mere bracelet? The insinuations in her words cast her dignity to the ground, allowing the person before her to tread upon it at will. Gu Cheng observed Pei Jin as she approached, playfully patting her cheek. Are you truly wishing to express your gratitude, or are you seeking my reward? Upon hearing this, Pei Jin's cheeks flushed crimson. She took a deep breath to maintain her composure, but her heart fluttered. Unable to resist, she playfully struck Gu Cheng's shoulder with her soft fist, exhaling a fragrant breath as she smiled and replied, either is fine. A woman who acts coy is undeniably charming, especially when she is typically an aloof beauty. This striking contrast undoubtedly instills a profound sense of accomplishment in the beholder. Gu Cheng gazed at Pei Jin with a smile, shaking his head. I'll make it up to you next time. I must step out for a while. Leaving again? Pei Jin's face was filled with reluctance as she instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist. Gu Cheng nodded. Though dawn appears formidable, without the strength to back it, it is merely a moon reflected in water, an illusion. I cannot remain stagnant. Only by continually growing stronger can dawn emerge as the leader of Jinghai City. Pei Jin hesitated briefly before inquiring, will you be taking Xiaoyu with you this time? After pondering for a moment, Gu Cheng shook his head. Never mind. I need to make haste. You all wait for my return. The significance of Jiangyu is self-evident. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Thus, Gu Cheng must hasten to the jungle where she is located. After all, Pei Yu is merely at the Starlight Realm and cannot endure the intensity of his pace. As for the influence of the Liepidao, isn't Isabella there? As his summoned beast, she would naturally be available at his beck and call. What would Isabella think if she learned that she had become an emergency supply? Not only had Gu Cheng gifted her enchanted equipment to others, but he had also completely dominated her own fate. Truly, the third prince, who commands in the presence of others, becomes a slave to circumstances behind the scenes. Gu Cheng distributed 3 pieces of enchanted equipment to Pei Jin, Qin Xinyao, and Xiao Qingyi. During their previous interactions, Pei Yu had gained numerous advantages, being only one step away from advancing to the Moonlight Realm. Although she did not receive enchanted equipment, Gu Cheng had already bestowed upon her half of the crystal cores acquired by Dawn, aiding Pei Yu in breaking through her limits. As for Emo Xiaoya, the manifestation of her supple abilities requires no enhancement from enchanted equipment. After training under Gu Cheng, she has already reached an extraordinary level with her graceful movements. Naturally, while instructing Isabella, the latter had promised to bring a new batch of enchanted gear during her next visit. At that time, Gu Cheng would be able to allocate and strengthen the remaining extraordinary beings of Dawn. In Gu Cheng's heart, Isabella's status has rapidly risen. For who could resist her wealth and beauty? As for the fiery steed, has it truly resigned itself to being a mount? Gu Cheng is entirely indifferent to this matter. Bound by their master-servant contract, Isabella is destined to remain within his grasp for all eternity. After bidding farewell to several women, Gu Cheng stepped out of dawn. The apocalypse had descended for some time, with the streets ravaged by zombies, dark creatures, and insects. The once bustling thoroughfares now lay in desolate silence, replaced by an endless expanse of desolation. Houses that once commanded exorbitant prices per square meter, requiring a lifetime of toil and the wealth of generations to acquire, now lay in ruins. It seemed that only dawn still thrived amidst the surrounding decay, while all else had transformed into a graveyard. Perhaps, at this juncture, a few fortunate souls remained hidden in the shadows, but regrettably, their courage had long since shattered. Doors and windows were tightly sealed, barricading any glimpse of the world outside, for they feared that the moment they dared to draw back the curtains, they would be targeted by the lurking monsters. Though they appeared to be alive, their spirits had already crumbled. Once their last morsel of food was exhausted, only eternal rest awaited them. The apocalypse itself is a bloody arena of survival. Without the will to fight or seize, the only outcome is a dead end. To avert unnecessary troubles, Gu Cheng unleashed his full aura, the intimidation of the moonlit realm. Except for the mindless zombies, dark creatures dared not approach even a step closer. Thus, Gu Cheng hastened his pace significantly. According to the map, just as Gu Cheng had traversed one-third of his journey, he suddenly came to a halt. Ahead lay a park, once a cherished locale for city dwellers to stroll, now devoid of laughter and joy, littered instead with severed limbs and scattered remnants. Above the park, countless spider webs hung ominously. Narrowing his eyes, Gu Cheng peered deeper, catching sight of a colossal spider web prominently situated at the center. Within this web, countless cocoons, ensnared in silken threads, numbered in the hundreds. A flicker of recognition flashed in Gu Cheng's mind, and he murmured to himself, has the human-faced ghost spider, one of the 6 insect kings under the future soul-devouring ant queen, begun to reveal its true potential? Chapter 68. A mysterious ability, the replaced head. At its zenith, the influence of the soul-devouring ant queen extended throughout the Silent Sea City. It was precisely due to this that 6 formidable and terrifying insect kings were born, with the human-faced ghost spider ranking among them. Though not the strongest of the 6, the human-faced ghost spider matched the queen in intellect, embodying the essence of her most representative minions. As for the reason, Gu Cheng gazed upon the park ensnared by a web of spider silk and slowly stepped inside. The park, shrouded in a veil of white webs, seemed to obscure the very vision of those who entered. Faint hissing and rustling sounds echoed eerily around him, hinting at the presence of lurking creatures. Gu Cheng listened intently, sensing something amiss. He swiftly raised the blade of rupture and swung it forward. With a splatter of foul, sanguine liquid, a massive spider, covered in barbed spines, fell to the ground. This creature was the size of a calf, its 8 compound eyes blinking in the dim light. Despite being cleaved in two, the resilience of its life force lingered, though its essence had long been consumed by the blade of rupture. After a brief struggle, it lay still. Notably, the spider's head was adorned with a dense coat of hair, not black, but a striking crimson. The infernal spider was an oddity. As it devoured life, its body morphed and sprouted hair. Though these strands appeared soft, they could launch forth like steel needles, effortlessly piercing through metal. Just moments prior, the creature had attempted a stealthy ambush, but Gu Cheng had anticipated its move, delivering a decisive strike. From its thick mane, it was evident that this creature had ascended to the stellar realm, preying on the souls that wandered here, the toll of which was immeasurable. However, Gu Cheng merely cast a glance at this aberration before continuing onward. As he traversed deeper into the park, he encountered a multitude of bizarre spiders. Some harbored deadly venom. A mere touch could cause flesh to weep and fester. Yet before Gu Cheng, these arachnids stood no chance, swiftly succumbing to his blade, littering the ground with their lifeless forms. Before long, he arrived at the heart of the park. Observing the cocoons suspended in the web, he raised his hand and sliced through one, revealing its contents. To his shock, he discovered the body of a woman ensnared within. Despite the passage of time, her form appeared remarkably lifelike, with alabaster skin that retained a semblance of elasticity. Strangely, her head had vanished, severed cleanly without a trace of injury. Opening additional cocoons, Gu Cheng found not only humans, but also dark beings such as demons and goblins. The male bodies were intact, yet the heads of all the women had inexplicably disappeared. At that moment, a sudden whoosh sliced through the air from behind him. Gu Cheng swiftly evaded, retreating to the side, only to find the ground ensnared in a highly adhesive webbing. This was merely the beginning. In the next instant, a barrage of webs and venom hurtled toward him. An onslaught so dense it was difficult to fathom it originated from a single spider. Such an assault, for an average extraordinary being, would be akin to a mire. Once ensnared, escape would be nearly impossible. To the dismay of the ambusher, Gu Cheng had long since ascended to the moonlight realm. These seemingly swift attacks appeared to unfold in slow motion to him, allowing him to deftly evade each one with a mere sidestep. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward, a force of nature akin to a tsunami that swept all in its path, extraordinary and awe-inspiring. With the Leopoldal raised, he unleashed a powerful swing. The resulting force generated a thunderous sound that shattered the air. A figure was struck, hurtling backward until it collided with a colossal tree, finally coming to a halt. Throughout the encounter, Gu Cheng's expression remained unchanged, as if such a skirmish had failed to stir even the slightest tumult within his heart. The sound of his footsteps echoed ominously, resembling the harbinger of doom. At that moment, a delicate voice, ensnared within the silken threads, suddenly cried out in a plea for mercy. "Do not kill me. I will comply with whatever you desire." As she spoke, a youthful face emerged through the strands, revealing a young woman who appeared barely of age, her cherubic visage adorned with the youthful glow of collagen. Most enchanting were her eyes, which, instead of the usual ebony, shimmered like a kaleidoscope, constantly shifting in a mesmerizing display of colors. Under the influence of such captivating eyes, anyone would be inclined to approach for a closer look. With her lips slightly parted, her voice was sweet and tender, as if a gentle hand were deftly plucking at Gu Cheng's heartstrings. "Please, do not harm me. I am so frightened. Could you hold me?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Cheng seemed genuinely moved, advancing toward her as she lured him deeper into her trap. The young woman, witnessing his approach, could not suppress a smile that hinted at her devious intentions. "You foolish human, I shall torment you thoroughly. I will extract half of your brain, leaving you fully aware yet utterly bound, until you beg for death." Her thoughts were steeped in darkness. As Gu Cheng drew closer, the young woman attempted to reveal her fangs, reminiscent of how she had ensnared her prey in the past. Suddenly, mid-step, Gu Cheng raised the Leopoldal and struck down upon her head with a swift motion. The razor-sharp blade tore through her delicate features. In an instant, the beautiful maiden who had been pleading for a hug was transformed into a grotesque mass. Yet, chillingly, as her head shattered, a piercing scream echoed from within the hidden silken strands. Almost immediately, another head emerged from the side, resting where the young woman's shattered visage had been. This new face bore the marks of maturity, appearing to be around 25 or 26 years old, exuding an air of captivating allure. Her eyes tightly shut as though entranced in slumber. At that precise moment, her closed eyelids suddenly flickered open. The gaze directed at Gu Cheng was filled with disbelief and terror, the lips trembling as he stammered in a quivering plea. "Do not kill me, I beg you. This is my last head." Such is the creature known as the human-faced spider. The intelligence of this being is unparalleled among the insect kings, for it possesses the ability to harvest human heads and, in doing so, inherit all the knowledge residing within the victim's mind. In Chapter 69, titled The Treachery of the Insect Clan, The Hidden Watchers, a colossal, multicolored spider loomed before Gu Cheng. What was most unnerving was that it did not crouch upon the ground but stood upright as a human would. Its legs had developed barbed protrusions resembling fingers, which had just moments ago gripped a head, allowing the human-faced spider to interchange heads and engage in conversation. Atop its form rested the last head it had referenced. The enchanting visage bore an alluring aura, indicative of a once blissful life in peaceful times. Yet, with the advent of the apocalypse, this head had been severed by the human-faced spider and had become one of its trophies. At this moment, the beautiful face quivered with suppressed sobs. Any ordinary person who beheld this sight might instantly succumb to its beguiling charm. The allure was, indeed, one of the spider's abilities. As its power grew, countless human warriors on the future battlefield would likely fall under its spell, becoming mere pawns of the insect race. However, such levels of seduction were of no concern to Gu Cheng. Still not compliant, Gu Cheng furrowed his brow and raised his blade, decisively striking towards the creature's ear. With a sickening squelch, the previously enchanting beauty found her ears severed, and hot blood began to pour forth. As it consumed human consciousness, the agony was similarly transferred. Thus, as the ear was torn apart, the human-faced spider instantly endured unimaginable torment. Should this head be shattered by Gu Cheng, it would signify the complete demise of the human-faced spider. Contemplating this, the once mighty insect king, which had easily crushed humans like ants, now cowered on the ground. Its bloodied face no longer daring to display allure, but instead filled with fear and panic. "Do not kill me. I beg you, please do not kill me. I do not wish to die. I have only just transformed from an insect into this form. I truly do not wish for death." In these chaotic times, those with fortune arise. Beyond mere humans, zombies, insects, and dark creatures also harbor their fortunate souls. The fortune of this creature was indeed immense. comparable to that of the original wielder of the broken blade. Gu Cheng placed the broken blade against the jaw of the human-faced spider, lifting it slowly, and inquired, "Has an ant approached you recently?" Its ability lay in the mass breeding of mutated insects. Upon hearing Gu Cheng's question, the human-faced spider was left dazed, its beautiful face bleeding from the loss of an ear. Yet, paralyzed by fear, it dared not hesitate and promptly replied, "No, I do not know. I have been hunting here all along, yet I have never encountered an ant capable of breeding mutated insects." Gu Cheng's primary aim in severely injuring the human-faced ghost spider was to instill a sense of fear within it. At this moment, through his keen gaze, Gu Cheng discerned only profound terror and panic, devoid of any signs of guilt or hesitation. It was evident that the soul-devouring ant queen had yet to locate her adversary. Much like Gu Cheng's establishment of Dawn, which relentlessly devoured and occupied, thereby amassing a legion of extraordinary beings and warriors, the soul-devouring ant queen was on a similar path. As her strength burgeoned, she obliterated the small factions of insects that had formed in Silent Sea City, thus achieving unparalleled hegemony. At this juncture, the human-faced ghost spider, in a more straightforward sense, was still an independent entity, not yet under the dominion of the soul-devouring ant queen. This, undoubtedly, was fortuitous news for Gu Cheng. The soul-devouring ant queen resembled an elusive loach. In her previous life, despite the congregation of countless formidable beings in Silent Sea City, none had uncovered her whereabouts. Gu Cheng, intent on capturing her and transforming her into his thrall, was prepared to employ any means necessary. The human-faced ghost spider, without a doubt, presented an ideal opportunity for such an endeavor. Insect does not deceive insect. This notion is deeply ingrained. After all, even if the soul-devouring ant queen possessed extraordinary intelligence, how could she fathom that the human-faced ghost spider, which had slaughtered countless humans and even decapitated them to adorn its lair, was, in truth, a traitor to its kind? Observing the visibly terrified and utterly shaken human-faced ghost spider, Gu Cheng proclaimed with unwavering authority, "Acknowledge me as your master, and assist me in a task, and I may consider sparing your life. Otherwise, I will sever your head and erase your existence from this world." Creatures of the dark races and insects have the capacity to subjugate humans through their formidable power, becoming their pawns, infiltrating various factions and strongholds to relay secrets and instigate chaos. Why should Gu Cheng not reverse this paradigm? He could directly subjugate the human-faced ghost spider, transforming it into a concealed sentinel nestled beside the soul-devouring ant queen. A once insignificant life now possessed intellect comparable to that of humans. For the human-faced ghost spider, survival was paramount, and it was willing to pay any price for it. Immediately, the human-faced ghost spider began to kowtow fervently to Gu Cheng, each bow executed with utmost fervor, to the extent that its previously exquisite visage was now reduced to a grotesque, bloodied mess. This stark transformation illustrates that, despite its newfound human-like wisdom, the human-faced ghost spider's conduct mirrored that of an insect, brutal and tyrannical. Its true value lay not in the preservation of its own head, but rather in the knowledge and high-dimensional experiences contained within the minds of others. Gu Cheng, who harbored distrust even towards humanity, was hardly inclined to trust the oaths of an insect. Anticipating this, Gu Cheng snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a graceful figure clad in scant attire materialized beside him. Isabella had just finished bathing and donned her nightwear, preparing for slumber. Over the past few days, her thoughts had been consumed by the lessons imparted by Gu Cheng. Past knowledge, once entirely unfamiliar, had been thoroughly assimilated under his guidance, evolving from initial attempts to a comprehensive understanding. Perhaps the profound knowledge she had absorbed inadvertently conjured peculiar images in her mind. Lying in bed, she found herself unable to escape the clutches of insomnia. As she tossed and turned, struggling to fall asleep, the figure she had longed for appeared before her once more. In that moment, Isabella stood gracefully before Gu Cheng, her long black silk cascading over her shoulders, and her butterfly-like lashes fluttered with a tremor upon seeing him. The exquisite nightgown, woven from the ethereal silk of the celestial realm's hunting spider, clung to her alluring form, accentuating her captivating allure. Most mesmerizing were her long legs, intertwined in nervousness, rendering her utterly enchanting. Upon encountering Gu Cheng, the proud and haughty third prince of the abyssal fortress instinctively called out, "Master." Chapter 70. The Ultimate Goal. Gu Cheng's ambition. Isabella froze at those words, her cheeks flushing crimson. This was not her intention. She bit her lip, a dazed expression washing over her face, as echoes of Gu Cheng's humiliating taunts reverberated in her mind. Had anyone warned her before such an ordeal that she would be subjected to such degradation, Isabella would have sworn to exact a brutal revenge. Yet, now that the situation had unfolded before her, how could she have ever imagined becoming such a person? Rather than resisting, She felt an inexplicable delight at the mere sight of Gu Cheng. I must be losing my mind. Isabella thought that perhaps he had cast a spell upon her heart. Otherwise, how could she still yearn for someone who had treated her with such disdain? I shall find a way to break the curse he has placed upon me, and then I will make him taste humiliation. Even her earlier utterance of master was not genuine, but rather a result of his relentless hypnosis, implanting thoughts within her mind. Yes, it must be so. At this moment, Isabella adamantly refused to acknowledge her complete subjugation, instead stubbornly believing that she had been ensnared by some form of soul manipulation or hypnosis. After all, how could she, the illustrious third prince of the abyssal fortress, be reduced to the state of a wretched succubus, willingly entrapped by pleasure, and become a mere slave? Having come to this realization, Isabella finally breathed a sigh of relief. Isabella, I am here, master, she instinctively responded, her muscle memory kicking in at the sound of his call. However, upon witnessing Gu Cheng's satisfied smile, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. She wished she could vanish into a crevice in the earth. Hypnosis. It must be hypnosis. I could never willingly utter those two words. At that moment, Isabella dared not imagine the wrath her sister would unleash upon discovering her in such a state. Surely, her sister would seek to dissolve the master-servant contract between herself and Gu Cheng. Isabella intertwined her hands, concealing a matter that, not only strangers, but even the closest individuals could never fathom. I must guard this secret, for it is steeped in overwhelming shame. Gu Cheng observed the shifting expressions of Isabella with keen interest. The first impression of her was one of haughty arrogance, yet at this moment, she appeared meek and submissive. In truth, the more elevated and sheltered a gilded canary is, the easier it is to control. She had never endured the harshness of reality. A display of force, without a doubt, would unmistakably reveal the chasm between them. Naturally, this premise hinges on the fact that the aggressor wields absolute power. The Isabella before him was even more compliant than Gu Cheng had anticipated. Witnessing her demeanor, he mused, perhaps I can seize the moment and swiftly conquer her heart. When that time arrives, she will undoubtedly cry out, beseeching her half-god father for enchanted equipment to appease me. In that instant, Gu Cheng felt as though he resembled a wild-haired rider on a ghostly steed. It was an absolute domination. Isabella was destined to be unable to rise again. Yet, Gu Cheng did not forget the purpose of summoning her. Gazing at Isabella's countenance, he spoke. I recall that the fallen angel lineage possesses the ability to extract and imprint the souls of others, do they not? Isabella realized she had never shared this with Gu Cheng. How did he come to know? Could it be that I inadvertently revealed it during my hypnosis? At that moment, a scarlet image flashed in Isabella's mind. She envisioned herself kneeling before him, clad in scant garments, her gaze vacant and expressionless, as she divulged secrets upon his inquiry, subsequently commanded to commit numerous acts of shame. Contemplating this, Isabella gained a clearer understanding of Gu Cheng's malevolence. How could he behave in such a manner? Yet, in contrast, Gu Cheng observed Isabella with her head bowed, lost in thought, her skin visibly flushed, and her eyes seemingly glistening with unshed tears, veiled in a layer of rosy mist. What was this fellow contemplating? Given the gravity of the situation, Gu Cheng called out, Isabella, I am here. Upon hearing his voice, Isabella appeared as though her thoughts had been laid bare, immediately responding with palpable tension. Gu Cheng scrutinized her captivating gaze and inquired gravely, I am asking you a question. What are you thinking? Isabella's lips parted slightly, instinctively replying, I was thinking, yet she quickly realized that if he learned what her thoughts were, she shuddered at the thought of how he might torment her. Thus, she hastily amended, I was contemplating how to use that spell. It has been some time since I last employed the soul-binding spell. Gu Cheng then pointed towards the nearby faceless spider, commanding, use the soul-binding spell on her. He turned to the terrified faceless spider, speaking in a low, commanding tone, and you, with the most venomous of vows, pledge to me that you shall never betray me. The human-faced spider never anticipated that with but a snap of his fingers, Gu Cheng could summon an entity like Isabella before him. Though Isabella's reincarnation had diminished her powers significantly, the fierce aura emanating from her very core compelled the human-faced spider to nearly bury itself in the earth. Coupled with Gu Cheng's imposing presence, she promptly accessed her memories and recited every possible venomous oath at her disposal. Once the binding spell was completed, Gu Cheng sought to validate its efficacy by compelling Isabella to enact punitive measures. Consequently, after merely a minute of punishment, the human-faced spider's features contorted grotesquely. In such a state, even the slightest notion of treachery would subject it to relentless torment, leading to its demise. Observing the human-faced spider kneeling in supplication, Gu Cheng finally revealed his true intentions. I require you to locate the ant I previously mentioned, assisted in consuming the scattered insect forces around, and thereby seize control of the entire Jinghai city in a sweeping surge. Gu Cheng aimed for grand ambitions, with the human-faced spider as his informant. He sought to gather all insect kings and mutated creatures within Jinghai City. Beyond capturing the soul-devouring Ant Queen, there existed an ultimate goal: to orchestrate a horrific blood sacrifice through a cataclysmic insect tide sweeping across Jinghai City. Chapter 71: The Mask of Calamity. A cursed object imbued with life. Gu Cheng emerged from the park, leaving the human-faced spider behind. The bait had been cast. Now, all that remained was to wait for the soul-devouring Ant Queen to take the hook. This time, Gu Cheng's ambition extended beyond the Ant Queen. He sought to encompass all insects residing in Jinghai City. As for the soul-binding spell, which pertained to the realm of souls, the Ant Queen, no matter how astute, would never suspect that the human-faced spider had already become her servant prior to pledging its loyalty. Isabella did not return to the abyssal fortress. Instead, she was clad in a thin nightgown, making her movements appear somewhat awkward. Especially when a gust of wind swept by, it brought a chill, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Gu Cheng, noticing Isabella's discomfort, passed by a clothing store and took her inside for a complimentary shopping spree. "Do you fancy the attire of the human world?" he inquired, observing Isabella in her new outfit. Compared to her previous appearance, Isabella's visage had not returned to its former state. Rather, it had grown even more radiant. At that moment, she donned a fitted school uniform that accentuated her perfect figure, exuding an extraordinary charm that captivated the eye. Her lower half was adorned with a cute black pleated skirt, complemented by round-toed leather shoes, transforming Isabella from an aloof seductress into an endearing young maiden. This shop was, in fact, a specialized store for Lolita fashion. Isabella had meticulously selected the longest skirt available, shunning the ultra-short options that posed a risk of exposure with every step. Are humans truly this liberated? Isabella's mind was awash with questions. Yet, despite her turmoil, her hands instinctively clutched the hem of her dress, a flicker of anxiety gracing her countenance as she inquired. "The style is quite peculiar, but does it truly look good?" This marked Isabella's first venture into such attire, rendering her somewhat uncertain as she sought the opinion of Gu Cheng. Gu Cheng appraised Isabella from head to toe, the student garb adorning her figure diminishing her haughtiness and infusing her demeanor with a playful charm. The stark contrast evoked in him an unmistakable urge, as if three bold words were emblazoned above her: "Conquer me." Clearly, at that moment, Gu Cheng's mind was overwhelmed with a blush-inducing impulse. However, with pressing matters at hand, he was not so weak-willed as to succumb to such superficial desires. "It looks splendid. I truly like it," Gu Cheng affirmed with a nod, his praise unreserved. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Isabella's lips. The knowledge that Gu Cheng appreciated her appearance sparked an unexpected flutter of joy within her heart. Yet, as she became aware of this shift in her emotions, she was taken aback. "I shall not delight in the flattery of this villain, especially while clad in such shameful attire. His hypnotic influence is far too potent. I must devise a way to save myself." Proud Isabella could hardly accept that a mere lesson could lead to her heart being ensnared. "I am no succubus. I am not so base." It seemed that only through unceasing self-denial could Isabella maintain the scant remnants of her dignity in Gu Cheng's presence. The two continued their journey. Following a heavy rain, puddles lingered by the roadside, teeming with visible insect eggs. No longer minuscule, these eggs were now the size of a fist, hinting at the monstrous creatures that would soon emerge. Moreover, some zombies had become mobile nests for these eggs, shambling across the ground. Occasionally, centipede and cockroach-like larvae would break through their skin, crawling into the realm of humanity. The incursion of these insects had wrought a cataclysmic transformation upon the situation in Jinghai City. Just then, a heart-wrenching wail suddenly echoed from ahead. It was not the lament of a banshee. The voices, both male and female, seemed to emanate from souls enduring unspeakable torment, their cries piercing the air like daggers. Gu Cheng led Isabella towards the source of the sound, and with just a glance, even he, accustomed to death, could not suppress a frown. In the distance, a streetlight revealed a shocking sight. A man and a woman bound together, utterly naked, their bodies marred by numerous shallow cuts inflicted by a knife. To add to their plight, honey was smeared over their wounds. It was crucial to note that the city was currently besieged by a plague of insects. The creatures, drawn to sweetness and the scent of blood, were irresistibly attracted to the scene. At this moment, a multitude of insects crawled over their bodies, their sharp mandibles opening like instruments of torture, relentlessly tormenting a man and a woman. They had lost track of time as they were gnawed upon, their voices turning hoarse, and the flesh on their arms was almost entirely devoured, revealing patches of white bone. Even if Qin Xinyao were present, she would be helpless in such a dire situation. Witnessing this, Gu Cheng said little. He merely swung the splitting blade forward. With a swift motion, two heads fell to the ground, bringing an end to their agonizing torment. Gu Cheng, though brutal, understood that the ground beneath him was a blood-soaked arena. He believed in killing without cruelty. His methods of murder were straightforward. either cleaving victims in two or decapitating them outright. However, the deliberate torment he witnessed suggested that the perpetrator had long abandoned their humanity, their soul now entirely governed by primal instincts. At that moment, a shadow suddenly leapt from the third floor nearby. Following this, a cacophony erupted as dozens of individuals, armed with a variety of weapons, appeared before Gu Cheng. Among them were not only blades, but also firearms acquired from unknown sources. The leader's face was obscured, save for a grotesque mask that adorned it, an eerie visage with horns, reminiscent of a top predator lurking in the abyss, exuding an aura of dread. The masked figure's crimson eyes pierced through the hollow sockets, surveying the surroundings, instilling an immediate chill in those who locked eyes with him. In contrast, Gu Cheng's expression was not one of shock, but rather one of delight. Another cursed artifact, the Dread Mask, rivaling the Splitting Blade in notoriety. Yet, he pondered how many masters this mask had claimed before him. His thoughts were spurred by the notorious reputation of this mask, known for consuming the lives of all its previous wearers, leaving behind mere husks. The reason for this was that the Dread Mask was, in truth, a living entity. Rather than merely a decorative item, the Dread Mask could be viewed as a parasitic being with a will of its own. It emanated an intense desire, compelling its holder to place it upon their face. The moment the mask made contact with the skin, it fused completely with the wearer's body. Removing it would require the complete destruction of one's visage, otherwise, it could not be dislodged. More terrifying still was the mental torment inflicted upon the wearer, who, under its relentless influence, would become exceedingly savage. Unlike the Splitting Blade, which, though bloodthirsty, offered its master some energy in return, the Dread Mask provided no such solace. The Calamity Mask, however, affects solely the psyche of its wearer, gradually transforming them from human into a cruel and savage beast. Once the wearer's consciousness is utterly obliterated, the mask proceeds to its next stage, perceiving the wearer as a delectable feast to be consumed entirely, draining every ounce of life essence. Even the visage of the individual is claimed, leaving behind merely a skeletal face, discarded carelessly upon the ground. As it continually siphons life force, by the late stages of the apocalypse, the entity begins to regard humanity as mere prey, leading countless powerful individuals to succumb to its insidious influence and meet tragic ends. The recent heinous massacre was evidently orchestrated by the mask's current bearer. In Gu Cheng's mind, thoughts swirled as the wearer of the Calamity Mask scrutinized him and Isabella beside him. Particularly upon gazing at the latter, the once crimson gaze shimmered with a sharp glint, revealing an intense greed. The erosion of consciousness does not equate to a lack of desire. Rather, total descent into darkness allows one's innermost malevolence to be unleashed without restraint. In the next instant, a somber voice resonated in Gu Cheng's ear. "Leave the woman. I shall ensure your death is more comfortable." Gu Cheng recognized the voice, yet had never encountered such a deep, raspy, and jarring tone. The cacophony was imbued with an overwhelming discomfort, a testament to the adversary's leniency. As the words fell, a veil of loathsome depravity cloaked the faces of those surrounding them. Birds of a feather flocked together. Under the influence of the wearer, they reveled in their current existence, indulging in wanton acts of violence. Moments ago, they may have been huddled together, laughing and reveling in the torment inflicted upon the pair before them. In this moment, Isabella had undoubtedly become their next target for cruelty. What a stunning beauty! If only I could touch her, I'd gladly sacrifice a decade of my life. One exclaimed. The boss feasts, and we too should savor some of the broth. Is this man her partner? I say, spare him. Let him watch helplessly. It's far more exhilarating. These individuals, intoxicated by newfound abilities, were blissfully unaware of the vastness of their ignorance, oblivious to the fact that the boss's prowess far exceeded their comprehension. Presently, they exchanged shameless banter, fixated on Isabella and Gu Cheng. Their words betrayed a profound trust in the so-called boss, evidently having witnessed the masked bearer exhibit formidable strength on numerous occasions. Yet, in comparison to Gu Cheng, their primary concern remained Isabella. Her extraordinary aura, accentuated by a short skirt that showcased her figure, rendered her legs, pale to the point of radiance, seemingly beyond the capabilities of even AI artistry to capture. Though Isabella struggled to comprehend the crude utterances of the men, their lecherous expressions left her profoundly displeased. Thus, with a sullen visage and furrowed brows, she could not help but exclaim in anger, "A bunch of swine," though it appeared as an insult. The combination of her striking features and disdainful expression elevated Isabella's allure to its zenith. In times of peace, should they gaze at others with such unabashed audacity? Even uttering foul words, they would only find themselves scorned, akin to cockroaches scurrying into dark corners, trembling in fear. Yet this was the apocalypse. The masses, led by their so-called leader, unleashed their malice with reckless abandon. They were not blind. They could perceive the exquisite beauty before them, chastising them in a tongue they could not comprehend, rather than inciting anger. Isabella's look of contempt ignited within them an unprecedented exhilaration, for they knew that soon they could compel her to beg for mercy in their own way, just as they had done to other victims during this tumultuous period. Observing the chaos before him, Gucheng found himself utterly disinterested. Aside from the bearer of the calamity mask, the rest appeared to him as repulsive as insects by the roadside. After all, while insects might engage in self-destruction, they did not torment their own kind in such a manner. Yet these individuals had indeed taken action. They had killed. Gucheng had yet to witness Isabella's prowess, and he was curious to see what surprises the reincarnated version of her could bring forth. Isabella was not the naive princess confined within a castle, unaware of the world. Having dwelled in the abyss, she understood better than anyone that her father maintained a foothold in this harsh realm not through gentleness, but through brutal and ruthless means. The moment these individuals brazenly directed their gaze upon her, the murderous intent within Isabella had already begun to stir. She refrained from acting solely due to the absence of Gucheng's command. Now, as his order was given, a smile graced Isabella's lips, one that resembled a fleeting bloom. A long-awaited moment of brilliance after years of yearning. Consequently, upon witnessing this, the crowd felt as though their souls ascended to paradise, experiencing an exquisite sense of relief. Yet, in the next moment, a pair of obsidian wings materialized behind Isabella without warning. Whoosh, whoosh. As the wings unfurled, countless feathers shot forth, transforming Isabella into an angel of retribution, exuding an overwhelming aura of intimidation. The masked figures, upon witnessing her display of power, swiftly evaded to a distance of several meters. However, the ordinary individuals were not so fortunate. Before they could comprehend the situation, their bodies were pierced by the feathers, and in mere moments, over 30 of them lay slain in a pool of blood, with none spared. This was the ruthless side of Isabella. Her tenderness belonged solely to Gucheng. At this moment, Gucheng turned to the somewhat dazed masked figure and remarked with a smile, "Tear off your face. Perhaps I might consider granting you a more comfortable demise." Chapter 73. The Supremacy of Power, the Calamity Mask of Forging. What constitutes high-level derision? At this moment, Gucheng reflected the threat posed by the individual before him back at his adversary, unaltered. In stark contrast, Fanji's crimson gaze appeared considerably dimmed. He was the possessor of the Calamity Mask. Fanji did not lead a tragic life. In fact, during times of peace, he was a privileged heir. Upon graduation, while his peers toiled tirelessly in pursuit of their livelihoods, lost in uncertainty about the future, Fanji had already attained financial freedom. The beauties whom others gazed up to were, in his eyes, mere canaries to be toyed with at will. A multitude of luxury cars adorned his collection, and exquisite timepieces filled an entire cabinet. However, amidst such overwhelming wealth, he gradually developed a sense of ennui, having indulged excessively in a life unattainable for the average person. Consequently, he began to pursue extreme sports to alleviate his restless spirit. Yet, in that very moment, the apocalypse descended upon the world. To his astonishment, he encountered the Calamity Mask. Upon their first meeting, a beguiling voice echoed in his ears, incessantly urging him to don the mask that exuded an enigmatic aura. Under the influence of the Calamity Mask, Fanji became its inaugural master. It was through this experience that he discovered a plethora of intriguing aspects within what he had once deemed a tedious existence. He attempted to derive satisfaction through acts of brutality. A pair of individuals, merely seeking sustenance, fell prey to his gaze and subsequently endured unspeakable torment. Why? Fanji found it amusing, nothing more. The Calamity Mask magnified the darkest facets of one's soul, and under its sway, the lives he extinguished for his own release had long surpassed the double digits. Yet, this twisted individual, whose psyche teetered on the brink of collapse, now stood utterly speechless, frozen in place, silently observing the scene before him. What ferocity! What disintegration of consciousness! It became evident that even under extreme duress, he could still maintain his composure. After all, the corpses strewn across the ground were profoundly jarring. Fanji could scarcely fathom that the girl before him, clad in a short skirt and evoking countless fantasies, could exhibit such ruthless savagery. A mere disagreement led to immediate bloodshed. No, this could not simply be classified as murder. It was a one-sided massacre. The subordinates he had painstakingly gathered around him, upon a single encounter, were reduced to a heap of corpses. Even more unsettling was the terrifying penetrative power of the feathers. Upon contact, it felt akin to being struck by a sniper bullet, resulting in the complete dismemberment of their bodies. Some struck the head, erupting like bloody fireworks, their essence splattering into the air. The realm under Fanji's dominion had ceased to be a paradise of caprice. It instantaneously transformed into a death domain, replete with corpses and scattered entrails. Consequently, The mental erosion instigated by the Calamity Mask had somewhat diminished, allowing Fan Zhi to regain a semblance of clarity. This is a means of self-preservation derived from the Calamity Mask. The Calamity Mask, possessing a certain level of vitality, similarly imparted an extreme sense of horror upon Gu Cheng and Isabella. It relinquished Fan Zhi's mental permissions, enabling him to make the right choices in such an environment. At this moment, Fan Zhi's lips trembled as he attempted to explain, "It is all a misunderstanding." Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng slowly shook his head, his gaze toward Fan Zhi shifting from languid to sinister. "I am dissatisfied with your response. If you cannot take action yourself, allow me to assist you." With that, he lunged forward. In that instant, Gu Cheng resembled a predatory tiger, the force generated by his rush causing every cell within Fan Zhi to wail in terror. What Gu Cheng sought was merely the Calamity Mask adorning the other's face. As for the wearer, he was akin to an empty husk, long since decayed and foul, devoid of any value. They still maintained a distance of 6 meters, yet Gu Cheng had already raised his splintering blade, swinging it toward his opponent. Observing this, a fierce glint flickered in Fan Zhi's eyes as he crossed his arms defensively over his chest. Boom! A piercing sound erupted. Fan Zhi was slammed against the adjacent wall, yet his body remained unscathed. In that brief moment of collision, the opponent unleashed a unique defensive power characteristic of the Moonlit Realm. Intriguing. Gu Cheng mused as he gazed at the mask on the other's face. It was evident that Fan Zhi had narrowly evaded disaster, thanks to the protection of the Calamity Mask. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred as Fan Zhi's body began to tremble and convulse, as if he were enduring unimaginable torment. A high-pitched, agonizing scream erupted from him. Furthermore, his body began to wither. Subsequently, the Calamity Mask on his face began to peel away. It was as though they had been bonded with a powerful adhesive, and now the mask was being forcibly removed, inflicting unprecedented pain upon the wearer. Despite Fan Zhi's endless wails, the Calamity Mask showed no sign of ceasing its relentless extraction. As the mask was torn away, it revealed the crimson, fleshy patterns beneath. With the Calamity Mask's separation from its wearer, Fan Zhi's bodily functions rapidly aged. A gust of wind swept by, and the wearer was reduced to dust, vanishing from the mortal realm. At this moment, the Calamity Mask bounced and landed before Gu Cheng. It resembled a stray cat, pitifully drenched by a torrential downpour. Soon after, a voice echoed in Gu Cheng's mind, "Where me?" Having witnessed Gu Cheng's formidable power, the mask had discarded Fan Zhi and sought a new target. Gu Cheng could hardly believe the peculiarities of this world. Who would have thought that a mask could display such a posture of supplication? Yet, Gu Cheng remained impervious to its allure. This level of mental influence was mere child's play. Without hesitation, Gu Cheng lifted his foot and stepped upon the mask. This seemingly inflicted excruciating pain upon the Mask of Calamity, as the voice within Gu Cheng's mind transformed once more, resembling the anguished cries of insects or rodents. Reaching an unbearable cacophony, Gu Cheng gazed down upon the Mask of Calamity, stating with conviction, "I do indeed admire you, yet I have no intention of donning you." As the words left his lips, a pitch-black rift suddenly opened beside him, from which the Knight of Calamity emerged. The Knight, devoid of flesh, fused with the sentient Mask of Calamity. What kind of chemical reaction would this produce? Gu Cheng was filled with intense curiosity. Chapter 74, Terrifying Devour. The Ascension of the Knight of Calamity to the Corona Realm. The Mask of Calamity seemed to sense something, trembling as it attempted to escape Gu Cheng's grasp. However, Gu Cheng would not squander this rare opportunity, firmly trampling it underfoot. Subsequently, under his command, the Knight of Calamity extended its hand, seizing the mask within its bony, ivory fingers, to wear it. If Isabella possessed remarkable wisdom and independent thought, then the undead Knight of Calamity served as Gu Cheng's very own instrument of slaughter. It would unconditionally execute all of Gu Cheng's commands. Even if he ordered it to extinguish its soul flame, it would comply without hesitation. Thus, the Knight of Calamity did not pause for even a moment, swiftly removing the armor that clung to its form. In an instant, a skeletal visage, pale as bone, was revealed before Gu Cheng. Unlike ordinary skeletal warriors, the flames of its soul burned a vibrant blue. Having traversed the realm of the living through a blood sacrifice of countless demonic corpses, the Knight of Calamity had ascended to the pinnacle of the Moonlit Realm. Consequently, the flames of its soul, tainted by the essence of slaughter, had transformed into a deep crimson. These malevolent soul flames possessed the ability to sear the very essence of a being. An ordinary person would find their soul incinerated within mere moments of gazing upon them, reduced to a mindless husk. At this juncture, the Mask of Calamity continued to tremble, striving to escape. Yet, the Knight of Calamity's mighty hand, akin to a vice, gripped it tightly, pressing it against its bone-chilling cheek. The previous wearer, whose vitality had been entirely consumed, had merely been the mask's first target in its earthly hunt. Countless lives had already perished in the dimension where the mask once resided. Although it appeared that the Mask of Calamity possessed intelligence, little did it know that this intelligence was merely a byproduct of its instinctual nature, honed through the consumption of living beings. At that moment, upon affixing itself to the Night of Calamity, the mask instinctively released the scent of flesh, attempting to merge with the victim's visage. Regrettably, the current host was not a being of flesh and blood, but a mere skeleton. As the mask emitted its sanguine aroma, an unimaginable force erupted from the Night of Calamity's soul. As an undead entity, to consume life is indeed an instinct. How could it possibly resist such an overwhelming essence of vitality? At this moment, two instincts, born from the depths of the soul, begin to collide. The sudden act of absorption leaves the Mask of Calamity in a state of astonishment. In times past, it had only devoured others. It had never contemplated the day it might itself be consumed. The Mask of Calamity strives to maintain its ground, yet regrettably, it has already fused with the Calamity Knight. As it adheres to the skeletal visage, its fate is irrevocably sealed. Before the naked eye, the once starkly bony Calamity Knight begins to exhibit flesh-like textures. Starting from the cheek, Isabella, witnessing this, finds it remarkably intriguing. She feels that being near Gu Cheng invariably leads to unexpected occurrences. Compared to the Fortress of Despair, this is 100-fold more exhilarating. Without guardians to protect her, this indeed presents a genuine adventure. At this moment, Isabella can't help but steal glances at Gu Cheng, finding his angular features strikingly three-dimensional. No matter how one looks, he is endlessly captivating. She yearns to reach out and touch him. The instant this thought arises, Isabella immediately lowers her gaze, filled with astonishment. This must be hypnosis, she attempts to rationalize, yet the instinctive notion leaves her momentarily dazed. She cannot help but ponder. Is it possible that Gu Cheng has not cast any hypnosis upon her? Could it be that all along these thoughts have been her own genuine feelings? Isabella entwines her hands, her fair legs clad in a short skirt, instinctively drawing together, revealing her profound unease. If there truly exists no such thing as hypnosis, then how could she, having merely absorbed a limited knowledge, develop feelings for Gu Cheng? Does this not imply that she is even more despicable than a succubus? Isabella stares blankly at her bare feet, lost in helpless contemplation. She has been attempting to deceive herself throughout. However, it appears that the reality is far more terrifying than her imagination. Could it be that, just as he taunted her with those very words, indulgence and pleasure are indeed her true nature? At this moment, Isabella is evidently ensnared in an unprecedented mental whirlpool, unable to extricate herself easily. Hypnosis? That is merely a crude technique reliant on external forces. When Gu Cheng bullied her, he continuously belittled and suggested. Compared to hypnosis, this insidious form of psychological manipulation, known as PUA, is undoubtedly more covert and terrifying. While Isabella grapples with her internal turmoil, the Calamity Knight and the mask have completely merged. Before Gu Cheng, there is no longer any skeleton. Instead, it has transformed into a horrific knight, devoid of skin and dripping with blood. One can observe the crimson plasma rolling across his body. Intriguingly, the blood seems to possess a will of its own, never falling to the ground. Furthermore, there are no traces of the mask upon the Calamity Knight's visage. Assimilation. Gu Cheng squinted his eyes, caught off guard by the unexpected ferocity of the Calamity Knight. Instinctively, he observed as the Calamity mask was devoured, irrevocably becoming a part of the entity's corporeal form. The Calamity Knight took a step forward. Boom. The seemingly gentle descent caused the solid asphalt ground to concave beneath its weight. Furthermore, the once flickering and terrifying soul flames, now converged by the power of flesh and blood, transformed into two singular, untainted crimson orbs. Despite their flickering, the soul flames revealed no discernible emotion. Yet the current Calamity Knight was a stark contrast, its engorged eyes brimming with a brutal thirst for life. It appeared as though innumerable curses lingered in its heart, with only relentless slaughter providing respite from its agonizing torment. At this moment, the accumulation of its curses reached a zenith, and it threw back its head, unleashing a thunderous roar. The sound resonated powerfully, akin to a clap of thunder, shattering the ominous clouds above and unveiling a rare glimpse of clarity. Witnessing the Calamity Knight's overwhelming presence, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gu Cheng's eyes. He recognized that the Calamity Knight had taken a momentous step, transcending the lunar realm to become the first of his summoned beasts to ascend to the solar realm. Chapter 75. The Captivation of the Mind, the Serene and Tranquil Forest. The sudden metamorphosis before him ignited a spark of brilliance in Gu Cheng's eyes. At that moment, bolstered by the cursed artifacts, the Calamity Knight had successfully reached the pinnacle of the solar realm. For Gu Cheng, this was nothing short of monumental news. Isabella, sensing Gu Cheng's exhilaration, instinctively stepped forward and softly murmured, "Congratulations, master." Isabella began to confront her own feelings, attempting to conduct some experiments to discern whether her sentiments were genuine or merely a product of hypnosis. Consequently, she forced herself to adopt a submissive demeanor, yet unexpectedly. The term master slipped from her lips with surprising ease. Her flattery caught Gu Cheng's attention, prompting him to grasp her chin. His hold was unexpectedly firm. Yet despite the pain, an unusual sensation enveloped Isabella. Particularly, her eyes sparkled like peach blossoms submerged in water, appearing exceptionally vibrant and radiant. Speak more often if you can. We must continue our journey. I shall reward you later under the cover of night. Upon hearing this, Isabella wished she could vanish into a hole. I am not seeking a reward. She could hardly fathom that her attempts to experiment had led her into a predicament. Yet, she dared not voice her rebuttal. For Gu Cheng's teaching methods were notoriously stringent, and she was wary of incurring his displeasure. Observing her silence, Gu Cheng immediately leaned closer, his hands gliding along her smooth, delicate neck, drawing her nearer to him. Gazing upon the anxious visage before him, Gu Cheng, from his elevated position, remarked, "Such a lack of manners. Why do you not express your gratitude?" The intensity of his breath rendered Isabella akin to a cotton candy, seemingly on the verge of complete dissolution at any moment. Express gratitude? How can I, the one who has been wronged, be expected to thank him? Isabella's countenance flushed with embarrassment, and the more she remained silent, the more forcefully Gu Cheng's hand pressed. Under such pressure, her eyes involuntarily rolled. Instinctively, her crimson lips parted. Thank you for your graciousness, my master." Gu Cheng chuckled softly, patting her cheek as he commanded, "Proceed." Leaving Isabella standing in place, her hands awkwardly entwined. Although uttering those words filled her with shame, once she expressed her thanks, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her. Evidently, deep within, she perhaps truly yearned for the reward Gu Cheng had just mentioned. Unable to resist, Isabella glanced toward Gu Cheng, just as a gust of wind swept by, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Realizing something, she bit her lip and hurried to follow in Gu Cheng's footsteps toward their destination, the tranquil forest, far removed from external strife. A group of humans toiled diligently to cultivate more land. The harvest of crops traditionally peaks in autumn, yet at this moment, the grains here, whether wheat or corn, appeared unusually abundant. Clearly, the time for reaping was fast approaching. The laborers, both men and women, young and old, belonged to diverse backgrounds and peaceful times, some of whom would never have crossed paths. Yet here, they willingly wielded their hoes, cultivating the land before them. Having endured the apocalypse, they understood better than anyone the terrifying state of the world. Thus, to possess a sanctum of safety in such dire circumstances filled them with profound contentment. Just then, as a figure approached, the once busy crowd's eyes brightened, and they promptly knelt, bowing in reverence. The individual, clad in a flowing blue gown, possessed an exquisite countenance, with bright, captivating eyes that drew one in with an irresistible allure. Most striking were her elongated, pointed ears, distinguishing her as a being unlike any human. Unlike the beguiling succubi, this woman, infused with elven blood, emanated an air of nobility that instantly inspired a sense of inferiority in those who beheld her. The respect shown by the crowd stemmed from the understanding that it was she who shielded them from the ravages of the apocalypse, as well as the gnawing threats of zombies and monsters, thus preserving their lives. Dignity, pride, having faced death, these survivors had long cast aside such superfluous thoughts. Jiang Yu silently observed the scene, letting out a sigh. She had repeatedly expressed that upon meeting her, there was no need for such excessive displays of reverence. Yet, despite her earnest pleas, those individuals remained steadfast in their obsequiousness. Consequently, Jiang Yu had no choice but to acquiesce to their behavior. Of course, her 26 years of life experience had taught her that their subservience stemmed from her provision of security for them. Much like a stray dog that has finally found a shelter from the elements, they were naturally reluctant to venture back into the rain. In the wake of the catastrophic apocalypse, much had changed, including herself. Jiang Yu had never anticipated that before the end times, she was merely an office worker. However, with the onset of the transformation, not only did the environment around her shift, teeming with countless zombies and monsters, but she herself underwent a profound metamorphosis. While her appearance altered only slightly, with changes to her ears, her aura had become exponentially more dignified. At times, when she gazed into the mirror, she felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity with the reflection staring back at her. Beyond her appearance, what astonished Jiang Yu the most was the emergence of her extraordinary abilities. At some point, she had inexplicably acquired the power to communicate with plants, the flowers and grasses by the roadside. The towering trees, elements she had previously overlooked, began to converse with her. Through this process, she gradually acclimated to her newfound natural powers. Initially, Jiang Yu confined herself within the sanctuary of her room. As a young woman, The horrifying monsters and zombies posed an overwhelming visual assault. She was filled with dread and panic, desperately seeking an escape. Yet, with her abilities, she believed she could survive until the national forces intervened in this abominable disaster, just as they had done countless times before. But to her astonishment, the calamity did not dissipate, and the national forces did not arrive. Instead, the entirety of Jinghai City, as time progressed, devolved into a haven for monsters. Chapter 76. The quirky, irritable, and supremely superior extraordinary beings. Countless lives were ruthlessly taken, and countless souls were consumed. Jiang Yu eventually realized that perhaps she could rely solely on herself. Thus, she resolved to take action. She reached out to the trees and planted a seed in the earth below. As energy flowed into it, one towering tree after another sprang forth from the ground, transforming the area into a dense jungle. The thick foliage coalesced, obstructing the entry of zombies and myriad monsters. Moreover, some trees, under the influence of Jiang Yu's energy, developed the ability to move, an extraordinary form of life. When confronted by zombies, they could rise from the ground, their chaotic roots serving as writhing limbs, while their sturdy trunks became formidable weapons for attack. As branches came crashing down, not even the advanced zombies could withstand such overwhelming force. In this perilous scenario, Jiang Yu endeavored to seek survivors within the depths of the forest. After a considerable period of searching, the population within this tranquil forest had surpassed 200 individuals. She named it the Tranquil Forest, harboring a fervent hope that this place could preserve its rare serenity amidst the apocalypse. With the increase in population, Jiang Yu commenced the cultivation of crops. It became evident that she possessed an extraordinary affinity for nurturing any plant. As she devoted her energy to them, the corn, which initially grew to a standard size, not only yielded an increased harvest, but also transformed in size and flavor. Consuming it would significantly enhance the physical capabilities of an ordinary person. Once this harvest was completed, the sustenance needs of the survivors would be thoroughly resolved. Thus, Jiang Yu was diligent, frequently emerging to inspect the crops, though each excursion often led to unnecessary complications. At that moment, a figure of a man emerged before Jiang Yu amidst a cacophony of flattery. Upon seeing him, she could not help but furrow her brow. Geng Xiong, like Jiang Yu, was also an extraordinary individual, wielding the power of lightning. His concentrated strikes could generate currents exceeding 1,000 volts, capable of reducing a human body to cinders in an instant. In the tranquil forest, he held considerable prestige, though unlike the admiration and respect bestowed upon Jiang Yu, the sentiments directed toward Geng Xiong were predominantly fear and trepidation. As Geng Xiong, surrounded by a throng of sycophants, caught sight of Jiang Yu, his pupils dilated momentarily. He quickly pushed aside those encircling him and approached Jiang Yu with a beaming smile, shedding his previously arrogant demeanor for one of obsequiousness. Xiao Yu, why have you come again? I assured you that I would handle the harvest splendidly. These menial tasks can be left to those who merely consume resources. There is no need for you to trouble yourself here, he stated with a disingenuous grin. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed further as she discerned Geng Xiong's condescending attitude toward the others. Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, Geng Xiong, I have reiterated numerous times that our relationship has not reached the level where you may address me as Xiao Yu. Furthermore, they are our equals, having contributed labor, and are not merely the idol you claim. Jiang Yu's disposition was inherently forthright, intolerant of any disrespect. She resolutely rebuffed Geng Xiong's overtures. Yet, despite her refusal, his smile remained unabated, his gaze intensifying with fervor as he fixated on her. Equals, Xiao Yu, have you not realized? We are no longer ordinary beings. We are formidable entities transcending the bounds of typical existence. In this era, it is individuals like us who are the true kin. As for them, Geng Xiong cast a disdainful glance at the industrious crowd and continued, we provide them with sustenance, and they ought to be eternally grateful. What need is there for the notion of equality? Should they harbor any rebellious thoughts, they can simply be cast out. This place will not harbor the worthless. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's face immediately flushed with a mix of warmth and anger, her voice turning icy as she inquired, Geng Xiong, I must ask you, where has Elder Zhang gone? I had intended to discuss botanical matters with him, yet I cannot locate him at all. I have inquired of many, but they dare not speak the truth, only mumbling that Elder Zhang could not endure the intensity of work here and has fled. Yet I know that Elder Zhang would never do such a thing. Tell me, is this matter connected to you? As Jiang Yu's fierce demeanor became evident, Geng Xiong's expression grew increasingly somber, his voice heavy as he confessed, indeed, it was I who cast him out, and I threatened them to remain silent with you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was consumed with rage, veins protruding from her fair neck as she fixed her gaze on Geng Xiong, articulating each word with intensity. Why? Do you not understand that Elder Zhang is a renowned botanist? With his assistance, many of my ideas could come to fruition, ultimately saving more survivors. Did you kill him? You shameless murderer. In the past, Jiang Yu had been aware of Geng Xiong's ulterior motives towards her, yet she had consistently rebuffed him with righteous indignation. Although Geng Xiong was formidable, Jiang Yu, possessing mastery over nature, had an innate advantage over him. This place was her domain. However, the variety of monsters was relentless, and despite her strength, distractions were inevitable. Thus, she required extraordinary allies like Geng Xiong to safeguard the survivors. What Jiang Yu did not anticipate was the arrogance and capriciousness that Geng Xiong would exhibit over time. His disdain for ordinary people had reached its zenith, culminating in the murder of a professor she greatly respected. Her suspicions were confirmed, igniting an uncontrollable fury within her. Conversely, Geng Xiong showed no remorse, instead sneering, "Elder Zhang? You mean that old fool buried halfway in the ground? He thinks he has still that esteemed professor? Bah! That old wretch dared to challenge me. You may coddle him, but I will not. I broke his limbs and tossed him outside. If you wish to find him, forget it, after a day and a night. His bones have likely been devoured by monsters." As she listened to his words, Jiang Yu's gaze morphed from disgust to a chilling intent to kill. She had never taken a life, yet at this moment, an uncontrollable urge to eliminate this self-righteous and increasingly deranged companion surged within her. "Geng Xiong, you have gone mad under the influence of power." Just as Jiang Yu was about to articulate her thoughts, a tremendous noise suddenly echoed from afar. She turned to look, her pupils narrowing into thin slits. The dense trees, meant to thwart the invasion of monsters, had splintered, revealing a gaping breach that exposed the forest to the outside world. Jiang Yu was taken aback, her concern for punishing Geng Xiong overshadowed by the urgency to rush towards the breach. Here lie numerous survivors. Before the situation deteriorates further, she must seal the damaged entrance to the forest. Chapter 77. Nature Spirit, kneel before me as your master. Is this the destination? Isabella gazed at the forest before her, her eyes brimming with curiosity. After traversing a landscape dominated by steel and concrete, the forest that now unfolded seemed to be a striking anomaly. In contrast, Gu Cheng sheathed his blade, the cleaving blade, and stepped into the woodland. In the latter stages of the apocalypse, various factions emerged, yet none were as enigmatic as that ruled by Jiang Yu. It could be described as completely isolated from the outside world. Due to the unique abilities of this faction, food was never in short supply, and with numerous powers fawning over her, this forest had transformed into a sanctuary for survival. It was not just ordinary individuals. Even the extraordinary sought entry, eager to gain Jiang Yu's protection. In an environment plagued by hunger, while the extraordinary possessed strength, they were rendered powerless by the scarcity of sustenance. Unless, of course, they were among the morally bankrupt, who turned their gaze upon their own kind. It can be said that as the apocalypse progressed, the darkness and dread deepened. In such circumstances, Jiang Yu's significance became evident, which was precisely why Gu Cheng sought her out. Upon entering the forest, Gu Cheng immediately sensed something amiss. The city had distanced itself from arable land, and in the past, fruits required daily transport to reach the market. Yet here, the situation was entirely different. Watermelons, peaches, and even oranges and bananas appeared together, an incongruous gathering of seasonal fruits. During this time, although Gu Cheng had not suffered from hunger, he had not tasted fruit in ages. Now, with ripe fruit before him, his appetite surged, and his desire for Jiang Yu reached unprecedented heights. As he reached for the fruit, a nearby tree suddenly stirred. To his astonishment, a tree towering 8 or 9 meters swung its branches and came crashing down toward him. It is imperative to note that under the influence of a peculiar energy, the tree's bark had turned brown, its density enhanced several-fold compared to ordinary trees. The impact would be akin to that of a speeding train, capable of flattening anything in its path. However, Gu Cheng appeared unfazed, calmly raising the cleaving blade in his hand and delivering a precise strike. With a resounding crack, the seemingly robust tree was cleaved in two under the blade's assault, shockingly smooth without a hint of resistance. As the tree crashed to the ground, Gu Cheng listened intently and perceived a faint wail. A tree spirit? It was said that Jiang Yu's refined bloodline of spirits was extraordinary. Now it seemed the rumors surrounding her lineage were indeed true. Bloodline refinement varies in purity. Ultimately, it hinges on the essence of purity itself. The higher the purity of the bloodline, the mightier the extraordinary individual. In the later stages of the apocalypse, Gu Cheng had encountered several extraordinary beings with elven ancestry. Though they possessed the ability to communicate with flora and harness the forces of nature, none have reached the heights of Jiang Yu. The tree spirit at this moment serves as the finest illustration of this truth. Ordinary trees, regardless of their age, remain inanimate, devoid of any semblance of consciousness. In contrast, the spirits are the favored children of nature. By continuously infusing energy into the trees, they may awaken a certain degree of sentience within them. Cultivating a tree spirit, especially for an extraordinary being infused with the bloodline of spirits, demands considerable time and effort. Yet here, as one tree spirit fell, 3 colossal trees emerged from the ground in its stead. For tree spirits? Witnessing this spectacle, even Gu Cheng's eyes widened in astonishment. How had Jiang Yu managed to nurture so many tree spirits in such a short time since the apocalypse? These spirits, through sheer strength alone, could rival those of the Starry Radiance realm, especially with Jiang Yu entrenched in her forest domain. Had he not encountered Gu Cheng, this place would have been an impregnable fortress. Do you intend to obstruct me? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes at the approaching trees. He was no protector of nature. Should these massive trunks come too close, he would not hesitate to cleave them asunder. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in his ears. Who are you? Why do you seek to destroy the trees I have nurtured? Are you aware that there are other survivors here? If zombies and monsters were to arrive, our lives would be at stake. Jiang Yu, already vexed by the matter concerning Geng Xiong, felt her fury escalate upon witnessing the towering trees being cleaved in two and collapsing to the ground. Having grown accustomed to the natural energies, she regarded the flora and fauna here as akin to friends. Thus, Gu Cheng's actions were undeniably infuriating to her. With her brows furrowed, she immediately questioned him. Meanwhile, Gu Cheng's gaze was fixed upon the suddenly appearing young woman. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her eyes sparkled with a clarity reminiscent of water, bright and luminous. Her nose, perfectly sculpted, resembled a fine work of art, evoking an irresistible desire to reach out and touch it. Her rosy lips, graced with an air of nobility, appeared extraordinarily enchanting. Coupled with her uniquely pointed ears, her identity was unmistakably revealed. She was indeed Jiang Yu. At this moment, Gu Cheng's unwavering gaze upon Jiang Yu elicited a peculiar sensation within her. Unlike Geng Xiong, who bore a treacherous heart yet lacked the audacity to act, resorting instead to distasteful epithets to foster a false sense of intimacy, Gu Cheng's eyes revealed an unreserved glimmer of avarice. In his view, Jiang Yu felt as though she were an object, subjected to his unrestrained scrutiny. A mix of embarrassment and anger welled within her, causing her typically flawless skin to flush with a delicate shade of pink, a testament to her indignation. However, during the standoff, Gu Cheng suddenly remarked, "Is everything here a result of your actions? Did those fruits and vegetables flourish due to your abilities?" The shattered spirit trees were profoundly impactful. Moreover, several trees that once served as a barrier against attacks had now also been broken. It was evident that all of this was orchestrated by the individual before them. The opponent's strength was beyond imagination. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger that surged within her. In her brief encounter with Gu Cheng, she felt an unprecedented sense of fear emanating from him, particularly from his gaze, which seemed capable of piercing through one's soul. Unwilling to engage in unnecessary conflict, Jiang Yu made a conscious effort to calm herself and replied, "Indeed, I influenced their growth." Upon receiving confirmation, a long-lost smile appeared on Gu Cheng's face. Yet, the very next moment, he uttered a statement that left Jiang Yu in shock. "Very well, I like that. Now kneel and acknowledge me as your master, and I may consider sparing you and everyone here." Chapter 78. A blend of grace and authority, the enigmatic antagonist. Gu Cheng's words were exceedingly direct, leaving Jiang Yu momentarily stunned. She found herself questioning her own hearing, unable to resist asking, "What do you want me to do?" Gu Cheng fixed his gaze upon her, his tone dark and foreboding. "You possess commendable looks, yet your hearing seems faulty. I command you to kneel and recognize me as your master. Perhaps I shall grant you a chance at survival. Do you understand now?" Jiang Yu and Qin Xinyao were of the same ilk. Their earlier anger stemmed from the damage to the trees, which could allow monsters to invade and pose a threat to the survivors. Gu Cheng was acutely aware of how to compel her to yield swiftly. Yet, faced with such a threat, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In peaceful times, her independent nature had never led her to consider relying on anyone. She had always sought to establish her own footing in this land through her efforts. Now, with the apocalypse upon them, Jiang Yu had further refined her elven bloodline, leading to hundreds kneeling before her in gratitude. Though she verbally declined their reverence, her heart subtly began to shift in response. Thus, Gu Cheng's previous statement ignited an intense fury within her, and she was about to retort when a bolt of lightning suddenly shot toward Gu Cheng. "Damn it, what do you think this place is? Die?" The arrogant Geng Xiong paid no heed to Jiang Yu's threat. Instead, he was intent on showcasing himself, hoping to garner favor in her eyes. After all, since becoming an extraordinary being, his perspective had undergone a dramatic transformation. In his mind, he had merely slain an ordinary person. As for himself and Jiang Yu, they were beings that transcended ordinary life. Moreover, having assisted Jiang Yu in repelling countless monster and zombie attacks in the past, Geng Xiong naively believed that by eliminating Gu Cheng, this indiscreet stranger, he could earn Jiang Yu's forgiveness. At that moment, It seemed possible to deepen the connection between them. Yet, faced with the 1,000-volt current, Gu Chang did not flinch in the slightest. Instead, he resolutely withstood the blow. Boom! The thunderbolt enveloped him, yet Gu Chang emerged unscathed. Having ascended to the moonlight realm, such a level of electric shock posed no threat in his eyes. How could this be? In stark contrast, Geng Xiong was utterly astonished. What bewildered him even more was that Gu Chang, who had just been standing on the ground, had transformed into an elusive afterimage. The speed of his opponent was astonishingly swift, so swift that Geng Xiong could scarcely perceive his movements. It was at this moment that Geng Xiong comprehended the chasm between them, and his body involuntarily trembled. In the next instant, Gu Chang appeared before him without warning. His penetrating gaze bore into Geng Xiong's face, which twisted in fear, as he coldly uttered, "You wretched creature, how dare you attack me?" Geng Xiong's lips quivered as if he wished to speak. However, in a heartbeat, his body was pierced by the blade of rupture. Fueled by Gu Chang's immense rage at that moment, the blade of rupture unleashed a terrifying aura, leading to Geng Xiong's complete disintegration. With blood and dismembered remains scattering across the ground, Jiang Yu stared vacantly at a piece of liver that had fallen not far away, her stomach churning violently. Had she not held herself together, she would have surely retched on the spot. Although Jiang Yu harbored murderous intent towards Geng Xiong, the method of execution employed by the stranger before her was undeniably extreme and brutal, inciting a wave of panic within her. Who on earth are you? You cannot possibly be human. A monster? Are you a monster clad in human skin? It could only be said that Jiang Yu's power was so formidable that it had crafted a utopia for her, a realm far removed from conflict and calamity. Thus, she regarded Gu Chang as a monstrous being disguised in human form. After all, in Jiang Yu's understanding, no human could so effortlessly take lives. However, it seemed Gu Chang's patience had worn thin. With a mere wave of his hand, a tree spirit situated behind Jiang Yu snapped and fell aside. An embodiment of terrifying strength that even caused Jiang Yu's eyes to ache slightly. From the moment of its creation, the tree spirit had possessed a semblance of consciousness. In the eyes of these towering, sturdy trees, Jiang Yu was akin to their creator. Therefore, despite being aware of Gu Chang's terror, they did not hesitate for a moment, stepping forward to shield their creator from his assault. Yet, the more they did so, the more Jiang Yu's heart ached. Awakened to the power of nature, these tree spirits had long transcended mere trees in her eyes. Throughout their time together, they had developed profound bonds. Thus, upon witnessing two tree spirits succumb, their consciousness extinguished. Jiang Yu turned to Gu Chang, pleading with deep sorrow, "Please, I beg you, do not harm them any further. I have never provoked you. Why do you act this way?" The naive Jiang Yu still clings to her old beliefs. "I do not offend others, and others do not offend me." Unfortunately, at this moment, Gu Chang is undeniably playing the role of a villain. Observing this poignant scene, Gu Chang remains unmoved, merely wielding his blade with a downward motion. Commanding Jiang Yu, "Speak to me," while kneeling. Unlike before, having now witnessed Gu Chang's ruthlessness, Jiang Yu finds herself with no choice but to kneel in resignation. Yet, even so, Gu Chang shows no inclination to spare her. Instead, he fixates on her delicate visage and sternly declares, "From this moment forth, you shall obey all my commands. Your body and soul no longer belong to you, but are entirely mine." Gu Chang does not relent. He further clarifies his intentions to Jiang Yu. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Yu seems poised to utter a response, but Gu Chang, swift of speech, preempts her. "You may refuse. But know this, the consequence will be the death of everyone here, including those two wooden figures beside you. It is time to make a choice, submit or uphold your dignity." Gu Chang desires only the outcome, indifferent to the process. In this perilous world, threats and coercion are far more effective than gentle persuasion. Faced with Gu Chang's tyrannical demeanor, Jiang Yu bites her lip in distress. She is acutely aware that his words bear truth. If she cannot comply with his wishes, the paradise she painstakingly built will be reduced to ruins, and all within it shall face execution. Overwhelmed by such thoughts, Jiang Yu silently weeps. She cannot fathom why fate has dealt her such a cruel hand in her desperate bid for survival. All she can do is lower her head and, in a voice laden with pain, utter, "I am willing to acknowledge you as my master." Chapter 79, The Cataclysm of the End Times. Who dares to slumber beside me? Through brute force, threats, and submission, Gu Chang finds satisfaction in resolving matters with such measures. Unlike before, when his power was newly forged, Gu Chang now lacks the time to instill knowledge and corporate culture in his newly acquired subordinates, as he is preoccupied with mundane affairs. Jiang Yu possesses extraordinary talent and holds the key to the food supply of the future city of Jinghai. Thus, Gu Chang must seize control over her. Without hesitation, he instructs Isabella to cast the soul-binding spell upon her. Even the ghastly visage of a spider-like specter, under the torment of the spell, willingly becomes a traitor. fearing to harbor any resentment. As a human, Jiang Yu's capacity for pain far surpasses that of mere insects. After enduring a harrowing ordeal, she collapses to the ground. Gu Cheng crouches beside her, and Jiang Yu instinctively trembles, grasping her arm and pleading tearfully, "Please, do not harm me any further. From this day forth, I shall comply with your every word without fail." The point of the soul-binding spell lies within the soul itself. If the earlier pressure had merely instilled fear in Jiang Yu, at this moment, under the influence of the soul-binding charm, Jiang Yu felt as though she had endured an unfathomable electrical torment. Throughout this prolonged suffering, her consciousness became hollow. Unable to bear the agony any longer, she unconditionally submitted to Gu Cheng. Under the effect of the current, Jiang Yu lost all composure. Her body felt sticky and disordered. As a gentle breeze swept by, she experienced an unusual chill, awakening her to the abrupt changes in her body. Blushing deeply, she lowered her head. Whether in peaceful times or amidst the apocalypse, she had never faced such humiliation. While grappling with the strangeness of her own body, she humbly knelt on the ground, pleading with Gu Cheng to spare her. Jiang Yu felt that her dignity had been cast aside, and tears, as large as beans, could not be restrained, falling onto the ground below. "Do not cry. I have matters to inquire of you," Gu Cheng stated. At his words, Jiang Yu immediately stifled her tears. She summoned the strength to lift her head, awaiting his questions. In that moment, both her spirit and body were subjected to unimaginable torment. She would not refuse even the most unreasonable demands from Gu Cheng. In a world where power reigns supreme, being ruthless undoubtedly saves much time. Gu Cheng gazed at Jiang Yu and asked, "Are there any other factions in the vicinity? Whether human or monster, tell me everything you know." Confronted with Gu Cheng's inquiry, Jiang Yu took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and began to speak. "The external environment is exceedingly terrifying, and since many survivors have gathered here, I do not dare to venture out. However, I can communicate with plants. They are rooted in the ground and possess an acute awareness of their surroundings. They inform me that not far from here, a group of exceedingly strange monsters resides, exuding an aura that instills fear in them. Additionally, not long ago, a band of humans arrived, claiming they wished to ally with me. But I sensed a strong odor of blood emanating from them, so I did not take them in. They became enraged, accusing me of offending the Lord of Calamity. And soon, retribution will descend upon this place. All, including myself, will no longer be favored by fate." At this point, Jiang Yu could not help but glance at Gu Cheng. Initially, she had scoffed at such a curse, but given her current predicament, a question arose within her. Does the so-called Lord of Calamity truly exist? If not, how could she be beset by such unwarranted misfortune? Observing Jiang Yu's expression, Gu Cheng reached out and lifted her chin. With a slight pressure, her cheeks flushed, yet despite the pain, Jiang Yu dared not retort, merely widening her eyes in a pitiful gaze directed at Gu Cheng, attempting to evoke whatever remnants of compassion he might possess. Regrettably, Gu Cheng was unmoved. Instead, he focused on her dignified countenance and remarked, "Are you pondering that because you did not allow them entry, you have thus incurred a curse, leading to our encounter today?" Jiang Yu's demeanor had undergone an extraordinary transformation. At this moment, under duress, the frailty reflected in her eyes and brows elicited a perverse sense of pleasure in Gu Cheng, akin to that derived from sacrilege. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, her vulnerability only served to awaken the latent brutality within men. Meanwhile, Isabella, with her keen, piercing gaze, fixated on Jiang Yu. To her, that gesture belonged solely to her and her master. The fact that Gu Cheng was extending such attention to a stranger stirred within Isabella an inexplicable, peculiar emotion. Born in the fortress of desolation, Isabella's life had been smooth sailing. Her father had always indulged her every whim. Yet now, witnessing Gu Cheng's hand reaching for Jiang Yu's chin, she felt an unexpected emptiness within her heart, along with a twinge of bitterness that enveloped her soul. Could she blame Gu Cheng? She lacked the audacity to do so. Thus, she could only gaze intently at Jiang Yu. Although reluctant to concede, she acknowledged that the woman's beauty was indeed comparable to her own. However, even so, Jiang Yu could never replace her as the favored one beneath her master's wing. She would not permit such a thing to transpire. With a growing awareness of her true feelings, Isabella gradually recognized that she had become completely enmeshed in Gu Cheng's influence. The vast reservoir of knowledge that had previously eluded her now surged forth like a deluge, engulfing her. This experience was indescribable. Thus, upon witnessing the intimate gestures exchanged between Gu Cheng and Jiang Yu, Isabella found herself grappling with an uncontrollable surge of jealousy. Perhaps I can take action. The master had mentioned that the night would bestow upon her certain rewards. When she first heard this, Isabella felt a pang of shame. Yet now, as the bitterness in her heart intensified, she suddenly realized this could be her opportunity. I will demonstrate to the master who is truly indispensable. This fervent urgency compelled Isabella to strive for excellence during the rewards bestowed by Gu Cheng, hoping to earn his recognition. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, under Gu Cheng's scrutinizing gaze, felt utterly exposed, as if every thought in her mind was laid bare before him. Though she pondered this, she could not voice her feelings. Thus, with trepidation, Jiang Yu shook her head, asserting, "No, I have never thought of such a thing. I merely wish to convey everything I know to you." Gu Cheng chuckled softly, offering no further commentary. As for the Lord of Calamity, he had never heard of such a title. Perhaps in the future, before it could truly flourish, it would be annihilated by monsters or zombies, its followers becoming mere sustenance, engulfed within their bellies. One could only say that this wicked land had long since become a breeding ground for faith. Numerous factions, rallying under slogans such as "The Calamity has arrived to save humanity," had risen, numbering in the dozens. In this realm, the city of Jinghai has managed to establish its foothold. However, many churches, perhaps newly formed, have already met with utter destruction. Beyond the charlatans, there exist genuine malevolent deities who have cast their gaze upon this land. Although the human world has been reduced to a desolate wasteland, with countless civilizations obliterated and the former brilliance extinguished, leaving not a glimmer of hope, it stands in stark contrast to the abyss, a realm where darkness reigns, and demons must resort to infighting merely to satiate their hunger. In this moment, the human world appears to be a paradise for them. Furthermore, the original inhabitants of this land, ravaged by infection and horrifying slaughter, have dwindled to a mere fraction of their former numbers. Vast expanses of vacant territory now beckon to demons and dark entities, providing fertile ground for their establishment. Consequently, some of the malevolent gods from the abyss have turned their attention to the mortal realm, seducing humans to become their followers and demanding continual human sacrifices in exchange for greater blessings. In the crucible of survival, many demonic spies have chosen to submit, gradually rising to positions of power. Just as they began to influence the future trajectory of their factions, they resolutely opted for betrayal. The most catastrophic instance was the annihilation of the faction known as the Mountain River Society. Originally, this society boasted over 100,000 survivors and was regarded as a significant force in the late apocalyptic period of Jinghai. Yet, who could have foreseen that a member of its upper echelons had succumbed to demonic corruption? When the dimensional rift opened, this insider conspired with the enemy, completely dismantling the protective defenses of the society. As the demons surged forth from the rift, a brutal massacre commenced. In the aftermath of this slaughter, the Mountain River Society was obliterated, while its stronghold transformed into a lair for the demons. Moreover, in the late stages of the apocalypse, as the dimensional barriers weakened, some malevolent gods even infused their flesh into the human realm, randomly selecting a few fortunate souls. Once this flesh adhered to the survivors, it would seamlessly integrate into their bodies, transforming them into vessels for the god's will. Some malevolent deities would even project themselves into the human realm, causing certain women to conceive, thereby inheriting the will of the gods. These newborns, upon arrival, would brutally slay their mothers, embarking on a path of extraordinary carnage. In summary, what appears to be a terrifying apocalypse pales in comparison to the future that awaits, when innumerable formidable and dreadful entities fix their gaze upon this land. The true tragedy shall unfold. The reason Gu Cheng inquired of Jiang Yu was that he had set his sights on this very place. The towering trees surrounding them serve as natural barriers. Presently, the academy where Dawn resides requires the vigilant guardianship of skeletal warriors. Otherwise, hordes of zombies and monsters would surge into their ranks. Upon reflection, as Jiang Yu continually ascends in strength, the surrounding trees undergo a remarkable transformation in both height and resilience. It is akin to the recent encounter with the tree spirit, whose density has already surpassed the ordinary realm of starlight. Gu Cheng can scarcely fathom the terrifying extent to which the tree spirit's power will amplify as Jiang Yu's prowess advances. In this scenario, the area is as fortified as a citadel, far surpassing the current stronghold of Dawn in terms of strength. Consequently, Gu Cheng is now contemplating relocation. As for the resources to be scavenged and the land to be cultivated, they are of little consequence. He will gather as much food as possible, discarding what cannot be taken. Regarding the land, under Jiang Yu's influence, the vicinity has transformed entirely into a jungle. The asphalt beneath his feet has been thoroughly breached by countless roots, becoming fertile soil. Without any need for human intervention, a mere handful of seeds sown by Jiang Yu will soon take root and sprout. Moreover, beyond ordinary grains, Gu Cheng finds immense joy in the plethora of exotic fruit varieties. In a certain sense, this place indeed resembles a utopia, far removed from conflict and malevolence. In this completely enclosed environment, although devoid of mobile phones, both sustenance and comfort can be described as perfect. How can one allow others to slumber beside them? Given that Gu Cheng has set his sights on this locale, he is determined to eradicate all impurities in the vicinity. Hence, he inquires about the distribution of nearby forces. Now that he has received the answers he sought, Gu Cheng is prepared to initiate a grand cleansing tomorrow. Submission or demise. He is particularly direct with the weak, as they lack even the qualification to kneel and beg before him, as mere cogs in the machine. Their existence serves the purpose of ensuring that the expansive entity of Dawn operates seamlessly. Come, show me around. Also, have someone prepare dinner. Gu Cheng perceives this place as his own private garden. Jiang Yu, trailing behind him, dares not express even a hint of dissatisfaction, due to the soul-binding curse. Her demeanor and actions are tinged with a certain obsequiousness. Unbeknownst to the survivors, the scene before them is filled with an unimaginable impact. They cannot comprehend how Gu Cheng, an enigmatic figure, has compelled what they regard as a goddess to bow in such a manner. As for dinner, it is sufficiently lavish, with an array of fruits adorning the table. Despite Isabella harboring considerable animosity towards Jiang Yu, she cannot help but marvel at the miraculous ability Jiang Yu possesses in cultivating fruits. Within the fortress of calamity, these fruits, diverse in appearance yet predominantly sweet, swiftly captivate Isabella's palate, leading her to disregard her image and devour an entire watermelon. After indulging in a hearty meal, Gu Cheng retires to his room for rest. However, it is not long before a gentle knock resounds at the door. Upon opening, he is greeted by Isabella, clad in her nightwear. The other party remains silent. Yet Gu Cheng had already discerned their intent to demand a reward. I recommend a book to friends, Training the Apocalypse, The Collapse of Order, I Am Order. For those who enjoy this genre, it is worth a look, with an astonishingly rapid update speed. In Chapter 80, Step by Step, the blood sacrifice of the splitting blade. Unlike before, when she was just summoned, Isabella's eyes brimmed with pride and condescension. It seemed as though everything in the world was merely a servant beneath her feet. After all, within the fortress of despair, her character had been firmly established. In her eyes, apart from her kin, both demons and humans, as well as other dark races, were nothing but pitiable slaves. Their purpose was solely to serve her. Thus, upon her recent summoning, Isabella's hatred towards Gu Cheng was akin to a volcano ready to erupt. How could such an arrogant being willingly become a human servant? Yet, who could have anticipated Gu Cheng's terrifying methods? Before all, he compelled her to kneel. In that fleeting moment, her pride was utterly obliterated, and subsequently, she was captured by Gu Cheng's prowess. Consequently, today, witnessing Gu Cheng's slight intimacy with Jiang Yu stirred a pang of jealousy within her heart. At that moment, Isabella donned a silk nightgown, the smooth fabric rendering her akin to an unattainable goddess, evoking admiration and longing. Yet, little did the onlookers realize that the goddess in their eyes was merely a docile maid before Gu Cheng. Upon meeting Gu Cheng's gaze, a peculiar warmth surged within Isabella's heart. She parted her red lips slightly and whispered, "I have come to inquire, Master, what tasks lie ahead? I wish to prepare accordingly." Hearing Isabella's words, Gu Cheng couldn't help but smile. Yet, as a young lady, she certainly had her pride to uphold. Moreover, given her unique status, how could she genuinely approach him to demand rewards so directly? Among the few women he had recently captured, only Pei Yu exhibited such boldness. Besides being a succubus, the crucial factor was that they had known each other for a longer time, her heart already firmly placed within his grasp. Moreover, Mo Xiaoya might also behave similarly, albeit due to her role as a devoted maid. Mo Xiaoya was quite astute, fully aware that her abilities were not particularly remarkable, her only asset being her innate grace. Thus, she served him with unwavering dedication. Additionally, how Pei Yu managed to persuade her was a mystery, as she had drawn her into a particular faction. Originally somewhat shy and reserved, under Pei Yu's guidance, Mo Xiaoya had transformed into a human-like succubus. Gu Cheng understood that Pei Yu's intentions were to vie for his favor, but he chose to turn a blind eye to it. As the saying goes, too much clarity breeds no fish. He was well aware of this principle. With the continuous expansion of his influence, those joining the Dawn were not limited to extraordinary individuals and survivors, but also included a group of exceptionally gifted and stunningly beautiful women in his harem. The allure of individuality lies in the myriad of faces one can encounter. Were everyone to embody the timid and exceptionally fragile nature of Mo Xiaoya, Gu Cheng would find such a scenario utterly devoid of interest. He turned slightly, allowing Isabella to enter the room. The night was tranquil, yet beside him, Jiang Yu's face was flushed with an unusual crimson hue. The strange sounds that lingered in her ears evoked a sensation she had never experienced before, leaving her restless throughout the night. Consequently, she awoke the following morning with unmistakable dark circles under her eyes. Observing this, Gu Cheng merely smiled, choosing silence. Every action he undertook was part of a grand design. He was acutely aware of the most direct path to a woman's heart. Rather than coercion, The allure of voluntary surrender brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. After a hearty meal, Gu Cheng ventured alone from the forest. As for Isabella, perhaps due to an extended absence from scholarly pursuits, fatigue had overtaken her, leading her to succumb to slumber in the early hours. Gu Cheng promptly returned her to the Fortress of Despair. His immediate objective was to eradicate all the insignificant elements surrounding his territory. The recent conflicts had stained the blade of the severing soul with an indelible crimson hue. Gu Cheng felt a surge of inspiration with each act of slaughter. This cursed weapon would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. His first step was to confront the Calamity Church, which he had once proclaimed would abandon Jiangyu to her fate. This time, however, Gu Cheng's intentions were not to subdue but to instill fear. The annihilation of this so-called church would undoubtedly deter surrounding factions, making them acutely aware of his true nature. Moreover, Gu Cheng was resolute in transforming the severing soul. Therefore, he sought to cleanse the church in blood, rendering it a sacrificial offering to the blade. After a thorough search, Gu Cheng successfully arrived at his destination. The ragged individuals who once claimed to be refugees of the Calamity Church were nothing more than a band of thugs. Utilizing such rhetoric, the church had managed to infiltrate other factions, subsequently usurping their power and imprisoning individuals within their stronghold. After several successful incursions, this formidable Calamity Church boasted more than 200 followers. Alarmingly, these ordinary individuals had been completely ensnared, their minds fully controlled. Each of them chanted the name of the Lord of Calamity. Upon witnessing Gu Cheng's intrusion, they exhibited no fear. Instead, they charged at him wielding an array of weapons. Gu Cheng could only lament the church's prowess in manipulating the hearts of men. Nonetheless, he did not hold back, wielding the severing soul. He struck down anyone who dared to oppose him, transforming them into offerings for his blade. The so-called bishop, alerted by the commotion, hurriedly arrived with a throng of followers. His ghastly visage appeared pallid, reminiscent of a corpse. Flanking him were two formidable beings, their expressions menacing. Zhao Weidong was filled with confusion, utterly perplexed as to how he had provoked such a harbinger of doom. In stark contrast, Gu Cheng maintained his customary calm demeanor, allowing the blood from his wounds to pool on the ground as he lowered his splitting blade. "It's quite simple," he declared. "I wish to either kill you or be killed by you." Gu Cheng's mad utterances thoroughly unsettled Zhao Weidong, who had appointed himself as the high priest. Endowed with extraordinary abilities, he could manipulate others for his own ends, leading him to establish the current Doomsday Church at the dawn of the apocalypse, all in the hope of one day becoming the sovereign of the Silent Sea. However, he never anticipated that just as his church was flourishing, he would encounter a terrifying figure like Gu Cheng. Zhao Weidong realized there was no escape. Gritting his teeth, he gestured for two extraordinary beings, both of whom had been seduced into believing in the existence of a sovereign of calamity, to charge at Gu Cheng. In response, Gu Cheng raised his splitting blade, which emitted a sharp, resonant sound, its cold gleam cutting through the air. To his surprise, he discovered that the Doomsday Church possessed two cursed artifacts. At that moment, one of the advancing extraordinary beings, a slender figure wielding a ghostly shield, bore a visage of a green-faced demon with glaring eyes and exposed fangs, exuding an aura of menace. Gu Cheng held his blade with one hand, the edge scraping against the shield to produce a shrill, jarring noise reminiscent of chalk scratching against a blackboard, causing discomfort to the ears. Following this, Gu Cheng adeptly dodged a long-handled broad axe. The axe, towering as high as a person, featured a jet-black shaft and a broad, heavy blade that glinted ominously in the light. The two extraordinary beings coordinated their assault, one on offense and the other on defense, a shield and an axe, while Gu Cheng had the strength to easily dispatch them. The presence of the cursed artifacts piqued his curiosity about their powers. More intriguingly, the duo were twin brothers. It could only be said that their ancestors had surely burned incense in reverence, for both brothers had simultaneously acquired these rare cursed items. Gu Cheng cracked his neck, the sound remarkably satisfying. Suppressing his own might, he flicked his wrist, feigning a strike toward the man wielding the massive axe, known as Qin Shi. By a stroke of fortune, he and his brother had come into possession of their weapons. Oddly enough, despite having no understanding of combat techniques. The moment Qin Shi grasped the axe, a wealth of inexplicable knowledge flooded his mind, enabling him to wield the fearsome weapon with remarkable proficiency. Yet, he found himself increasingly craving blood, acutely aware that this was the price of mastering such a weapon. In this desolate place, he felt he had no choice. However, Qin Shi had no inkling that his opponent was the formidable Gu Cheng, possessing the strength of the Moonlit Realm. After several encounters, Gu Cheng discerned the general capabilities of the cursed artifacts and was disinclined to continue battling these insignificant adversaries. With a swift motion, Gu Cheng flicked his wrist, and Qin Shi's head was shattered in an instant. Meanwhile, the man holding the massive shield, named Chun Li, was consumed by rage at the sight of his brother's demise. The once ordinary cheek had transformed into a visage of horror, resembling the ghastly face upon a colossal shield, instilling an overwhelming sense of dread. It was apparent that this was the cost of wielding a cursed object. The cursed items were terrifyingly potent, boasting an unprecedented power that one might mistakenly believe they had acquired. Little did they realize that from the moment they grasped the cursed artifact, they too were being insidiously eroded from within. You have encountered a peculiar fate, yet it is regrettable that you have crossed paths with me. Observing the anguished Chun-Li, Gu Chang felt no empathy whatsoever. Instead, he took a step forward and instantly materialized behind him. With a swift strike, Chun-Li's innards erupted, blood splattering in all directions. As Gu Chang gazed upon the scattered cursed items on the ground, a satisfied smile graced his face. The exhilarating sensation of depriving others of their fortunes undeniably filled him with contentment. He raised his gaze to the front, where the Bishop of Calamity stood. Witnessing the tragic demise of his followers, the bishop's expression was a blend of sorrow and fear, trembling as he spoke. Will you follow the Lord of Calamity? I can grant you boundless wealth and glory. To this, Gu Chang could only think that the bishop had deceived not only the faithful who entered the church, but also himself, ensnared in the web of falsehoods. The Lord of Calamity, I am now keen to see how the so-called master you speak of will come to your aid. Having witnessed Gu Chang's ferocity, Zhao Weidong understood that the power possessed by this individual was beyond his imagination. Yet, a fierce instinct for survival compelled Zhao Weidong to abandon all else. With his hands clenched tight, he cried out in a piercing voice, Omnipotent Lord of Calamity, please protect your humble servant. I am willing to offer all that I possess. As Zhao Weidong prayed, the severely wounded followers nearby suddenly emitted anguished wails, as if enduring immense suffering. Their bodies began to decay rapidly, melting away like candles, transforming into pools of pink flesh and blood. Tentacle-like appendages burst forth from Zhao Weidong's abdomen, voraciously consuming the liquefied remains. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Divine blessings? No, this was not a blessing, but rather a manifestation of the bishop's abilities. This man could absorb flesh to augment his power. Gu Cheng realized that in this land, anything was possible. Initially, he thought the man before him was merely a charlatan. Little did he know that under extreme duress, this individual could devour those around him, a clear eruption of latent potential. Now, Zhao Weidong had ascended to a realm that equaled Gu Cheng's own. The Moonlight Realm? Gu Cheng narrowed his eyes, pondering whether, should the bishop grow stronger by consuming more followers, he might ascend to an even more terrifying level. At this moment, it seemed as though writhing worms were moving beneath Zhao Weidong's skin. Suddenly, he raised his head, roaring at Gu Cheng like a beast. Roar! A hoarse growl emanated from his throat. At this moment, Zhao Weidong appeared to be enduring immense suffering, yet it was primarily resentment that consumed him. During this period, due to his limitations, he endeavored to recruit more followers. Little did he anticipate that the hard-earned foundation he had painstakingly built would crumble to such a state because of Gu Cheng. The opportunity he had long coveted, to become the master of Jinghai, now seemed utterly elusive. Furthermore, he had transformed into a mere monstrosity. As fury welled within him, a pair of blood-red wings burst forth from his back. You heretic, all of this is your doing. I shall slay you. With your blood, I shall offer a sacrifice to the Lord of Calamity. Die. At this juncture, he had completely lost his sanity, utterly ensnared in the narrative he had conjured. In that moment, Zhao Weidong brandished his wings and charged towards Gu Cheng. Yet, he had not anticipated that in the face of his assault, Gu Cheng would simply sever it with a single stroke. The Lord of Calamity, this is merely your delusion. With a piercing sound, the blood-soaked blade of rupture swung forth from Gu Cheng, cleaving through the air. There was no possibility of defense. Zhao Weidong was immediately dealt a grievous blow, collapsing to the ground. In contrast, Gu Cheng swiftly maneuvered behind him, seizing one of his wings and yanking it forcefully. Crack! The sound of shattered bone echoed. He then grasped the other wing, producing yet another sharp snap as the bones fractured once more. Although Zhao Weidong had reached the Moonlit Realm, in terms of experience, he could not compare to Gu Cheng's terror. The fallen Zhao Weidong could scarcely fathom the extent of his defeat. He only realized that his life was now slipping away in a horrifying manner. False faith held no value against true power. Spare me. I am willing to give you everything. I beg you, I truly understand my mistakes. Zhao Weidong began to plead for mercy, but Gu Cheng remained deaf to his cries. Die. As Gu Cheng's voice fell, the blade of rupture followed suit, slicing towards Zhao Weidong's neck. In the midst of this slaughter, the blade of rupture became drenched in crimson. With the consumption of over 100 followers, Zhao Weidong had ascended to the Moonlit Realm, and at that moment, the blade of rupture seemed to break free from its constraints. Suddenly, a surge of bloodthirst emerged, piercing upward into the night sky. Compared to before, The Blade of Rupture had evidently entered an entirely new state. Chapter 81. Blood Sacrifice of the Blade of Rupture, Goblin Trap. The unexpected transformation of the Blade of Rupture filled Gu Cheng with immense joy, for it was precisely what he had longed for. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the entire sky was engulfed in scarlet. On the Blade of Rupture, a bizarre spectacle unfolded. Those humans, demons, and insects slain by Gu Cheng had all morphed into grotesque, twisted forms, rushing towards him. Most would have succumbed to madness at the sight of such a scene, yet Gu Cheng remained composed, his face devoid of fear, instead adorned with a chilling smile. It is evident that the vengeful souls attempting to claim lives at this very moment have all been ensnared within the Lao Dao due to Gu Cheng's relentless slaughter. One might say that Gu Cheng's current achievements are inextricably linked to the sustenance provided by these spirits. These souls serve as stepping stones, upon which Gu Cheng has tread to reach his present stature. Ordinarily, they are confined within the Lier-Po Dao, sealed away, but at this moment, as the Lier-Po Dao ascends to a higher plane and momentarily relaxes its grip, the souls seize the opportunity to surge forth like a deluge. For them, the embodiment of their hatred is undoubtedly Gu Cheng, for it is this man who has irrevocably sealed their fates, condemning them to an existence of torment and suffering within the confines of the Lier-Po Dao. Now, countless souls rush towards Gu Cheng, their wails merging into a cacophony reminiscent of a haunting chorus, evoking an unprecedented sense of dread. Encircled by these tormented spirits, Gu Cheng calmly declares, "You could not best me in life. Do you truly believe you can exact revenge in death? A pack of bothersome wretches, perish." As the final syllable escapes his lips, Gu Cheng's visage contorts grotesquely, and the aura belonging to the Yujing erupts forth with overwhelming intensity. Even before the souls can draw near, they are consumed by searing flames, dissolving into nothingness. Simultaneously, the Lier-Po Dao regains its former essence, and ethereal chains emerge from within, ensnaring the necks of the vengeful spirits. Despite their desperate struggles, their efforts prove futile as the chains constrict forcefully, enveloping Gu Cheng in an eerie silence. While the appearance of the Lier-Po Dao remains unchanged, its presence now exudes an aura akin to that of a hellish underworld. Even those extraordinary beings of the Xingjing, if they gaze too long, will find themselves engulfed in an inexplicable terror. As Gu Cheng tightens his grip on the Lier-Po Dao, his presence ascends to an unprecedented pinnacle of power. This is the essence of true strength. In this moment, Gu Cheng's hair rises as if stirred by an invisible wind, and coupled with the Lier-Po Dao, having devoured countless lives, he appears less human and more like a fierce demon emerging from the abyss. "I can sense your thirst for blood," he murmurs to the Lier-Po Dao. Remarkably, upon hearing his words, the Lier-Po Dao shivers slightly, as if responding to him. With his ascension, the consciousness of the Lier-Po Dao undergoes a profound transformation. If its awareness had previously been somewhat naive, it now exhibits an intelligence rivaling that of primates, capable of discerning simple commands. Upon exiting the forest, Jiang Yu imparted considerable information, revealing not only the presence of the Zhonghui beneath their feet, but also a rumored congregation of strange creatures nearby. These monsters are said to prey upon humans, having taken over a library and transformed it into their stronghold. Upon acquiring the images of those monstrous beings, Gu Cheng immediately recognized them as a horde of goblins. If the savage demons are akin to lions on the prairie, fierce and ruthless, then the goblins resemble the packs of hyenas that roam the grasslands. They are cunning and treacherous, relishing both fresh meat and decaying carcasses with equal gusto. Moreover, they are social creatures, employing every conceivable tactic to ensure victory. Most horrifyingly, they even capture women to serve as breeding vessels, seeking to establish their dominion on human soil. In the early days of the apocalypse, a goblin chieftain once reigned supreme in the city of Jinghai. Could it be that this very creature is the one who once held such power? It would be fitting to use the blood of those vile beings to complete the sacrifice for the Lier-Po Dao, Rending Blade. Under the influence of the Lier-Po Dao, the two cursed artifacts on the ground have become remarkably docile, no longer bearing the savage, unruly demeanor they once displayed. With further understanding, Gu Cheng has learned that the colossal axe, should one wish to wield it, would instill an insatiable thirst for blood, transforming the wielder into an exceedingly aberrant creature. The massive shield, on the other hand, would gradually distort a person's appearance into an unsightly form. It can be concluded that these two cursed artifacts are unsuitable for Gu Cheng. However, a formidable axe and a giant shield could be considered for the use of the Plague Knights. Compared to humans, the newly ascended Plague Knights undoubtedly are better suited for these cursed items. Moreover, with their own cursed weapon, the adversary now possesses not only formidable strength, but also equipment that far exceeds 3 cursed artifacts. One could say they are armed to the teeth from head to toe. Gu Cheng first activated the Liefeng Rift of the 2 cursed items, casting them beside the Plague Knight. He then summoned the crimson-necked steel dragon as his steed and hastened towards the goblin stronghold. As Gu Cheng raced toward the library, a group of humans had already concealed themselves at the entrance. Each individual bore an array of weapons, and astonishingly, some were even equipped with firearms. As time progressed, the populace began to realize that the strength of the nation could no longer save them. Thus, they understood the need for self-rescue. In contrast to cold weapons, the more astute among them had already set their sights on firearms and ammunition. At this moment, the group numbered over 30, led by a young woman who appeared to be in her early 20s. Most strikingly, she possessed a doll-like visage. Coupled with her petite stature, she resembled an oversized loli. Beside her stood a worried peer, whose features and physique were exceptionally developed compared to the doll-like leader. Her alluring curves rivaled even those of Pei Yu. At this moment, Gui Yanin could not restrain herself from saying, Wei Wei, are we truly going to storm this place? Xiao Qi and her companions have been captured for quite some time. One can only fear the worst, for this place is teeming with monsters. Should we attempt to penetrate their lair, we are likely to encounter fierce resistance. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Weiwei's brows furrowed in discontent. Unable to restrain herself from retorting, Yanin, Xiao Qi, and her friends ventured forth to gather sustenance for us. And it is precisely these loathsome creatures that have ensnared them. Dong Peng risked his life to return, bringing us this crucial news. We cannot stand idly by in their hour of need. Yanin, we are all classmates. These individuals are students of Bohai University. In the wake of the apocalypse, Zhang Weiwei and Gua Yanin awakened their extraordinary powers, and due to their roles as members of the student council, coupled with their formidable abilities, they gradually garnered a measure of respect, emerging as de facto leaders. Just a day prior, Xiao Qi, who also awakened her powers, ventured out with a group of boys in search of food, only to encounter a sudden ambush by goblins, resulting in their capture within this very library. Perhaps fate was kind, as a boy named Dong Peng managed to escape, thus conveying the alarming news to Zhang Weiwei. As a student council member, Zhang Weiwei was already imbued with a strong sense of justice, and upon receiving this news, she promptly organized a group, arming them with every available weapon, and marched forth with unwavering morale. Their singular purpose was to rescue their captured classmates. However, in contrast to Zhang Weiwei's fervent righteousness, Gui Yanin maintained a more composed demeanor and could not help but frown, saying, Weiwei, do you not find everything exceedingly peculiar? Dong Peng mentioned that these creatures possess terrifying strength. Logically, as an ordinary person, he should not have been able to escape from here. Yet he managed to flee. And astonishingly, he was not pursued by any monsters along the way. Hearing this, Zhang Weiwei's expression shifted, prompting her to inquire, Yanin, what are you implying? Speak plainly. Gui Yanin then laid bare her thoughts. Weiwei, it seems to me that Dong Peng's release was an intentional maneuver by those monsters. Their aim is to have him return with more people, allowing them to ensnare us all. Thus, I advise you not to sacrifice the greater good for the sake of a few. Our immediate priority should be to leave this place. Gui Yanin wished to elaborate further. But Zhang Weiwei, her demeanor suddenly grave, interjected, enough. She fixed her gaze upon her companion and declared, Yanin, I never imagined you would harbor such thoughts. You suggest that those vile green-skinned monsters have deliberately laid a trap? Do you understand what they are? Diminutive in stature and grotesque in appearance. They bear no resemblance to humans beyond their bipedal gait. They are merely a horde of bloodthirsty beasts, nothing more. If you are afraid, you may leave. But do not waver the spirits of our comrades. Since the day I assumed this position, I have vowed never to abandon a single classmate. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Weiwei continued, I am ready to take action. You must choose whether to stay or go. Having spoken, Zhang Weiwei gestured for everyone to advance. Although both Zhang Weiwei and Gui Yanin possessed formidable strength, Zhang's actions garnered immense support. Consequently, 3/4 of their classmates armed themselves and followed closely behind Zhang Weiwei. Embarking on an exploration of the library, Gui Yanin understood their inclination. In this place of sin, fear gripped everyone. Empathizing, she realized that if she were ever captured, she too would hope for her classmates to come to her rescue. Thus, it was no surprise that they agreed with Zhang Weiwei's decision and chose to follow her into the perilous unknown in hopes of saving someone. Among them were also some of Gui Yanin's supporters, who remained relatively composed. Yet, witnessing their peers move forward, they could not resist gathering around Gui Yanin. Sister Gua, should we not follow them? They queried. Observing the conflicted expressions on their faces, Gui Yanin sighed and replied, I too wish that my worries were unfounded. However, if the danger is real, scattering now would only heighten the peril. It would be wiser to unite, as there may still be a glimmer of hope for survival. Upon hearing her words, the group conceded and began to cluster around Gui Yanin. At that moment, several boys raised their firearms, all of which had been procured from a nearby police station. Though initially unaccustomed to handling such weapons, they had gradually adapted after a period of practice. Seeing Gui Yanran ultimately join the ranks, the coldness in Zhang Weiwei's demeanor dissipated, replaced by a reassuring smile. Thus, they converged and stepped into the library. What struck them as peculiar was the eerie silence that enveloped the space. It was far too tranquil, contradicting the imminent danger described by Dong Peng. Had these miscreants already departed? They lamented, "Alas, we may be too late." As they began to murmur among themselves, Zhang Weiwei abruptly interjected, "Silence." The remnants of her former authority silenced the group instantly. It seemed she had sensed something, her expression turning grave as she proceeded forward. The library comprised 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower. The source of the sound they had heard was evidently from below. Thus, Zhang Weiwei led the way, with her classmates closely trailing. When they reached a dimly lit corner, their expressions turned ashen upon witnessing the scene before them. Zhang Weiwei, leading the charge, trembled uncontrollably. Before them lay their missing classmates. Yet the sight was gruesome. The boys had all been mercilessly slaughtered, their bodies eviscerated, with innards conspicuously absent. Some were even mutilated beyond recognition. It was unfathomable to contemplate where the vanished flesh had gone. The sole beacon of hope was Zhao Qi, the only survivor, who remained alive amidst the carnage. However, the grim reality was that she had endured unspeakable torment, her visage now a mere shadow of humanity, her cries echoing in agony. And her eyes were devoid of any spark of consciousness. A student athlete, known for his strong sense of justice, was overwhelmed with fury upon witnessing the scene before him. He could not restrain his rage and shouted, "Those damned creatures, if I encounter them, I shall surely slay them, I swear." But at that very moment, an arrow suddenly shot forth, piercing through the boy's neck. He struggled in vain, blood gushing forth, and after a few futile attempts, he succumbed to death. The sudden assault sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. At that moment, grotesque, diminutive figures began to emerge from the eerie silence of the library. Upon closer inspection, it was apparent that there were over 100 of these abominable creatures. Zhang Weiwei recalled Gui Yanran's earlier concerns. Indeed, it was a trap. They had been ambushed by a horde of monsters. Chapter 82, The Prelude to Death, A Despairing Humanity. The shocking turn of events left Zhang Weiwei in a state of shock. She had never anticipated that Gui Yanran's fears would materialize. Before her stood a multitude of goblins, their appearances repulsive, with green skin and eyes radiating malevolence. As those sinister gazes locked onto her, Zhang Weiwei felt an overwhelming sensation, as if swarms of insects were crawling over her, enveloping her in an unprecedented wave of revulsion. She understood all too clearly the horrifying fate that awaited her should she fall into their clutches. Death. It was not the end. These creatures clearly exhibited a fierce aggression towards the opposite sex. Zhao Qi was a glaring example, having been taken for merely a day, only to return utterly broken and devoid of consciousness under their merciless torment. If I were to be captured, I would surely suffer the same fate as Zhao Qi. In that case, dying outright would be far more merciful. Escape? No, it was utterly impossible now. These hideous monsters had sealed off all avenues of retreat. It was over. Everything was lost. The confidence Zhang Weiwei once possessed had been replaced by paralyzing fear and anxiety, causing tears to well up in her eyes. This rendered her already doll-like features even more pitiable. Any man witnessing her plight would feel compelled to embrace her gently, offering words of comfort, vowing to spare her any further suffering. To the goblins, such vulnerability was irresistibly enticing. Among the throng of goblins, a relatively towering figure stood out, unlike the others, whose height reached an imposing 1.80 meters. Muscles rippling and a presence that radiated sheer power. It was clear this being was formidable. It was none other than the Goblin King, wielding absolute authority in this domain. At that moment, his gaze was fixed intently upon Zhang Weiwei. During this time, he had violated countless women, some of whom were already bearing his offspring. From the moment the Goblin Lord set foot upon this land, an indelible ambition and yearning took root within him. In stark contrast to the barren terrain of his past existence, this land appeared as a veritable paradise of fertility. Moreover, when compared to his unsightly kin, the human women here captivated the Goblin Lord's interest even more profoundly. At this moment, his gaze fixated upon Zhang Weiwei, and his mouth slightly parted, transmitting a wave of mental energy that surged into her consciousness. Become my slave, and I may consider sparing you from my other kindred. The goblin's cruelty was well known. Once ensnared by the horde, one could only imagine the fate that awaited. The sudden threat sent a tremor through Zhang Weiwei's body. She could scarcely believe that she had caught the attention of such a grotesque creature who audaciously proposed her servitude. Overwhelmed by a tumult of sorrow and fear, her eyes transformed into a fiery crimson. At this juncture, Gui Yanran, beside her, seemed to sense the gravity of the situation. She reached out, grasping Zhang Weiwei's frail hand, and reassured her, "Weiwei, this is not the time for despair. Now that we find ourselves in this predicament, We must devise a means to escape. I believe in you. You can lead us all to safety." Upon hearing these words, the facade of composure that Zhang Weiwei had maintained shattered, as if a splinter had pierced her heart. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at the athletic student, Hao Xiaopeng, lying on the ground, and cried, "Yanan, it is my fault. I should have heeded your advice and not recklessly ventured here, leading us all into this inescapable abyss." Gui Yanan, slightly older, felt a swirl of emotions upon witnessing Weiwei's tears. She had never imagined that her fears would materialize so starkly. Yet, the most pressing concern remained: how to escape from this dire situation. However, it seemed that their strongest ally had been utterly crushed by guilt, which would undoubtedly diminish their morale. At this moment, their only reliance lay in their spirit. Should that wane, they would become mere cornered beasts, destined for annihilation by the monsters. With this thought, Gui Yanan tightened her grip and lowered her voice, addressing Zhang Weiwei. "Weiwei, now is not the time for such lamentations. If you seek redemption, then lead us out of here. Should you continue to weep, we shall meet only a dead end. In that case, even in death, I will not forgive you." To awaken the courage nestled within Zhang Weiwei, Gui Yanan uttered a veiled threat. Zhang Weiwei's heart jolted at these words. She wished to explain herself, but, upon meeting Gui Yanan's darkened gaze, she swallowed her words. Guilt and anguish coalesced within her, igniting a spark of defiance. She wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and declared resolutely, "Rest assured, I will lead you all to safety. I swear it." Having spoken, Zhang Weiwei once again directed her gaze towards the multitude of goblins, her voice resonating like a lamenting nightingale. "Gunners, prepare for fire." As her words fell, the previously despondent crowd could no longer contain their fury. The dozen or so gunners immediately unleashed a volley towards the goblins. Uft, uft. Despite their resilience, the goblins were mere flesh and blood. Moreover, the foot soldiers bore no distinction from humans. Consequently, as the bullets flew, the struck goblins collapsed upon the ground. Unlike arrows, the bullets wielded a more terrifying force. With each piercing crack, a goblin met its end. The goblin lord glanced at the lifeless body of a kin beside him, his gaze darkening ominously. A small wound adorned the center of his kin's forehead, yet upon turning it over, a gaping hole the size of a bowl emerged. Blood and brain matter spilling onto the earth below, dead beyond salvation. The goblin lord had initially believed he held the upper hand, eagerly awaiting Zhang Weiwei's response. Lured by her beauty, little did he anticipate such a return for his perceived kindness. Reflecting on this, the goblin lord transmitted a menacing thought to Zhang Weiwei. "You shall pay dearly for this. All my kin shall share you today, and you will bear enough offspring for our entire clan until the day you are utterly drained." To the goblin lord, Zhang Weiwei had become a mere vessel for his vile desires. Hearing such threats sent chills coursing through Zhang Weiwei's being. Yet, she understood all too well that victory was imperative for herself and her classmates. Failure would subject her to torment far worse than death. Resolute, Zhang Weiwei continued to bellow, "Fire! Shoot! Bang! Bang! Bang!" The relentless gunfire, under her command, continued to rain upon the goblins. In response, the goblin lord issued an order to fire arrows. The goblins raised their longbows, pulling back the strings to unleash their assault. Just as the arrows were about to strike the group, Gui Yanan stepped forward. With her hands pressing against the air, a transparent barrier enveloped the heads of the crowd. This shield effectively thwarted the incoming arrows. Such was her power. In an instant, the goblins' proud ranged attacks became futile. However, upon witnessing this, the goblin lord snatched a longbow, aiming not at those shielded by Gui Yanan, but rather at the beleaguered Zhao Qi. With a fierce draw, the arrow sliced through the air, piercing Zhao Qi's shoulder with brutal force. Uft! The arrow's might was such that it not only penetrated flesh, but also embedded itself into the wall behind her. The overwhelming assault caused Zhao Qi, already on the brink of despair, to cry out in excruciating pain. Upon witnessing the scene, the goblin lord displayed no trace of compassion. He drew back his bowstring once more, and the arrow soared forth, striking the opponent's thigh with precision. At this moment, having endured 2 arrows, Zhao Qi was utterly spent. Yet the agony coursing through her body rendered her wails unceasing. To the malevolent goblin lord, her cries were akin to celestial music. However, for Zhang Weiwei and the others, it was a torment that penetrated the very depths of their souls. Particularly for Zhang Weiwei, her nails were perilously close to embedding themselves into her palms. Ignoring Gui Yanan's pleas, her sole purpose for being here was to rescue Zhao Qi, to liberate her classmate from bondage. Little did she anticipate that the boys had already succumbed to brutal abuse. Zhao Qi had managed to preserve her life. Yet now she was subjected to such inhumane torment right before their eyes. Zhang Weiwei understood that the wretched goblin was intent on inciting her fury and causing her to lose composure. Indeed, he succeeded. Zhang Weiwei felt akin to a jester, eloquently professing grand aspirations, but utterly incapable of taking decisive action. Consequently, her mind was beset by a cacophony of chaotic voices. Did you not vow to save Zhao? Why do you merely stand by and watch her suffer? You despicable coward, you have always feared death, which is why you brought everyone here. A true coward. You epitomize the very essence of one. This overwhelming self-reproach even led Zhang Weiwei to experience fleeting hallucinations, as if a second self berated her incessantly. She yearned to voice her defense, yet found herself bereft of the courage to speak. Just then, a furious admonition rang in her ears. She turned to see Guiyanan, sweat beading on his forehead, solemnly imploring, Weiwei, Zhao Qi cannot be saved, but we must survive. Please, lead us away from here. Guiyanan was like a life mentor, appearing precisely when Zhang Weiwei needed clarity the most. His unexpected rebuke brought her a semblance of lucidity. She gazed at Zhao Qi, who, perhaps from enduring too much trauma, seemed to experience a moment of clarity, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if expressing gratitude for all that Zhang Weiwei had done. Zhang Weiwei understood this. Yet just as she parted her lips to speak, an arrow pierced through, striking Zhao Qi's head. The force was so tremendous that it obliterated her skull, causing an eye to splatter onto Zhang Weiwei's feet. Witnessing this horror, Zhang Weiwei felt her soul plummet into the abyss, irretrievable. She bent down, clutching the eye in her hand, allowing tears to cascade down her face. Xiaoqi, I will take you home. With that, Zhang Weiwei resolutely stated, we must retreat. Let us leave this wretched place. Armed with Guiyanan's protective shield and the support of several handguns, Zhang Weiwei aimed to escape this loathsome locale before devising their next course of action. Thus, the group obeyed her command, gradually retreating. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, the Goblin Lord's lips curled into a cruel smile. From the moment Zhang Weiwei and her companions stepped into this realm, their fates had been irrevocably sealed in his eyes. As for firearms, the Goblin Lord could not deny the terror they inspired. However, like arrows loosed from a bow, their ammunition was rapidly dwindling with each shot fired. Contemplating this, the Goblin Lord puffed out his chest and emitted an unimaginable, piercing wail of despair. Zhang Weiwei and her companions felt an inexplicable chill enveloping them, as if an ominous event was imminent. They were aware that they had retreated to the halfway point of the library, and in a mere 3 minutes, they could escape this dreadful place. At that point, with the vastness of the area at their disposal, they would have a significant chance to evade the pursuit of these monstrous beings. Yet, just as Zhang Weiwei and her companions fervently prayed for their salvation, a horde of green-skinned creatures surged forth from behind the shelves. In contrast to the Goblin Lord, the ordinary goblins resembled beasts of diminished intellect. They instinctively obeyed the Goblin Lord's commands, charging forward without hesitation, even as bullets pierced their ranks. Faced with this tidal wave of goblins, the expressions of the group turned ashen. Bang! The relentless sounds of gunfire echoed. For every goblin that fell, a dozen more surged forth, and even more followed. One gunman, his ammunition exhausted, trembled as he attempted to reload, but at that moment, a sharpened wooden stick pierced through his eye. Guiyanan, drenched in sweat, felt her legs weaken and falter under her. As her strength waned, causing the protective barrier to fail, a throng of goblins breached the hail of bullets, appearing before the group. Thus began the grim prelude to death. Chapter 83, The Heavenly Melody, The Ruthless Goblin Lord. Guiyanan, possessing the strength of the starry realm, had shielded her companions to this point, her energy now depleted. As the energy shield vanished entirely, the advancing goblins reached the group. With a gunman's eye socket punctured, the curtain of slaughter was drawn back. Bang! One gunman watched helplessly as his dear friend fell before him. In a fit of rage, he squeezed the trigger, and a bullet struck the assailing goblin. At close range, firearms wielded a terrifying lethality. Before the goblin could react, its skull exploded, brain matter splattering across the ground. The gunman's face briefly lit up with a smile of vengeance for his fallen friend, but in the next heartbeat, a diminutive goblin lunged at him. Startled, the gunman instinctively sought to pull the trigger, yet at that moment, a goblin wielding a kitchen knife swung its weapon with ferocity. Under the formidable influence of the giant, the gunman, wielding a pistol in his right hand, was unceremoniously brought to the ground. My hand, he cried out, a primal wail escaping his lips as his mind went blank. Yet, rather than launching another assault, the goblin, having achieved its goal, picked up the severed limb and scampered away, displaying a surprising swiftness despite its diminutive stature. In an instant, it had darted several meters away, raising the hand like a trophy, a maniacal grin spreading across its face. Such is the nature of goblins, brutal and bloodthirsty, devoid of any compassion that a living being should possess. In stark contrast, despair enveloped the gunman's visage. Stumbling forward, he was desperate to reclaim his hand. However, a goblin lunged at him, plunging a knife into his abdomen. Racked with agony, He collapsed, unable to comprehend his fate, as another goblin seized him by the throat with its jaws. With a sickening crunch, his life was extinguished in an instant, leaving no trace of vitality behind. Amidst the incessant gunfire, the goblins had breached the defenses. Though some fell, their kin, compelled by the orders of their leader, surged forward once more. The brutality directed towards the men stood in stark contrast to the plight of the women in the team. University students, in the prime of their youth, now faced the darkest moment of their lives. The girls, inherently more vulnerable, were gripped by sheer terror as the goblins approached. The more frightened they became, the more they succumbed to their fate. One girl, leaning against the edge, was caught off guard as her legs were seized and lifted high before she was thrown backward, crashing to the ground. The back of her head, the most fragile area of the human body, struck hard, leaving her momentarily disoriented. At that moment, two goblins seized her legs and began to drag her away, their faces twisted into malicious grins as they ran. A horrifying thought flashed through her mind. Recalling Zhao Qi's fate, she understood all too well that being taken to their lair would mean a terrifying end. Driven by instinctual resistance, she summoned her strength and swung a watermelon knife with all her might. The blade sliced through one goblin's back, eliciting a sharp, piercing cry of pain. Yet, devoid of any compassion, she prepared to strike at the other goblin when an overwhelming number of them surged towards her. They extended their slender limbs, pinning her down. "Get away, you repulsive creatures. I swear, I will kill you," she screamed defiantly, but the goblins showed no sign of fear. Meanwhile, the injured goblin, shaking its head, approached menacingly, its beady eyes radiating pure malice. Goblins are indeed creatures of vengeance, harboring sinister thoughts and intentions. Feeling the anguish coursing through its body, the goblin at that moment harbored a singular thought: to inflict upon the girl a punishment that would be tenfold, even 100-fold more intense than its own suffering. With this sinister intent, it raised its blade with a malevolent grin and swiftly slashed across her cheek, accompanied by the sharp sting and the agony of disfigurement. The girl completely shattered, bursting into loud wails of despair. Observing this scene, the goblin's face broke into a joyous smile. It reveled in the torment of life. Such cruelty brought it immense satisfaction. With the girl's visage marred, she had become nothing more than a disposable object in the goblin's eyes. Thus, it raised its blade once more, aiming directly at her neck, intent on ending her life to satiate its morbid desires. At that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from the side, and before the murderous goblin could respond, its body was violently hurled aside as though struck by a speeding truck. It crashed against the wall, its body breaking upon impact, with its innards spilling gruesomely across the floor. The witnessing goblin was instantly paralyzed with fear. No longer the embodiment of rage and frenzy, confronted with the might of the shadow, it could think of nothing but fleeing. Yet alas, its hopes were destined to be dashed. The shadow turned, its palm coalescing into the shape of a blade, and like a flash of lightning, it lunged toward the goblin. In an instant, before the goblins could react, their necks were ruthlessly torn apart. Within mere moments, 6 goblins lay dead. For the shadow, this was merely the beginning of retribution. "Die, you wretched monsters. I shall see you all perish." The architect of the shadow was none other than Zhang Weiwei, who had witnessed the entire horrific scene unfold. Strangely, there was no shadow beneath her feet. This was her unique ability. She could manifest her shadow, transforming it into a harbinger of death, unleashing unimaginable terror. In contrast to her previous uses of this power, where the shadow resembled her in every aspect save for the absence of facial features, the shadow that had just arisen was markedly different. The moment she beheld the atrocity, the fury within her erupted like a volcano, causing the shadow to rise more slowly than before. More astonishingly, the shadow's appearance was utterly distinct from her own. Its hair stood on end, and the once expressionless visage became etched with a grotesque and fearsome countenance. Undoubtedly, Zhang Weiwei had unleashed the darkest thoughts of her heart. She had not anticipated that the true might of the shadow could only be realized in a state of extreme rage. Yet, she would have preferred never to discover this catalyst. The fortification of one's own self relies entirely upon the tragic demise of one's classmates. Reflecting upon the familiar faces, now lost forever due to my erroneous judgments, a profound sorrow envelopes me. Witnessing the grotesque goblins inflict such barbaric cruelty upon my peers ignites an uncontrollable fury within Zhang Weiwei. Kill. Obliterate them. As Zhang Weiwei succumbs to her wrath, the malevolent energy unleashed reveals an astonishing power. With remarkable swiftness, she dispatches a goblin, its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Thus, the survivors, previously encircled and under immense pressure from the goblins, are granted a moment of respite. Gui Yanan observes this scene with keen eyes, and a flicker of a smile emerges upon her weary visage. Zhang Weiwei's intentions are noble. However, she remains oblivious to the true horror of this calamity. It is her fervent hope that this ordeal will guide Wei Wei towards a righteous path, transforming her into a competent leader. With this thought in mind, Gui Yanran steps forward, grasping the furious Zhang Wei Wei. At this moment, a semblance of reason returns to her as she glances back. Yet, upon meeting her gaze, Gui Yanran is momentarily taken aback. What a haunting pair of eyes. They shine with no luster, resembling a castaway adrift in an endless sea, stripped of all desire for life. Gui Yanran feels an immense pang of sorrow. It is painfully evident that the cost of growth is exceedingly grim. The Zhang Wei Wei she once knew may never return. With this realization, Gui Yanran cannot help but speak. Wei Wei, we can prevail. I believe in you. You will help us escape. If you bear guilt, let this be your means of atonement. In contrast to Zhang Wei Wei, Gui Yanran embodies the essence of a true sister, adept at soothing the tumultuous heart of her friend. She understands all too well that if Zhang Wei Wei continues down this path, her spirit will shatter completely. The desolation in her eyes is undeniable. At this moment, her dear friend teeters on the brink of self-destruction. Not only have the seekers of sustenance suffered, but also Zhao Qi, along with a portion of the rescuers, have perished due to the recent goblin assault. One can only imagine the weight of anguish and torment that Zhang Wei Wei bears. The words Gui Yanran spoke were not accusatory. Rather, they were meant to provide her with a reason to live. She has languished too long in the frigid waters of despair. If this continues, both her mind and body will succumb to ruin. As Gui Yanran's words linger in the air, the once vacant gaze of Zhang Wei Wei begins to flicker with renewed hope. Overwhelmed by guilt, she nods resolutely. Indeed, I must atone. Yanran, I promise you, I will lead you all out of this hell. You must trust me, believe in me. Observing the renewed radiance on Zhang Wei Wei's face, Gui Yanran nodded with a sense of solace, affirming, I have always believed in you, for we are friends. Wei Wei, regardless of circumstances, I shall forgive you. However, as she spoke, a sharpened wooden stake suddenly pierced Gui Yanran's heart. The organ was breached, and in an instant, her pupils became vacant, devoid of any expression. Almost immediately, she collapsed onto Zhang Wei Wei. In close proximity, a spurt of blood erupted, splattering across Zhang Wei Wei's cheeks. At that moment, as she held her dearest friend, feeling the warm blood continuously flowing over her, Zhang Wei Wei felt as though her own heart had ceased to beat. She could scarcely comprehend that the friend who had offered her encouragement would meet such a tragic end before her eyes. Her pupils widened in disbelief as she gazed ahead, only to see a twisted smile emerge on the Goblin Lord's face. It seemed that the deliberate destruction of what Zhang Wei Wei held most dear brought the creature an unfathomable thrill. Die, I want you dead. With a series of furious shouts, the shadow that had initially been slaughtering ordinary goblins transformed into a streak of lightning, racing toward the Goblin Lord. The shadow's hair billowed, and its features morphed into a visage of wrath and ferocity. Vengeance. She was determined to exact her revenge. Yet, just as the shadow raised its hand, the dagger enveloped within it poised to pierce the Goblin Lord's body. The Goblin Lord unexpectedly swung its fist toward the shadow. Bang! Without any warning or struggle, the seemingly terrifying shadow shattered before the Goblin Lord, unable to withstand even a moment. As the shadow disintegrated and fell to the ground, it swiftly slid toward Zhang Wei Wei, reverting to its original form. With the return of the shadow, an unprecedented wave of excruciating pain converged upon Zhang Wei Wei's heart. She collapsed to her knees, contemplating that perhaps dying in this manner would not be such a terrible fate, for she had caused too much suffering to others. Yet, fate played its cruel trick once more. She did not perish but instead lost her ability to move. Meanwhile, the Goblin Lord advanced rapidly, raising its fist to strike down upon the nearest surviving individual. The horrific force penetrated the person's chest. Then, the Goblin Lord lifted its foot and brutally crushed the skull of a girl. In response to Zhang Wei Wei's refusal, the Goblin Lord savored the torment it inflicted upon her psyche. Time seemed to come to a standstill for Zhang Wei Wei, leaving her with wide, vacant eyes as she stared blankly at the unfolding horror. One by one, her companions fell victim to a gruesome fate. As the Goblin Lord stepped upon the remnants of flesh and blood, a sinister grin plastered across its face while advancing towards Zhang Wei Wei. An unexpected sound of a door creaking open echoed through the air. In that instant, Zhang Wei Wei, who had already succumbed to despair, felt a cascade of sunlight pouring down upon her. Alongside this, a melodious voice, akin to a heavenly chorus, resonated in her ears. I seem to have arrived a tad late, having missed quite the intriguing performance. Suddenly, this voice not only astonished Zhang Wei Wei, but also rendered the Goblin Lord utterly bewildered. Both a human and a creature now focused their attention forward. Long before Zhang Wei Wei and her companions fell into the trap, the Goblin Lord had already commanded its minions to seal the door entirely. Logically, it should have been locked, rendering it nearly impossible to open with ordinary force. Yet, the intruder effortlessly pushed the door ajar, hinting at an unfathomable strength. Roar! Unlike the lowly goblins, the Goblin Lord possessed a terrifying intellect. Thus, upon the sudden appearance of a human, it immediately bellowed, commanding its seemingly expendable kin to charge forth. The common goblins, devoid of self-control, obeyed the order, advancing with various weapons drawn towards the visitor. Witnessing the horde of goblins rushing towards him, Gu Chang could not help but mutter to himself, "No matter how many times I encounter these wretched beings, the revulsion within me remains insatiable. Damn them! Do not approach me." With those words, Gu Chang raised his blade, the cracking blade, and executed a horizontal slash. In an instant, the goblins, caught off guard, were mercilessly torn apart, their bodies cleaving in two and collapsing onto the ground. Blood splattered forth, transforming the area before Gu Chang into a crimson carpet. Despite having dispatched dozens of goblins in mere moments, no trace of pride graced his visage. To him, it all seemed utterly trivial. Thus, Gu Chang elegantly tread upon the blood-soaked carpet, gradually advancing forward. At that moment, some goblins still clung to life, having been bisected, struggling upon the ground while emitting anguished cries. Yet, as Gu Chang approached these pitiful creatures, he harbored no intention of evasion. Instead, he callously crushed their skulls beneath his feet. Like squashing a cockroach, his immense strength obliterated their heads, splattering a mixture of crimson and ivory fluids across the surrounding area. Gu Chang's expression remained devoid of emotion. In stark contrast, the Goblin Lord was now thoroughly terrified. While it had dominated Zhang Weiwei with its overwhelming might, facing Gu Chang, this fearsome extraordinary being rendered it akin to a mouse confronted by a cat, instinctively trembling in dread. Thud! Just when Gu Chang was a mere 6 or 7 meters away, the Goblin Lord unexpectedly knelt upon the ground. Ignoring the dismembered limbs scattered about and disregarding any semblance of dignity, the figure prostrated itself before Gu Chang, demonstrating its submission. Who could have anticipated that the goblin, which had just savagely slain a multitude of survivors, would now present itself in such a humble manner? Gu Chang nodded in approval. "Very well. You are quite astute." However, scarcely had the words left his lips when he swiftly struck with his blade. With a sickening sound, the upgraded Lupa blade, endowed with terrifying power, cleaved through the air, severing the Goblin Lord's body in two, even from several meters away, without the slightest hindrance. One half of the corpse landed precisely before Zhang Weiwei, rendering her momentarily stunned. She had never imagined that the creature which had just brutally massacred her companions could meet its end so abruptly. "Those not of my kind harbor ill intentions." Gu Chang had no desire to ascertain whether this goblin was destined to become a formidable force in the future. For him, from the very moment he laid eyes upon it, it had already been reduced to a lifeless husk. Such a creature was scarcely worth his investment, even less so than the soul-devouring mother. As the Lupa blade advanced in power, it acquired an additional function, the ability to absorb the memories of souls. As its master, Gu Chang naturally possessed the privilege to share this newfound capability. Curiosity piqued. He pondered what had transpired in this library prior to his arrival that had transformed the surroundings into a veritable sea of blood. With the infusion of the Goblin Lord's memories, the full story soon unfolded before him. A tragic tale of a misguided savior who had brought ruin to all. Intriguingly, the source of its power was the corruption of malevolent thoughts. How fascinating. He cast a contemplative gaze upon Zhang Weiwei, who now stood trembling. Her eyes filled with a chilling mix of anguish and resolve as she picked up a nearby blade and struck at the Goblin Lord's body. The resounding clang of metal echoed through the vast library, as the goblin's form became a grotesque mass of flesh and blood under her relentless assault. Yet, despite the gruesome spectacle, Zhang Weiwei felt no exhilaration. Instead, she succumbed to an inexplicable silence. Death is irreversible. Poor wretch, may you find peace. Just as her thoughts drifted into emptiness, Gu Chang's untimely remark jolted her back to reality. Zhang Weiwei stared wide-eyed at him, her expression devoid of gratitude, instead brimming with reproach and blame. "You possess such strength? Why did you not arrive sooner? If only you had come earlier, my classmates would not have perished so tragically. Why were you so slow?" As she spoke, she advanced towards Gu Chang, her eyes red with emotion, her tone accusatory, as if she believed he bore a significant burden of responsibility for the deaths of her companions. At this moment, Zhang Weiwei finds herself in desperate need of a means to vent her frustrations. Only through such an outlet can she hope to alleviate the turmoil festering within her. Otherwise, she may very well explode in the next instant. Yet, there exists no living soul around her. Thus, Gu Chang becomes the target upon whom she unleashes her discontent. Before long, Zhang Weiwei stands before Gu Chang, whose cherubic face, though smeared with blood, still fails to mask his exquisite features. In this moment of anger, he appears oddly endearing. Gu Chang comprehends her plight. After all, having endured such calamity, her psyche is undoubtedly in shambles. However, understanding does not equate to agreement. As Zhang Weiwei prepares to voice her grievances, Gu Cheng greets her with a broad smile, then raises his hand and delivers a sharp slap across her face. The crisp sound resonates, leaving Zhang Weiwei in a state of disbelief. She had never anticipated that the man before her would strike her. What are you barking about? Pathetic saint, do you still have the audacity to blame others? It is truly laughable, this failure of yours. Perhaps only in this manner can you feel a semblance of life. Without such outbursts, you might believe yourself a mere corpse. With that, Gu Cheng shows no leniency toward Zhang Weiwei, lifting his foot to deliver a forceful kick to her body. The impact sends her careening backward, akin to a leaf tossed by the wind, until she collides with the wall, finally coming to a halt. Even so, several ribs in her body fracture from the blow. Coughing violently, she finds blood splattering onto the ground. It is only now that she begins to comprehend that Gu Cheng is nothing like those she has previously known. He will not indulge her. The overwhelming terror compels Zhang Weiwei to obediently close her mouth, no longer daring to chastise him. Gu Cheng regards her with a shake of his head, his disdain palpable. Do you know whom I detest the most? I loathe the weak, and I abhor the self-righteous. Ironically, you embody both traits. Speak up. Why did you not rebuke me after I struck you? With that, Gu Cheng moves to the side of Guiyanan, a young maiden whose heart has been pierced by a wooden splinter, her eyes wide open in the final throes of life. From the moment they had arrived at the entrance, their quarrel had been fully observed by the Goblin Lord. Therefore, after absorbing the essence of the Goblin Lord, Gu Cheng also grasped the depth of Zhang Weiwei's obstinacy and her misguided attempts to save her so-called companions, which ultimately led to their demise. It is precisely for this reason that Gu Cheng has dealt her such a devastating blow. While he indeed has an appreciation for beauty, he believes that one must possess either strength or intellect. Xiao Qingyi may be a saint, yet her exceptional talent and formidable prowess render her a valuable ally once nurtured. But what of Zhang Weiwei? Beyond her appearance, she seems to possess no redeeming qualities whatsoever. Thus, Gu Cheng formulated his own plans. In comparison to the exquisite visage of the young girl, he placed greater significance on the malevolent thoughts that lay hidden beneath her feet, regarded merely as a shadow. Gu Cheng's intentions were unblemished. He aimed to usurp and occupy, allowing these dark thoughts to inhabit her form, transforming her into a sharp instrument under his command, an unwavering tool, devoid of any dissatisfaction. However, prior to this, Gu Cheng needed to shatter her spirit entirely. Only then could the malevolence seize her body, giving rise to a new entity. With this in mind, Gu Cheng approached the stunned Zhang Weiwei, a sardonic expression gracing his features. Why do you not question my assault? Is it fear that grips you? Fear that I might end your life? Yet, you treat your friends with such arrogant pride, believing yourself to be in control, when in truth, you are but a jester. Do you dare to blame others? Are not these individuals ensnared in this plight because of you? Gu Cheng's voice seemed to possess a terrifying enchantment, rendering Zhang Weiwei speechless. Her mouth parted as if to offer an explanation, but the words faltered on her lips, and she fell silent, tears cascading from her eyes. Please, stop. I beg you. Cease your words. At that moment, Zhang Weiwei's spirit had crumbled, her earlier arrogance vanished, leaving her face seemingly torn apart in public, revealing her utter vulnerability. Seizing the moment, Gu Cheng, with an air of calmness, remarked, Your life teeters on the precipice, devoid of hope. Perhaps it would be best to surrender entirely. I possess a means by which you may escape your current predicament. Would you care to hear it? Upon hearing this, Zhang Weiwei became utterly dazed. To her, Gu Cheng was akin to a lifeline amid drowning, and driven by guilt for her friends and herself, she grasped at the final opportunity, asking, What is the method? I will do anything to escape this situation. Seeing her desperation, a smile crept across Gu Cheng's face. Slowly, he crouched down, his hand brushing through her hair. Yet, the moment he had previously wounded her, she now recoiled like a startled sparrow. Unfazed, Gu Cheng continued, I am aware of your ability to unleash the malevolence that resides within you. Since you cannot endure this torment, allow your dark thoughts to take your place and suffer through the remainder of your existence. As his words settled, Zhang Weiwei's pupils constricted, as if she could scarcely believe what she had heard. Let malevolence replace me? Her gaze, filled with confusion, sought Gu Cheng's understanding. He then placed his hand upon her shadow, continuing, If you wish to escape all this, you must find a substitute to share your pain. The shadow, undoubtedly, is the best choice. At this moment, Gu Cheng's words were steeped in a beguiling allure. Thus, Zhang Weiwei could not help but cast her gaze upon the shadow. Her eyes glazed over, she instinctively uttered, I am guilty. I must escape from all of this. If only the shadow could take my place, I would be liberated. Yes, that shall be the course of action. In truth, Zhang Weiwei had already succumbed to madness the moment she accused Gu Cheng, her supposed savior. The trauma inflicted upon her was not physical, but deeply rooted in her psyche. Simply put, even if Qin Xinyao were to arrive at this moment, she would lack the power to rescue Zhang. Therefore, Gu Cheng might as well make full use of the situation, allowing the malevolent thoughts within her to seize control, thereby unleashing a more terrifying force. The corruption of malevolent thoughts is an exceedingly peculiar ability. The more the spirit of the original being crumbles, the more fearsome the power of corruption becomes. At this moment, should the malevolence completely engulf Zhang Weiwei, who was already mired in endless confusion and suffering, it is unfathomable to consider the extent of her potential power. Observing Zhang Weiwei, who had already been swayed by his words, Gu Cheng pressed on, declaring, "Now is the time to utterly end this tragic and painful existence. You will attain true liberation." Zhang Weiwei clenched her fists tightly. Having descended into despair over the tragic demise of her companions, she unhesitatingly extended her hands to touch her shadow. "Live on in my stead." As her words fell, she intertwined her fingers with the shadow, soon flipping her palms over. Her once fair form transformed into an unsettling shade of black, and her previously cherubic visage morphed into a terrifying, ghastly countenance under the onslaught of malevolent thoughts. In the preceding moment, the once charming girl had transformed into a visage reminiscent of a vengeful demon. The malevolence had already taken shape, and with Zhang Weiwei's mounting pressure upon it, the shadow appeared even darker and more distorted than before. More crucially, the entity was no longer merely a phantom, but had wholly occupied a human form. One could say it had evolved into a being distinctly different from Zhang Weiwei herself. As the dark energy enveloped her, the malevolence emerged as if clawing its way out of a hellish realm, exuding an aura that was profoundly horrifying. Upon seeing Gu Cheng, it bore no semblance of familiarity. Instead, its lips parted slightly, uttering a chilling command, "Kill." This eerie sound pierced through Gu Cheng's ears like an icicle, instilling a bone-chilling dread. Zhang Weiwei's decision to relinquish everything to the malevolence was not solely due to Gu Cheng's manipulation. The primary reason lay in her inability to bear the weight of her failure that had led to the annihilation of her comrades. Just moments ago, upon gaining her freedom, her first act had been to use a weapon to obliterate the Goblin Lord's corpse. In Zhang Weiwei's eyes, the world had turned to a murky hue. Thus, as the malevolence enveloped her, the murderous intent intensified, and she raised her hand, poised to strike down Gu Cheng. However, from the moment Gu Cheng created the other, he had already anticipated all the consequences. Therefore, upon witnessing the malevolent intent extend its arm and assume an attacking posture, he immediately narrowed his eyes and delivered a powerful punch straight to the adversary's chest. Having ascended to the level of a Monday, Gu Cheng's strength was exceptionally formidable. Enduring this blow, Zhang Weiwei was sent flying, attempting to struggle multiple times but failing to rise to her feet. Observing her weakened state, Gu Cheng reached his hand through the void and directly into a spatial rift, retrieving a shield capable of altering one's appearance. For an ordinary person, wielding this cursed object would undoubtedly result in a distorted existence, neither human nor ghost. Yet for Zhang Weiwei, who had already transformed into her current form, this shield was not merely a cursed item, but rather a divine gift. With this thought in mind, Gu Cheng cast it beside her. In contrast to the Disaster Knight, Gu Cheng had now found a more fitting owner for the shield. Do you not desire slaughter? Here is your opportunity. Seize the shield, and you will be able to block most of your enemy's abilities. In time, you may freely unleash your bloodlust upon this land. With that, Gu Cheng kicked a shattered goblin skull, which rolled to rest at Zhang Weiwei's feet. Look at these creatures. Many in this city endure the same despair and agony as you. Slaughter them, seek revenge, and let your despair befall these wretched beings, rather than directing your malice towards the weak. Gu Cheng understood that the malevolent intent occupying Zhang Weiwei's essence possessed a degree of cognitive ability. It was precisely for this reason that he offered her such a chance at life. Unlike the extraordinary beings he had subdued, who retained normal thought alongside their powers, Zhang Weiwei was entirely ensnared by malevolence, compounded by the boundless hatred she harbored prior to her transformation. Thus, it could be said that he had inadvertently created an unprecedented horror. This was why Gu Cheng aimed to teach her according to her nature. He sought to transform her into a cursed object herself, turning her infinite despair and death into a torrent that would engulf the dark creatures clinging to the city like maggots. As for her desire to escape him, that was utterly impossible. Gu Cheng had already locked onto her essence with the Leopoldal, Liepodal, even if she fled to the ends of the earth. As long as he activated the Leopoldal, he could easily locate her. After all, the Leopoldal imprisoned countless malevolent spirits who were ever eager for evil souls. At this moment, if Gu Cheng were to listen closely to the Leopoldal, he would immediately perceive an unending stream of grievances flooding into his mind. Those vengeful spirits longed for Gu Cheng to slay Zhang Weiwei, so they could consume her soul and partake in her essence. Everything was in place, save for the right moment. What Gu Cheng now hoped for was that Zhang Weiwei would grow swiftly, just as he had anticipated. With this thought, Gu Cheng resolutely turned and exited the library. To Gu Cheng, Zhang Weiwei is merely a pawn in his game. Her potential for growth is commendable, yet if she were to falter along the way, he would feel no remorse. As for curses, consider the vastness of the planet beyond Jinghai City. When the time comes, he can always seize what he desires. However, the sight of countless corpses only deepens the darkness within Gu Cheng. Those with strength, such as Xiao Qingyi, though benevolent, possess a degree of power that allows many to survive under her protection. Yet Zhang Weiwei, she not only lacks strength, but is also profoundly foolish. Her obstinacy has led to the demise of far too many. In Gu Cheng's eyes, such a saint is nothing but a malignant tumor. May the apocalypse be devoid of such figures. With this thought, Gu Cheng prepared to return to the forest. Having emerged for a while, he had been engulfed in constant slaughter, his heart perpetually taut. Naturally, he needed a moment of respite. With this in mind, he spurred his steed towards the forest. At this moment, night had fallen. Jiang Yu, having toiled throughout the day, finally restored the broken trees. Today, many had inquired subtly about the true nature of Gu Cheng, as Jiang Yu's excessive humility in the face of him undoubtedly piqued their curiosity. In response to such inquiries, Jiang Yu merely shook her head slightly and remarked, "Geng Xiong was slain by him. Do not provoke him. Remember." Upon hearing Jiang Yu's understated words, an unexpected wave of terror washed over the onlookers. It is essential to note that Geng Xiong had once reigned supreme in the forest. Any sign of displeasure from him would lead to reprimands or violence. Recently, the esteemed elder Zhang had merely spoken a few words against him, only to find his limbs broken and cast out of the forest like a wild dog. In response, Geng Xiong had cast a dark glance, threatening everyone. Anyone who revealed the recent events to Jiang Yu would meet a similar fate. Being a good person is no easy task. Although it was clear that Jiang Yu would manage the situation, these ordinary individuals feared the malevolence of the wicked more than the kindness of Jiang Yu. Good people may compromise and possess a sense of compassion, but the wicked are pure in their intentions, driven solely by their emotions. When pleased, all is well. Yet when angered, the consequences are dire. Thus, despite knowing Elder Zhang's innocence, no one dared to speak the truth to Jiang Yu, fearing the horrifying retribution from Geng Xiong. Little did they expect that such a terrifying figure would be slain outright by that stranger, revealing the true extent of his formidable power. This discourse had reached its conclusion. The likes of Geng Xiong, capable of such swift and brutal violence, made Jiang Yu's subservience entirely understandable. At this moment, however, Jiang Yu found herself restless, her mind inexplicably drawn to the strange sounds she had heard, and the enigmatic pair, a man and a woman. There is no denying it. Isabella's demeanor is strikingly extraordinary. She radiates a sacred brilliance, yet is simultaneously shrouded in the allure of decadence. Not only men, but even women like Jiang Yu find themselves utterly captivated by her presence. However, it is this seemingly flawless being who yields to Gu Cheng without question. Consequently, Jiang Yu is filled with a profound curiosity about him. What manner of man is he? She cannot help but mutter to herself. To compare him to Geng Xiong is nothing short of sacrilege. One must understand that Geng Xiong's ferocity is merely superficial, akin to a ruffian who appears formidable. In stark contrast to that man, he is but a flickering firefly competing with the brilliance of the sun and moon. The other need not exert full strength. With the slightest effort, Geng Xiong would be reduced to mere dust. Moreover, the other's actions are exceedingly domineering. Jiang Yu's mind seems wholly consumed by him, to the point where she begins to experience illusions, a familiar visage appearing above her. Who am I? Have I been pondering this matter during my absence? Upon hearing a voice, Jiang Yu realizes she is not merely dreaming. That man truly stands before her. In that moment, the secret is unveiled, and her face flushes with an intense crimson. It must be noted that he possesses elven blood. At this moment, his complexion is flushed, and the tips of his ears have also turned a rosy hue. Gu Cheng reclines casually in a nearby chair, beckoning her with a mere flick of his finger. This gesture is undeniably laden with humiliation. Were this the apocalyptic end times, even someone of Pei Jin's stature would not dare to treat Jiang Yu so frivolously. Yet, in this instance, Gu Cheng dares to do so. If anyone were present, they would be left speechless, for upon witnessing Gu Cheng's motion, Jiang Yu hesitates for only a second before she indeed steps forward. Her demeanor is one of submission, akin to a pet dog raised in captivity, and moreover, a pet that has been specially trained to understand all of its master's commands. Having experienced Gu Cheng's dominance, obeying his orders has become an instinctual behavior for Jiang Yu. Although this is profoundly embarrassing, her cheeks flush a deep shade of crimson. She grits her teeth and approaches Gu Cheng, leaning forward, her soft voice immediately reaching his ears. You have returned? Gu Cheng nods. Are you not curious where I have been? Jiang Yu lifts her gaze, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Before departing, Gu Cheng had inquired about the distribution of forces in the vicinity. While she senses some change within him, he remains composed, his garments free of any dirt or blood. He does not appear to have engaged in battle. Therefore, Jiang Yu replies candidly, "Did you engage in discourse with the leaders of those forces?" Upon hearing this, Gu Cheng suddenly bursts into laughter. Reaching out to pinch Jiang Yu's cheek, he chuckles, "What nonsense is this? Discourse? Do you believe that everything can be negotiated?" At this moment, Jiang Yu's cheeks were pinched to a vivid crimson. She attempted to struggle but dared not contest Gu Cheng's actions, leaving her to gaze mournfully with wide eyes. Her expression resembled that of a pitiful creature subjected to bullying. Yet, the more she appeared vulnerable, the more Gu Cheng felt compelled to torment her. After squeezing her cheeks once more, he spoke, "Communication? It's utterly unnecessary, for I have eradicated both factions entirely." Jiang Yu had initially perked up, eager to hear the captivating tale. However, Gu Cheng's tone, though light, conveyed a weighty revelation that caused her pupils to widen in astonishment. Her voice quivered as she stammered. "Eradicated? Does this mean no survivors were left?" After all, at that moment, she had only seen Gu Cheng return alone. No matter how formidable he was, if he had brought others with him, chaos would have already ensued outside. Upon hearing her question, Gu Cheng generously offered praise, quite astute. "Yes, a so-called disaster cult, a faction ruled by goblins, has been utterly uprooted by me." Before Jiang Yu could process this terrifying information, Gu Cheng's gaze suddenly locked onto her beautiful eyes, and he spoke gravely. "If one must act, they must eradicate the root cause to prevent future troubles." Those two factions, ensconced around the forest, were to him merely leeches. It was far better to destroy them outright than to allow them to drain his power. As for your earlier mention of communication, that is nothing short of a joke. For in the apocalypse, verbal agreements are the least trustworthy. Having endured countless dangers and darkness during the end times, Gu Cheng had witnessed too many acts of betrayal. Thus, for him, matters that could be resolved with force were never subjected to the burden of words. At this moment, Jiang Yu's heart was thoroughly breached. She had never imagined Gu Cheng would casually utter such earth-shattering statements. According to him, the two factions were composed of both humans and monsters, yet despite this, they had been entirely vanquished. Was he a reincarnation of a killing deity? Or was he truly a monster masquerading in human skin? Seeing Jiang Yu lost in a swirl of thoughts, Gu Cheng found it amusing. Who would have thought that the future goddess of abundance, Jiang Yu, would be so deeply entranced? As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, it became the perfect opportunity for imparting knowledge. With this thought, Gu Cheng turned to Jiang Yu and smiled, saying, "Weren't you curious about my true identity? Allow me to reveal my true self to you now."